This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Exile. If you travel through time, you have to go to the cursed land. Field squeezed out a bright smile, waiting for the verdict of his father, the Count of Kurt. His original name was Chin Hao, from the Huagla Blue Star, and he traveled through time to this world, only 3 days. Good news, he is the descendant of the Count. Bad news, he is very unwelcome. Field, you have grown up. Like a mature lion. It's time to develop your own career. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes mixed inspiring words in his words. But the old earl spoke weakly. His expression was depressed, and his words seemed like a joke. Everyone present had a joke in their eyes. The earl paused for a moment. His attention was not very focused, and when he came to his senses, he actually forgot where he was talking. The original owner was a very kind person. He gave the potion for awakening fighting spirit to his younger brother, and gave the opportunity to study at the Mage Academy to his younger sister. He could even treat any servant kindly. Logically speaking, such a good man should be respected. Unfortunately, he is a nobleman. From the perspective of a nobleman, the original owner is a cowardly and incompetent waste. The mature woman next to the old earl is Field's stepmother. The plump and beautiful young woman, sitting on the dignified second seat of the lord, gracefully picked up the teacup and kissed it, then put down the teacup, glancing at Field with her silky phoenix eyes, the ochre shadow outlined by the sun, highlighting the high bridge of her nose. The stepmother raised her head proudly, almost with her chin to Field. The vast northern night territory will be your barony. Enough for you to show your skills. Sure enough, even if you try your best to please everyone, you still can't avoid the fate of exile. Slightly dizzy, the original owner died of illness after being bullied by everyone, but let herself take over this mess. Field bit his lips tightly, and managed to calm down. Then, Field sneered. The original owner was really stupid, and wanted to survive among the nobles by being kind. The stepmother glanced down carelessly, and said, "Any opinions?" Squeezing out the anger in his heart. Field put away his smile, and responded in a flat tone, "As you wish." My father. His cheap father had been squeezed dry by his stepmother, and he listened to his wife's arrangements and everything. Idiot. Some relative laughed out loud, mixed with some sarcastic insults. The north, where humans and orcs live, is full of blood, violence and barbarity. 10 years ago, the Holy Griffin Empire used the corrupt haze to slaughter 300,000 orcs. It is probably full of dirty goblins and trolls. Of course, the north is even worse now. The 300,000 orcs, as well as all humans and animals in the north, have all become corrupted creatures, and have been hiding in the death haze for many years, becoming the synonym of purgatory on Earth. The royal family organized 3 campaigns to recover lost territory, and all ended in complete defeat. The territories in the north, big and small, are just lands that exist verbally, and no dog would go there. Most of the time, no one would mention it. It is a cursed land. Or even worse, even serfs or criminals who escaped would not choose to run into the night. It's okay. I still have a trick. Field silently comforted himself. And with a thought, a transparent map popped up, and a slowly moving green dot was marked on the map. Go get ready. The earl looked very tired, his face pale. The stepmother beside him helped the earl up. The almost transparent silk pajamas made the earl's almost withered body seem to have some motivation to move. Field pursed his lips. His brothers and sisters all obtained rich feasts. This old ding said a few meaningless words, and wanted to get rid of him. How could Field agree? He immediately put forward his request. "Father, I need your support. It is not easy to open up the night territory." The stepmother's soft flesh pressed against the earl's arm, and then narrowed her eyes seductively. "Greed is not a virtue of the nobility. Field, you have already got enough," the earl said without hesitation. The family members on the side also cast contemptuous eyes. Going out with black hair and black pupils is simply a disgrace to the Ross family. Just a bastard. Black hair and black pupils. After the large-scale invasion of nomads in the east, and the destruction of the ancient country in the inner sea, are no longer the symbol of the ancient nobility. Field was unhappy, and his eyes showed an angry light. The birth of the original owner was clearly the fault of the earl himself. Why did he make things difficult for himself? His mother was a maid in the castle. She came from the more distant east, and was sold to the castle as a rare slave by nomadic merchants. After the earl got drunk all night, he had the original owner. He was of low status, had no power from his mother's family, and inherited some of his mother's appearance. This was another major reason why Field was excluded and despised. 500 gold coins. And in addition, you can bring a personal servant. I treat every child equally. The Earl left a word and was supported by his stepmother and hurried back to the bedroom. Field was very depressed. 500 gold coins sounded like a lot, but investing them in the territory was just like stirring a big jar with a toothpick, and it would only make a splash. But it was better than nothing. Hey, Field. Night territory is a good place. You can't see the sun all year round. It's a dark and rotten place, which goes well with your devilish eyes. Field's half-brother came up with a smile and said in an extremely exaggerated tone, My fiefdom is not so good. Poor Fulon City, which is famous for its beer and goats. Field felt a surge of anger in his heart, and his roasted heart was sizzling. It didn't matter if the fiefdom was rotten, but as a time traveler, he could always find a way to deal with it. But directly mocking his appearance made Field want to dig up his ancestors. In addition, the reason why Xiao Ding could have fighting spirit was because of Field's kindness. When his younger brother had very poor talent, he hid in a corner and cried bitterly. When he was laughed at by others, it was Field who extended a helping hand. Get out of here. Field didn't look good to him. Remember the little girl with flax hair? The younger brother didn't care about Field's expression. He showed a weird smile and whispered to Field's ear. Field narrowed his eyes, and a smiling face appeared in his mind. That was the girl the original owner liked. Later, her naked body was found in the back alley of the tavern. The original owner was filled with grief and anger, and died of a serious illness. Only then was Field able to travel through time. The younger brother licked his mouth. I did it. Her struggle was so exciting. Field's pupil shrank suddenly, and an emotion called shock gripped his heart. The younger brother, who had just reached adulthood, actually did such a beastly act. Although as a traveler, the girl was just a stranger to him. But the behavior of casually destroying other people's lives made Field feel unprecedentedly disgusted. Chapter 2 Beaten. The younger brother has the chosen one. The younger brother's face was distorted, and he said in a mean way, You've gone to that corrupt place, and you'll never have a chance to come back. I'll regret it if I don't appreciate your expression now. Field's nails dug deep into the flesh, and because of excessive force, his fists made a crackling sound. He asked coldly, I didn't provoke you. Why are you targeting me? Because you gave me that damn bottle of fighting spirit potion. After I took it, I couldn't break through the first level night at all. Everyone called me a waste behind my back. And it was all your fault. You must have poisoned me. Field was disgusted. That's because you have a poor talent. Anyway, if you have a lover, I will catch her and let countless homeless people ravage her. Oh, it's a pity that you have no future. Bastard. The younger brother made a smug face. Fuck. You're a scumbag. Field was extremely angry. The original owner was a goody-goody. Sure enough, doing good things will make you enemies. It's true that repairing bridges and roads leaves no corpses, but killing and setting fires will get you a gold belt. These bastards, who don't know how to be polite and righteous, need to be taught a lesson with fists. You're looking for death. A sharp knee strike sent him flying backwards. Field jumped up instantly and kicked him in the face again, leaving his ugly face covered in blood. Everyone was stunned. Field, who had always been an honest man, could be so cruel. I hate people threatening me the most. While the guards were not able to react, Field grabbed his brother's golden curly hair and was about to slam him to the ground. Suddenly, he felt his neck tighten, and his whole body was strangled by the neck and lifted high. In just a moment, the painful feeling of suffocation immediately made Field feel that death was approaching. What are you doing to my lord? The one who strangled Field was a beautiful woman with long wine-red hair. The most eye-catching thing was the mysterious rune on her forehead. The chosen one? Field was stunned. This world has extraordinary power, and the key lies in the chosen one. They are extremely special beings, superior to fighting spirit and magic, and possess all kinds of incredible powers, including fighting, assistance and construction. The fucking thing is that only women can become the chosen one. Perhaps the gods in this world are all women. Just when Field was about to faint, he felt dizzy, and then his back hurt. It turned out that he was thrown against the wall. You really don't dare to kill me. Ah! I'm going to kill you! The younger brother coughed loudly and drew his sword. Field wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was no match for the chosen one anyway. Field stopped nagging at them, endured the severe pain, turned around and walked away quickly. Unexpectedly, the younger brother, who had not yet taken office, already had the protection of the Chosen One, which made Field feel more dangerous. He didn't have the capital to sit back and wait for death. Now that he had offended his younger brother, Field knew he had to take action. Otherwise, he might be captured by his younger brother tonight and tortured wildly. Wait for me to grow up, and then I'll come back and beat you to death. Field lowered his eyes, and the anger in his eyes was not concealed. After 9 years of compulsory education, there are no cowards. So, what is this annoying green dot like a fly? Field pondered the map in front of him, which only he could see. This appeared on the day of the crossing, and it may be related to the Lord's talent. There must be yin and yang, and the corresponding Chosen One is the Lord. As long as you sign a contract with the Chosen One, you can give feedback to each other and grow together. The Lord has a unique talent, which is often related to the contracted God's Chosen One and his own territory. However, there are also rare innate talents. That is, there is no territory, no God's Chosen One contract. But there is a talent. The original owner naturally did not have it. But Field, who came through, has this rare talent. Of course, floaters or cataracts are not ruled out. Everything will be known after seeing it. Anyway, it is not far away. In Golden Eagle City. After simply packing the luggage, the butler has received the gold coins and brought the servants, waiting for Field with a desperate look on his face. Knowing that he was going to the cursed land, the butler wanted to hang himself, but he couldn't go to heaven by committing suicide. So he had to bite the bullet and go to die. Let's go! Field was worried and didn't feel like comforting his butler. As soon as he opened the door of the manor, a team of cavalrymen wearing messy armor appeared in his sight. A man wearing a red robe and carrying a long lance walked out of them. Respected Baron Field, I am the cavalry Captain Connor, serving as the escort. I believe we will have a pleasant journey. Then I rely on you, Connor. Field responded politely, but his heart was alarmed. They were escorts, but the banditry on the faces of the cavalry made them feel insecure. Field even suspected that they would be killed and robbed of their money after they left the house. Of course, it was unlikely. Registered knights would not murder nobles, which would ruin their future. Field shrugged. Maybe they are supervising me to go to the execution ground. Let's go to Golden Eagle City first. We need a lot of supplies to open up the night territory. Field planned to see what the green dot was. As the second largest city in the Ross family's territory, Golden Eagle City had unparalleled commercial power and was given to Field's second sister. It was said that the annual tax revenue was 600,000 gold coins, which was particularly dazzling compared to Field's pitiful 500 gold coins. Riding in a carriage, Field spent a whole morning arriving at this city covering an area of 40 square kilometers. Unlike modern times, the soldiers guarding the city gate leaned casually on the city wall, telling bad jokes, or scolding and making things difficult for the lower-class people entering the city, and charging high entrance fees. It was not until he saw the cavalry team leading the way in front of Field that an officer suddenly stood up from his chair. Move away the things of the low-class people quickly. There is a big man passing by here. Open your eyes. Idiots! The lazy soldier immediately straightened his back, scolded and drove the civilians and merchants aside, so that the gate was unobstructed, and then saluted Field with a flattering expression. Although Field was not favored, he was a noble after all, and ordinary people still dared not offend him. Slowing down the horse, Field followed the direction of the green dot and slowly approached. The officer at the city gate breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not troubled, it would be another good day. He continued to let his men collect taxes, and he took 2 gulps of olive wine and continued to lie on the chair to bask in the sun. Guided by the green dot, Field came to the slave market in the north of the city. Oh! This damn strange smell of pig grass mixed with feces that makes people's noses sour. Cavalry Captain Connor frowned and kept fanning the air in front of him with his hands. But it didn't help. The stench still penetrated the nose. Chapter 3 Slaves find the location of the green dot. Field was tortured by the stench of the slave market, and his nose was sore. Those stingy merchants were vampires, and they were unwilling to spend a copper coin to give the slaves a bath. 5 or 6 slaves could only curl up in a small cage eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping were all solved in the cage. No privacy, no dignity, even because of the education since childhood, they did not even have the right to commit suicide. Put in the cage outside, many female slaves did not have even a piece of rag on their bodies, exposing 2 pieces of soft meat to passers-by. This was also a marketing method, and it was very successful. Every day there would be old bachelors with rotten teeth coming to appreciate. Sir, do you want to buy slaves? They are a must for the farm. And they are all hard-working and good workers. Rare elf slaves. Only 1,000 gold coins. The new store is open. Come and see it. Field was wearing a decent black robe, carrying a fine steel sword, and had a handsome appearance. He was a rich man. The slave traders' eyes lit up. They loved dealing with nobles the most. First, nobles had strong spending power. Unlike those losers who came to enjoy the sight and only looked but did not buy. Second, nobles' consumption of slaves was amazing, and they became repeat customers in a few days. In the eyes of the nobles, slaves were not even as good as their own hawks and dogs, and they could be killed at will. Field glanced at the iron cages where the slaves were locked up. They had no spirit in their eyes, and their hair and faces were unkempt. It was difficult to tell whether they were men or women just by their faces. There were also hideous whip marks on their bodies. Occasionally, a slave would look into Field's eyes, and he would immediately lower his head and tremble. How much? According to the map, the green dot was among the slaves. Field asked the price while searching. Sir, the prices of different races vary greatly. The merchant, who looked like Sunio in Dory's dream, rubbed his palms and said, Goblins, halflings and pigs are all 10 silver coins, demihumans 20 silver coins, orcs 60 silver coins. If you want to buy toys, the price is unlimited. The merchant pointed to the slaves in the big cage in the house with a sly smile. The most eye-catching one was the elf, who was priced at 1,000. She was very beautiful, wearing a revealing veil, revealing her white skin. But his eyes were dull. Like a fool. This elf was played with by the goblins, and gave birth to at least 26 babies. Haha, but it is still a hot commodity. I plan to send it to the auction house. You won't be able to buy it for 1,000 gold coins at that time. Would you like to consider it? I'm not interested in her. The green dot is not her, and Field doesn't have so much money to buy a toy. He shook his head immediately. How much is a human slave? Humans are smart, and know how to obey better. Male slaves cost 40 silver coins, and females cost 25 silver coins, but they are all used for work. If you want to have some fun, I still recommend elves. Even if you don't use them for fun, killing them for meat or making magic props is a good choice. Field felt a chill. In this world, nobles are not the elegant and decent existence in TV dramas, but feudal and brutal villains. Hearing that the flesh and blood of elves can nourish yin and yang, the proud elves immediately served them on the table, even though they looked very similar to humans. During the chat, Field found the location of the green dot. His sight moved to the iron cage in the corner. A green dot appeared on the top of the cage, like a guide in the game. It was a subhuman, and a white wolf subhuman, with red pupils, ears and tail like a wolf. At this time, she was wearing a rough linen dress, lying in the cold and damp cage, motionless. Only her eyes occasionally glanced at the key on the merchant's waist. It's a rare grassland species. Our slave hunting team spent a lot of effort to break through their stronghold. Those damn barbarians have a very strong fighting spirit. The merchant told the cruel truth with a smug expression. If you want to play with wolfmen, you'd better bring servants to help you. Otherwise, if you are not careful, they may bite off. It can only be understood but not expressed in words. Animal-eared girls? Field was very excited. As a senior Blue Star otaku, he had no resistance to red-eyed animal-eared girls. Like teasing a dog, Field carefully reached out his hand, trying to touch her head. You'd better be careful. Butler Cow frowned. The beast-eared girl let out a threatening growl from her throat, and her scarlet eyes reflected a dangerous light. The Knight Captain Connor was ready to draw his sword. Lord Field, it's best not to touch them. I don't want anything to go wrong before going to the Knight territory. There's no need to be so nervous. She's pretty cute. That being said, Field was a man who listened to advice. He immediately withdrew his hand. He saw the stubbornness and frustration in the beast-eared girl's eyes. She was cute and pitiful. Field adjusted his clothes. How much? Only 3 gold coins. The merchant saw Field's desire and raised the price with his eyes closed. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins. Field had a stern face and narrowed his eyes. Just now you said that a subhuman only costs 20 silver coins. You want to play a trick on a noble? Oh, she is special. She is very beautiful. Isn't she? She was captured not long ago. She is guaranteed to be a virgin, and has not been peeped at by the dirty eyes of the lowly people. She is also an exhibit sent to the auction house. Such a beautiful face. It's a pity that she is a subhuman. An unclean creature. Otherwise, I would not sell her for 300 gold coins. 50 silver coins. Don't challenge my patience. Field crossed his arms in front of his chest and said in a flattering tone, I will go to my territory soon. The toys and slaves I will buy are definitely not just her. Do business once. Or do business countless times. I believe you know it. Hiss. This remark touched the desire in the merchant's heart. The merchant struggled internally. And it was definitely a good idea to make friends with a powerful noble who owned a territory. He had to grit his teeth and said, It depends on the quantity you buy. The butler glanced at Field in confusion. In the past, Field would not bargain, but would only sympathize with the merchant's difficulties. After Field carefully selected, he bought 100 human slaves and 100 subhuman slaves, including 120 men. Including the beast-eared girl that Field liked, it cost 53 gold coins. My lord, this is the sole contract of the slave, which has been verified by the chosen one. Contract? Field took the parchment, which had a string of names densely written on it. Yes, this is an oath made with the blood of the slaves. Those who disobey your will be burned to ashes by the fire of God. The merchant smiled obscenely, and handed over the rope holding the slave. So, you can do whatever you want, and have fun, my dear customer. I will. Field waved his hand, anyway. If you go to the cursed land, if you don't have fun, you will probably be corrupted and killed. Chapter for the slaves bought, actually. Field considered buying more slaves, but unfortunately, he was short of money. To survive in the death fog, not considering the monsters, just breathing requires the use of fog lights, which are magic props sold exclusively by the church, and are expensive. Add to that the food, drink, and defecation of more than 200 people, it is not a small amount. How is it? Did you get the loan? Field saw the butler coming out of the Merchants' Association, and quickly stepped forward to ask, but seeing the expression of Chow, who looked more smelly than a rat that had died 3 days ago, he immediately knew what was going on. Sorry, sir. Even the most greedy merchants would not lend us money if they heard your name. Chow spread his hands. After all, the northern province is synonymous with hell. Even the Royal Expeditionary Army was annihilated. No merchant would be willing to waste money. That's not right. I just received the commission today. Why are the merchants so well informed? Field originally planned to take out a loan. If he died in the north, he would not have to pay it back. If he didn't die, then paying it back would be a piece of cake. Cal rolled his eyes. He was in no mood to serve the nobles, who were about to die. If he hadn't caught the Earl's sister having an affair with the groom, he might have become a promising steward of Golden Eagle City, or the Earl's hand, or the teacher of the Earl's grandson, instead of going to the cursed land to die, because your second sister knew your fiefdom in advance, and warned the merchants in the city that anything you buy will be 10 times more expensive. The steward replied weakly. In addition, the merchants understood your sister's meaning, and would not provide any convenience. Field wiped the cold sweat. Fortunately, when buying the slaves, he did not give his name. Otherwise it would not be a matter of 50 gold coins. Damn, thank you so much, my dear sister. Field's veins popped out. They all don't treat each other as human beings. Do they? The most annoying thing is that the original owner has lived for so long, and he doesn't even have half a copper coin in savings. 1/3 was donated to the family's treasury, and 2/3 were donated to the border fortress, to buy weapons to fight against corrupted creatures. Definitely the poorest noble. Forget it if you can't get a loan, this is a huge loss for short-sighted businessmen. Field said indifferently. Now, go buy some means of production. Field spent 180 gold coins to buy pack horses, farm tools, food and books needed for the development, including 17 camels and horses, all of which were old and weak. In the Middle Ages, horses were extremely important means of production, and were strictly controlled by the lords. Food was filled as much as possible. In terms of quantity, it is only enough for modern people to eat for half a month. But slaves don't want to be treated like this. 1 piece of black bread a day can feed them. 2 pieces of black bread mixed with bark and sawdust will make the slaves kneel down and call you daddy. Therefore, The food is enough for about 35 days. For magic props, go to the border city to buy them. Those bad officers will sell them at a discount. Just like the feudal army in ancient times. They would sell the weapons and equipment of the soldiers at any time. And then, they could get some empty salaries. Field originally wanted to go to the tavern to recruit some talents or mercenaries. But unfortunately, when they heard that they were going to the Night Territory, they refused without hesitation. That damn place is no different from sending us to our deaths. I advise you to flee directly to other countries. Even if you are a stubborn cockroach, you will have to live in fear there. The mercenary's advice echoed in his mind. Field rubbed his eyebrows and glanced at the beast-eared girl curled up in the carriage loaded with hay. Field was curious about what was so strange about this girl. After finding an inn, Field let everyone rest for a night. The next morning, he called the beast-eared girl. "What's your name? Did you have a good rest yesterday?" Field looked up and down at the slave worth 50 silver coins. Seeing her bewildered, he felt amused. "Ah, Ashina." After opening and closing her mouth for a long time, Ashina finally said her name with great effort. She hadn't spoken for a month. She had been waiting for her fate to come in fear. But she didn't expect that there would be a day when she could speak normally. After the maid carefully cleaned the beast-eared girl, she was completely different from before. The tangled and dry hair, after washing, became smooth and shiny, the long white hair, as pure as snowflakes, let down, matching the delicate facial features, looks quiet and elegant, the kind of mature beauty that Field likes. But the trembling wolf ears and tail clearly make people feel her uneasiness. After reporting her name, the green dot on Ashina's head disappeared, replaced by a simple panel. Name, Ashina level, unawakened promotion route, wolf cavalry chosen status, malnourished, almost collapsed, please replenish nutrition. Fuck. Field couldn't hold it in for a moment, and exclaimed. The green dots are actually the unawakened chosen ones. Field was stunned, and did not speak for a long time. Because the green dots can be marked on the map, then it will definitely not be marked only once. September 1st of every year is the country's awakening day. Every woman of childbearing age must be examined. Although the probability of awakening to be the chosen ones is very small, but considering their value, even if it consumes huge financial and material resources, it is worth it. Fidel paced back and forth excitedly, then waved his fists twice. His ability undoubtedly has great potential. This time, going to the Night Territory, maybe I can really gain a foothold. Seeing Field's strange behavior, she mistakenly thought that he had come up with a bad idea to torture her. She was so scared that her legs trembled, and her skirt was pinched and loosened. She didn't know what she was facing. In fact, after she was bought by Field, she thought about fighting back. Even if the slave contract backfired, she refused to die in humiliation, but bit her enemy's neck fiercely. But the maid pulled her, undressed her, bathed her, and rubbed every gap clean. Since she was born, she never thought that someone would help her take a bath. What's even more outrageous is that, even when it comes to clothes, the comfortable and soft fabric is as light as a feather. There are no biting fleas. And it won't scratch the skin. Maybe it's a sacrifice to the devil. Ashina thought wildly. When the critical moment comes, fight back. I must teach these evil humans a lesson. Don't be afraid. I'm not the kind of pervert who kills for fun. I bought you to expand my territory. Field lowered his voice, trying to make himself look gentler, leaning casually on the chair. His lazy movements seemed non-aggressive. By the way, does this dress fit you? This is a maid outfit modified from common maid clothes. The maid clothes in this world are conservative, only showing a part of the calf and hands. Just like nun clothes. Of course, not the kind of slit nun clothes for fun. Chapter 5. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Field added modern elements to the maid's outfit. The skirt was cut above the knee, and the sleeves were changed to short sleeves. Although there was no black or white silk, the most important thing was not there. But looking at the crystal round toes and the smooth white thighs, it was already pleasing to the eye. It fits well. Ashina couldn't stand the torture of speculation, and said with a joking tone, as if she saw through Field's purpose, "My lord, what do you want me to do?" The maid said that her job was to sleep with the man in front of them. But Ashina thought it was unlikely, because humans hated subhumans, and having animal ears and tails made them feel that this was human blood tainted by animals. Just like the devil hybrid born after plotting against goats. Of course, to help me expand my territory. I just said it. Field answered as a matter of course, seeing Ashina's disbelief. He had to cover his forehead and said helplessly, "Let's eat first. And we can talk while we eat." Hearing about eating, Ashina calmed down immediately, and her stomach was burning with hunger. Field was in a difficult situation. Just in terms of behavior, being hated by his brothers and sisters was nothing. But the old Earl's health was getting worse day by day, and the huge amount of property in his hands was going to be distributed. Even if Field was not favored, but the law of the Holy Griffin Empire stipulated that, as long as the bloodline was direct, there was the right to distribute the property. It was equivalent to the enfeoffment order of another world, dividing large territories into small pieces, to prevent a lord from becoming too powerful. So, Field's brothers naturally hoped that Field would ascend to heaven on the spot, and they also hated and were hostile to each other. Soon after the dinner bell rang, 2 well-mannered maids came in with sauce steak and honey bread. "Ashina, you have." "Hey, where is she?" Field, who was choosing his words, suddenly found that Ashina was gone, and was immediately confused. "I'm here." Ashina sat on the ground in the corner in a duck-like posture. "What are you doing?" Field said in shock. Sitting. Waiting for dinner." "Sir, did I do something wrong?" Ashina became nervous again. Field strode forward, grabbed her hand, and led her to the table. "Sit on the chair. Eat now." Ashina only dared to sit on 1/3 of the stool. She stared at Field for a long time, making sure that the nobleman in front of her did not take out a whip or a meat whip. "You are not kidding. Can I eat this?" Ashina pointed to the fragrant steak. Field spread his hands, of course. The poor animal-eared girl saw that Field did not seem to be joking. So she carefully lowered her head and took a bite of the steak. The next moment, the smell of meat with spices and sauces bloomed in the mouth. The taste buds, which had not tasted meat for a long time, were dancing wildly. This was the most beautiful thing in the world. Forgetting everything else, Ashina quickly swallowed the steak on the plate and licked the soup clean. Then, Ashina finished 3 steaks and 5 white breads by herself. Finally, her stomach became as if she was pregnant, and she gave up eating. Field showed a kind smile like an old father. Eat, and work hard for me in the future." "I'm willing to die now." Ashina licked the soup from the corner of her mouth, and her 2 wolf ears stood up energetically. "That's not the case. I hope to train you to be the chosen one." Field crossed his fingers and leaned back in his chair. Of course, he would not be so honest as to reveal that Ashina was the chosen one who had not yet awakened, but used the word train. Then you might be disappointed. The probability of being the chosen one is very small, and I'm a subhuman, and I've never heard of a rumor of a human and a subhuman making a contract. Ashina answered weakly. "According to the book, the more prosperous the city, the more likely it is to have a chosen one. But even in Golden Eagle City, there have been only 3 chosen ones in the past 100 years. 2 of whom are children of nobles, and 1 is a clergyman. Even fewer subhumans become chosen ones, because they do not have a strong country or a prosperous city, and it is difficult for them to even reach the poverty line." Field chuckled and said, "How do you know if you don't try? I believe I can train you to be a chosen one. If I fail to train you, I will most likely die in the cursed land. Okay, if there is meat to eat." Ashina licked her lips with satisfaction. The next 10 days were spent on the road. In order to supplement Ashina's nutrition, Field would buy a lot of meat and magic potion supplements every time he passed a city. Ashina soon realized that Field was not joking. In addition, Field bought fog lights worth 150 gold coins, purification potions, and awakening crystals. Field did his homework. These magic props are essential supplies for developing the night territory. Soon they arrived at the last fortress leading to the northern province. The Kashan Fortress of the Bull Baron, a stone castle built on the high mountains, could resist the corrupt creatures, monsters, and terrible orcs from the north. "May the goddess of winter bless me. Let me become the chosen one." Ashina hid in the creaking carriage, silently praying to the gods of the wolf sub-people. These days gave Ashina an illusion of dreaming. She could ride in a noble carriage, eat delicious steaks, and even have the care and service of maids, although they were not willing and often complained. But these days are like heaven. While thinking, Ashina touched her forehead to make sure that she didn't have a fever that damaged her brain. The only thing that made her hard to understand was that Field would buy precious potions for her to drink. She had never heard that the chosen one could be made by taking potions. Maybe it's an evil ritual, Ashina muttered, but even if it's really sacrificed to the devil, it seems worth it. Pa, What am I talking about? Oh, I really hope I'm the chosen one, otherwise Baron Field will be so angry that he will faint. Right? Ashina could only pray silently. The butler cow sighed in despair. Alas! I didn't expect that the last time I came to Cashin Fortress would be in this way. Field ignored his sighs. Sat on the horse, gently poked the butler's shoulder with the whip, and asked curiously, "Did you come to Cashin Fortress often before?" Cow rolled his eyes. "Yes. You always donate your living expenses to the villagers here, or send them to the Bull Baron's treasury, so that he and his soldiers can have food, drink and fun." Okay. Field's mouth twitched, forgetting that the original owner was a good person. He smiled awkwardly and shrugged his shoulders unnaturally. At least the Bull Baron will welcome us. Right? The locals will also praise us. It will be much more convenient to enter and exit Cashin Fortress in the future. Chapter 6 Corpse. The local residents were too enthusiastic. Since the original owner had done a good job in socializing, Field might be able to benefit from this in the future. Haha, Baron Bull and his son are famous. Sorry, I said too much. Cal quickly shut up. To make up stories about another noble in front of the nobles is like asking for death, even if the person in front of him is famous for cowardice. He was looking for trouble at the beginning, and caught the nobles having an affair, which caused him to lose his future, and was exiled to the north. Field wanted to ask more questions, but he noticed that on the small map in his mind, a red skull symbol suddenly appeared and moved quickly in his direction. Is there anyone coming to greet us? Although he said so, Field was not a fool. The skull symbol was definitely not a good thing. He quickly asked the butler to call Knight Connor. Haha. With all due respect, the Baron is just suspicious. Connor laughed after hearing the butler's slightly anxious words, showing disdain, and said sarcastically, "This is behind the wall of Cashin Fortress, the strongest link of the Empire's defense line. If there is danger here, I will eat all the horse manure pulled by the warhorse." In Connor's mind, Field had been labeled as the last struggle of a desperate man. "I tell you, Baron, going to Nightfall territory is supervised by the law and the family. You can't retreat temporarily. This is not in line with the quality of a noble." After listening to Connor's aggressive statement, the servant lost confidence and had to come back to report. Field just said "oh" and asked the slaves to slow down. Connor, who was riding a horse, was forced to walk in front of the team. Coward. How could the Earl give birth to such a cowardly thing? Connor sneered quietly. But soon, his face turned ugly. Because Field met the locals who welcomed them enthusiastically. Roar! A strange cry came. "Are they here?" Field chuckled. "It seems that today, someone's dinner is horse manure." Amidst the exclamations, Field passed the slaves blocking the road and saw a pair of gray eyes. Corpses dressed in peasant clothes, running wildly in his direction. And there were a dozen normal humans running in front of them. Even at a distance of 100 meters, the cold and foul air and stench still hit him in the face. These rotten corpses were the products of the northern province. What's going on? We haven't even reached the northern border yet. How could there be monsters? Cavalry Captain Connor spat and cursed his bad luck. He was about to complete his mission, but he encountered an accident. Get on the horse, knights. Prepare for battle. What was even more disgusting was that he had mocked Field before, which made him particularly annoyed. Connor raised his lance, reluctantly, but if he did not fulfill his obligations, he would have no chance to join the upper class in the future. 20 cavalrymen immediately lined up in a line, climbed up the high ground on the right, and then took advantage of the downhill acceleration to quickly charge towards the corpses. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Field also became nervous. He stared deeply at the rotting corpses with their teeth bared in claws, and shouted to the slaves behind him, "Connect the wooden wheelbarrows together. And brave men, pick up the farm tools and fight with me. I will reward you according to your performance." The slaves were unmoved, just hiding behind the caravan trembling, or praying for a miracle. Don't count on those rubbish. The butler's legs were shaking violently, as if there were small electric motors in them, so scared that he almost peed. He grabbed Field's robe and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, let's run for our lives, strategic retreat. There's no need to care about these mud-legged people, just buy them after they die." Field pushed the butler's hand away and frowned. "You are scared by such a little thing. It's better not to go to the northern province." "You think I want to?" "The Earl named me by name." Butler Cow wanted to die on the spot. His face was flushed. "Ah?" Are there any enemies? Ashina jumped off the carriage. After many days of recuperation, she was no longer pale and skinny. She grew flesh where it should grow, white and tender. If it weren't for the slave mark and maid costume, she would look like a noble lady. Sir, I will do my best to protect you. Ashina raised her little pink fist, trembling in front of Field, shivering like a kitten in the cold wind. Not really. Looking at Ashina's wolf ears, which turned into airplane ears because of nervousness, Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was still very relieved. This meat and bread, after all, were not eaten in vain. Unlike some hateful guys, who ate their own food and still hated them. Help! The peasants running in the front saw their savior, cried and rushed over, and gathered with the zombies. For glory! After reaching a certain distance, Connor's cavalry launched an attack. They shouted slogans, stretched out their 3-meter-long lances as far as they could, and went straight to the zombies. Puff! Puff! A series of teeth-grinding sounds came, and 7 or 8 zombies were directly picked up by the lances and fell to the ground like broken sacks. The purple dirty blood that turned into corruption sprayed out freely, soaking the ground into a sticky mess. This was just an appetizer. After the lance charge, the cavalry returned to their original positions, holding chain hammers or sabers, swinging them quickly on their horses, accompanied by flying blood flowers. The corpses fell down like wheat being cut. Some were knocked down by the horses, and then their chests were crushed by the iron hose. The scene was like a massacre. The corpses that were left behind crashed into the chariot formation organized by Field. The corpses' brains had become decorations. They had no idea about tactics, and even whipped and bit the wooden wheel carts. Oh my God! The slaves pushed each other, and were trapped in the convoy. They were so crowded that they couldn't escape. The housekeeper was not much better. The faucet was out of order, and his pants were soaked. Fuck. What a bunch of wimps. Although he was also scared, Field was not that exaggerated. It might be because he loved to read apocalyptic novels and zombie movies before traveling through time. I have to do it myself. Field did not even have a soldier under his command. Although the corpse was agile and not afraid of life and death, its stupid movements were not unsolvable. He had to do it himself. This body had learned some basic fighting skills. With a low chuckle, Field took advantage of the zombie's pushing of the cart and stabbed the zombie's neck with his sword. Then he pulled it to one side. The zombie's head drooped on his chest like a branch struck by lightning. Ugh! The stench of rot and fermented feces rushed into his nose without hesitation, almost irritating Field to the point of vomiting. But he felt a faint excitement in his heart. In his soul, Field had a warlike blood flowing in his veins. Chapter 7: Hitting a Wall. The strongest defense line of the Empire is actually empty. Killing a corpse isn't that hard. Field's confidence increased greatly, and he casually shook off the blood stains on his sword. Lord, be careful. Another corpse with half of its body took advantage of the gap to crawl over, and was about to bite Field's ankle. At the critical moment, Ashina picked up the dung fork on the wooden wheelbarrow, and stabbed it hard into the zombie's back, and nailed it to the ground. Huh? Good job. Field broke out in a cold sweat, stepped back a few steps, and his heart was pounding wildly, and he almost got the poison. Although the corpse poison can be cured by the clergy of the church, but the price is extremely high. Without 100 gold coins, don't think of curing it. After barely recovering from the severe palpitations, Field breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed Ashina's head, and thanked her for saving my life. I will reward you with a gold coin. Ashina! Ashina was so happy that her eyes became golden. She had never seen so much money since she was a child. Hey! Really? Actually, this is what I should do. The corpses are not like the zombies in horror movies. As long as you pierce their bodies with weapons, they will cause damage to the corpses. More corpses surged up, attacking the wall of wooden wheel carts with their fangs and claws. But the slaves behind the team are not strong to see the corpse, can't attack them across the wooden wheels. Not to mention their lord, and the girl who couldn't help but the wind dared to fight back. Many men have picked up the farm. The zombies outside the car countered. Filda is not ambiguous. Raised the sword and continued to kill the enemy. With the blood flowers splashing up, a large number of corpses fell under the agricultural tools and Field's sword. Wow! At the same time, hearing a scream. A cavalry under Connor, in the steps, the corpse dressed by a village woman held the cloak. Fiercely, the cavalry poured backwards. Crack. The cavalryman fell suddenly, and his head hit the ground, which immediately made the unlucky guy motionless. Connor was so angry that he cursed, "Fuck! Waste!" What made him even more angry was that Field was not scared to death, but calmly commanded the slaves, "Cut off the heads of each corpse, and then pile them together and burn them on the spot." Field made up for the knowledge of corruption along the way. These corrupted humans, their bodies are extremely harmful to the environment after death. If left alone, they will soon become a new source of pollution. Field frowned, hesitantly looking at the gray fog in the distance that connected the streets and the sky. It's not a good sign to encounter so many zombies before arriving at the night territory. Although the family disliked him and wanted to exile him, it was too cruel to drive him into the pile of corpses. "Thank you for your help, sir." The fleeing refugees knelt forward as if they had seen their father, then prostrated themselves in front of Field and kissed his boots. "May the god of war illuminate your future." Field accepted it calmly, glanced at the refugees who looked like beggars, and asked, "Where are you from? How can there be so many corpses? Shouldn't those corrupt creatures be blocked by the towering walls of Cashin Fortress?" "It's the death haze. The gray fog from the north has penetrated the walls of the fortress and enveloped our oak village. Because it was night, most people in the village were corrupted by the gray fog in their sleep and turned into corpses. Only we escaped." The villagers were terrified, as if they had recalled extremely terrifying memories, and they were shaking like sieves. Gray fog, also known as death haze, is said to be the root of corruption. It is mixed in the air, and when inhaled by animals and plants, it will quickly kill the host and transform them into corrupted monsters. Only those with Lord abilities, or the chosen ones, can be immune. In addition, you can buy the church's redemption lamps, which can dispel the gray fog. Of course, the price is expensive. Field spent 50 gold coins to buy 2 lamps, but it was for the sake of the nobles. Field listened to their stories quietly and frowned. "Where is your lord?" "As far as I know, every border fortress will have a chosen one in charge, and it is impossible for the gray fog to penetrate. The Baron and the chosen one will go to investigate the traces of the cult. Only the Baron's son is in the castle. Let's go meet the owner here." After everyone was organized, Field got on the horse. To reach Nightfall territory, you need to get the permission of the local Baron. After arriving at Cashin Fortress, Field was shocked by the towering fortress. The continuous stone walls and prototype towers, together with the mountains, form a solid and towering defense system. On the walls where horses can ride, there are crossbows, catapults and oil pots everywhere. With such armaments, even if a 100,000-man army besieged, there was nothing they could do except to get their heads broken and bleed. The griffin flags fluttering everywhere, telling the majesty of the old empire. But the biggest problem is, where are the people? Field was dumbfounded. There was no one on the entire outer wall. Looking around, it was bare. Connor was also very scared. His face was pale. Could it be that the orcs attacked by surprise? If the orcs broke through the Cashin Fortress, the whole province would fall in an instant. It shouldn't be, otherwise it wouldn't be so quiet. Fortunately, after advancing a distance, Field saw the torches burning on the inner city of the fortress. "Don't get close, who are you?" Someone shouted on the wall. Under the reflection of the torches, there were crowds of people, and it was clear that there were sufficient troops in the castle. Why did they suddenly abandon the outer military stronghold? Field had a question. "I am Baron Field of the Ross family. I am going to the Night Territory to take office. Please open the gate of Cashin Fortress and let us out." The officer who shouted seemed very embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and called a young man, who was the son of Baron Bull. "No, my father is not back. No one can trick the castle door open. Leave here, or I will shoot you." Listening to the resolute response on the wall, Field's mouth twitched, guessing that the young man was scared by the rotten corpse, and immediately shouted, "It's me, Field. I donated money here. Remember? I am not your enemy. Isn't it just a few stinky dollars? The whole empire has to send money to the border. Who the hell do you think you are? You deserve me to remember you. You stinky outsider. You are embarrassing yourself. Oh my God. There are not many good people among the nobles." Field's teeth were almost broken. The original owner's last good deed ended up in vain. If Field had not had soldiers, he would have wanted to attack the city immediately. But he still said patiently, "I rescued these villagers halfway. You?" Field hadn't finished speaking, and heard abuse. "Damn it. Do you think there is too much food in my castle? Who asked you to save those stupid things? You nosy guy. If you dare to bring them closer, I will shoot you immediately." Chapter 8. Okay. Okay. I'm not a human being anymore. Field was dumbfounded. What kind of person is this? Fuck. Field was very upset. Butler Cow shrank his neck. He was hesitant to speak at the beginning. This is what he wanted to say. Baron Bull and his son are not good people. Wait. You are the Baron of Night Territory. That's great. Finally someone will serve as a buffer for my fortress. I hope you can live 2 more days. But when you are chased by the zombies, don't bother me. I won't open the door for you. The man on the city wall, after listening to the consultant's reminder, thought of Field. But unfortunately, he only thought of using Field as a strategic buffer for the Cashin fortress. The butler could not hold back any longer, and came up to whisper, Richard Bull, the only son of Baron Bull, is known as a coward. Let's not communicate with him. That's right. There's no need to argue with a fool. Field's veins popped out, and he slowly retreated. You all play like this, right? I won't be polite either. Open the gate to Night Territory yourself. It's safe there. Richard retreated back into the castle after saying that. Get out of my sight now, you stinky outsider. The consultant on the side wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Richard, Master, to deceive them like this, isn't it? Shut up. After retreating a certain distance, Field asked everyone to wait for a while. Now I know why the corpses are here. Field's mouth twitched, and he straightened the long sword at his waist. Fortunately, the orcs were also blocked by the gray fog, and the peace treaty would have bound them. Otherwise, the defense line that the Empire is most proud of would have become a joke. Then, sir, we won't bother you anymore. The villagers gathered around, awkwardly pushing each other. They didn't want to get into trouble. Baron Field looked very angry, but he didn't dare to run away in the end. He pushed someone to say goodbye. We're leaving. Thank you for your help. Field was angry. Although he was born in modern society, it didn't mean that he could be manipulated by others. He lowered his eyes, like a wolf that wanted to eat people. He said in a cold voice, Did I allow you to leave? Your lord abandoned you. Now you are ownerless. So I took you in. It was just the right time to supplement the labor force for free. Ah? No. No. Sir, please let us go, we are free people. The villagers were very reluctant. From what Richard had just said, Field was going to Night Territory, which was a cursed place full of death, and if you went there, you would die. I can let you go, 5 gold coins as ransom, I say to you, this is what I deserve. Field drew out his sword without hesitation. Either follow me to Night Territory, or give me money, or I will chop you into pieces, and feed you to the dogs. Did you hear me? Huh, it seems that he is indeed a noble. Ashina, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief. She was very uncomfortable with Field's gentleness and kindness these days, and she always had the illusion that she was living in a dream. Now that she saw Field acting like a noble, she felt comfortable. Like Ashina, these villagers were tickled to their heart's content. After being threatened, they became obedient. They knelt down and wanted to go to the knight's head. They would die if they went, and they would die if they didn't go. They might as well try their luck. You cheap bastard. Field retracted his sword, helplessly covered his face, and sighed in his heart. Fists are always more convincing than mouths. My lord, don't give up. Ashina saw that Field was unhappy, and came up carefully to comfort her. Field glanced at her, and was stunned. Until he saw Ashina looking scared, Field reacted and said with a smile, I'm fine, I was distracted just now. Continue to move forward. When Field approached the fortress gate, he was startled by the large skull logo on the small map. Is this what Richard said, the city gate is safe? This damn idiot took the money but didn't do the job, and even wanted to use the corpses to trick me. If I rashly enter the fortress gate, I'm very likely to be caught off guard by the corpses hiding inside. Field was unhappy, but he soon thought of something, and kept rubbing his chin with his fingers. Since the Bull Baron's stupid son is defending the inner city, and abandoning the external strongholds, does that mean I can make a lot of money? No one will see it anyway. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Field is not a saint. What about propriety, righteousness, and honor? There is no need to treat these bastards well. We should just rob them of their money, food, and women. Field shook his cape. Cal, do you still remember those who dared to take up weapons and fight back against the corpses? Gather them all, and if there are less than 30 people, use the strong ones. Although Cal was timid, he was quite efficient. Soon, 30 slaves of different races were gathered. Before that, Some of them were supposed to eat horse manure, and they were in the way. Field glanced at Connor, who was looking unhappy in the distance. Brave knight Connor. Although this is not my fiefdom. As a nobleman with martial virtue, I want to help the farmers here and kill the whites. Do you want to join me? Field found a ridiculous excuse. Are you sick? Connor was dumbfounded. One of his men died while killing the whites. He was still upset about the pension. And now he heard that the stupid baron was going to help others quell the corruption. He couldn't believe his ears. No. I have sent you to the border of night territory. Now it is only one door away. I have to report back to the Earl. Connor resolutely refused. As he spoke, he could not help laughing and burst into laughter. I'm sorry, but I think that it is better to take pigs with you than to attack the zombies with this mob. At least the zombies can eat their fill. Field's face was full of regret. Well, I thought you could come and share the glory. Don't forget the laws of the Empire and the family doctrines. Arrive on time. After leaving a warning, Connor led the cavalry and galloped away. Field didn't even have time to remind him that he hadn't eaten the horse manure yet. Are we really going to provoke the corpses? Asked the butler cow tremblingly. Field did not expect the butler to kill the enemy. He waved his hand and said, just stay here and take care of the slaves. Don't let them run away. If they want to escape, just burn them to ashes with the slave contract. This was said loudly, and the slaves were terrified. Cal was as if he had been pardoned. After forcing the slaves to equip themselves with sickles, dung forks, and woodcutters' axes, Field took Ashina away with him. After walking for 10 minutes, Field went around to an uninhabited forest. After carefully confirming that there was no one around through the small map carried by the Lord's ability, he took out a beautiful crystal ball from the package on the right side of the warhorse. Ashina's panel had changed. He was distracted just now to make sure that he was not dazzled. Chapter 9 Winter. The Goddess's Gift. She went from malnutrition to subhealth, but her unawakened state became waiting to be awakened, which means that, as long as the awakening crystal is used as a catalyst, Field can immediately get a chosen one. My lord, what's the matter? Ashina nervously pulled her hands. Ashina ate steaks for 10 days, and now she has a very good attitude towards Field. When she was not captured, her life was miserable, and she had to look for wild grass to eat every day. Now I have met such a strange noble. But I have a good life every day. Maybe this is the life of a wolf. There are surprises everywhere. What is this? Awakening crystal. A treasure that cost me 60 gold coins. Field felt pain. He only had 500 gold coins in total. Every year on the awakening day, the Empire uses this thing to find the chosen one. An awakening crystal can test nearly 1,000 people. Ah? Do you really think I am the chosen one? Ashina was dumbfounded. That? Let's not joke. Close your eyes. Feel it with your heart. I have received instructions from God. You don't have to worry. Field made up a story, and then put the crystal ball in front of Ashina. Ashina didn't think she was chosen by God, but she didn't want to disappoint Field. After spending these days together, she felt that Field was a very different nobleman. At least he was very good to her. The moment her hands touched the crystal ball, countless blue stars burst out and gathered into an elegant and cold goddess. The winter goddess who controls ice and snow. The subhuman slaves present immediately recognized it. This was their belief. Oh my God! Ashina is actually the chosen one of the winter goddess. Plop! Plop! The slaves immediately knelt down, trembling with excitement, and wished they could offer their hearts. Field also saw this kind of scene for the first time. He was so excited that he was sweating all over. This was a true miracle. The blue starlight gathered into a strange rune. Ashina subconsciously touched it with her hand. The light gradually converged and finally engraved on the back of Ashina's hand. At the same time, Ashina's body also changed. She became taller, with full and perfect legs, which were impeccable. The woman with a complexion as white as frost and snow had a cold look. Her scarlet eyes exuded a cold breath. Her facial features were more well-proportioned than before, and her appearance improved by 30%. Strong, contemptuous, charming. Seductive and charming. I actually became the chosen one, sir. How did you do it? Ashina's mouth opened wide, with an expression of disbelief. She was full of awe for Field at this moment. You know, the appearance of the chosen one could not be predicted at all. Even the Empress of the Holy Griffin Empire, her daughter, was just an ordinary person. The other slaves couldn't believe it either. Obviously they were all slaves. How could they become the chosen one after being trained by the Lord for a few days? They also knew how Asina had been treated these days, and they thought Field was training a toy, but they didn't expect that he really created the Chosen One. The Chosen One is God's will. The slaves guessed that Field was a man favored by God. They immediately began to worship Field. No big deal. Field waved his hands arrogantly, pretending to be low-key. Then he strode to the crowd. Now, who else is worried about our trip to the north? And resisting my development plan? Everyone looked at each other. Who dared? Believe me, as long as you do your job well and complete my task, I will not only give you freedom, but also let you live a life without worries about food and clothing. Field announced loudly. Please let me sign a contract with you. Ashina took the initiative to bring up that Field had said before that he would let her become the Chosen One, so as to open up the night territory. Of course, this is destined. Field pretended to be a charlatan. It was very simple to conclude a contract. Ashina activated the power in the rune mark, formed a link with Field, and the contract would take effect. After concluding the Chosen One contract, Field took out the slave contract. Although the slave mark had long been washed away by the Chosen One's purification ability, Field still went through the formalities, tore up the slave contract in public, and announced that Ashina had become a free citizen of the Night Territory. Asina smiled, raised her hand, and transformed into a giant black dragon wolf, leaping out of the void ferociously, with jagged scales all over its body, flashing cold light, which scared everyone. What is this? Field was a little confused. Dragon wolf. Well, it should be the mount given by the goddess. Asina fixed her hair, and her every move was full of style. In addition, I have mastered many combat skills. After becoming the Chosen One, you may get strange treasures. Even if the Chosen One dies in battle, the treasures can be preserved. The Ross family has a 6th level artifact lance, which comes from the blood rose who died in battle. The family's surname Ross also comes from this. Open Ashina's panel. Name, Ashina level, 1st level God's Choice occupation, Wolf Cavalry Divine skill, Extreme Cold Killing Spear Legion skill, Roaring Assault increases the impact of her cavalry by 100%. Ashina's combat power sword, her dragon mount alone, can fight against the 3rd level fighting knight. With the military force, Field immediately became bolder. What stepmother, brother, etc. are shit. Sooner or later, they will be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Field smiled. Now, let's go to the barracks and the arsenal to observe. Near the city wall, Field could see scattered skull patterns marked on the map, and these icons were still moving. There are some corrupt monsters here. Field drew his sword. Helping the local lords eliminate corruption and pollution is the duty of every imperial noble. He lit the fog lamp purchased from the church, and the sacred light immediately dispelled a large area of gray fog. There was no need to worry about the slaves being poisoned by the death fog. I feel the power of the Chosen One. Ashina pointed at the golden lamp in Field's hand. Field blinked, no doubt. It's a pity that I don't know how the church made it. This is a pure profiteering industry. A lamp costs 25 gold coins, and can only be used for 30 days. After entering the pass, Field did not let the mob act at will, but moved forward in a group. They were just slaves who were forcibly brought here. They had not received any military training. It was best for them to stick together. Asina gently pushed open the door of the barracks, and saw 2 rotting corpses of soldiers wearing armor. However, they did not hold any weapons. They were probably infected by the gray fog before they could get their weapons. Kill them, Field said angrily. He was attracted by the dense armor on the corpses. It's better not to damage the armor. Understood. Asina kicked the wooden door open and rushed in 2 steps. After becoming the Chosen One, not only will your physical fitness be greatly improved, but you will also be proficient in specialized combat skills. Chapter 10 Survivors, let me communicate with you with blood and iron. The loud noise of the wooden door being kicked open resonated far in the gray fog, immediately broke the silence of the city wall, and the surrounding corpses let out strange wails. Seeing the skull symbols gathering quickly on the small map, and the faint roars in his ears, Field still sweated unconsciously. The corpse in the house had not yet had time to attack. Ashina held a long knife, and swung the knife at its neck. Blood arrows shot on the wall, and the whole house was filled with a dark purple blood light. Another corpse immediately rushed over. His entire cheek was torn, and it stretched all the way to the roots of his ears. If he was bitten by this thing, he would definitely lose a large piece of meat. However, Ashina just dodged it lightly, and at the same time turned the long knife. With the blessing of the terrifying power, half of the corpse's head disappeared, and dirty blood gushed out from the gap, and soon a pool of blood gathered. Roar! Hearing the sound of fighting, a group of corrupt soldiers suddenly rushed out of the passage, rolling their disgusting white eyes, and rushing out of the passage. The slaves waved farm tools in their hands. But no one dared to step forward. The monsters were scary enough. And they were wearing heavy armor. Fuck. How many people are infected? Field cursed. Fire! Ashina released the dragon wolf. And its huge body almost blocked the entire passage. The magic energy gathered quickly. Like a galaxy rushing in. The dragon wolf opened its mouth and spewed out a large ball of blue flames. The corpses in the passage were immediately engulfed by the flames. And only a few struggling and twisted outlines could be seen. What a terrible power. The slaves were still struggling to decide whether to flee or fight. But they didn't expect that the battle that broke out suddenly would end in the blink of an eye. A few people only saw the figure being swallowed. And the rest could only stare at the ashes on the ground. Is this the power of the Chosen One? Unfortunately, the spoils were also burned. Field swelled up. It was time to be bolder. Everyone tried to make a noise, attract the nearby rotten corpses, and destroy them. After hearing Field's words, the slaves cooperated and knocked and smashed, allowing Ashina and her dragon blood wolf to destroy the gathered corpses. Soon, Field killed all the monsters near the barracks, which gave Field a further understanding of the Chosen One. Now, find something valuable. Field's true intentions were exposed, and he showed a greedy smile, especially weapons and gold coins. As soon as the slaves were dispersed, a slave ran over excitedly and shouted excitedly, "My lord, we found survivors." Ah! Field did not look happy, but looked around with a complicated look. Ashina, take back your wolf. Now is not the time to reveal your strength, without enough time to develop. Revealing that he has the Chosen One is just courting death. His stepmother will definitely send someone to assassinate him, and then let Ashina change her master. Exposing him to the slaves is not a big deal. They have always been under his nose, and he can send them all to hell with just a thought. Field thought, the survivors may know where the important supplies are. The survivors hid in a bunker on the city wall, because the gate was splashed with purification potion. They could barely resist the gray fog for a while. Hearing the voices of living people, he dared to open the door. Thanks, Valkyrie. I thought we would stay for a week, and then we would have to eat each other's excrement to survive. The bearded officer made a disgusting joke, and smiled at Field after tidying up his clothes. Let me guess. You are a new knight? I will definitely report your achievements to Baron Bull. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. Field tilted his head, wanting to see what was in the bunker, but was blocked by 2 soldiers. The 10 soldiers under the bearded officer were all inside the bunker. Where are your followers? The officer glanced at Field's slave soldiers. These guys holding farm tools. He didn't care at all. Field shrugged. I'm not a knight. I'm Baron Field. Oh, Baron Field. The guy who doesn't even have a guard. When you sent people to donate money before, they mentioned your name. The bearded man looked more and more strange. After his face changed several times, he made a look at his men and said with a smile, Baron, I've heard that you are kind-hearted. I wonder if you can do us a favor. The tone of his voice was wrong. The original owner was indeed very kind. Field raised his eyebrows and pretended to be stupid, saying, Tell me about it. We drank too much and forgot to turn on the fog lights, which allowed the gray fog to flow into the barracks, and thus lost control of the barracks. This is a big trouble. The Bull Baron is extremely cruel, and we will definitely be executed. Can I listen to this for free? So, Field showed a playful expression. You want to surrender to me? Ha ha ha. The soldiers laughed and clenched their weapons. We are going to run away, but we need all the savings of a noble. In addition, if we kill you, no one will know our existence in a short time. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Field was very angry. Although his original plan was to recruit survivors and find supplies. If they didn't cooperate, he didn't mind killing all the survivors. But it was still annoying to be provoked by them. The bearded man didn't care. If we didn't have fog lights, we would have been killed long ago. You are nothing. Field chuckled. What are you laughing at? The bearded man raised his saber, and seeing Field's calm face, he was immediately confused. Actually, I wanted to plunder here, and now is the perfect time. If I kill you all, there will be no witnesses. Ashina, do it. The soldier next to the bearded man immediately jumped up. grabbed the short knife in his hand and stabbed him. In a flash, a dark blue figure flashed past, and the soldier's arm was like a grasshopper's leg being pulled, and was pulled away without any resistance. Dang! The air seemed to freeze, until the dagger fell to the ground, and the soldier fell to the ground in horror, holding his broken arm that was bleeding like a fountain, and howling miserably. My arm! My arm! The dark blue giant wolf blocked the entire passage, and its body covered with armor plates was as daunting as a tank. Monster! The soldiers were scared to death by the sudden monster. What the hell? Didn't they say that Baron Field had no foundation and was a complete waste? The bearded officer was dumbfounded. He wanted to arrest the rumormonger and skin him alive. Ashina, make them all crippled. Field licked his lips. The original owner was a good man, but what did it have to do with him? Slaves, I'll give you a chance to test your courage. 1 silver coin for killing 1 person. Chapter 11. Meanness is the passport of the nobility. This world is full of blood and meanness. People who are too nice can easily die suddenly, especially as a noble. Field no longer has the patience and kindness to communicate with the bastards in this world. Let the iron and blood speak. Meanness is the passport of the nobility. Facts have proved that it is much easier for humans to attack their own kind than to deal with corpses. At least their own kind do not look scary. A human slave howled, flew over, held down the soldier with a broken arm, and used the sickle in his hand to dig into his neck fiercely. With a fierce pull, he directly tore off his head. The soldier's terrified expression was still frozen on his face. Well done. It's yours. Field's mouth curved up. He took out a silver coin from his pocket and threw it to him. I allow slaves to own their own property. And the more they work, the more they get. The eyes of the slaves around were red. 1 silver coin was not a small amount. It could buy 100 pieces of black bread and extend their lives for 100 days. In an instant, they were aroused by the money, and because Ashina's giant wolf led the charge. The slaves were fearless, holding their weapons tightly and charging forward together. What an easy massacre. In front of the chosen one, the small number of fully armored infantrymen was nothing but a joke. The heavily armored soldiers were flattened by the wolf's claws. Blood flowed from the bodies that were flattened into 2-dimensional shapes and gathered into a river. Ignoring the pleas for mercy, after quickly dealing with the rebellious defenders, Field tiptoed to avoid getting contaminated by the broken limbs on the ground, and carefully entered the bunker. This is the armory. When Field saw the armory of the fortress, he could no longer hide his surprise. What caught my eyes was a mountain of armor piled up like a small mountain, emitting the aroma of tung oil after maintenance, tidily bundled. Next to the shelf were standard halberds, steel knives, and ironclad shields. Bows and crossbows were hung on the wall. Barrels of feather arrows covered various functions. It could easily arm 500 people to the teeth, and the armor rate could reach 100%. A baron could not afford so many armaments, all of which were shipped from all over the empire. Every year, the major lords needed to draw out a portion of materials and gold coins to support the construction of the border and prevent the invasion of corrupted monsters and orcs. The Kashan Fortress, as an outpost fortress alone, has so many supplies. I dare not imagine how rich the several giant fortresses behind it are. Have we made a fortune? Ashina took down a horsebow and couldn't let it go. We made a small fortune. But this is just the beginning. Field was actually very happy. He waved his hand and said, "Why are you still standing there? Arm yourself first." Okay. Hearing that they could be equipped with expensive protective gear, everyone immediately went up to untie the ropes and put on sets of armor. These slaves felt the power of armor for the first time. It was heavy, but they felt safe. The only flaw was that the slaves were too thin and staggered after putting on the armor. Hee. I'll make you disgust me. Richard. Field rubbed his hands and called the first slave to take action. What's your name? My lord. My name is Bobcat. Bobcat seemed very nervous. In the era when knowledge was monopolized, the names of the lower class were generally very casual. Of course, it was impossible not to be casual. If you bumped into the noble lord, the guillotine and horse hoof would not joke with you. I have a task for you. Let's practice it twice. Field called Lynx to his side and spoke mysteriously and gestured. Since he had already embezzled the weapons and equipment of the Bull Baron, he didn't care if he went a little further. After letting Lynx lead the 20 people away, Field thought about the weapons and equipment in front of him. Take them all away. You must take them all away. Otherwise you will feel uncomfortable. Field paced back and forth for a few steps. Ashina, let Cal bring everyone here, and send the equipment down from the city wall. We will pick them up after we pass the pass. They are already the equipment of the Night Territory. Not enough. Field was not satisfied with weapons and equipment alone. Going to the Night Territory was a gamble, and he had to go all out. Kashan Fortress is supplied by nobles from all over the country, but the villages under its jurisdiction will not pay less taxes. There are 6 large villages in total, responsible for providing supplies to the fortress, because the land is fertile. Cattle, sheep, wheat and taxes are continuously supplied to the Baron's castle every year. There are continuous hills and valleys. A team of well-equipped soldiers, carrying the family flag of the Bull Baron, pass through dead vines and weeds, as well as broken walls. Nyoji village is famous for its 2 towering watchtowers. In fact, they are only 4 meters high, including the roof, but they are still the pride of the village. These 2 seemingly crude watchtowers, as long as hunters stand on them, can rely on the outer wooden walls and militia to resist the attacks of bandits. Just last night, they shot and killed 3 rotten corpses, which were said to have leaked in from outside the wall. Oh my god! Even monsters appeared in the fortress, which reminded the old people of the terrible orcs. 3 or 4 villagers in linen clothes, holding dung forks and vegetable soup, sat at the entrance of the village and chatted, discussing how many rounds the widow of the East village could survive against the green-skinned orcs, and laughed wildly from time to time. It's your soldiers! The villagers recognized the flag, but they didn't know why the soldiers came, and they were all confused. Soon, the slave guards led by the mountain cat appeared in sight. Open the door quickly. The mountain cat cursed, and the soldiers beside him cooperated by slamming their halberds on the ground, and the infantry armor made a crisp sound. The mountain cat imitated the nobles, and shouted arrogantly, "Do you want us to stay outside and stare at the northwest wind? Damn idiots." The villagers reacted suddenly, and hurriedly raised their butts to welcome everyone in. "Sir, is it about the corpses? Our village resisted the attack of the corpses. Thank the gods. Of course, we also have to thank the Baron. We will offer our young daughter to ensure that the Baron is satisfied." The village chief smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum and took the initiative to greet him. But when he saw the mountain cat, he was obviously stunned for a moment. "Sir, I don't think I have seen you before." The mountain cat was nervous, but he thought of Field's instructions. If he encountered a difficult question, he could just curse. "Fuck your mother. You snake's lackey. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The mountain cat drew his sword directly. "I am here to collect taxes, not to recognize my relatives. You know? I don't care if you have seen me or not." The village chief was spitted all over his face, and was frightened by the mountain cat's sword and almost rolled to the ground. "It should be done. Sir, it's my fault. Agricultural tax, population tax, family tax, faith tax, land tax, exemption tax, breathing tax, and what else? You know, we are the taxes that the bulls often pay. There are many types of taxes in the Middle Ages, and there is always one suitable for peasant babies." Chapter 12, Collecting Taxes. But the tax is collected from other people's villages. But it's not time to collect taxes yet. "Sir," some farmers cried miserably. The mountain cat said expressionlessly, "Because of the invasion of corpses, it is very difficult to protect you. We need more supplies. If you have any objections, we can help you go to hell." Field gave him the task of collecting taxes. It doesn't matter if he is found out. Just rob directly. Anyway, they are not from our Night Lord. Who knows who? Of course, collecting taxes is the safest. After all, the slaves are weak in combat, and if they conflict with the militia, accidents are likely to occur. Pay the full amount of tax." The village chief gritted his teeth and immediately asked everyone to lead out the livestock and hand over the grain. At the same time, he showed a flattering expression. "I will offer the girl that the Baron wants." "The girl?" The mountain cat frowned. Baron Field had never mentioned this situation. It was obviously what Baron Bull wanted. The slave guard on the side was about to refuse, but was immediately stopped by the mountain cat. If he refused, wouldn't he be exposed? Okay, take them all back. Soon, Nyoji village was boiling, like boiling water poured into an ant nest. 2 cows, for sheep, some chickens and ducks, 5 carts of grain, 7 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 50 copper coins, The whole village seemed to have been slashed by a bone scraper. There were cries and pleas everywhere. The wealth accumulated for a year. Most of it disappeared overnight. The nobles are so scary. Yin Mao secretly smacked his lips. He also had no money to pay taxes, so he had to become a slave. As for whether the villagers evaded taxes, it didn't matter. It was a good thing anyway. Oh my god. So many livestock? Field was still directing the slaves to carry weapons and magic props. In another bunker, he found the fog lights that the bearded officer had been dreaming about. There were 3 of them, and a large number of magic potions, most of which were for healing wounds. The total value was inestimable, but it would not be less than 200 gold coins. With so much harvest, Field exclaimed when he saw the tax brought back by the mountain cat. Field himself did not expect that a small village could have so much tax. The tax rate must be frighteningly high. The mountain cat just looted a village, and 20 people couldn't take it. There were even cattle and sheep. It seemed that he was in the cursed land, and he wouldn't have to worry about not having meat to eat in the short term. The only thing that made Field feel uncomfortable was that he actually looted a village. Don't be a saint and survive. Field knocked his head. China's advanced moral concepts didn't work in the Middle Ages where the strong preyed on the weak. I was almost dying. Why did I care so much? Only by surviving can I achieve something. Besides, Night Territory is located in front of Bull Territory and has become a buffer zone. These supports are what they deserve. Feeding their own people is the first priority. Very good. Everyone can get a silver coin. Field encouraged Bobcat with a smile, and decisively shared the generosity of others. As long as you collect a gold coin and give it to me, I will give you freedom, and you will become free people of Night Territory. The slaves cheered like a tsunami, and they truly felt hope. Sir, let's go collect taxes from other villages. After receiving Field's incentive money, Bobcat's enthusiasm suddenly rose. His eyes sparkled, and he decisively stood on Field's side, throwing all his previous sympathy into the trash can. The villagers of Bull Territory were plundered. Why should we, the people of Night Territory, sympathize? Field waved his fist and said, of course. Blast their gold coins hard. Try to collect them tomorrow morning. We are a little pressed for time. Go ahead. Continue to pretend to be the guards of Bull Territory to collect taxes. I will reward you. But you have to be quick. Other cities in the Empire are not cowards like Richard. They will soon notice the crisis of Bull Territory, and then send a large army to eliminate corruption. You can't let them catch you. Sir, there is also this little girl. The mountain cat brought a little girl in a plain robe, about 12 years old. Do I look like a weird uncle? He actually kidnapped a little girl for me. Field's brain crashed for a second, and he wanted to curse. But seeing the mountain cat's timid expression, he immediately suppressed his anger and asked, what's the situation? Why did you bring a child back? It was presented by the villagers to the Bull Baron. I guess it's not a good thing. I don't want to cause trouble, but in order to avoid suspicion from the villagers, I brought her back secretly. Please punish me. Sir, no punishment. You are very smart. Mountain Cat. The guard will be led by you from now on. Field was glad that he had enough patience. The little girl was nothing special. She was just pretty. Field asked a few questions and took her in. She already knew Field's background, so it was impossible to let her go. And if she did, the little girl would probably not have a good life. The next morning, the gentle sunshine fell, and Ashina listened to the calls of the chickens, ducks and cows outside. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she yawned lazily. The fatigue from yesterday's battle disappeared, and Ashina felt that she was sleeping very soundly. The cushion under her body was soft, and there was a faint fragrance of gardenia, which was not something that could be experienced in a damp and cold iron cage. Ah! Fortunately, the Lord chose me to be the chosen one. Lord Field is really a great person. The two slender legs rubbed against each other, making a tempting swish sound. She really wanted to sleep for another hour. But Ashina still got up quickly, because Field said that he would enter the gray fog this morning. How did you sleep last night? When Field saw this mature lady running towards him, Tour bumped around mischievously, almost unable to hold back. No need to run so fast, I'm still planning the route of action. I rested well. You are busy, Lord. Ashina nodded as if she understood, and stood aside and waited obediently. The northern province is very large, including the Night Territory, which originally had rich cities and villages, but now has been corrupted and filled with monsters. The core area of the Night Territory is a once prosperous manor, which belongs to a female baron, Sophia Starry Night, and her Starry Night city is within the sight of the manor. With my current strength, it is completely unrealistic to build my own castle out of thin air. The best way is to take over the big manor, and then use the big manor as a support to slowly recover Starry Night City. The map in Field's hand is still the version from 7 years ago. At that time, many pioneering knights, dreaming of recovering the northern provinces, took slaves and retainers with them, and went to explore with great ambition. As a result, only a few escaped back, and those who stayed in the north forever, undoubtedly all became monsters. Maybe it's a boss or something. It really causes me trouble, Field silently complained. So, the strategic plan is beautiful, but the risks involved are absolutely terrifying. Chapter 13 in the Haze. Sir, all the goods have been packed. Last night's support materials, including 7 cows, 20 sheep, a packhorse, and other miscellaneous things, are all recorded in your account book and packed. Butler Kareem was wearing a decent cloth shirt, but his expression was very depressed. No one would be happy to enter the north. They stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. Except for the gray fog connected to the sky, there was only gray fog. It's not that he didn't think about escaping, but Field didn't give him any chance. Slave soldiers like Sean Mao, corrupted by money, have completely become Field's loyal followers. Cam can guarantee that as soon as he runs, he will be killed by those damn lackeys. And then Field will reward them with a silver coin. Damn lackeys. Corrupting their souls for money. Even giving up their lives. The housekeeper cursed in his heart. Slaves are like this. As long as you give them a little hope and preferential treatment, they dare to sacrifice their lives. By the way, my lord. Cal hesitated again and again, glanced at Ashina several times, and couldn't help asking, that slave, I'm sorry, I mean Miss Ashina, is really the chosen one. You are not lying to us, right? Can you show us a miracle? In order to encourage people, Field gathered everyone last night and announced the news of the chosen one. Do I need to prove anything to you? How about you come and explore? And I'll be your butler? I just don't know if you can survive the siege of the Empire. Field stopped Ashina from summoning the giant wolf, snorted coldly, frowning and staring at the butler. This unfaithful butler was saying discouraging words the whole time. If he wasn't the only one who could read and write, Field would have wanted to make him a groom. It's time to give him a beating. Cal felt the pressure, and cold sweat immediately slid down his forehead, said and didn't dare to speak. His master is completely different from before. Maybe the family put too much pressure on him. It should be so, after all. He didn't want to enter the cursed land, and the pampered noble certainly didn't want to. Cal's mind was in a mess. No objection, then let's go. Field lit the fog lights. The price of one light was 25 gold coins. Every minute of burning was throwing money into the fire. Gritting his teeth, Field stepped into the northern province, and all the sound or breath of living things around him suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was only a terrifying silence. Looking up, Field saw the gray fog of death surrounding him. It was eerie and silent, and he couldn't even see the sun. If he stayed there for too long, he would have the illusion of being in the deep sea. Even Field felt nervous and scared. Not to mention the slaves. If they hadn't been corrupted by leaving the fog lights, and Field had announced the news of the chosen one to everyone, they would have probably lost their minds by now, crashed into the gray fog, and then been corrupted into monsters. The ground was covered with red and black squirming tentacles. These were corrupted plants, with no offensive power, but they would wrap around wheels. It really looks like Silent Hill. Field forced himself to stay calm, walking in front of the team, letting them see him, leading them forward, and giving them courage. After all, the nobles who cherished their lives were all there. What reason did they have to run away? Gagaga. Roar. All kinds of weird cries kept coming out of the gray fog. The fog lights illuminated the distance of more than 100 steps ahead, and the roar came from farther away, and everyone had no sense of security at all. There were ruins everywhere, and shriveled heads with corroded iron spears on the ground. Field even saw the faded griffin flag. The Empire had sent many pioneering corps, but unfortunately they all died, and became locals well. Gurgle. Field swallowed. My lord, get behind me. Ashina's scarlet eyes looked to the right front vigilantly. A monster is approaching. Soon, a rotten corpse with half its face missing, stumbled into Field's sight. Swoosh. Ashina drew her bow and shot an arrow. A silver streak of light streaked across the sky. The head of the rotten corpse exploded like a watermelon, and the corpse rolled twice on the ground and stopped moving. Be careful. More monsters are coming. On Field's small map, a large area of skulls appeared. Since he had been discovered, Field did not bother to lower his voice. As before, surround the wooden wheelbarrows into a wall, and the crossbowmen shoot arrows. In Cashin Fortress, Field obtained 80 crossbows, 100 Imperial Standard bows, but unfortunately only 2 or 3 of the slaves could shoot arrows. Fortunately, the crossbows were very useful, so he armed 20 crossbowmen. The strange cries became more and more rampant, accompanied by the sound of dense footsteps, and the dark mass of corpses crowded in, exposing them to everyone's sight. Field had the help of a small map, and knew the location of the nearby monsters, but the density was too high, and they were still forced to engage the enemy. Damn it. Shoot. Field didn't need to say more, and the slaves had already shot the trembling crossbows. Swoosh, the rotten corpses in the front row seemed to hit an invisible wall, and 7 or 8 of them fell immediately. Asina put away her bow and arrow, summoned a giant wolf and crushed it. Although it was only the level of the first level gods chosen, the fighting power of the gods chosen was originally above that of mortals. The long knife in her hand flew up and down like a butterfly, and the corpses fell under her knife one by one. Some were beheaded by the long knife, and some were beaten to death by the claws of the dragon wolf. Asina rushed into the dense group of corpses and immediately made the dragon wolf spin and spit fire, like a hurricane of fire, and all the corpses around were burned to ashes. Actually, it's really the chosen one. Cal rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Asina shared a lot of pressure, but the tense atmosphere did not ease at all. Affected by the vision of the gray fog, the corpses that kept pouring out of the gray fog caused great psychological pressure on everyone. Kill! The mountain cat growled, and stabbed the charging corpse with a long halberd in his hand. 3 or 4 long halberds smashed into the corpse's chest cavity together, and then with a shove, the corpse fell to the ground like a rag bag. More corpse monsters collided with the slave guards where the mountain cat was. The fists and claws of the corpses rained down on the shields and armor of the guards, making a ding-dong-dong sound like iron forging. What's flying over? Field noticed a fast-moving skull symbol on the map, which was already above him. Without hesitation, Field immediately turned over and dismounted. He was the only one standing on a high place in the whole team. It was too dangerous. Just as he stood firm, Field had no time to look up, and felt a strong wind coming. Watch out for the top of your head. Field immediately lowered his body, drew out his long sword and poked upwards. With just a quick glance, Field saw a Batgirl. She had no hair or eyebrows, an ugly face, and except for her body with female characteristics. Her hands were bat wings, and her legs were sharp claws. Chapter 14. The wings flapped, and the 2 pieces of rotten flesh on Batgirl's chest swayed, without any aesthetic appeal, and even extremely disgusting. She just swooped down, and brought up a female slave, the poor subhuman slave, who kept struggling and screaming, but it was impossible for everyone to save her. In just a moment, the slave was torn in half by Batgirl, and blood splattered, causing a cry of surprise, and Batgirl laughed mockingly. Shoot that ugly bitch for me. Field was furious. Without Field saying anything more, the angry crossbowman immediately raised his crossbow, and with a crackling sound, the crossbow arrows and feather arrows flew over. Batgirl did not expect that humans had long-range means, and she suffered immediately. She was hit by 3 or 4 arrows and fell to the ground like a rag. How dare you, ugly thing, attack my people? I paid for every person. Field was furious, took a long halberd from the carriage, and did not care about the noble demeanor. He swung at full moon and smashed Batgirl's head to pieces. In order to kill the Batgirl, the flanks were in chaos, and a large number of rotten corpses, without the resistance of bows and crossbows, immediately rushed over. Everyone get out of the way. Asina immediately urged her strength, and saw the black scales on the neck of the dragon wolf began to smoke, and the terrifying energy gathered. Even the space was distorted. Boom! The dark blue flames burst out from the wolf's mouth, and the heat wave was like a bursting dam, and the blue flames covered a large area in front of Field, and the distorted figures were swallowed by the flames in a moment. Field even felt that the gray fog around him had dissipated a lot. It's so hot! The guards were all wearing armor, because they were close. They were roasted like iron plates. They all grimaced and screamed miserably. The dirty blood of the corpses was also dried and stuck to the armor. Ashina stuck out her tongue. Sorry. The continuous flames killed a large group of corpses. And the rest were not to be feared. Everyone successfully resisted the first wave of corpses. 3 slaves died. And 1 slave guard died. Which was acceptable. Rest here for half an hour, women go pick up the arrows. Field took the kettle from the butler, drank a few mouthfuls. The cold water stimulated his throat, and finally made Field sober up, feeling that he was still in reality. Thanks to you, Ashina. Field reached out and rubbed Ashina's head, making Ashina blush, and her wolf tail swung like a propeller, feeling like taking off on the spot. Ashina shook her head, pretending to be modest. She said, "This is what I should do." But her expression was, "Praise me now, don't stop." No wonder the northern province is called the Cursed Land. If the original owner came, no, if Ashina hadn't helped, I might not have lasted long. Field felt scared. But he quickly dispelled the negative emotions. He saw a new sign approaching him, which was a bunch of red exclamation marks. This sign. Is it another monster? No. Their formation is too neat. And there are exactly 19 of them. Field frowned slightly. And after thinking for a while, he called Ashina and pointed to the front and said, "You go to the gray fog first to ambush, and be prepared to respond to changes." Cavalry Captain Connor and his brothers also advanced in the gray fog. It looks like the fog lamp is going out. Damn it. Why is the lamp of that stupid Baron so big? But ours is so small. The second lady is too stingy. She wants the donkey to work. But she won't give the donkey carrots. Shut up. Stupid donkey. Be careful that your loud voice will attract corpses. The person next to him scolded him nervously. I feel something running behind us. An alert cavalryman said, holding a lance, looking very uneasy. We should find a chance to kill Baron Field before entering the northern province. Not now. Connor said helplessly, do you think I don't want to? But killing a noble in broad daylight is enough to put us all on the gallows. This is also the reason why they said goodbye to Field before and came back. Just to find an alibi. Soon, Connor's cavalry found Field's trail. The fresh blood and corpses on the ground were the best guide. There was no way to hide the traces of more than 200 people. Brothers, kill Field first. Then attack the slaves back and forth. And take away their fog lights. The gray fog will kill everyone soon. Connor's plan was perfect. After arranging the formation for the lance charge, everyone began to trot their horses. I can already imagine Field begging for mercy in fear. Connor licked the corner of his mouth and laughed unscrupulously. However, when he saw Field, his smile froze immediately. A 30-man fully armored guard, holding shields and halberds, formed a defensive formation. The shining halberds, as well as the blood and internal organs of the rotting corpses on the armor, showed that they were not easy to mess with. Field stayed behind the chariot formation. The 2 rows of archers had already drawn their bows. As long as the order was given, they would fire at Connor's cavalry. Even without professional training, a 3-year-old child could shoot a crossbow, and it could easily penetrate an adult's body. Damn it! We've been discovered. Connor was dumbfounded, feeling like a clown. How is this possible? Isn't Field a coward without any foundation? Where did he get his guard? The cavalry was in a commotion. The surprise attack lost its suddenness and became a joke. Use the warhorse to attack the heavily armored halberd soldiers in formation? Or hit the damn chariot formation? Let's retreat. Connor pulled the reins hard, and the warhorse neighed and turned with its hooves jumping. Roar! A black giant wolf, more than 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear, appeared behind the warhorse, scaring Connor's warhorse so much that it stumbled. Connor was thrown off his horse, and he was so scared that his heart and liver broke. Damn it! Before he could pick up his weapon, Connor was held to the throat by a spear, and a beautiful wolfman stared at him with a half-smile. Connor knew that if he moved, he would die. What's more, his fog lights were also taken away by her. This is the slave that Field bought. Connor immediately thought of the slave that Field insisted on buying. Without fog lights, he could come and go freely in the gray fog. Everyone was dumbfounded. Goddess! What bad luck they had, they ran into the Chosen One. Who could have thought that Field would have the Chosen One? If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were given 10,000 gold coins. Hey, Captain Connor, why are you here? You really scared me. Field didn't directly order them to be killed. He rolled his eyes cunningly, then said casually, as if he was meeting an old friend. Are you worried that I won't be on time? Don't worry, it's the noble's duty to expand the territory for the family. Connor was speechless, between life and death. He crashed. Chapter 15. Field showed a friendly expression like spring breeze and said, "Then you should escort us." "Right. Just like the spirit of chivalry says, praise the Valkyrie." Connor was ecstatic, thinking that Field didn't know his purpose, and immediately took advantage of the situation and said, Right. Right. That's great. Get off the horse and have a glass of wheat beer. We are about to set off. You have the opportunity to show chivalry along the way." Field raised his hand to signal Ashina to step back, and then invited the cavalry to drink as if nothing had happened. The cavalrymen hesitated, feeling guilty, but also hoping for the best. At this moment, if they confronted the Chosen One head-on, they would most likely be annihilated, and escape would be impossible. Ashina took away the fog lights while knocking down Connor. Without the fog lights, crashing into the death fog would mean death. It seems that the Baron didn't find out what we were planning. That's right. Field has always been stupid. Seeing Field's sincere expression, the crowd thought of his previous kindness and weakness, and began to have illusions in their hearts. After Field persuaded them to dismount, they nervously drank a few sips of wheat wine, and finally they were relieved. "My lord, I think we should go back and report." Connor made an excuse to run away. Field almost couldn't hold it in. This group of idiots really took him for a fool. "I have requisitioned your war horses to expand the market. I will return them to you at nightfall." Field refused perfunctorily, and then pointed to the front of the team. "You just said that you would help us open the way. Let's go." Open the way. Connor suddenly felt something was wrong, and immediately became anxious. "I regret it. I'm sorry, but I have to go back and report quickly. I think the Earl is waiting anxiously." I think you don't understand at all." Field sneered and gestured to Ashina. Puff! Ashina's giant wolf bit a cavalryman's head. Crack, crack, the teeth-grinding chewing sound almost drowned out everyone's breathing. The soldier who lost his head bled like a fountain and fell to the ground. The sudden attack made his body twitch wildly. Everyone, even Field's subjects, subconsciously held their breath in fear. This scene was too brutal. "I was wrong, Baron Field." Connor admitted his mistake decisively and fell to the ground. "It was your second sister, Liz, who ordered me to do it. Do you want me to say it again?" "Captain Connor," Field replied with a smile. "Explore the way ahead, or die now." Cold. Connor felt cold to the bone. What kind-heartedness in the bones? It's all bullshit. I used to hear other nobles gossiping, saying that Field was as weak as a little lamb. Ugh! They are all liars. Connor cursed those liars fiercely. Under the threat of the guards' long spears, soon 18 cavalrymen without war horses formed a small square formation and walked at the front of the team. And Field's small map showed that there were a large number of rotten corpses approaching rapidly in front. After a long breath, Field gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." The Night Territory is located in the southeast of the northern province. With the help of the small map, Field bypassed most of the monsters, and it took another 3 days to reach the manor. The corpses in the Night Territory seemed to be impossible to kill completely, which could be seen from Connor's trembling hands. His blade was broken. His expression was numb, like a puppet. The continuous fighting had made him collapse. He was the only cavalryman who opened the way. It must be said that he was quite capable of being a captain. But he was also torn open by the corpses several times, and his flesh was wriggling. He was also partially corrupted, and was not far from death. Give him a quick death. As Field finished speaking, Ashina released her bowstring and shot Connor to death with one arrow. Then, a slave came forward and skillfully looted his supplies. We have arrived at the Starry Night Manor. It was not easy. When Field saw the entrance to the manor, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone cheered in unison. Thanks to Ashina and the small map. If there were no enemy positions marked on the small map, Field dared to say that it would be impossible to get in by a detour. The endless tide of corpses on the road will drown them. It's obvious that no living person has set foot here for a long time. Ashina stepped forward and pulled away the dense thorns on the gate of the manor. A harsh creaking sound was heard, and the rusty gate collapsed. Ashina jumped away like a cat, squinting her eyes, and said awkwardly, It seems that the gate needs to be repaired. The tall and imposing European-style iron gate, the exquisite stonework and statues, and the large garden of ornamental plants, although now corrupted by the gray fog and horrible and gloomy, you can still glimpse the former elegance and luxury. 2 slave guards moved the fallen iron gate, and Field saw the corpses of humans. corpses, and other unknown monsters among the decayed plants. The Starry Night Manor covers an area of 30 hectares, which is about the size of 40 football fields. It includes swimming pools, gardens, farmhouses, woodlands, barns, wine cellars, stables, villas, etc., as well as the main building in the central area. It is simply luxurious and inhumane. After all, Baron Sophia is a powerful figure who owns a prosperous city, which is not comparable to an honorary title. After years of family accumulation, the fixed assets are definitely strong. This is just a baron's fiefdom. It is said that the Queen of the Griffin Empire owns a huge manor covering 500 hectares. In Mary Sue novels, the heroine wakes up from a bed as big as a football field. This kind of thing may really happen to the queen. The place is large, and there are many monsters in it. It has been corrupted for 10 years. Places like barns and stables have no value. Field took out the manor map and compared it with his own small map. Similarly, ornamental places like gardens have no value. Then should we clean up the main building directly, or occupy a villa? In addition to the main building, the large manor also has 3 small villas for the lord's relatives or guests to live in. Ashina seemed very excited. It was her first time to come into contact with such a high-end thing as a villa. The slaves were even more exaggerated. They whispered to each other, and the excitement on their faces was beyond words. For the lower class, working in a noble villa, even sweeping the floor, was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. And it would become a glorious deed to tell their sons before they died. Field stared at the main building in the distance for a while, and there were ghosts in the broken windows. Suddenly, he felt something watching him, as if his chest was suddenly pressed down by a heavy object, and even his breathing became a little faster. There may be a big horror in the main building, so don't provoke it yet. Field quickly looked away, rubbing his brows, and glanced at the small map. There were a lot of skulls on it, but the most eye-catching one was a huge red dot, located in the basement of the main building. The skull represents a corrupted monster, and what does the red dot represent? It's probably a monster. 2. Chapter 16, The First Base of the Grand Winery. My lord, why do you look embarrassed? Ashina came over with a bow and arrow, with a smile between her eyebrows. It was clearly before arriving here that was the most difficult period. Why do you look embarrassed now? Waving his hands, Field didn't want to spread anxiety and hit the people who were already lacking confidence. He showed a teasing expression, reached out and pinched Ashina's wolf ears. It's not embarrassing, I'm just struggling whether I should give a massage to my great contributor who has worked so hard and made great contributions. Hey. Ashina's pretty face was immediately dyed with. Blushing, red eyes trembled like an earthquake, stuttering to answer, but seeing Field's face teasing a child, I immediately realized that I was teased, immediately angrily said, Lord, you are too much, I still care about you, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Field patted his sore neck. Thank you for your concern, but it's time to find a place to stay. I don't want to sleep for a second in the carriage. The creaking noise is torturing my headache. We have to occupy a house. It will be much better to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, even if the house here is rotten. After carefully studying the map, Field said, let's go and occupy the winery. Ashina, the main structure there is brick and stone. It is not easy to rot into a pile of ruins. The winery is located in the southeast of the main building, with a large area of fertile farmland, which is used to grow black pearl grapes for winemaking. Of course, the large tracts of grape fields are a thing of the past. Today, there are only large areas of wriggling black tentacles and rotting corpses in the farmland. Grapevines and grape bracts can be vaguely seen in the farmland. In the past, the land here produced the most famous black pearl wine in the empire. Women, clean up the farmland. Don't leave any dirt. These wriggling tentacles and pieces of meat look scary, but they are not threatening. Field kicked away a piece of rotten meat with 7 or 8 eyes. These disgusting things were cute little animals before the gray fog came. Okay, sir. The slaves hesitated. Finish it within 2 days. I will pay you 10 copper coins as wages. These lands will be our food source in the future. Field used his killer move, allowing slaves to have money. The slaves' eyes lit up, and they used farm tools to kill the corrupted creatures skillfully, and their work efficiency increased tenfold. When the butler Perry saw the slaves' appearance, he rolled his eyes. Only the master is so kind and generous. If these mud-legged people don't work, it would be more convenient to hang them directly. At this time, The free people kidnapped by Field came over. Sir, you are too fanciful. The land has been poisoned. Even if all the monsters are cleared, it is impossible to cultivate. The villagers questioned, and someone stomped his feet hard, and the soft and rotten land immediately sank, forming a footprint with a purple pool of water. Look, it's like a swamp full of toxins. Oh, this damn smell is worse than the crotch of a widow who hasn't washed it for 3 years. The slaves heard this and cast doubtful eyes. My kindness seems to have made some people start to get too much. Field lowered his eyes, and his tone was emotionless. This is my order, not a discussion with you. The villagers were still loyal to the Bull Baron, and they did not think, but it's meaningless for you to do this. Huh? Field frowned, with a bad look. The guards, including Bobcat, immediately drew their swords. Schwa schwa. There was a sound of swords, even though Connor and others were the main force, but the slave guards were still tempered, with a hint of military aura. The people whose eyes were flashed by the knife light immediately reacted. They were actually questioning their new lord. They were so scared that they sweated all over their backs and fell to the ground. The scene was silent for half a minute. Field waved his hand, not that he was deliberately showing off his power, playing feudalism. It was that he had no foundation, in this place far from order. If he couldn't control these guys, he would not be a lord, and just hang himself somewhere. You go and clean up too. All the land in the east will be given to you, and the idiot who said I was whimsical, go and get 5 whips. Field punished them slightly, and warned them severely. They would be used for both development and farming. The villagers were already sweating profusely. When they heard Field's words, they were immediately pardoned. Yes. 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 Everyone began to eradicate the corruption, which startled the corrupted creatures, and caused them to burst into sharp and strange screams. It's really Cthulhu. Field took a few deep breaths and felt nauseous. If he stayed in this cursed land for a long time, he might go crazy. We must quickly ignite the fire of civilization, and start with the winery. 2 farmers holding torches opened the door of the winery, and a dark and rotten smell hit us in the face. Field almost vomited yesterday's dinner, covered his mouth and nose, and glanced to the side. Be careful. There are a lot of footsteps on the 2nd floor. Ashina had no abnormal reaction to the smell. When she was a slave, she had lived in worse environments. We have to occupy this big house. And there may be flammable materials. So we can't use fire. Ashina nodded obediently. Leave it to me. Holding an iron shield to protect his chest, Field drew his long sword, hold up the halberd. Prepare to meet the impact. There was no systematic training. But in these days of fighting, the guards finally figured out some tricks. And the small square formation was quickly formed. Field took a deep breath and slammed the shield with the hilt of his sword. Hey! Hey! Fellow villagers! Our community is sending warmth. Roar! The darkness was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. The dense footsteps like drumbeats suddenly sounded, and the unrecognizable monsters rushed out of the inky darkness. The collision of flesh and iron immediately sounded. Asina and her wolf held off the main force of the corpse group. The spear in her hand could easily harvest the rotten corpses, and the giant wolf was comparable to a tank. It was covered by the rotten corpses and turned into a corpse ball. It still didn't even break the defense. If Field hadn't stopped the dragon wolf from breathing fire, the battle would have been resolved at this moment. Ah! Goddess! The guard standing in the front row pierced a corpse and staggered. Before he could steady himself, he was immediately knocked down by the following corpses. He fell to the ground in armor, and was completely dizzy. With a low shout, Field took a half step forward and slashed the corpse's head with a long sword in his hand. This is not an anime. The blackened corpse is 3 points stronger. The corpse is just a monster covered with human skin. Without armor protection, the sharp blade cuts through the bones and muscles, and the whole head is removed. Thank you. Sir! The guard stared with horror. His pants were wet and hot. He almost had a passionate kiss with the monster just now. From his expression that he wanted to kneel down and call him daddy, it is not difficult to see that he has never respected and thanked a noble so much. Chapter 17. Shoo shoo. I am really going to die. Thank you, sir. The guard was dizzy. Field reached out and pulled him up, punched the guard on the shoulder with his fist, and encouraged him. It is not easy to train a suitable soldier. I am still waiting for you to break away from slavery and become a real warrior, or even a knight. The guard's blood boiled when he heard it. He had always regarded Field's promise as a pie in the sky, or a joke of the nobles. But now, He really felt that Field was a little different from other nobles. Charged for Lord Field. The people around were also infected by the passion, and waved their spears wildly to harvest the corpses. Soon, the corpses attracted by the sound were cleared out. Field roughly counted them, and found that there were more than 70 corpses. Field took a breath, but the fishy smell in the air immediately rushed into his trachea, making Field close his mouth quickly, muttering in his heart, "Does the winery need so many people?" When the Empire decided to trigger the death fog, why didn't it notify the people in the north to evacuate? Forget it, it's none of my business. Not thinking about useless questions, Field continued to go deeper into the winery. After walking for a while, Field found the big room for brewing wine. He imagined that he could find raw materials such as rock sugar and wheat. But what responded to his unrealistic fantasy was a hideous corpse of a Batgirl, who died with her eyes open, from the neck to the groin. It was violently torn apart, and the internal organs disappeared. This barley is wasted. It was originally used to make barley wine. Field noticed that something that could be called barley was scattered all over the ground. 10 years of time, coupled with corruption, had allowed the barley grains to slowly move. Field marveled at the magic of corruption. Perhaps corruption is not the devil's curse, but a special radiation. Radiation? Ashina's brain crashed, and she was silly and pondering the new words that Field said. Suddenly, her face changed. "Be careful. Something is approaching quickly." The speed was so fast that Field didn't even notice the skull logo flashing on the small map. Dang! The guard standing in front of him suddenly changed his expression, and subconsciously looked at the ceiling. Instantly, the shield in his hand suddenly broke into many pieces, and the guard flew backwards with his hands and feet flailing. A monster that looked like the Licker in Resident Evil appeared in the guard's original position, with only a thin tail and a nose, which made people know that it was a mutation of a rat. The rat monster screamed, and waved its claws to grab Field. Field only felt a strong wind coming, and the huge claws kept expanding in front of his eyes. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Ashina controlled the dragon wolf to flash in front of Field, curling up her body to cover Field tightly. There was a burst of crackling noises, accompanied by large sparks, and the dragon wolf relied on its scales to resist the claw attack, without even a hum. Looking at the giant wolf in front of him, the monster was also confused, looking at his own claws, which were always effective, but today only brought down 2 bloody scales. The dragon wolf raised his hand and slapped the rat monster, turning it over. The mountain cat and others immediately seized the opportunity, slashing with waist knives and long spears, but the rat monster relied on its thick skin and flesh, and suffered only some flesh wounds after being hit so many times. It swung its long limbs, sweeping away 7 or 8 people like dust. You have to know that the guards were wearing full armor. Even if the armor was not heavy, the body in the armor would weigh more than 100 pounds. It was so easy to knock them away. You retreat? This is beyond the scope of ordinary creatures. Field raised his shield, and quickly squatted in a corner. He cursed, "I forgot to bring the crossbow. For this kind of monster with thick skin and flesh, ordinary people can only use crossbows to break the defense. Let's leave it to Ashina." The rat monster stood up, and tried to catch the guards as a snack. "I can't let you succeed." Ashina poured her strength into the spear in her hand, and her whole body burst with momentum. The powerful impact force made the spear break through the body of the rat monster like brown paper, and then got stuck between the bones. If it weren't for the restricted terrain, Ashina couldn't ride the giant wolf to attack, otherwise this attack would have pierced the rat monster. The rat monster screamed in pain, and quickly grabbed with its claws. Bang! The giant wolf hit the rat monster's chest like a high-speed train, interrupting its attack, and knocking it away, revealing its flaws. This is a 3rd-level corrupted creature. In the narrow terrain, it requires a 3rd-level human with fighting spirit or magic to kill it, or the help of a city defense crossbow or armor-piercing crossbow. Fortunately, the chosen ones are much stronger than ordinary people. Ashina, with the combat power of a 1st-level chosen one, is enough to crush it. The spear of extreme cold killing. Ashina used a divine skill for the first time. The starlight in her hand gathered, a long spear condensed, like a tumbling dark blue dragon. Ashina poured a lot of divine power, then used her legs to lead her waist, and her waist to lead her arms, and threw it hard. The divine skill bombarded the rat monster, and blood spurted out immediately, and bones and tendons were broken. A large piece of meat was crushed and stuck to the wall. Finally solved. Ashina's face was pale, and she was panting and looked a little tired. The battle ended in a flash. But the risk was suffocating. Field also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are here. The last portion of deer steak is for you. Long live the Lord. Hearing that there was deer steak to eat, Ashina's tail kept swinging back and forth, and her saliva flowed out. The arrogance during the battle disappeared. However, she patted her chest and said generously, I only need half. The Lord has worked hard too. Field was relieved. The small map showed that there were only a few monsters left in the winery, and they were all small skull symbols. For the sake of safety, Field took the wounded out first, after giving them medicine, then led the rested team to clean up the winery carefully. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the cleaning work reached the final step. The whole winery was in tatters. There were landslides everywhere, and the wind coming through the cracks in the rocks blew up gray dust. The only thing to be thankful for was that the overall structure of the winery was preserved. Everyone searched the first and second floors, but found nothing valuable. Only some black, broken wood that could be used to build a shed or burn firewood. The wine cellar is down there, sir, the guard said as he stepped forward, ignoring the thick dust on the cellar door, and used both hands to pull the heavy cellar door open, revealing a dark staircase in front of him. Field swallowed his saliva, rubbed his hands nervously, and kept muttering in his heart, God bless me. Please let me find something useful. A large number of oak sherry barrels were piled up in the dark cellar, some of which had been crushed by landslides, and there were dried water stains everywhere, and there were traces of rats crawling. Chapter 18, Out of Print Wine. When Field saw the mess in the wine cellar, he was desperate. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Field only searched a few places, and found the unopened wine barrel. Dong-dong. Knocking the barrel gently, a low muffled sound came from inside. Field's heart beat faster, and joy immediately appeared on his brows. But he was worried that he was happy for nothing, so he pretended to be calm. Open this barrel. I hope it is full of wine, not tentacles. The gray fog will only corrupt plants and animals, and dead things generally will not turn into monsters, provided that the wine is properly sealed. The guards pried open the wine barrels with great effort, and with a pop sound, the rich aroma of wine spread out. In a winery full of rot and monsters, you can smell the aroma of top-grade wine. This strange experience is comparable to finding shrimp in the toilet. That's it. The black pearl wine that is out of print in the Empire. Field was very excited. He waved his fist excitedly and ordered the guards, who were greedy for wine beside him, call my butler Cow to count the number of barrels that can be drunk here. Seeing Field immersed in joy, Asina carefully advised, Lord, even if it is good wine, you should drink it in moderation. Many lords were ruined by alcoholism and stayed in bars and fireworks all day long. Don't worry, Ashina. I don't want to drink these wines. Field prefers iced tea or cola to wine. These fine wines that have been out of print for 10 years are all liquid gold. As long as they are transported to the capital of the Empire. No. As long as they are sent to any nearby city. They can immediately bring us a huge amount of gold coin income. As for the specific value, it depends on how much wine there is here. But Field can be sure that those dignitaries will definitely fight for the famous wines. Oh! Ashina put her slender fingers on her lips and looked thoughtful. Since black pearl wine is so precious, then we can also make wine. After all, the Starry Night Winery is in our hands. You are right, but that is something we will consider only when safety is guaranteed. After handing over the wine cellar to Cal, Field finally had time to examine his territory. With the winery as the center, it is about the size of a primary school playground. This circle is all occupied by Field. As long as there is no gray fog, people can carry out activities on it, and it is considered a real territory. As for what is in the territory, it is not important now, because it is all corrupted plants and creatures, and it must be eradicated before it can be considered. Now, the challenge officially begins. Field walked around the outermost edge of the road. The corrupted creatures in the ridges, because of the cleaning of the people in the territory, are much less, and it finally looks a bit like the human world. The people in the territory push the deformed, corrupted creatures together. These monsters have no fighting ability, but their existence is pollution. The broken wood cleared from the big winery can be used as waste, thrown into the monster pile, and set on fire. The screams like a cat in spring continued, accompanied by the sizzling sound, and a large cloud of gray smoke poured out of the monster's body. Oh my God, Valkyrie, these minions of the devil have finally been cleared. The maid patted her chest and shouted in an exaggerated tone. The working female slaves cast envious eyes. Being able to enter and leave the castle, eating the leftovers of the nobles, and having luxurious rest time on weekdays is enough to make the slaves jealous. Scissors, I need you to do something. After Field had finished touring the territory, before issuing a new decree, he planned to meet his servants. Sir, you said. The maid Scissors' smile immediately withdrew, like a startled katydid. Even her loud voice was silenced. Although Field had always been cowardly and stupid before, he was still a person that the common people looked up to. Field had been busy with development these 2 days, and had neglected many things. He now realized that there was a huge class gap in this world. I remember the funny thing that happened to Field's cheap father. The hostile nobles planned to attack the family's caravan, but the peasant happened to see the ambush location of the nobles. So the peasant immediately came to the castle, and told the earl about the enemy's plot, and then the earl used the enemy's trick against him, and defeated the enemy. Logically, the peasant should have received a monetary reward, but after the earl returned victorious, he hanged the peasant to show him to the public. The reason was the disgusting feces and dirt stained by the peasant's cheap shoes left cheap footprints on the earl's carpet. In the eyes of the nobles, the subjects are just a pile of shit. And slaves are even worse than shit. Field is not a saint. He will not overthrow himself. Nor will he completely localize and become a thoroughgoing feudal aristocrat. It's enough to let my subjects live a good life. Field thought. Of course, they must be obedient subjects. Scissors, gather all the people who serve me. I have something to say. Yes, sir. Scissors immediately picked up his apron and trotted. The butler arrived first. After all, among all the servants, he had the highest status. And Scissors was the first to inform him. Sir, the number of barrels has not been counted yet. It will take at least 2 days. Butler Cow came panting. He looked very thin, with little meat even on his thighs. He seemed to have a hard life. But his salary was the highest in the whole territory. 5 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. At the same time, matters such as purchasing and accounting would be handed over to him. As long as he put some thought into it, his income could be multiplied several times. Under normal circumstances, 1 copper coin of the empire could buy a piece of black bread, which was black rye bran bread, and even contained sawdust and bark. Unlike the bread imagined by modern people, black bread was as hard as a rock, and could break teeth if you chewed it hard. The correct way to eat it was to soak it in hot soup until it softened, and then eat it with coarse salt grains with a lot of impurities. The taste was neither weedy nor sweet, but only salty and bitter. But even with such rubbish, many people might not be able to earn enough to buy 2 loaves of bread after working for a day, and finally could only become slaves. Maids, male servants and cooks all had a daily salary of 15 copper coins, which was 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. Soon, Field saw his servants. 2 maids, a male servant and a cook. In modern society, it is a very impressive thing to have 2 or 3 servants. But in the Middle Ages, Field was only a poor nobleman. His sister, the woman who sent cavalry to try to kill him, had 20 male servants alone, who were responsible for cutting vegetables, chopping meat, leading horses, and even trimming nails. Field's sharp eyes swept over everyone, and they all lowered their heads to avoid eye contact with the Lord, which was rude. Chapter 19. Initial construction of the territory. Planning for the future. I don't know yet what my male servant is called. Field asked the butler. Sir, his name is Crockpot. He is 16 years old, and his parents are farmers. The chef is called Dinner Plate, and the maids are Scissors and Sparrow. In this world, only those who have knowledge, nobles, or those who have extraordinary powers, will have nice names. For example, Field's full name is Field Ross. Ross means rose, but as a name, it is more appropriate to call him Ross directly. Just like President Bush, whose full name is George Walker Bush. You can translate it as George Walker Bush, but it sounds too weird. Sir, what do you want? Croc was called, and his voice trembled with fear. He was worried that he would be fired, because he was lazy for 10 minutes when mopping the floor yesterday. The temporary bed you made for the carriage is very soft. If it weren't for the temporary bed you made, I might have fallen apart all the way here. Field said in a relaxed tone, snapping his fingers. Cow, reward Croc with a silver coin. Hiss. Others immediately cast jealous eyes. A silver coin, equivalent to more than 6 days' salary. The clay pot was stunned for a moment, then showed an ecstatic expression, fell at Field's feet, and kissed Field's boots. Goddess, Thank you for your generosity. Lucky boy. Scissors pouted. Very unhappy. What's so great about making the bed? She can also warm the bed. The clay pot swore silently in his heart, I will never be lazy again. Even for a minute. Everyone can get a silver coin reward once a month. As long as you perform well. Everyone has a chance. The chef made delicious dishes. The maid cleaned the room. And so on. I saw it all. Everyone was breathing rapidly. Looking at each other. And seeing the fierce competition in each other's eyes. Field's mouth corners slightly raised. In the future, their work efficiency will be ignited by silver coins. The most important thing is that there will be situations such as reporting and snitching. Field needs them to do this. It may not be a good thing for subordinates to stick together. There will be a phenomenon of colluding to deceive the Lord. Okay. You go and get busy. Field smiled at everyone. Waved his hand to indicate that they could leave. And everyone immediately left quickly. But the butler took 2 steps. And walked back hesitantly. Field asked in confusion. What's wrong? My lord. Although it's not good to say this. But as your butler, I have to give you some suggestions. Since entering the night territory alive, Cal has changed his previous complaints and started to work seriously. Field raised his eyebrows. Speak freely. It's about the issue of race. You seem to have given the subhumans a channel to rise, and promised them the possibility of becoming free people. But the subhumans are different from us. They are stupid. Sorry. Except for Lady Ashina, it seems unnecessary to give them freedom. Field pondered for a moment. We are now in the cursed land, surrounded by death, the proverb says. When you are in Azyria, you must be an Azyrian. We in the night territory should have our own rules. Tomorrow I will announce a unified decree, and you will know then. At night, Field took out a pen and paper, drafting a farming plan for the night territory. He wrote in Chinese characters that only he could understand. Plunder and explore. My territory is barren. If I want to develop rapidly and accumulate means of production, I can't do it with just 200 people. Even the land is full of toxins. Knock. 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 The door was knocked. My lord, it's me. Ashina's voice came from outside the door. Field's plan. Needs a sign of support. Please come in, I'm waiting for you. Good evening. My lord. Ashina was wearing a short maid outfit. The girl's slender legs were in a shy posture, but her face was slightly shy. After being free from the hard life of a slave, her jade-like skin was able to see the light of day again. In fact, even her feet were very cold, her toes were slender and white, extremely beautiful. What can I do for you? I don't know if it was an illusion, the atmosphere immediately became ambiguous. Field slapped his head. No wonder Ashina looked so shy. Calling a girl to his room in the middle of the night would make anyone have wild thoughts. Ahem. It's about the development of the territory. Oh! Ashina's hands, which had nowhere to go, immediately dropped. She breathed a sigh of relief. But she was a little disappointed in her heart. Sir, I have no management experience, and may not be able to help you. Before becoming a slave, Ashina was just a free man. The daughter of a wolf hunter. Can't read or write. Can't manage. It's okay. You can learn. I will teach you step by step. Besides, you are the chosen one. You have a natural advantage. The biggest class transition in this world is to become the chosen one. You may face the death penalty 1 second, but become the chosen one the next. The local nobles will directly declare you innocent and treat you as a guest of honor. After all, God will not choose the wrong person. This is also the reason why the lower class is unwilling to rebel against the Lord. Because everyone has the opportunity to transition to a higher class. As long as the daughter or daughter-in-law becomes the chosen one, they will naturally have no worries about food and clothing. I decided to rob my brother. Fielder said the trump card. Ashina was confused. Is this what I can listen to? Okay. I support you unconditionally. Ashina thought for a moment to make sure Fielder was not joking. You are not a cruel and evil person. I can feel that. When she was a slave, Fielder never abused her, or took advantage of him sleeping, and did something worse than an animal. On the contrary, Fielder was the most unique person she had ever met, treating subhumans equally, even a little fond of them? This may be an illusion, but there is no doubt that Field is a gentleman. Thank you. Field poured Ashina a cup of black tea. It's a long story. He still remembered the fierce and perverted look of his brother, which really made him unable to sleep or eat. His brother threatened to kill the people he cared about, Field was not the kind of soft persimmon that the original owner was, who could be manipulated by others. Fight back fiercely. And he must start preparing now. I will tell you the reason slowly. I need you to help me train a light cavalry team, which is specially born for looting. Field's dear second sister aided him with 20 war horses, which came in handy now. After agreeing on the plan, Field convened a meeting of all the people in the territory the next day, and even every slave had to participate. Everyone who came to participate would be attracted by the wooden box next to Field, which was full of silver and copper coins. Field did not start with a long speech, but took out a list. Members of the guard, according to the names I reported, come to collect the bounty. 1 silver coin for killing a rotten corpse. I mean what I said. Chapter 20 New Rules, Expanding the Army. Immediately afterwards, Field personally distributed bounties to the guards, and the slaves were so excited that they burst into tears. How could they not be excited? The slave who captured the most, Hammer, received 17 silver coins, which was a fortune that many people had never accumulated in their entire lives. Even Field's maid was jealous. The rest of the people looked at the money in their hands with envy. If I had known that when the guards were formed, I would have joined too. Damn it, I was not chosen at the beginning, what a pity. The originally timid person now stamped his feet in anger. Listen, people. I am now announcing the development plan of Night Territory, which is related to the future of all of you. With the temptation of money, the slave's ears almost stood up, more seriously than listening to the priest's prayer. First, if you want to escape from slavery, you just need to earn a gold coin for me. Don't be desperate. I dare say that it is impossible for other lords to achieve it. But it is very simple in Night Territory. Look at the brave Hammer. 1 day. 17 silver coins. When Hammer heard Field's praise, he proudly puffed up his chest, and even stood on tiptoe. This was the first time, since he was born, that he was praised by others instead of being called a donkey or a fool. What made him unbelievable was that it was the Lord's praise. Goddess, I'm really crazy. Today must be my lucky day. Iron Hammer felt the jealous or envious eyes of everyone, and he was very proud. Field raised the corner of his mouth. It's still the same as before. Kill a rotten corpse, and reward 1 silver coin. In addition, I will issue a series of tasks that do not require fighting, such as farming, building walls, maintenance or other things. And I will give you a bounty. Slaves have no enthusiasm. Field urgently needs free people. Free people not only do not have to worry about their food, clothing, housing and transportation, but also can collect taxes. And free people have the motivation to learn technology. A heated discussion broke out among the crowd, and Field announced the second point directly. Second, racial issues. I don't want to care about this. Just don't violate the basic law. Although I am not a subhuman, my dear chosen one is a subhuman. So, put away your prejudices. Look up at the fog of death around you, and don't kill everyone for inexplicable reasons. Field paused. I personally like subhumans very much, as long as they are hardworking and simple, and don't cause me trouble. They are my good subjects. After these days of contact, Field felt that subhumans were not like some races, who were lazy and greedy, and also wanted to cause destruction everywhere. So he was happy to accept them. Besides, the beast-eared girl is really cute. Ashina's eyes were red, and he felt the respect and equality. Third, when you pray in the future, bring Ashina's name. This point made Field struggle for a long time, and he wanted to build a more scientific territory. But the book said that the power of the chosen one comes from faith and the prosperity of the city. Now Ashina is a first-level chosen one. If she wants to advance to the second level, she needs a lot of faith. Field is skeptical about this, because according to the belief to enhance power, the papal state with believers all over the continent will be the most powerful existence. But this is not the case. Today, the Holy Griffin Empire, in terms of high-end combat power, has surpassed the papal states, not to mention other powerful countries on the continent. It's a pity that there is no control group, nor the confidence to make random trials and errors. Let's try it according to the experience of our predecessors. Then, Field recruited slave soldiers again, without salary, but with 3 meals a day, and the only source of income was killing enemies. It was completely different from the last time, when no one was willing to do it. A large number of people were swarming to sign up. Field did not accept all the orders, pointing to the edge of the territory. If you want to be a soldier, run around my territory 5 times. I will select the best according to your performance. In addition, I am very democratic. You can give up at any time. With a light sentence, 6 people gave up at once. These guys are lazy. And a piece of black bread a day can satisfy them. They can't even obey basic rules. It's obvious that they just want to eat for a living. Field shook his head. He didn't need such soldiers. The others gritted their teeth and started running. The quality of the newly joined slaves was much worse than the first batch. Most of them were weak and frail. And they were as thin as skeletons. It was not until noon that the last person finished running. Looking at the last stumbling figure, Field was not angry but happy. Physical fitness can be improved. But tenacious perseverance is difficult to obtain. After eliminating 2 guys who were clever and ran fewer laps, Field obtained 23 soldiers. Field took out all the wolf sub-people from the original 30-man guard, mixed them with new soldiers, and formed a 20-man marauding cavalry. And the rest formed a 33-man guard. If there were nobles or knights here, they would definitely be shocked by Field's behavior. It was crazy to train civilians as an army. Not to mention slaves. Stupid and ignorant. Timid and cowardly. They were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. And they could barely fill the enemy's moat. Field actually organized them seriously, and provided them with armor and equipment. The butler looked at the recruited skeleton soldiers, whose mouths were so big that they could swallow ostrich eggs. He was shocked by the lord's behavior. He found Field and said bluntly, "My lord, the previous 30-man guard was already outrageous. Why did they expand the scale again? They also gave the precious war horses to the lowly slaves, who would eat the precious war horses in a moment. Don't get excited, cow. Look at the performance of Mountain Cat and Hammer. They are very good. We can get here and clear the foothold. Thanks to them. This is just helplessness in a hurry. When faced with a real test, they will definitely scatter." Cow pointed his finger to the sky and vowed. A real soldier is born in a military family, masters various military qualities and weapon skills, and has a noble character. Field rubbed his eyebrows. This guy must have been brainwashed by bards and nautilists. What should we use? We are surrounded by monsters. Of course, we should hire mercenaries and adventurers. Cow answered as a matter of course. Mercenaries? These unreliable guys, Field was worried, they would betray him in the blink of an eye. History has proved countless times that only warriors from the people can form a potential army. Thank you for your advice, but I want to give them a chance. Field rolled his eyes, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Cow, give the soldiers extra food, an extra egg per person. I will take them out to clean up the monsters in the afternoon. They will show their value." The territory was short of manpower. Field did not dare to take everyone away, otherwise it would be bad if the base was blown up. Chapter 21 Rum Village, More Monsters. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Field led the slave guards into the gray fog. In fact, it is difficult to have a concept of time in the gray fog, because it is always gray and hazy. Only at night will it become pitch-black darkness. Ashina rode a giant wolf, responsible for clearing the way at the front of the team. The eyes of the Chosen One seemed to have been transformed, and could observe the world more clearly. Then came Field and his newly formed slave guards, maintaining a slower speed, and advancing with difficulty in the woods full of thorns and flesh tentacles. According to the map, we will soon reach Rum Village, a village that once provided the city with abundant vegetables. Unfortunately, I can only see corruption now. Ashina put her hands on her eyes, trying to look far away. Well, be careful to our right front. There are 7 rotten corpses approaching. I think they are the villagers of Rum Village. Let the new recruits practice. Seeing Ashina's relaxed face, Field knew that the rotten corpses that came were all small trash. Just right for the new recruits to see blood. After hearing this, several recruits all made gulping sounds. Their instincts told them that they should run away. But the Lord was right behind them, so they dared not move. Thinking of the smooth and delicious eggs, the guards seemed to have their souls sublimated. Many slaves had never eaten eggs in their lives. When eating eggs at noon, many people did not even have time to chew them, and they hurriedly swallowed the eggs into their stomachs. Several people were choked by the eggs. But even so, they all felt happy. In order to enjoy this pleasure, even at the risk of death, the slaves are willing to bear it. Roar. A woman who looks like the ancient corpse of Lulan rushed out of the gray fog, without a piece of clothing, with a shriveled and disgusting chest drooping to her lower abdomen, and her whole body is filled with mucus. The experienced slave guards raised their halberds, and stabbed from all directions, holding the corpse firmly. Come on, poke her head, or stab her chest a few more times, Keep your hands steady, and don't swing your body too much. The mountain cat generously shared his experience, and then dragged the recruit, and dragged the guy with soft legs and feet in front of the corpse. The recruit raised his halberd several times, but he didn't dare to stab. He was even scared by the roaring corpse, and peed his pants. This is a demon. A devil. Some recruits trembled. Field had seen many zombie movies in his previous life. But the slaves hadn't. They believed that the corpses were inhabited by demons. And if they were not careful, they would be cursed by the demons. Do it. Don't be like a cowardly quail. Field scolded. He couldn't let the soldiers feel fear, because fear is contagious. At that time, more people would regard the corpses as demons, not creatures that can be killed. Even if it is a demon, I and the Chosen One are here. You are not afraid. I will kill the demon for you to see. Puff after being scolded by Field. The soldier finally handed over the halberd. Although he closed his eyes, he almost stabbed it wrong and fell into the arms of the corpse. But he finally took the first step. After the recruit finished all this, his legs softened and he collapsed to the ground. Look, it's not difficult. And there's no curse. Field pointed to the corpses on the ground and snapped his fingers briskly. As long as you keep a good distance, they are easier to deal with than stupid road deer. Other corpses gathered around. And with the first person's demonstration, the rest of the recruits also mustered up the courage to attack. After easily dealing with this group of monsters, Field led everyone to continue moving forward and soon arrived outside the rum village. What's wrong with these corpses? Field looked at the trembling skull symbol on the small map and scratched his head in confusion. Are they dancing Ginny is so beautiful? Lord, I can clean up the corpses in Rum Village by myself. It's too dangerous ahead. I'll go. Ashina's eyes dodged back and forth, and her fair face was blushed without knowing when. This strange look immediately aroused Field's curiosity. What did Asina see? Let's go and see together. Field rubbed his chin. Okay. Ashina hesitated. When Field saw the scene that exploded in front of him, he immediately regretted his stubbornness. A pile of deformed corpses, playing artificial humans in the farmland outside the village. The scene was extremely chaotic. Even the combo was rotten. But they seemed to be exercising instinctively. Field was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He covered his face and thought to himself, I actually traveled to the world of H games. Right? No wonder the female corpses before didn't even have clothes. The soldiers were also amused, shouting and yelling. And the originally depressing atmosphere was swept away. Boom! Ashina couldn't hold it anymore, and immediately commanded the dragon wolf to perform fire purification. The space twisted, and the hot blue flames engulfed most of the twisted figures. The crackling sound of bones bursting was heard continuously, and finally all turned into ashes. Several corpses with only human outlines rushed over from behind with screams. Tiechue reacted immediately. His tall body leaned back slightly, like a bow with power. When the corpses got close, he knocked them over with a shield strike, and then trampled them mercilessly. The fragile chest was crushed, and the corpses immediately stopped moving. The guards were unwilling to lag behind. After all, these staggering corpses were all walking silver coins. Under the long spears, the corpses without armor could only leave a series of corpses. Let's go into the village together. Be careful not to leave the range of the fog lights. Field was itching to kill them, but unfortunately, he was holding the important fog lights. Otherwise, he would have wanted to kill two to satisfy his desire. Puff. Puff corpses fell into a pool of blood. The guards advanced steadily. Field clearly heard that the footsteps of the crowd began to converge into a rhythmic roar. This was a natural drumbeat. As long as the rhythm was mastered, everyone could feel the power of the collective. The new recruits were hesitant at first, but were infected by the crowd and quickly joined the strangulation. Soon, most of the corpses in Rum Village were killed. And there were rotting corpses everywhere, and the stench was unbearable. Field walked to the center of the village, where there was a dilapidated well, which had now collapsed. Field placed the fog lights here. Just 5 minutes after announcing the order to rest, he noticed a large number of red skulls suddenly appearing on the small map. Be careful. There are still monsters here. No. There are a lot of them. Field announced the retreat without saying a word. But the enemy was extremely fast. Even faster than a horse trot. My lord. Run away. I see. The guard in charge of the sentry ran over in a hurry, and just uttered a few words. He was interrupted by Field. Leaving Rum Village now would just run into the enemy. And the most urgent thing was to find a place to defend. Chapter 22. The crisis is resolved. Strange little green vegetables are found. My lord, don't be too far away from me for a while. Ashina grabbed Field's arm and said in a low voice, I am confident that I can break out. Field understood what she meant and nodded. I will, but I don't want to escape until the end. Leave the cart here first and take out the crossbow and string it. Field learned from the last lesson and brought a crossbow. Roar! A dwarf-like monster, using its slender arms to climb over the ruins, jumped on a guard, opened its huge mouth, and began to bite. Crunch! Creak! Even the armor was bitten with a sharp sound. The guard was startled and swung his sword several times. But he failed to shake the monster off. Fortunately, Ashina reacted quickly and drew out her long sword to chop the monster into two. Is this a corrupted monkey? It has long arms and legs. And a tail. It must be a monkey. As if receiving some kind of signal, the whole Rum village was boiling. There were dwarf monsters jumping around everywhere. And they were black and dense, like a rushing muddy stream. Field forced himself to calm down, quickly scanned the small map, and tried to calculate. If he took a wrong step, it might put everyone in a dead-end run. Go to the southeast. There is a big yard there. 1, 2, 10. More and more dwarf corpse monsters climbed over the ruins of Rum village and jumped into Field's sight. Shoot! Field gave the order. And the guards had been waiting for this moment. They immediately fired their crossbows. The monkey monsters that were jumping over immediately burst into blood flowers, as if they had hit an invisible wall, and their bodies fell to the ground. Clear the way. Ashina waved her hand, and the dragon wolf stepped forward quickly, spewing deadly flames while advancing rapidly. Ashina herself decisively stayed behind, and 5 monkey monsters rushed over at the same time. When the monsters were in a straight line at the same time, Ashina flashed out, and her slender cavalry sword slashed across. After a cold flash, the 5 monsters were cut in half at the same time, and fell down with blood. From the corner of his eye, he saw a monster crawling on the ground at a fast speed, trying to suddenly jump up and attack. Ashina raised her long, white, and soft legs and stomped hard on the monster's head. Pop! The monster's head was stomped open, and its eyeballs popped open. Taking advantage of the time Ashina bought, Field led his men to rush into the large yard quickly. The guards next to him had moved stones and rotten furniture to block the gate. It's not safe here. Back off and rely on the house for defense. Field glanced at the small map again. The red signs formed a trend with no end in sight. The only comforting thing was that the monsters were not targeting him, but were running in another direction. Just happened to hit Rum village. Block the gate. Take turns to rest. They are just passing by. They will leave soon. Field encouraged everyone. With the dragon wolf, Ashina, and the army, it is not difficult to block the gate. Soon, the corrupted monkeys launched a violent attack. Unfortunately, Field's army formation was a tenacious dam, and the guards held the gate. The guards in full armor even had to be equipped with heavy shields, and the monkeys could not break through. Ashina's giant wolf was more like a flamethrower tank, with heavy armor. Even if it was wrapped like a dumpling by the corrupted creatures, it could not break even a single scale. The only drawback was that Ashina was forced to leave her mount and become an infantryman. Field was panting, his heart beating very fast. The reputation of the cursed land was not groundless. Luck also played a big part in his survival. We have to build a tall wall quickly. Rubbing his brows, Field was glad that the monsters were not heading for the winery. Everyone protected each other, and after half an hour, the monster tide slowly disappeared. Huh? I'm so tired. Ashina drew out her long sword and shook off the dirty blood on it. Although she was the chosen one, her strength was limited. This was the biggest corpse tide she had encountered in the night territory. Fortunately, the last corrupted monkey was killed, and the surrounding monsters were cleared. Thank you for your hard work. Field looked at Ashina's sweaty appearance and felt distressed. Ashina not only had to hold the line, but also had to output and relieve the defense pressure of others from time to time. Thanks to Ashina's presence, no guards died. It can be said that everyone was holding Ashina back, but training the guards was necessary. Ashina winked playfully. Hee. No meat is eaten in vain. Thank you, Lady Ashina. The guards also thanked Ashina embarrassedly, and there was no hostility or vigilance in their eyes, but pure awe. The humans in this world, unlike those on Earth who have strange tendencies, have always been resistant to subhumans, believing that subhumans are monsters that are a cross between beasts and humans, and are unclean beings. Take a half-hour break, and then move on. Field poked the monster's body with a long sword, curious about their structure and the purpose of their migration. Rum Village has experienced 10 years of decay, and most of the houses have collapsed, and the windows are broken. It is called a village, but it is actually a large garbage dump. Field does not even have much hope. After resting, groups of 5 go and search for spoils. As long as it's useful, you can take it away. The night territory lacks everything. Pots, pans, even pieces of wood are very useful. Putting the fog lights in the center of the village, Field looked at Rum Village, considering whether it could be a base. After walking around the village, Ashina came back to report, "My lord, I just noticed a strange plant in a farmyard, shining green. I feel the power of magic." "Oh, let's go and see." Field stood up. The word magic is particularly attractive. Could it be the treasures of heaven and earth in the novel? Coming to the house on the west side of the village, the main building has collapsed, but the outer wall of the yard is made of stone, not a simple fence, so it is well preserved. Field saw a small piece of green plant at a glance. With a little light, as if it was the instinct of life, Field immediately went over and studied it curiously. It looks a bit like a small green vegetable that has just broken through the soil. Field stretched out his finger and poked it. A strange smell rushed into his nose. Achoo! Field sneezed violently. Ashina saw Field choked and chuckled. "My lord, don't touch strange things casually." "Wait, are you okay?" Seeing Field become confused and his eyes blurred, Ashina was shocked and hurried forward to check. The blood vessels on Field's forehead were beating violently. A lot of sweat oozed out of his skin, and some part of his body immediately reacted. He smelled the good smell on Ashina. As if unable to control himself, Field immediately reached out and grabbed Ashina's wrist. Chapter 23: The Devil's Plant. "Hey!" Ashina hadn't reacted yet. Field threw himself on Ashina, buried his face in her neck, and the unique fragrance of the chosen one permeated her heart. Then, Field pressed hard against her. The waist was soft and slender, and she could hold it tightly. "My lord, don't do this." Ashina felt the hot and wet breath on her neck, and looked around in panic, but she didn't push him away. She even needed to control the powerful divine power in her body, otherwise the violent divine power might hurt her lord. Feeling Field's delicate and hot tongue, gently rubbing, and picking, Ashina immediately felt a slight numbness on her back, and her legs went weak. The next moment, Field put his other hand to touch a strange place. How could things turn out like this? Ashina didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She needed to resist the pleasure coming from her body, and she also had to control her divine power to prevent herself from going berserk. Doing two things at once made her more sensitive. She was about to open the lid and eat. Fortunately, Ashina clamped the salty pig's hand with her white thighs, and did not let things get worse. I feel very comfortable. But no. It's too weird. After all, no one likes to watch content that is too extreme. There is something wrong with that plant. There are only devilish things in the gray fog. Ashina regretted it very much. She should have burned the suspicious things earlier. "Lord Field, where are you?" The guards found that Field was not in the center of the village, and they came to find him anxiously. "Oh my god!" Panic immediately appeared on Ashina's shy face. In a panic, the pleasure was gone. Ashina immediately pulled her hand away and urged her divine power to touch Field's forehead. The pure divine power immediately dispelled the medicinal properties of the magic plant. I feel dizzy." Field held his head and gradually woke up. The beastly desire in his heart was suppressed by reason. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ashina holding her legs together. Her face was red and almost dripping with water, but she still pretended to look at the scenery. "I'm fine." The guard came over, and Field waved his hand, indicating that he should go out and wait. "I don't think I've studied that little green vegetable yet." Frowning, Field felt like he had done this before. He shook his sore arms, and immediately leaned over, reaching out to pick one for a sample. "So, is this a magical plant?" "Don't. Goddess of Winter." Ashina was almost dumbfounded. If this happened again, she might not be able to control herself. She might even have to change her skirt when she went back. How could she let Field go through this again? "You just studied it. This plant is very dangerous." Ashina had no choice but to whisper everything that had just happened to Field. What a perverted plant. Field was shocked, but then sighed. What a pity. I have no memory at all. What do you mean by pity? I am scared by you. If this plant can devour souls, what should we do with the territory? Ashina waved her fingers angrily. Even if you want to get me, you don't have to rely on this. Cough. Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, Ashina immediately fell silent. Yes. Burn it. Just burn it, and the devil's plan will fail. Ashina gritted her teeth. Her red pupils seemed to be burning, like a fanatical villager participating in a witch hunt. Field looked at Ashina, who was in a panic, and laughed. Don't worry. Be patient and tolerant when dealing with new things. Think about it. What will happen if you give this thing to horses and cows? Ashina's beautiful eyes widened, and she crossed her hands. How perverted. No hybridization. I mean, cows and horses are impossible, but humans and subhumans can. Field laughed loudly. It was obvious that Ashina's IQ was offline because of his actions. It's a problem of livestock breeding. With this herb, livestock breeding will be much easier in the future. As long as the number of cattle and sheep increases, we will have endless meat. Field snapped his fingers happily. The magic resistance of the chosen is very strong. A royal scholar has done experiments. Ordinary chosen can be immune to 35% to 70% of magic damage. The chosen who specializes in defense can even be completely immune to magic, and can even rebound magic. Field handed over the jar and asked Ashina to collect 3 samples with the soil. The money harvest was very bleak. The guard searched the entire rum village and found a total of 21 silver coins and 87 copper coins. The village is too poor. We are not the first visitor. Field picked up an old silver coin and gently brushed off the dirt on it. The beautiful pattern of the silver coin appeared in front of him again. When the war broke out between the Empire and the orcs, both sides came to Rum Village to plunder. It was expected that there were few coins. As for the rest of the spoils, a barely usable chair, a box, a dozen broken pottery jars, and a large pile of firewood, which were removed from the furniture in the house. Fortunately, the return trip was smooth, and there was no monster blocking the way. As soon as he stepped into the territory, Field's eyes lit up. There were no wriggling tentacles or pieces of meat in the farmland. It was refreshing, just like a good back rub. And all the dirt was washed away. There was only soil full of toxins in the farmland, and the ashes of the burned corrupted creatures. My lord, we have cleaned up all the corruption in the territory, and burned them to ashes. The slave showed a flattering expression. Hunched over, Field rode on his horse, looked around and nodded, saying, well done. Each of you will be rewarded. The slaves were all smiling. The next task is to repair my big winery. Remove the rotten remains, replace the rotten wood, and repair the landslides and holes. Field had already made plans. Living in a place that was leaky and filled with the smell of monsters' urine was a torture to the body, even though Field's residence was the best place in Night Territory. But sir, I don't know how to do carpentry. Field was stunned for a moment, as if he had forgotten this point, and immediately shouted, is there anyone who knows how to do carpentry, stonemasonry, or blacksmithing? There was a complete silence on the field, and the butler cow said bluntly, sir, those who can master the technology are all free people, and slaves are all waste. Then go recruit some. I just plan to go to the city outside the gray fog. Where is the nearest city? By the way, Maple Leaf City in the High Castle province must have what we need. The butler looked regretful. Each city's craftsmen have their own craftsmen's guild, which is directly governed by the lord. They cannot be recruited with money. Moreover, I don't think there will be any craftsmen willing to come to the Night Territory. I will go there myself. Field shrugged. The butler cow would only raise objections, but would not think about solving the problem. He was used to it. Chapter 24, Awakening the Lord's Talent. That's right, I can bring some wine to sell. I will label them as rare treasures, even though they are rare treasures. With the bizarre story, they will definitely sell well. Like the treasure of a giant dragon? Ashina seemed to understand. Field snapped his fingers. That's right, Ashina, even if it's a boot, if you pick it up in the dragon cave, it's a boot guarded by a giant dragon. And we are not lying, those fine wines are indeed guarded by powerful corrupted creatures, although corrupted creatures have no interest in wine. Ashina covered her mouth and laughed. There's no rush for the carpenter's job. First, clean up all the garbage in the winery. Move out all the rotten equipment and rocks from the landslide. And then clean it up. I expect it will take 3 days. After you finish this, I will reward each of you with 20 copper coins. Sir, you are so generous. Field's generosity is a consensus among all the people in the territory. Outside the Knight territory, even if a freeman works for a month, he may not get 20 copper coins. For Field, the coins he spent will soon return to his pocket and are nothing at all. He even hoped that the slaves would quickly become freemen, because only freemen were eligible to marry and have children. Similarly, freemen needed to fulfill many important duties, such as paying taxes. As he was thinking, Field felt an invisible force surge into his body. There was no increase in strength, but he immediately noticed the difference. He was promoted to a first-level lord. In fact, if you sign a contract with the Chosen One, you have the possibility of becoming a lord. Field originally had the talent of a lord, and all this was a natural thing. In this world, there are not only extraordinary knights, magicians, or chosen ones, but lords can also have levels. But they don't have much killing power. Lords can see the general situation of their own territory. Name, Field occupation, Lord territory, Starry Night Winery and nearby farmland contracted gods chosen, Ashina population, 217 people development, 1 nothing happiness, -32 disappointed and depressed environmental value, -89 full of corruption, unsuitable for living odds of gods chosen appearing, 1 in 100 billion lords talent. Small map can detect surrounding creatures, exclusive talent, panel concrete biological properties, exclusive talent prosperous domain disperse the death fog within the territory, accelerate the melting of the influence of corruption additional talent of gods chosen, taming of beasts within the territory, it is easier to cultivate beasts for war, provided by Ashina conferring advancing 50 wolf cavalry to the first level, provided by Ashina. Field's eyes lit up, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth that were raised, he laughed happily. My lord, what are you laughing at? Ashina scratched her head, looking curious. Nothing, I just thought of something funny. Field asked people to turn off the fog lights of the territory, which scared everyone, thinking that Field was upset. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Spreading his hands, Field smiled. I have mastered the Lord's talent, I don't need to use the fog lights, and I can ensure that the territory is not corrupted. Everyone was skeptical, but they didn't dare to refute, until Field turned off the fog lights, and the fog didn't penetrate at all, then everyone relaxed. Then, there was ecstasy. And almost everyone was in a happy celebration. After all, the fog lights can only last for about a month. And as long as the Lord has no money to buy them from the church, they will die at any time. But with the Lord's fog-removing ability, they can be regarded as a real nail in the Knight territory. Tonight, there will be an extra meal, and everyone can get broth and 2 loaves of bread. Field announced in a high-pitched tone. Saving a fog light is 25 gold coins, and this wave of blood earns 250,000 black breads. Long live! Everyone cheered. The maid Scissor shouted with her loud voice. This is great news. No wonder I dreamed last night that my grandma smiled at me. Lord Field, you are a natural noble, and the blood of the Lord flows in your veins. Field was so embarrassed by the praise that he immediately said to Cow, give my maid, manservant and cook, an extra portion of honey cake. Oh my God, master! We don't have many honey cakes. Cow still maintained his style of offending people, and exclaimed, the maids can just eat the leftovers of you and Lady Ashina. That is already the best food in the whole territory. There is no need to add more. Crunch! Crunch! Scissor's teeth were almost broken, and she wanted to pounce on Cow and scratch his face. The maid Sparrow was never talkative, but she was also very angry. Okay. It's rare that everyone is happy. Scissors, why are you still standing there? Go to the storage room and distribute the cake to everyone. Field never skimped on these petty gains. Long live the Lord! The 2 maids who loved sweets cheered loudly, as happy as 2 sparrows, and ran to the storage room. Cow sighed and silently calculated the supplies of the territory. To the southeast of the northern province is the Morning Wind province, where Field's chief father is located. To the southwest is the High Castle province. And to the north of the northern province is the home of the orcs. Field decided to go to the High Castle province, a province with 5 earls and mostly mountainous areas. Sitting at the wooden table, the creaking broken window made him frown slightly. Field tried his best to keep his heart calm. He carefully opened a book called Grey Fog and Death. This book is worth up to 10 silver coins. It was written by Lucas, a famous scholar and explorer in the Empire. Gemini calendar, September 1st. 147. Today should have been the awakening day celebrated by the whole country. But for the future of the empire, I, Lucas, resolutely entered the abandoned and cursed land, the northern province. Fortunately, I was not the only one who entered the place. There were 2 royal chosen ones, as well as the fallen noble Darren and his chosen daughter. Field leisurely picked up a piece of cut apple from the plate in front of him and put it into his mouth to chew. The sweet juice stimulated his taste buds, and Field was refreshed and continued to read. With the company of 3 peerless beauties, this trip will definitely be full of fun. Although the royal chosen ones are all terrifying 5th level ones, it does not prevent me from enjoying the sight. The 3 outer baronies in the north, Cloud Curtain, Night Curtain and Morning Curtain, I came here when I was young. They were all good places full of fine wine and beautiful women. Now they are full of corruption. One of them is the ugly bad girl who frequently attacks us. I think they are all corrupted prostitutes, because there are still special tattoos and jewelry on their limbs. My guard Steel Fork caught the bad girl and tried to death. What a brave and fearless guy with a spirit of exploration. May the goddess bless him. Puff. Chapter 25 Bloody Murder. The attacker at night. Field spit out the half-chewed apple chunks, laughing. Someone actually dared to attack an ugly female monster. It was too outrageous. Just like the orientation of modern people, as long as it is female, someone will like it. Wiping away the tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes due to laughter, Field became curious. Will corruption cause reproductive isolation between people? Poor Steel Fork finally died of lower body ulceration. His big tits turned into a disgusting tumor and died in great pain. Corruption is the curse of the devil. Giant Fork may not be able to go to heaven. Except for those chosen by God, I think no creature can resist the curse. Field closed the book. The whole book was full of sensory words, which made Field temporarily unwilling to read. Lucas can only be regarded as an adventurer or explorer. As a scholar, he lacks rigor. Not all creatures cannot resist corruption, at least plants can. Field thought of the green plants collected in Rum Village. They were not pieces of meat or tentacles. Ah! A scream came from outside the window. Field's hand shook, and he almost knocked over the cup he was holding to his mouth. The steaming tea in it spilled down, burning himself. It was hard to dry wet clothes in the night. Field glanced at the small map, and there was no skull symbol. It seems that another idiot who needs to be punished can't control his lower body. Field rubbed his temple. The slaves were all mixed together. Violence and coercion would always happen. Even whips could not change nature. Slaves had no right to mate. But most of them didn't even have enough food to eat. And they didn't have the heart to pass on their family line. My lord. Hearing a trot outside the corridor, the servant Wajid knocked on the door hurriedly. Come in. What's the matter? Field came to the window and glanced. It was still dark outside. The torches downstairs were erected. But Field could only see some panicked faces appearing next to the torches. It seemed that the matter was more serious. The clay pot prostrated on the ground, trembling, saying, My lord, our territory is in big trouble. Field was anxious for a while, but still remained calm. Don't worry. Tell me what the trouble is. Bandits. Armed bandits attacked our territory. After all, the clay pot was still young, and he was terrified and couldn't control himself. His hands supporting the ground shook like Parkinson's. Several slaves went to the farmland to defecate, and were suddenly attacked by bandits rushing out of the gray fog. They killed 2 people with spears and took away a female slave. Field hurriedly stepped forward and asked in surprise, didn't continue to attack, but chose to retreat? Yes. They left immediately. Fuck. Field cursed. If they could retreat, they must have a certain amount of wisdom. In this barren, poisonous place, they could still encounter robbers. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Perhaps it was their cute stepmother and brothers and sisters. It was possible. If they were allowed to obtain information about the Chosen One, it would be dangerous. Field looked at the small map again, and there was nothing unusual. This reminded Field of Connor's cavalry, which showed an exclamation mark only when they were close to a certain distance. It seems that the range of the small map warning is limited. It can only be broadcast to the Chosen Ones and corrupted creatures at a longer distance. You notify the others. Let them hide on the first floor of the winery. I will go to chase them. Field took the long sword from the shelf and walked downstairs quickly. Asana was already checking the bodies downstairs. Seeing Field coming downstairs, she immediately apologized aggrievedly. I disturbed your rest. It is my fault to let the enemy enter the territory. It is not your fault. The territory has not even built a wall. It is not impossible for the enemy to infiltrate. Asina fought a bloody day, and did not notice the enemy because of fatigue. This is normal. Field half knelt down, stretched out his hands to tear off the tattered and smelly linen clothes on the corpse, and immediately tilted his head in confusion, the wound on the abdomen. The angle of stimulation is actually upward. Are those robbers dwarfs? It's really strange. Asina rubbed her smooth chin, shaking her legs rhythmically, her white thighs trembling slightly. The slight movement, which allowed her to stay focused. Maybe it's not a human. Maybe it's a nasty dwarf. Field's worried feeling subsided a little. Things might not be too bad. At least not fatal. Asina, can your wolf smell the enemy's tracks? Using a dragonborn giant wolf as a dog, it sounds absurd. Asina slapped her head. Why didn't I think of this idea? Take me with you. I have to see what kind of dog dares to attack my territory. Field gritted his teeth. He was not as kind as the original owner. I will chop off their dog heads. Asina was already familiar with Field's character, smiled and said, of course. I will be your sword. The giant wolf sniffed the corpse a few times, and its dark blue vertical eyes were aimed at the northeast direction of the night territory. Where did the enemy flee to? Fortunately, they did not run to the south. The enemy might not really be human. Dingling-dang-clang. A dozen slave guards ran out in disheveled clothes. Many of them were still wearing armor, looking sleepy. Field twitched his mouth, wanted to scold but stopped. Don't expect the soldiers of this era to be as disciplined as the Chinese army. There is no doubt that. The guards slept very soundly, so much so that when Field was ready to set off, most of them were still asleep. You guard the territory. Don't let the enemy come back. Field didn't plan to take them with him. The pursuit was based on speed. By the time the troops were assembled, the enemy might have already run away. But discipline training must be put on the agenda. A lazy army has no combat effectiveness, and can't even protect the basic territory. Asina pulled Field onto the giant wolf. With Field's small map, the possibility of being ambushed can be greatly reduced. More stable than a horse. Field's first feeling after riding on the giant wolf was that it was very comfortable. Riding a horse is not difficult. The horse's back is very wide. As long as you keep your body steady and get used to it, you will be amazed that riding a horse is easier than riding a bicycle. After all, bicycles have no IQ. Many equestrian experts can even sleep while riding. Asina's dragon wolf is more stable. The rugged scales on its back will not prick people. They will automatically shrink and close, and fit together like a modern craft. Let's go! Driving the giant wolf, the two rushed into the gray fog quickly. I only felt that the surrounding vision was rapidly blurred. The strong wind was whistling in my ears. The wolf rider was running at an astonishing speed. It was like a subway. In just 4 minutes, Asina found the enemy in the dense, corrupted forest. Chapter 26 Gray Fog Goblin. I saw them. Asina's red pupil shone with magic in the gray fog. The enemy was repairing in an open space, playing with the body of the female slave. I really envy you for being able to see through the gray fog. My eyes are completely dark now. After signing the contract, the Lord can also be immune to the toxins of the death fog, but cannot see through the gray fog, so Field's eyes are all white. What are the people attacking the territory? A group of dwarves? But not that fat. Can you beat them? If not, then attack with the guards. No problem. They are just ordinary life forms. Asina felt the warmth on Field's chest, and pressed against her back, and her throat unconsciously made a comfortable snoring sound, but her tone was still nonchalant. Just crush them, they didn't notice our presence. Field carefully drew out his sword, trying not to make any sound, and then lowered his voice and said, then kill them. Woo! The murderous wolf howl sounded, immediately breaking the silence of the gray fog. In response to the wolf's howl, there was a rapid and panicked scream. On Field's small map, a bunch of red exclamation marks popped up at this time. Sure enough, non-corrupted creatures need to be hostile to me before the reminder pops up. Swoosh! Swoosh! A series of javelins pierced the gray fog and attacked the two. The giant wolf dodged quickly, turning into a blurry figure and easily flashing past. The enemy can see us, so hiding in the gray fog is meaningless. Field turned on the fog lights, and his vision immediately became clear. All around him were shadowy tentacles and vines, and various rotten corpses on the ground, but the most eye-catching thing was the group of dwarves. To be exact, it was a bunch of goblins with big noses and sharp teeth. Unlike ordinary goblins, These little monsters had white turbid pupils of a dead person and earthy yellow skin. The captured female slave had been killed by the death fog because she was walking in the gray fog. But she was still stripped naked and tortured. The left abdomen had a bunch of dense tumors due to corruption. Field, a trypophobic patient, almost died on the spot after just a quick glance. Seeing humans, the gray goblins danced and challenged them. They are immune to the gray fog, which is not good news. Seeing the goblin's appearance, Field immediately understood that the gray goblin was the species that survived after the death fog was selected. Let one go, and don't kill it. Kill the rest. Ashina did not hide her murderous intention, understood. Puff, the figure of the giant wolf, suddenly appeared above the goblin at the front of the team. Ashina looked at the dead slaves, and a trace of anger surged on her pretty face. The speed of the spear in her hand increased again, with the sound of iron entering the flesh. The unfortunate goblin was stabbed in the chest, and blood spurted out immediately. He was immediately picked up and thrown out by the impact of the giant wolf, and fell in the distance like a rag, with his bones broken. There were a lot of goblins, more than 30 of them, wearing ill-fitting armor and rushing forward, like a khaki wave. The goblins held rusty spears and stabbed from all directions. Some crazy ones rushed forward in a big shape, trying to pull people off their mounts, looking for death. The popular defeat was just a product of the Empire novelists to please the public. In front of the terrifying combat power of the Chosen One, the goblins, at least the ordinary goblins, had no chance at all. Even without breathing fire, the giant wolf rushed through the goblin wave, and Ashina frequently stabbed out with her lance. And each time she stabbed out, she would take the lives of one or even several goblins. Blood spread, and then seeped into the soil of the north, gathering into small pools of blood in low-lying areas. Howls and screams rose and fell, and combined with the unique Cthulhu terrain of the North Province, it was like hell. Wow! The goblins, who had suffered heavy casualties, began to flee, but exposing their defenseless backs to the highly mobile wolf cavalry was extremely stupid. Ashina did not kill them all immediately. In fact, she only needed to let the dragon wolf spit fire to kill these rat-like existences in seconds. Drawing out her long sword, Ashina slowly chased after the goblin. Field could always find the right moment, and swung her long sword to pass over the fleeing goblins, cutting them into pieces. Soon, there was only one goblin left, and Ashina followed it from a distance. Fearful creatures often cannot think, and they prefer to return to the safest place. After passing through a forest, Field could identify from the small map that there used to be a gravel road here. 10 years ago, a large number of travelers and merchants would walk here, safely and efficiently. After so many years of corruption, Field could not even see any traces of the past. However, a series of skeletons on the roadside made Field feel that he had found the right direction. A camp in the dense forest, full of corrupted thorn bushes, like thorns that wriggled like earthworms, was the best place for this group of goblins to live. This group of goblins was called the Black Forest Tribe. The goblin leader liked this name very much. They were descendants of the noble Orc Expeditionary Army. In order to attack the gateway of mankind, the Holy Griffin Empire, the Orc Emperor launched a vigorous expedition. It would be better if there was no failure. The despicable humans seemed to have communicated with the power of the devil, causing a death fog, killing all creatures in the entire northern border. Otherwise, I would have been in a warm and comfortable human city, catching the princess and playing the Kuan. Word sport. Luckily, the tenacious goblins adapted to the corruption and evolved into gray fog goblins. There is still a chance in the future to break through the damn human walls and capture some humans for reproduction, the goblin leader fantasized. The hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and a khaki goblin stumbled in. "Boss, we found the human camp," the goblin said in a language that only they could understand. The goblin leader was delighted. "Bless the beast god, where are they? I want." Before he finished speaking, the goblin leader's smile froze, because a giant wolf over 2 meters tall was already standing proudly in his sight. "Damn! Shit! You led the enemy here." There were more than 100 goblins in the camp, but their fighting power was not as good as the previous 30. Field glanced back and forth, and knew what was going on. What do they eat? Rotten plants? Field was puzzled. But now was not the time to study nature. With a wave of his hand, Field said angrily, "Burn them all to ashes. They dared to attack my people. They must be tired of living." This was no longer an ordinary goblin. He should be dealt a heavy blow. Chapter 27 Eliminating Goblin Hidden Dangers. The scales on the giant wolf's throat immediately spewed out a large amount of steam. Then, the heat was like a dam opening. The space around it became distorted. The scorching heat instantly blasted into the goblin camp. The surrounding rotten plants immediately dehydrated and died. The goblin was even worse. It was caught in the flames and twisted into a ball in pain. The rest of the goblins collapsed and ran around. Field remembered the scene when he was a child, and poured hot water on ants. The fire beam swept back and forth in the camp, and the goblins ignited by the flames wailed in pain. Many more were hit directly, and then burned into a pool of black ashes. The rest of the guys were unwilling to die in despair, and fought back with javelins and stones. Ah! The goblin leader led 7 or 8 loyal followers, holding spears, and charged at Field. Swoosh! The goblin in the front didn't even make a sound, and fell to the ground without warning, his intestines and broken organs flowing out of the huge wound in his abdomen. And the feather arrow that shot him dead sank into the boulder behind him, and the tail of the arrow was still trembling slightly. Asina was too lazy to command the giant wolf to attack. She drew her own arrows and shot at the goblins quickly. The charging goblins, without even having time to consider whether to escape, were all shot to death by silver streams of light. Soon, all the goblins in the camp were killed. The earth was cracked by the roasting, and the ground was full of gray ashes. These goblins have armor, which must not be made by themselves. I think there are things worth exploring around. Field remained focused. Unfortunately, the small map did not mark the supplies. He picked up a piece of rusted iron. This seems to be something from the royal family. It's a pity that it is so rotten that no one wants it even if it is scrap metal. The exquisite and gorgeous gardenia pattern on it can be vaguely seen that it is a shoulder armor produced by the royal family, which is worn on the goblin's head as a helmet. Field flicked his fingers on it, and rust fell all over the ground. Well, what am I expecting? These armors have rusted into slag, and they are worthless. Throwing away the garbage with disdain, Field continued to search in the goblin camp. There is no such thing as antiques in this era. Lord, I think there are still their nests nearby. There are no cubs in the territory, which is very strange. Search carefully. Whether there are treasures is secondary. This group of goblins must be wiped out. Field looked serious. He didn't want to leave behind a group of monsters that hated him. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Asina tilted her head. She felt that Field was particularly wary of the goblins, even though they were weak creatures. However, the Lord gave the order, and Asina searched carefully around. As they predicted, after a careful search, they found that the goblin cubs were hidden in a cave not far from the territory. Pulling aside the thorns covering the cave entrance, Field bent down and went in. The entrance was small, but after getting in, he found that the space was very spacious, filled with miscellaneous items, especially a large pile of armor and weapons. But they were all rotten, and the smell of rust and feces and urine filled the space with a pungent smell. But Field could ignore it, because the smell of decay was not much better anyway. Wow, wow, wow. A bunch of weasel-sized goblins huddled together, all over the ground, at least 100 of them. If they were not found, it might take them a month to recover. 2 deformed does were imprisoned beside the goblins. Unsurprisingly, these 2 does were the goblins' biological mothers. Goblins have no females, so they can only reproduce with other creatures, and they reproduce very quickly. Hey! Is it a species that is immune to the death haze? Field's eyes lit up, and he went forward to check the doe, but after seeing the mouth and eyes on the doe's back, he was disappointed. It turned out to be a corrupted creature, but it's a non-aggressive type. Asina covered her mouth and laughed. This kind of strange goblin is very rare, and it's not immune to the death haze. That's right, otherwise the Empire would have recovered the vast northern province long ago. Something is wrong. These goblins can reproduce by relying on corrupted creatures? Field suddenly thought of this and took a breath. Corrupted creatures are everywhere. If the goblins catch a large number of female corrupted creatures, it will pose a great threat to the Night Territory. That's a problem. We have to be careful of the goblins in the future. Asina drew a long knife from her waist. The dragon wolf is too big to squeeze in. They have to do it themselves. Let's do it together. It's faster. Field picked up a rusty nail hammer from the ground. Like playing whack-a-mole, he smashed all the little goblins into 2-dimensional pieces. He then hammered the 2 corrupted deer, and sent them all to hell. After counting the loot in the cave, Field got a cave full of broken armor. It was time-consuming and laborious to carry them. and they were useless. So they were discarded. However, there was a locked ironwood box, which attracted attention. Did you see the key? Field searched around. Ashina winked mischievously. Of course. My lord. She stretched out her slender hand and pulled it casually, pulling off the iron lock on the box, along with the corrupt moss attached to it. Well, you are awesome. Field took a deep breath, opened the box slowly and cautiously, and prayed in his heart that there was no trigger bomb or treasure chest monster inside. Fortunately, the boring fantasy did not happen. The first thing that caught his eyes was two flags. One was an old and faded griffin flag. The other was a strange pattern composed of eyes and six-pointed stars that Field did not recognize. It looked like the family flag of a noble family. Just like the flag of the Ross family, it was a rose composed of abstract symbols and lines. Field did not want to use that flag because it looked like a gay. Under the flag, there were vertical sealed thin wooden cylinders. Carefully prying open the lid with a knife, Field could see that there was a rolled parchment inside. Ashina's eyes lit up, and her wolf ears stood up. I feel like I've found something interesting. Is it a royal secret that has been hidden for many years? Or is it a treasure hidden by a noble? Field was also very curious. From the old griffin flag and royal armor, it was not difficult to see that this was equipment left behind by the royal army. The paper in it must have recorded something interesting. Carefully pouring out the parchment scroll, Field saw the flame pattern on the scroll and suddenly felt very familiar. Ashina only took a glance, and then narrowed her eyes in frustration. I feel the magic flowing. I think this is not a treasure map. Sure enough, after opening it, she found that it was full of incomprehensible symbols. This is a magic scroll. No wonder I feel very familiar with it. My sister went to the Mage Academy, and the magic scroll she brought home to show off was of this style. As he said this, Field, who had been itching to do it for a long time, aimed at the corpse of the corrupted deer and tore open the scroll. Chapter 28 Magic Scroll. Whoosh! A large ball of flame burst out from the scroll, igniting the two corpses. The flames made the corpse of the corrupted deer sizzle. But that was all. The used scroll lost its magical luster and completely became a toilet paper. There were no cool special effects, nor the netherworld flames of the dragon wolf that destroyed the world. Field felt like he was watching a fire-breathing acrobatic performance, which was not even as exciting as a gas tank explosion. I seem to have wasted 10 gold coins. Field realized it later, and immediately broke into a sweat. Although the damage of magic scrolls is very low, the market price of a first-level magic scroll is about 15 gold coins, and an antique magic scroll is worth about 10 gold coins, which is not cheap at all. Ashina spit out a small piece of delicate tongue, and said with a smile, "How can it be a waste? We understand the power of magic scrolls. As you said, practice makes perfect. Besides, it's the first time I see a magic scroll. It's very interesting. This little girl is very sensible. She actually gave herself a way out. I just mentioned it, but you remembered it." Field was infected by her positive attitude and patted Ashina's head with a smile. There are 24 magic scrolls in the box. Excluding the ones Field used, it is expected to sell for 230 gold coins, which is a very rich harvest. It is also interesting to pick up trash, Field thought to himself, and you can make a lot of money just by taking a walk. Due to the special environment of the north, there are very few adventurers who dare to go deep into here, so there are many good things left. Back to the territory, everyone was relieved to see Field come back safely. After all, the territory master was in trouble, and they would be killed by the death haze that day. Besides, Lord Field is a very good person, the slaves thought, hoping that Field would be their lord forever, so that they could eat half full, which would be like a god's life. Ah! It's a goblin's head, the more experienced Freeman Dog Claw exclaimed. I have seen these dirty little things in big cities. They can even mate with sows, and give birth to a bunch of little goblins. Yes, these monsters are the ones who attacked the territory. Field threw the goblin's head on the ground, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. We have avenged the dead, and hope they can return to the arms of the goddess. Long live the Lord. Thank you, Lord. The slaves were grateful. It felt so good to have people respect their right to life, and they didn't have to worry about being killed by hateful monsters at night. Although Field was not motivated by human rights, he just wanted to eliminate the threat so that the slaves could work well. But it did not prevent the slaves from being grateful. Generally, The lords did not care about the life or death of the slaves. They would only consider whether to eat apple soup or cherry soup in the evening. Let's go. Go back and rest. Field was also tired. After solving the problem of the goblins, Field clapped his hands. And he thought of another important thing. That was the poor performance of the guards when the goblins attacked. The guards on patrol hid somewhere to sleep. And the rest of the guards, who were resting, were not concerned. If the male servant Wugwan hadn't woken up a few guards, the entire territory would have been slaughtered. And these guards wouldn't have appeared. If the territory's military strength is not strengthened, even sleeping will be uneasy. It would certainly not be possible to take care of the entire territory if Ashina alone was the only one who could understand it. After Field finished planning, he wrote it down in words that only he could understand, and then laid down on the bed. The broken floor and windows of the winery immediately made a creaking sound, and from time to time, an unpleasant wind blew in from the cracks in the bricks. We have to repair the house as soon as possible. Field covered his ears in despair, buried his head in the quilt, and only the quilt retained the fragrance of civilized society. The next day, after the tortured Field ate bread with blueberry jam, he gathered all the soldiers, including the subhuman cavalry who could not ride horses. Stand up straight, Field scolded in a stern voice. The guards knew that they had performed badly last night, and they shrank their necks in fear. Some of them were even scared to death, thinking that they would face hanging, but they did not dare to say a word, and they glanced at Field's face from time to time, hoping to see some clues. Field had intended to drag out the idiots who had neglected their duties and give them 30 lashes in front of everyone. But seeing that many of them were pale and thin, with their ribs clearly visible, and even wearing armor, they were staggering and about to fall, Field gave up his unrealistic idea. Instead of 30 lashes, he only wanted 10 lashes, which would send them back to their mother's wombs. Even if they didn't die, they would be paralyzed for several months. To save them, he would have to spend precious potions, and he would still be the one to lose. The most important thing is, if they are killed, there will be even fewer suitable soldiers among the remaining slaves. Field rubbed his brows and comforted himself. The guards had 2 fist-sized pieces of black bran bread a day, no salary, freedom and women. Ask yourself, from their perspective, Field himself is unwilling to work hard. The patrolling guards ran 6 laps around the territory last night, and those who did not come out to assemble ran 3 laps. This is a punishment, don't try to be sneaky. Huh? The guards breathed a sigh of relief, and many of them even laughed. Although I don't understand why the Lord is so keen on running. Running is much more comfortable than being whipped to plow a bloody wound. I love running. A guard smiled and dropped his weapon and took off his armor. Wait. Put on leather armor before running. In addition, everyone must carry a weapon, Field emphasized. Before they showed despair, Field added in a devilish and bewitching tone. If we can finish before noon, everyone can get a piece of bacon. Nutrition supplement is necessary. Smoked meat? Mom, what did I hear? Is it a holiday today? Our beloved Lord. The complaints in his stomach instantly went into his intestines and turned into farts. The guards quickly changed into leather armor, carried up their weapons, and began to run like crazy. The scene was very lively, and attracted the attention of the slaves who were dealing with the corrupted farmland around them. The remaining dozen people looked at each other, thinking of the bacon. They were drooling with greed. Finally, Bobcat mustered up the courage and asked cautiously, "What about us?" "Sir, we can also run." Field glanced around. Those who remained were the elites among the guards. Many of them killed more than 10 corpses. Field raised his eyebrows. "You don't have to run. You were the few who came out to gather last night. You deserve the bacon. I have a new training project for you, called Standing at Attention. If you do well, you will be rewarded with an extra egg." Gudong hearing the egg, another swallowing sound was heard. Chapter 29 Training in Military Posture. Last time Field gave them eggs, many of them swallowed the eggs greedily, without chewing them twice, and rolled their eyes because of choking. The lack of food made them eager for protein, and many of them dreamed about the taste of eggs. They thought that the benefit would never come again, but they really didn't expect that the long-awaited eggs would come so soon. "It's very simple, learn from me." Field demonstrated the military posture used by Chinese students during military training, and then patiently corrected them one by one. Field had high expectations for these outstanding guards. The future military framework, if nothing unexpected happens, will need them to be built. After doing all this, Field asked the butler to bring a chair and took out an hourglass to count the time. Hold on for half an hour, and the eggs will be yours. Field showed a devilish smile. Kitchway stuck his butt awkwardly, trying his best to stand straight, with his hands clinging to the outside of his hips, and his feet spread at a certain angle. This may be a farce performance that the nobles like. Kitchway heard that the nobles loved to watch clown performances. He had never seen a clown, but he guessed that he should look like this. Kitchway muttered to himself, "But for the eggs, it's all worth it. Is there any job more tiring than moving bricks or mining?" Soon, Kitchway saw the horror of standing at attention. The farmland of Night Territory, after being purified by the purification potion and Field's Lord power, has not yet fully recovered. It is soft and rotten as if it had just rained. Kitchway just feels that he can't stand. In the eyes of the onlookers, it is not the land that is the problem, but the people standing there are trembling. Their legs are shaking like soft noodles, feeling the heaviness all over their bodies. The guards realize that standing is not easy. The numbness and pain are as painful as carrying heavy objects for a day. Kitchway sweated profusely, gritted his teeth, and silently encouraged himself. For the eggs, several guards were silently chanting. Even if their bodies were shaking, they still gritted their teeth and persisted. Field's mouth corners unconsciously rose, glancing at the hourglass. Sure enough, the incentives brought by material things are very powerful. After leisurely drinking a cup of black tea, Field announced a break, and everyone was relieved, and they fell down like mud. My lord, this is a genius move, and this is how they should be treated. After counting the wine cellar, the butler Cow came to report with a paper with wet ink, and saw Field torturing the guards, and thought Field had understood the key to nobility, not treating people as human beings. Cow was immediately relieved. Hey, you also understand the power of discipline. Field was shocked. Even his sitting posture became serious. The meaning behind standing at attention was not something that medieval people could easily understand. I didn't expect that my butler had such a forward-looking vision. Cow touched his nose in confusion. Discipline? I mean, to deal with slaves, you should torture them in different ways, so that they will be obedient. Oh, that's fine. Field was disappointed, and he lay lazily on the back of the chair again, showing a wicked smile. This is not torture. It's training. They performed very well. I decided to give them eggs at noon. Eggs? Give them to slaves again? Cow was struck by lightning, and he was stunned on the spot, opening and closing his mouth, and almost fainted. My lord, this is the second time you have done such a ridiculous thing. Slaves should eat whips, not eggs. Cow could barely praise the creativity of stuffing the shiny gold coins into the treasure cave of the old and ugly witch. But the treatment of feeding slaves with eggs made Cow feel distressed. Cow dared to swear that Field's move would be absolutely bizarre and explosive in the entire empire. Even the most naughty dandy in the capital of the empire would not do such a creative way to squander money. Seeing the butler pulling his collar to breathe in anger, Field felt amused and comforted him. This is a cursed land. Of course, we can't follow the rules like ordinary areas. All the rules here will be brand new. I believe you will get used to it. By the way, how is the wine statistics done? I'm here for this. Talking about business. The butler handed the results to Field and reported excitedly. According to the standard sherry barrels, there are 3 barrels of barley wine, 7 barrels of honey wine, 7 barrels of olive wine, 24 barrels of black pearl wine, and we also found precious carbonated wine. That is, champagne. Only 1 barrel. The first 3 are civilian drinks, and the valuable one is still wine. It's much better than I expected. It's great. Field stood up and paced back and forth. His excited heart made him unable to sit still. He laughed heartily. The most important thing now is to turn them all into cash. Only when they are turned into glittering gold coins, I will feel relieved. If a monster sneaks in to cause damage, the gold coins will be gone. Cow, you select some slaves and ask them to load the rations for 40 people for 10 days. Oh, and the horse feed. You are responsible for checking and filling the gaps. I will personally go to Maple Leaf City to visit the local nobles and find a market for the wine. Is this too risky? The death haze is no joke. It is difficult for us to have the luck we had last time. If we encounter a large wave of zombies, there is a high probability of accidents. Sir, just let the chosen one lead the team. Right? Cow questioned. He looked around quietly and made sure that Ashina was not there. He was relieved. He did not like that terrible subhuman at all. Besides, We have only been in the Night Territory for a few days. Everyone needs your leadership. Field sighed helplessly. It would be dangerous if he did not go. If Ashina dies, Field will not be able to defend the winery. Without a small map, Ashina will definitely run into a large group of corpses. And it will not be just one or two groups. Field knows how dangerous the northern province is. They are like playing in a sea of rotten corpses. If they are not careful, they will be doomed. This is an order. Just follow it seriously. Field waved his hand, turned his face away, and was too lazy to explain. Cal is the only one who can read in the territory. But it does not mean that he is a talent for internal affairs. Letting the chosen ones trade. Wouldn't it tell everyone in the Empire that Field, an unpopular, helpless, isolated little baron, has a precious chosen one? In any case, Field cannot lose Ashina. Nor can he expose Ashina to outsiders. Hey, what are they doing? Field noticed that the two female slaves were whispering and walked to the outskirts of the territory. Maybe it's a woman's little secret. Or maybe it's gossip. Or, there's a conspiracy. The possibility of a conspiracy is not high. There is no fog lamp. And unless you awaken directly as the chosen one, you can run away. It is estimated that they are going to fish. And Field is very experienced in fishing. Chapter 30. Issue a new decree. Go to the High Castle province. They are of different races. Demi-humans and humans can really be friends. Field nodded with satisfaction, thinking whether he could use them as typical propaganda, so he followed them quietly. Then the next moment, Field regretted doing something stupid. The two women squatted down together, with their legs in an M shape, revealing their dirty buttocks covered with mud, and began to reply unscrupulously. Field's pupils trembled. He couldn't believe what he saw. He exclaimed, "Fuck. My eyes. They actually urinated and defecated on the road at will. Is there any law? Is this weird?" Cal touched his nose, and didn't even frown. He had long been accustomed to it. The lower class is so dirty. The butler was not surprised. In the Holy Griffin Empire, even the entire continent, this situation was everywhere. The roads, streets, and even the corridors were full of excrement. Flies were buzzing, and rats were swimming in them. Even the maid who served Field secretly urinated and defecated in the corner of the house. Because it was dark outside the house, and it was scary. Cal secretly thought, maybe the Lord just likes to peek. But he is embarrassed to say it in front of him. And before Field went to the Night Territory, the first thing he did was to buy a toy. Although the toy became the chosen one, Cal firmly believed that it was just luck. After all, which noble is not perverted? I was busy dealing with the affairs of the territory before, and I forgot about it. Field pressed his temple, trying to lower his blood pressure. He suddenly remembered that the Middle Ages was an era of chaotic sanitary conditions, which even caused a large-scale Black Death. He had always traveled by horse, and the tall horse made him not notice the feces in the territory. Field wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a modern man, he would never allow the chaos of the Middle Ages to appear in his territory. Dirty and unhygienic conditions will breed viruses and cause diseases such as the Black Death. The housekeeper couldn't understand. Feces and, what are viruses? Cal, I am going to promulgate an important law now. From now on, no one is allowed to urinate or defecate in public places at will, and the excrement needs to be pushed into a pit. Field shook his index finger, then turned his hand behind his back and said, "First, let everyone remember this decree. If anyone violates it in the future, the first 3 times will be warned, and then there will be a fine. 1 copper coin for slaves. 3 for freemen." "Fine?" Cal's eyes immediately. The clock was lit up. "You are really an economic genius." Field frowned. "It's just a fine. What does it have to do with the economy? Many lords have already levied breathing tax and blinking tax. But the excretion tax, the excretion fine, is the first of its kind. It's really a genius idea. If it can be implemented, there will be a lot of income every day." The butler was very happy. He couldn't let go of Field's waste of eggs before. But seeing that Field's talent for extortion was as good as his talent for wasting money, Cal immediately put his mind at ease. It seems that the finances of the Night Territory can last for a long time. This is what a noble should do. Cal saluted respectfully. "You are a model of a noble." Field waved his hand speechlessly. "Go and do it." Then, Field continued to train the guards. Until noon, Ashina returned to the territory. Field let go of the guards, who were wailing for mercy. Let the guards go to eat. Field summoned Ashina, who had just returned. How was it? Did it go smoothly to the barn this time? Field opened the small map. The skull symbol at the barn location was all erased, looking very refreshing. Ashina playfully stuck out her tongue, stretched out her waist lazily, blinked and said playfully, "Thanks to you. The clearing of the rotten corpses went very smoothly. The only pity is that there is nothing valuable in the barn. The piled wheat has been completely rotten, and even most of the barn has collapsed." Ashina took out a bag, which contained a sample of wheat from the barn. "This is expected. You should go and rest first." After several battles, Field realized that letting ordinary soldiers act with Ashina was simply adding difficulty to Ashina. Therefore, Field planned to divide the troops into two groups. With her strong combat power and mobility, Ashina frequently attacked and cleared the zombies gathered around. The guards were mainly trained for the time being, and the rest of the time, they cleared the remaining small waves of zombies. Field himself was responsible for supervising the training of soldiers, and rubbing Ashina's legs, tail and ears when he had nothing to do. Everyone had a clear division of labor, and everyone had a bright future. In this way, Field spent a week in the Night Territory. The territory extended to the woods in the east for 5,000 square meters, which was less than the size of a football field. But it was a good result. It is difficult to expand the actual control range. It is necessary to use fog lights. First, use fog lights to dispel the local fog. Then let the guards eliminate the corpses. Then the slaves remove all traces of corruption, such as vegetation and small animals. After doing all this, Field's Lord ability can permanently protect the land. And it must be ensured that no new corrupt creatures will invade. Field has already summed up the rules. Hey idiot. Be careful when lifting the wine barrel. If you are so impetuous again, I will kiss your ass with my boots. Then put your head in the sow's feces. The butler's angry roar came from downstairs. It's time to go to the High Castle province. Field put down the feather pen in his hand, stretched his waist, and the maid's scissors beside him immediately handed over his coat. There is no food source in the Night Territory. The food in the territory is consumed very quickly. If you want to get food from the farmland, you will probably have to wait a long time. So food needs to be imported through trade. When he came downstairs, Field met the guard leader Bobcat. He and the guard stood straight, although they still looked crooked and the formation was bad. Field was very satisfied with it. The extra food every day was not wasted. At least the guards were not so thin. "Sir, we want to be your shield," said the mountain cat loudly. He had great respect for Field, the benevolent lord. "Take us with you." "Uh-huh. You have always been my shield. But now I need you to protect the territory." Field patted his shoulder. He only brought 3 people, including Iron Hammer, as guards on this trip. However, Field would bring all of Ashina and her plundering cavalry, with 1 chosen one and 20 cavalrymen. It was already a very good guard force. After carefully explaining the defense matters, Field turned and left. "Sir is a true noble, a benevolent lord with a brave spirit," said the mountain cat with emotion. Ordinary lords would not venture into the death fog many times. Chapter 31 The Perverted Lord. The butler's fantasy. Yes. I am proud of myself for being able to protect the lord and his property. The guards beside him nodded in agreement. But the butler cow was worried and prayed silently. The male servant Wugwan comforted him. "Don't worry. Lord Ashina is powerful, and the goddess of winter will protect the lord." Cow rolled his eyes unhappily. "What do you know? I am worried about what will happen to the lord after he arrives in Maple Leaf City. You should know that Maple Leaf City also has the chosen one." "Ah? But we are not going to war, but to trade, so we shouldn't fight, right?" Wugwan was frightened by Cow, and his voice became much lower. "And the lord's personality charm. I believe there will be no problem. Field's performance for many days has made the servants obedient. So you are just a male servant. Wugwan, you have a lot to learn." The butler showed a proud smile, and said, "The official belief of Maple Leaf City is the god of love and joy. Their chosen one, the stunning dancer, was promoted from the land of red light districts. Countless nobles were fascinated by her, and were willing to offer all their wealth and body fluids." "Ah? There is such a thing?" Wugwan was confused. He blushed just thinking about it. "Otherwise, do you think that Maple Leaf City, a remote border city, can be so prosperous, possessing several magic potion formulas and irreplaceable commercial status? Could it be that it relies on the personal ability of Baron Maple Leaf? Let me tell you, last time our lord went to watch a female slave go to the toilet. It was too perverted. If the local lord let the dancer use her magic power on Lord Field, with Lord's self-control, it would definitely, I won't say more. In Cal's opinion, Field was completely there to hunt for beauties, and he might even end up enjoying himself and not wanting to leave. The clay pot was silent, and could only pray silently, hoping that the beloved lord would not be corrupted by evil. Wait, am I talking too much again? Cal suddenly felt something was wrong. If the lord or Asina knew what he said, he would be immediately changed from a butler to a groom. No, it might be even worse. Looking at the harmless expression of the clay pot, Cal was sweating profusely, and began to worry that the clay pot would tell on him. Field didn't want to go to the farther Maple Leaf territory for trade. But the stupid son of the Bull Baron was probably still closing the fortress gate. And he also robbed the Bull territory. Field didn't want to take a gamble. The Baron of Maple Leaf City is a wealthy man. He makes a fortune by making potions from the magic plants in his territory. Field believes that black pearl wine will sell for a very good price. Sir, do you have to go in person? Asina saw Field preparing, wiping the shining sword again, and sighed helplessly. This is the lord who does everything himself. She has to go to the High Castle province in person. Actually, just leave it to me. The journey is too dangerous. And I will protect your property with my life to ensure that no accidents happen. That's what I'm worried about. Who asked you to protect the gold coins with your life? Gold coins can't buy the chosen one. Field patted Asina's head, causing a peach-colored blush on the latter's face. Field patiently explained. In addition, I need to visit Baron Maple Leaf in person. The products of the Night Territory in the future will need to be digested by that wealthy noble. There is a reason Field didn't say, that is, he can detect the monsters around him. Without Field, the caravan will encounter the zombie tide again and again. Field lit the fog lights, hung them on the carriage, and the caravan set off. The horses' hooves kicked and stomped on the road. Accompanying them were Asina, the looting cavalry, 3 guards, 20 slaves responsible for carrying goods, and the maid Scissors, who was responsible for taking care of Field's food, clothing, housing and transportation. Leaving the Starry Night Winery, everyone seemed to have entered hell immediately. There were twisted plants everywhere, ghosts everywhere, and it seemed that a demon would fly out at any time. The slaves looked around in fear, although they were responsible for carrying goods. Field still equipped them with spears for self-defense. This road is really broken. Field was very resistant to the rotten road surface with small tentacles. They would slow down the movement of the carriage. We have to repair the road when we have a chance. It would be best to open up a trade route and build a cement road connecting Night Territory to Maple Territory. Before he could sigh twice, a large number of red skull signs began to approach quickly. Be careful. They are coming. Field took a deep breath. Ashina's giant wolf roared, rushed forward quickly, and swung the spear down fiercely, which immediately brought a bloody rain and strange screams. The rotten corpses crawled down like wheat being cut, and red and white human body fragments were splattered all over the ground. Then the dragon wolf shook its head, and a dark blue flame swept out, vaporizing a large area of rotten corpses. The rest of the cavalry quickly drew their swords and guns, raised their weapons with all their strength, and charged at the corpses. Although they had only trained for a short time, the subhumans were natural cavalrymen and quickly mastered the essence of riding. For Lord Field, charge! The cavalrymen crushed forward. On Field's small map, the red mark disappeared rapidly, and at the same time, more red dots began to gather around. Come on! Come on! Field was full of fighting spirit and drew out his sword. Maple Leaf Fortress was also one of the border fortresses of the Empire. Its defense was extremely strong. It not only had crossbows and catapults, but also equipped with a large number of wizard towers. From a distance, there were floating magic crystals everywhere. When everyone crossed the gate of Maple Leaf Baron's border fortress, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. It was no longer the endless gray fog, but a bright world. Oh my god! Those knights actually came from the gray fog. The soldier with a local accent pointed at the cavalrymen in black robes. Even the horses were wrapped in black robes, which looked extremely scary. This is too rare. They must be adventurers or the Empire's Survey Corps. Look at them. They are all covered with the dirty blood of corrupted creatures. Close the door in time. Don't let the monsters in the gray fog follow you in. The commander cleared his throat. Welcome to Maple Leaf Territory. I wish you a happy shopping. Thank you. Field didn't expect to get in so smoothly. He prepared a bag of gold coins as a bribe. But it didn't work. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. I thought I would be troubled. The goods pulled by the horse were 10 barrels of black pearl wine, plus a box of magic scrolls. These scrolls were old and Field was worried that if he didn't sell them, they would only be used to wipe his butt after a while. If the trade route could be opened, I wouldn't have to go there myself. On the way, Field avoided countless large-scale zombie waves, and also annihilated several small zombie waves, otherwise it would be impossible to reach the High Castle province smoothly. It cost almost nothing, only half a cart of food was overturned in the pit. Chapter 32. A place of extravagance and corruption, Simon Maple's special hospitality. Of course, it was also thanks to Ashina's bloody battle. She was tired at the moment, wrapped in a black robe and curled up in the carriage to sleep, and the dragon wolf was taken back. Now she only serves as a maid. The subhumans are too conspicuous. In the Holy Griffin Empire, all the subhumans that can be seen are slaves. In order not to attract attention, Field decisively asked them to wear burqas to hide their identities. Go west from Maple Fortress for a day, you will reach Maple City, a beautiful city built on the mountain. Before entering Maple Leaf City, Field felt the luxury of Maple Leaf City. The city wall was only 3 meters high, covered with flowers and silk banners. There was almost no one guarding the city wall. The Mage Tower and Adventurers Association in the distance were particularly eye-catching. There were caravans and travelers everywhere. Before entering the city, there were vendors carrying packages, selling wine, tobacco and snacks. Maple Leaf City did not have much defense, but it was a top-notch gold-spending den. The whole empire knew that Maple Leaf City was a Kuan woman waiting to be fucked. No matter you use sweet words, academics or magic, or glittering gold coins, merchants or nobles, or directly attacked war means, there was no defense anyway. There were red light districts, gambling competitions, and delicious food and wine. The only people who are not welcome are those with empty pockets. The large number of homeless people squatting at the city gate is a good illustration of this point. Many homeless people are even impoverished landless nobles. They lost everything here and were thrown out. Too prosperous. After holding it in for a long time, Iron Hammer barely found one from his dry vocabulary. Indeed, but the future Night Territory will be more prosperous than this place. Field was full of confidence. After all, he had seen the big city in his previous life. For him, Maple Leaf City was at most a bold and special scenic spot. After handing over his ID and the entrance fee, Field entered the city easily. Hi, sweethearts, you've had a hard journey. Let me help you have some fun. For just 10 silver coins, I'll be yours today. As soon as he entered the city, a charming woman with her legs split high up to her armpits came up to him. After she finished speaking, the woman smiled charmingly and directly tore open her right collar, showing the unique peaks of the High Castle province. Fuck. Big. Big. Tight. Tall. Tall. Field's men had never seen such a scene before. Ding. 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 The sound of a hard object hitting the waist armor spread everywhere, and their eyes were red, and they stretched their necks and shouted. Not to mention his subordinates. Field had never seen such a scene in his 2 lifetimes. This was the city gate. Obviously, the person in front of him was an excellent software hardening engineer with excellent professional skills. Field was also hot all over. He had heard that Maple Leaf City was corrupt, but he didn't expect that it would be so big as soon as he entered the city gate. It was worthy of being a place favored by the god of love. Ahem. No need. After Field had a good look, he shook his hand. My lord, this place is full of demons. I would rather face disgusting corrupt creatures. The maid Jianzi blushed, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Ashina also got out of the carriage, glancing at Field with disdainful eyes, said resentfully, My lord, are you going to have some fun first? We can wait for you to finish. Don't doubt me so much, I'm not a casual person. Patting Kichue's shoulder, this guy was already eager to make a move, drooling and looking around. Field joked. Tiki-Eye, your name is wrong. Should you change your name to Tai-Gun? Tiki-Eye scratched his head embarrassedly. My lord, I want to go out and spend some money. I want to polish my spear. How much money have you saved? In the Night Territory, slaves can have private property. This is a special permission from Field. But you can only save money, you can't spend it, and there is no place to spend it. Night Territory doesn't even have a tavern. Among them, the guards save money especially fast. Killing a rotten corpse can earn 1 silver coin. If you put it outside the north, this treatment will make people fight for it. 47 silver coins. Iron Hammer answered proudly. Save it first. This won't be the last time you come to Maple Leaf City. When you become free citizens, come here to enjoy yourself. Field prefers to hang them with a goal, so that they will work harder to create value, rather than wasting it on software hardening. Ashina, you and the cavalry buy some delicious food to fill your stomach, and then go to the post station outside to rest. I'm going to visit the nobles here. Maple Leaf Manor is one of the few noble manors built in the downtown area of the Empire. Maple Leaf Baron Simon Maple Leaf is a person who likes to be lively. He is not afraid of people shouting loudly or assassination. After handing over the name card, Field waited for a while at the gate of the manor. Handsome Baron Field, I am the maid of Maple Leaf Manor. I am ordered to take you into the manor. Please use the side door for your caravan. A charming woman who was almost wearing a silk swimsuit bowed deeply to Field. With a bow, she almost showed all the beauty she could show. Only people with noble blood can use the front door. Please understand. Field rubbed his temple and kept inhaling cold air to comfort himself. This Baron Simon really did not shy away from showing his hobbies. Please lead the way. Entering the manor, the maid twisted her waist, took Field through many turns, and entered a building decorated like a palace. Ahem. Just after entering, Field was choked twice. The pervasive water vapor and smoke made Field almost think he was back in the northern province, and he almost took out the fog lights. Hee hee, don't touch there. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you hee hee hee. 7 or 8 women were laughing and playing in the hot spring pool. Field glanced at them, and his blood pressure rose. It's not that he has evil thoughts, but it would be bad if he ran into Baron Maple Leaf's wife. Field turned his head and wanted to go out, and heard a heavy but slightly funny voice. Hey, Baron Field. You don't have to be shy. These are to entertain your maids. Enjoy them as you like. Damn! This guy is really easy to get along with. But Field was not upset. If he really messed around with the maid and had a child, and Baron Simon sent someone to assassinate him. According to the imperial law, the inheritance right would belong to the child in the maid's belly. The property of Nightfall Territory and Field Territory was jointly ruled by Maple Leaf Territory. The maid leading the way smiled wickedly, squatted down and undressed Field. After Field awkwardly broke free, he straightened his robe, straightened his collar, and said seriously, Thank you for your kindness, Baron Simon. But I came here to visit you and discuss another business. Field knew the name of the beautiful dancer, of course, and he didn't want to be fascinated by her and eventually drained of all his value and end up on the streets. Even if the maid still flirted, Field was used to seeing the most beautiful chosen ones, and he had no interest in ordinary women. Chapter 33 Wine is in action. Field's fairy tale. Your father is a brave and fearless nobleman, the bloody rose god's chosen of the Ross family, and he has left a legendary story in the Empire. Simon said some polite words. In fact, the two had no intersection at all, and the old earl's first god's chosen had died in the war with the elves. Simon said loudly, I admire his bravery very much, and I hope to meet him one day. Simon was a short and fat man with a very white complexion. His face was covered with freckles and tumors. He lay in the arms of 2 naked maids, and after he finished speaking, he sucked the cherry from the maid's hand with his pouting mouth, chewing leisurely, and then with a tut sound, he spit the fruit core with saliva on the maid's snow-white skin. The maid was not displeased at all, but kept laughing. It was really decadent, and Field was not surprised, as many nobles were like this. After all, from childhood to adulthood, he could get whatever he wanted, and his threshold of pleasure was raised very high. If he wanted to be happy, he had to be more stimulated to get it. As long as he didn't get irritated, Field didn't care. At Simon's gesture, Field sat on the chair and said politely, You are the noble who is best at managing the territory I have ever seen. The prosperity of Maple Leaf City is unprecedented. Haha. I like your honesty. The two of them upheld the spirit of nobility and exchanged politeness for a long time. Honestly, Field, you have inherited the bravery and wisdom of your family. There are not many people who can enter the cursed land and come out safely. Simon sat up with great effort, waved his hand to signal the maids to go away, which meant that the chat was over. He stood up and said, Let's go to the reception room to talk. Since you despise these vulgar women, forget it. Maybe you will like elves or mermaids. Hee hee. It's a pity that I don't have them at the moment. The previous batch was made into dishes and bought by other nobles. Field felt nauseous, but still said expressionlessly, Even mermaids? Of course. I will take you to an interesting underground banquet next time. And I guarantee that all your fetishes will be satisfied. Simon raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. Uh-huh. Then I have hope. You are worthy of being the Maple Leaf Baron. Field laughed heartily. He had no interest in the underground banquet. But as a seller, he naturally had to flatter. Then, Field sighed with a grateful tone. I was able to walk out of the night territory. Thanks to my soldiers and the goddess's blessing. I was also surprised that I could come out alive. It seems that luck is on my side for the time being. Simon clapped his hands and praised. I like to deal with people with good luck. Coming to the luxuriously decorated reception room. Field's goods have been inspected and sent to the manor. In the reception room, you can see the sherry barrels outside the door. What are these? Iron hammer, take out the monsters, and show them to Baron Simon. Field was not in a hurry to sell the goods, but asked the guards to deliver a skull. This was the skull of a mutant rat from the Grand Winery. The head alone was as big as a young man's body, with horns and sharp teeth, as if it was a demon in the area, showing a hideous sneer. This is the first extraordinary monster I encountered in the night territory. A corrupted giant rat demon. Its hair burned with purple demonic flames. Its claws could easily break through thick scales. And when it opened its mouth, it would trigger the screams of evil spirits. My vanguard troops, in just one encounter, were burned by its demonic flames. Damn it. They were all knights carefully trained by the Ross family. But in the end, they turned into a pile of charcoal. His Simon rubbed his chin after taking a breath of cold air. Maple Leaf Fortress has never encountered attacks from rat demons. They look really dangerous. The nobles don't care about facts. But they care more about appearance and style. Field raised the skull, showing a lingering fear, and made up a fairy tale, saying, this monster has been in and out of my team 7 times, and no one can resist its claws. There is no way to counter it. Can you understand the despair? I can only pray for a miracle. Simon nodded. It's like the despair of eating all the honey. But there is no stock left. At the critical moment of life and death, it was the goddess who responded to me. A lightning with divine power struck the head of this damned beast. And my knights found a chance, beheaded him. Thank the goddess. Simon was stunned. He made a prayer gesture on his chest, and said with lingering fear, the northern province is synonymous with hell. The church and the royal family have conquered it many times without success. You can come back alive from there, which is a miracle in itself. Yes, but for the peace of the empire, and the precious treasures, I am willing to take the risk. Field shrugged, pulling his collar to cool down. Especially precious treasures, such as the out-of-print wine that has been extinct for 10 years, Black Pearl wine. This greedy rat demon, also a smart demon who knows what is good, guarded the wine treasures closely. Oh my god, what did I hear? Black Pearl wine. 10 years ago, the wine used exclusively for royal banquets. Simon's eyes lit up. Let me see those rare wines, I can't wait. The nobles had no resistance to precious things. Although it was not difficult for Field to obtain wine, but after the difficulty was increased verbally, the price of wine went up a level. And the level was much higher. Prying open the lid of the barrel, the mellow smell of wine filled the house. Simon couldn't wait to taste it, and then showed an intoxicated expression. This is the taste, you know? My father collected a bottle, and only let me drink a glass on my birthday last year. The velvety smooth taste, I bet, my father will be jealous of me. Field smiled. Of course, noble beauties need to rely on noble nobles, noble wine, need noble people to taste it. Even modern people are more willing to buy something with a story when shopping. Products, such as the simplest one. Family, I am giving you a benefit. The goods originally cost $900 million. I forced the boss to give me a discount with a knife. Now it only costs $9. Why not rush to buy it? I feel like I have found a confidant. I will buy these precious wines. Simon admitted bluntly, then called the servant and whispered a few words. Wait a minute, Baron Field, I need to discuss the price with the consultant. This is not a small business. Please do as you wish. After discussing for a while, Simon offered a price of 500 gold coins per barrel. It was exactly the star-up capital that Field went tonight to get. A standard sherry barrel is about 500 liters. 1 liter is equal to 2.1134 pints. A glass of wine is 1 pint, and the wine that nobles drink usually costs 25 copper coins per glass. Therefore, the price of an ordinary wine, a whole barrel, is about 26 gold coins and 41 silver coins. Chapter 34 Maple Leaf City's Sinful Treasure. If it is auctioned, the out-of-print Black Pearl wine can be increased by 20 times. usually fluctuating around 550 gold coins. But the auction house will take a 10% cut, and also pay part of the commodity tax to the nobles, so the maximum amount you can get through the auction house is 400 gold coins. Field is sold in packages, and selling directly to the nobles, there is no need to pay any taxes. The price of 500 gold coins is already extremely generous. Friend, can I buy the skull of the rat monster? 20 gold coins. I hope to hang this heroic trophy in my collection room. Of course. Field pretended to be in pain and tried to hold back his laughter. His story obviously touched him. In fact, this rat monster lasted less than 3 minutes in front of Eshina. It was of no value to him. Field gave a thumbs up. Your noble status needs excellent collections to set off. I think it also carries the power of a miracle. After a trip on the trade route, he obtained 5,020 gold coins. The harvest can be described as horrible. But Field didn't foolishly take all the gold coins. Instead, he paid 30 gold coins and deposited 3,000 gold coins in the big treasury opened by the royal family of Maple Leaf City. First, it showed his sincerity in cooperating with Maple Leaf City. And second, it prevented him from being robbed by robbers when he went out. Field knew it well. Although Simon looked generous now, he might be very distressed in private, and he might have been planning to take the money back. Maple Leaf City makes money and spends it, and he wants to take it home when he leaves. Baron Field, I'm glad to do business with you. The maid has made the bed and prepared hot water of suitable temperature. It's time to release the man's nature. Of course, not those low-class maids. As Field expected, Simon, who had spent a large sum of gold coins, could no longer hold back. He shook the fat on his belly and affectionately took Field's hand. I bet you have never touched the high and mighty chosen one. Field muttered in his heart. My chosen one. I can stroke him casually. So cute. Ahem. I really haven't touched it. The chosen one is a precious treasure. There are too few of them. Field pretended to cooperate. Simon said generously, hee hee. Maple Leaf territory has a rare treasure. Come here. I'll invite you to play with it. You have never seen such a beautiful treasure. The rare treasure of the Kingdom of Women is the King of the Kingdom of Women. Damn it. The rare treasure of Maple Leaf City. It can't be your dancer, who can be written positive by the groom and the horse. Field's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he spent 5,000 gold coins, which made Simon eager to get the gold coins back. Ahem. Next time. Field wiped the sweat off his forehead awkwardly and changed the subject. Baron Simon, are there any giant wolves for sale in Maple Leaf City? I need to buy a large number of giant wolves. Simon dragged Field upstairs and answered. Giant wolves? Those rare creatures only appeared in the nomadic Khanate, and they are not easy to find. Field's physical fitness is much better than Simon's. The sickly noble in front of him had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Field pulled a few times and broke free. He stepped back and coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. The northern provinces are full of rotten plants, as well as wriggling tentacles and pieces of meat. Horses can easily get their hooves stuck. I need a batch of mounts that are more suitable for complex terrain. Besides, giant wolves are cool. They will become a symbol of my bravery. Knowing that Field could not be retained, Simon had to shake off the fat on his belly. I will ask the caravan to pay attention to the giant wolves. No one will refuse gold coins. Even cubs are acceptable. I promise to pay a price that will satisfy you. When Simon really buys them back, who else will buy them in large quantities except me? Field thought. And we can bargain as usual. Field's Lord skill can confer 51st level wolf cavalry at once. But it requires giant wolves. They will be a powerful helper for Field. In addition, the genes of the dragon wolf must also be preserved, which is the supreme wealth. Just like the royal griffin, it is also derived from the holy griffin of the founding emperor. The treasures that the chosen ones can leave behind are not only artifacts, but also animals, technology or magic fighting spirit, which can all be used. I will continue to return to the north to explore, and I feel that treasure and glory are beckoning to me. Field said a simple farewell and turned away. Not long after Field left, Simon showed a painful expression, groaning in pain, and walked towards the guest room. Oh, my lovely gold coins, small, poor, tempting gold coins. Oh my God, they are all gone from me. Is there anything worse than this? Except that time my baguette broke. Coming to the guest room, Simon opened the door casually. A figure with seductiveness to the bones, dressed in a light gauze dress, crossed her legs and posed in a beautiful posture I have been waiting for a long time. I thought it would be the handsome Baron of Night. The woman said coldly, although she was wearing hot clothes, but her eyes were unusually calm. Besides, your thing is not a baguette, at most it is a small maggot. Failed, Baron Field is not interested in women, he prefers to take risks, and likes to deprive me of the gold coins that belong to me. Simon was ridiculed but did not get angry, but said regretfully, I should have known not to let those low-class maids seduce her. He might have thought I was not good stuff. I should have let you go directly. Who knew that we could get a business deal worth 5,000 gold coins? Damn it. There are still treasures left in the north. Isn't it full of rotten corpses and tentacles? Maybe I should send someone to assassinate him. Haha. You are stingy again. Long-term business can make more money. People have deposited money to show their sincerity. Now is not the time to kill them. Besides, we can't do it in Maple Leaf City. Simon was wronged like a 200-pound child. Okay. You are right. Your utilitarianism scared him. What a cute little boy. I really want him. The woman licked the corner of her mouth seductively, lying on the cushion, fixing her right hand with shackles. Her eyes slyly turned over, and added, maybe he has a unique hobby. Nobles always have all kinds of strange hobbies. Some like handsome men, some like children, and some even like to watch killing. So, Simon, have the servant tell him that on the 15th of 3 months from now, Maple Leaf City will hold an underground masked ball. He must attend, and we guarantee that all his preferences will be met. I did mention it before. Simon spread his hands. The woman said, as a matter of course, then send out a formal invitation. Maple Leaf City welcomes anyone who is worthy to attend the ball. Well, in fact, I don't think he will live that long. Luck won't always be on his side. The corrupt monsters in the northern province are no joke. Many of the chosen ones have fallen among them. Chapter 35 Looking for Talents. The woman swayed her delicate arms lazily. That would be the best. Didn't he save some of the gold coins with us? The dead are not protected by royal laws. When the time comes, there will be no evidence. Just swallow them up. However, this smart and sensible little boy, I really don't want him to die. At least I have to taste the bitterness. After saying that, the woman handcuffed her feet, and a strange blush appeared on her face. Inject the orcs in the basement with manic potion, and then bring them here. I have tied myself up, and I promise not to let the runaway divine power crush them. Simon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said worriedly, take it easy, don't squeeze all the orcs to death. These strong creatures are hard to find now. Since the northern province was destroyed by the Grey Fog, the price of orc slaves has soared. Do you know how much I spent on buying orcs? This is the price you paid for making me wait in vain. It's just a small price. Simon. Field walked out of Maple Leaf Manor. The sunlight soothed his nerves. The money problem has been solved. Now it's time to purchase supplies. This time, buy more food and livestock. Due to the special environment of Night Territory, even if the land is decontaminated, the fertility is insufficient. And the agricultural output will be very small. Field plans to build a ranch, mainly raising chickens, ducks, pigs and cattle. Their manure can also effectively promote soil fertility. It is worth mentioning that in each city of the empire, the prices are different. 1 copper coin can buy a piece of bread in Golden Eagle City. But if you go to the impoverished western mountain area, you can only buy the smell of bread. The store owner will let you smell it. Maple Leaf City is a place with developed service industry. It is not interested in war. The number of slaves is very small. It can only buy some human slaves. And most of them are women and children. The price of strong labor has exceeded 3 times the price of women. Food and fodder are also the major purchases. The Night Territory has no output, and can only rely on Field to feed the entire territory. At present, it is not Field who exploits the people, but the people who exploit Field. Only Field has the vision of modern people. If it were other nobles, they would not do such a loss-making business. Before buying things, I have to recruit some management and internal affairs talents first. Field rubbed his eyebrows. There are only 2 people who can read and write in the entire territory, and Cal's management ability is average. In addition, craftsmen are also in short supply, and the big winery needs to be repaired. After sorting out his thoughts, Field said to the guard Iron Hammer, send the gold coins back to the post station first, and then go to the tavern with me. The tavern was the talent market in the Middle Ages, and it was also one of the most well-informed places. After finishing everything, he came to the tavern in Maple Leaf City, and Field pushed the door open. There was a booming noise everywhere, and people of all heights and weights gathered together, boasting about their glorious deeds, and some were playing cards or finger-guessing games, and everyone seemed to be laughing happily, but those smiles were just masks on their faces. Who knows how depressed they will be after they sober up? Field, wearing a black noble robe, with a fine steel sword on his waist and 3 guards behind him, came in and startled everyone. They all fell silent and looked at Field with strange faces, thinking that he was here to catch a fugitive. 3 cups of barley wine. Field threw out silver coins one by one like a magic trick. The rest of the money is yours. Hearing that Field was not here to catch anyone, the tavern instantly returned to its noisy state. My lord, thank you for your generosity. The bartender respectfully put down the wooden wine glass, smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum, and reached out to grab the silver coins. 3 cups of barley wine were only 15 copper coins. Field gave too much. Don't worry. I want to ask you some news. First tell me about the recent events in the Empire. Field gave wine to Iron Hammer and the others. He himself was not interested in the rough and sour barley wine. Have you heard about the theft of the weapons led by the bull? The Count of Nibelung has begun to investigate. Of course, the unfortunate Baron of the Bull will be severely punished. But I am very curious. Who can quietly move more than 2,000 sets of armor? I am afraid only the devil can do it. 2,000 sets? Field frowned. He only found 500 sets. Right. It is estimated that the old man in Nibelung falsely reported the number, and took the opportunity to settle the account. But this is a good thing. If the Earl reports the truth, it means he is determined to find the murderer. But if he reports false numbers, it means the Earl wants to make a profit for himself. It is estimated that he will kill some robbers to pay off his debts. The tricks of the nobles are nothing more than revolving around their own interests. Field smiled slightly. Very good, anything else? There is another big thing. The imperial family has stolen a 5th-level artifact, which comes from the spoils of the hateful pagans, the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes, which is said to be able to bewitch people's hearts and turn normal people into their puppets. The pagans are so rampant, and it is related to their large-scale westward expedition. The gateway and barrier of the rich inland sea, the capital of the Purple Gold Empire, has been besieged for a month. As for other cities in the Purple Gold Empire, all have fallen. Are there any more? Field was not interested in this news, because it was worthless. He stayed in the Night Territory, and it had nothing to do with him whether it was stolen or not. Anyway, it was not stolen by me, and I had no ability to get my hands on the 5th-level artifact. The bartender wiped the glass in his hand. No more. If you are not satisfied, I can give you a glass of barley wine. I want to find some people to help me do things. Do you have a channel? Field didn't want to drink. The bartender understood immediately, and whispered, pockmarked face. A real desperado. He can even assassinate his own parents for only 20 silver coins. Or the rabid mercenaries. A group of complete lunatics, who are proud to eat the hearts and livers of their enemies. The price is very high. Without 30 gold coins, they will not take action. But they are rumored to murder their employers. So you have to be careful. I don't want assassins and mercenaries. Knowing that the other party had misunderstood, Field waved his hand. I don't want to assassinate others. But I need capable people, Field said. To be specific, I need people with practical skills, such as management, architecture, herbal medicine, or craftsmanship. Ah? This is strange. Aren't you looking for other nobles' offspring? Nobles usually look for knights or retainers to take on management work. Don't think that retainer is a lowly profession. In fact, it is an exclusive channel for nobles to win at the starting line. Retainers are usually the second sons of the family. They go to other lords to learn martial arts and knowledge, and help the nobles, and make themselves familiar. Let me think, there is one person who can manage, Warden Tate, who can read and write. But he is a conservative idiot, who refused bribes and who still wanted to uphold justice. Haha, he is hopelessly stupid, and was finally framed by his subordinates, and now he has lost his job and is drinking alone. This sounds good, Field nodded. Chapter 36, Meeting My Brother's Economic Advisor. There is also a horse hunter named Doom. That bastard sneaked into the Lord's backyard in the middle of the night, and killed the stallion, and escaped the hanging by relying on sophistry. He is a very courageous pervert. Perhaps you can let him be a diplomatic advisor. Field almost flipped the table over. God. A horse hunter. The Night Lord lacks people who can do the work. As for diplomacy, you can't play alliances with the corpses. Don't sneak into the stable in the middle of the night, and kill your beloved warhorse. Let's talk about Tate. Field wiped his sweat. After learning the information, Field came to the Warden Tate and sat down without any hesitation. My name is Field, the Lord of Night Territory. Field crossed his fingers and said sincerely, I need someone who knows how to manage, can read and write, especially someone who can control slaves and detect any disturbances. I don't know if your professional ability is up to the task. Tate is a middle-aged man with a beard, who looks very determined. I can read and write. I learned it from an old monk when I was a child. But the problem is that I only know how to manage prisoners. At least we have something in common. I will give you a salary far higher than the market price, three times your original salary. You have to live to spend it. I have a wife and daughter, and a mother. The northern province is not a place for people to go. It is an absolute place of death. Nightfall is dangerous, there is no doubt about that. But if you are content with the status quo, it may be even more dangerous. Field spread his hands. I heard that you are upright, but you have offended many people during law enforcement, and your colleagues don't like you either. I think his local gangs have been ready for revenge, especially against your family. How dare they? Tate's eyes turned red. He smashed the wooden glass angrily, and the beer spilled all over the floor. Looking at your reaction, I know I guessed right, and you know it yourself. Field knew that this hit his sore spot. Let's go and take a look at the Night Territory. Maybe it's a hell full of corruption, but compared to the hell full of corruption, it may be better. In addition, I want to add that the Northern Province is not an absolute death place. At least I'm still alive. You convinced me. Tate sat down dejectedly. He was worried that the thugs would attack his wife and daughter. I just want to escape now. Maybe the remote cursed land is my destination. Then Field verified Tate's knowledge. About a quarter of an hour later, Field laughed and put a gold coin on the table. This is the settlement fee. Come to the post station outside the city before noon tomorrow to find me. Tate was almost blinded by the gold coins. He didn't expect that the noble in front of him would be willing to take out a gold coin after just a short chat. This is too much. Now Field is rich and powerful. And he immediately said firmly, this is my sincerity. Don't let me down. Okay. Tate stopped talking nonsense and walked away quickly. My lord. Hee. I heard that you are looking for talents. A woman in revealing clothes leaned over and approached. Field took a glance, and his sight was drawn into the ditch. This ditch was really bottomless. Ahem. Yes. Do you have a recommendation? Field subconsciously replied. The woman bumped into Field with the ball, and then pointed to her chest. Put a silver coin in my treasure cave. I guarantee it's worth it. Field was dizzy from being hit by the cotton, and quickly stood up, keeping a distance, and then stretched out his hand to hand the silver coin to the woman. Miss, I only come for valuable information, not for pleasure. Please be serious. He was the man who rejected the stunning dancer. And of course, he couldn't fall into her hands. The woman twisted uncomfortably. It was the first time she felt the feeling of seriousness and gentleman. She said, well, sir, I have a carpenter client. An old friend. Called Greyhound. He is very good at handwork. He is very good at carpentry. In order to make more money, I want to try my luck in other places. Maybe you can recruit him. Where? Field stood up excitedly. He went to the Chamber of Commerce to find a job. Just like what Yimu had encountered. The streets of Maple Leaf City were filled with garbage and excrement, and the mixed rotten smell made people dizzy. Field rubbed his nose. Since coming to this world, his nose has never felt comfortable. Hello, I'm here to find Greyhound. I heard he's looking for a job. I think there's a place for him in my territory. Field found the front desk of the Merchants Guild. Oh, you're a little late. He's been recruited by Kuchi, a merchant and economic advisor, and is about to go to Fulan City to build a stable for Lord Adrian Ross. Adrian Ross, Field's younger brother, is also a perverted noble who killed the original owner's sweetheart. The front desk is respectfully answered. Immediately afterwards, he froze, pointing at the behind Field. Grown-ups, Kuki is here. Maybe you pay enough gold coins. Can buy that carpenter. Field turned his head. It happened to see Kuchi's frightened look. Kuki is a long-sleeved shirt wearing a thin linen, exquisite businessman on cowhide boots, lightly wool cloak. Ordinary people can eat and drink for 2 or 3 months. You. Kuki thought he was seeing the ghost, placing the sun beside him trembling. The Valkyrie is on. Can you see him? Damn, didn't Field go to the night to lead? He became a ghost back. His son is also very embarrassed. Rub your eyes. The neck is old. I can't believe it with my face. Don't be so surprised. Field took the initiative to step forward and raised his eyebrows at the businessman who was over 50 years old. I'm not dead yet. Are you surprised or surprised? Kuchi was confused. In his impression, few people who entered the northern province could come out alive. At least those who were not protected by the army, and the chosen ones could not do it at all. Therefore, after the Bull territory proved that Field had entered the northern province, the Ross family had already tacitly accepted Field's death. Even the rooms were vacated, used as temporary guest rooms. They even invited relatives and friends to hold a death mourning party for Field. And everyone sang and danced until late. Damn it! We have to tell Lord Adrian, Kuchi exclaimed in a low voice. But as a mature businessman, he could still keep a hypocritical smile on his face. Oh! Thanks to the goddess's blessing, I am very happy to see that you are safe and sound. Respected Baron Field. The words sounded nice. But this old man didn't even do the basic greetings, which was extremely perfunctory. I am also very happy to meet you, my brother's economic advisor. Field's mouth corners raised, and he did not mean to blame Kuchi for being rude. Kuchi patted his chest. You are still as kind as ever. I don't know what you are doing at the Merchants Association. If I can help, I will definitely do my best. I think Lord Adrian will also be happy to help. He misses you a lot. Chapter 37 Teasing from the Merchant. Automatically ignoring the polite words, Field nodded, and answered without hesitation, I need a carpenter. I heard that Greyhound was recruited by you. Since you are willing to help, you can give Greyhound to me. Or, I can buy it. My territory needs someone to do carpentry work. Kuchi's mouth twitched. I was just being polite, but you actually took it seriously. I'm afraid this can't be done. Fulan City needs carpenters to build stables. The situation is urgent. Without stables, the livestock industry in the territory may suffer heavy losses. I guess you don't want to see your brother's territory suffer losses. Right? Well, then. Field's mouth sank, and he made a very disappointed expression. Aggrieved like a 200-pound child. But he sneered in his heart. Kuchi almost laughed at Field's expression. He was still the cowardly and incompetent waste. And he hadn't changed at all. He really tarnished the noble bloodline of the Ross family. Kuchi had a stern face and comforted. Humility is the virtue of the nobility. You have always been a noble. Then you have priority. After all, I love my brother the most. Field shrugged, looked at Kuchi deeply, and turned away. Ha, what a coward, father. Did you see his aggrieved expression? He's just like a sick dog. Crutch's son Lance couldn't hold it in any longer. As soon as Field left, he laughed loudly. He doesn't even dare to fight for a carpenter. Keep your voice down, after all. He's a noble. We still have to maintain basic humility when we see it. Crutch didn't take Field seriously. He twisted his fat belly twice, then analyzed. Field may not have entered the northern province. I guess he sneaked here to have fun. This matter must be notified to the Baron as soon as possible. If Field is alive, he can take away a lot of the family property. The old Earl was almost squeezed dry by Field's stepmother. It seems that the time to divide the inheritance is just around the corner. As Adrian's economic advisor, the more wealth Adrian has, the more wealth he will have. With a simple operation of the account book, he will have enough money to enjoy for several lifetimes. What if he really enters the northern province and comes out safe and sound? After all, luck is something that no one can predict. Kuchi nodded and said, then he may be out to purchase supplies. Lance, send someone to find out his whereabouts. I will load the goods as soon as possible and leave here tomorrow morning. Yes, father. Lance smiled cunningly. On the other side, Field took out a parchment from his arms, on which was written a shopping list. We need to buy some slaves. Night territory is far from enough. There are also magic props, cloth and food. Alas, we lack everything. The money he got was not even warmed up before he threw it into the fire. Seeing Field pondering the list as if nothing had happened, Ketchway stood up for the Lord and asked with courage, Sir, what should we do with the carpenter? Otherwise, I will beat up that old beast and take him back. I know what I am doing. Let the bullets fly for a while. Field smiled slightly, not wanting to say more. Let's go buy fog lights first. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ketchway scratched his head stupidly, not knowing what bullets were. Field came to the church. Those who could collect taxes from the royal family and nobles were naturally rich. The walls of the church were all covered with expensive colored glass. The patterns depicted the story of the god of light, and under the reflection of the sun, these glasses shone with golden light, and were gorgeous and colorful. He found the old priest of the church, who was staring at the curves of the nun in a daze. I need fog lights and purification potion. How much? Field cleared his throat. The old priest was startled. Ahem, oh, you are the lamb who came to get the blessing of God. Welcome. I'd like to state in advance that fog lights are not about money. It's called dedication and atonement. Fog lights require 25 gold coins, and purification potions require 1 gold coin. May the goddess of light bless you. Exorbitant profits. Absolute huge profits. Field has calculated that if you want to quickly eliminate the corruption of an acre of farmland, you need 3 purification potions. And fog lights can only last for about 25 days. Field will burn more than 20 gold coins every day just to stay in the territory to purify the farmland. Purifying wells is even more terrifying. It is estimated that 80 purification potions are needed before you can drink it safely. This is the result of Field not fully cultivating the land. Okay, I want them all. Field didn't want to deal with charlatans, but these special products, only the church has them. Even the royal family doesn't know the secret recipe. The old priest's eyes lit up. The unhappiness of being disturbed disappeared. The smile brought wrinkles on his face, like the bark of an old locust tree. Wait! I am willing to give more. A big-nosed man walked in, took out the gold coin certificate. I am willing to give 10 more gold coins to the God of Light. Please give me all the gifts from God. The priest paused, his face smiled brighter than a chrysanthemum. Okay. Okay, I can feel that you are more pious. 20. Field continued expressionlessly. The big-nosed man said in a mean way, 21 gold coins. 30. 31. Okay, it's yours. Field gave indecisively. Frowning, Field's mind worked quickly. Could this guy be a church agent? I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Why am I so unlucky? In any case, Field didn't want to suffer a loss. The price of 30 gold coins was already very high. He couldn't guarantee that. He would be lucky enough to find black pearl wine next time. However, what I want, can you just take it away? Whether you are a member of the church or not, if you take my things, you must be prepared to pay the price. Watching the big-nosed man take away the goods, Field handed a small bag of gold coins to the guard, whispered a few words, and then continued shopping as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha. Just as he turned the corner, Field heard the big-nosed man's wild laughter behind him. Did you see his expression? It's funnier than a circus clown. Couch's son Lance ran out of the alley, looking very happy. Is it fun to tease a noble? It was a great experience. I will write this on my tombstone, and my children will be proud of me. The big-nosed man put his hands on his hips, smiled triumphantly for a while, but then felt a little scared. Lance? But he is a noble after all. Is he really okay? Of course I'm okay. I have Baron Adrian's protection. There's nothing to be afraid of. Field is known for his cowardice. When Baron Adrian killed his sweetheart, he was still fine. Wasn't he? Haha, that's really funny. The two joked badly for a while. Lance smiled, and used his elbow to nudge the bearded man's back, and said with a smile, Let's continue to tease him, but we have to return the goods later. I have embezzled so many gold coins. If my father knows, he will definitely kill me, haha. Chapter 38 Selling Scrolls. The merchant made trouble for the second time. He went to the Magician Association. Field planned to sell the magic scrolls. These scrolls were a bit old. Field was worried that if he kept them, they would become a pile of waste paper. Well, this old magic rune should be a product of 8 years ago. It is efficient and powerful. But it is a pity that time has consumed a lot of magic power. The magician dressed like Gandalf took the scroll and studied it carefully. Then put down the crystal in his hand and said kindly, A total of 100 gold coins. I will take them all. Only 100? Field had a lot of money, so he naturally looked down on such a meager income. It costs 15 gold coins to buy a magic scroll. There are 23 here. No deal for less than 200 gold coins. The magician stroked his beard. Don't worry. These scrolls are too old. The newer the magic, the better. As a kind of energy, time will only consume the magic energy. Moreover, these runes can't keep up with the times. The current magic scrolls are more efficient. Quite scientific. I thought magic would be like in fantasy novels. The older the better. As the science of this world, the replacement of magic will only eliminate the old magic. Just like after having a computer. No one wants to use an abacus. 150. This is the bottom line. Field's face turned green. The magician stroked the scroll and said, Deal. Just consider it as making friends. Is this a magic book? It's too expensive. Field curiously took a gorgeous book of flame vestments from the cabinet. And the price was 320 gold coins. This is a very rare quick spell. And it is also a one-time consumable. The wizard patiently explained after gently tapping the book with his staff. Drop blood into this groove, and you will automatically master this new magic. The runes in the book are all magic patterns, and you don't need to understand them. Field was surprised. So simple? How else? Spells are to understand the mysteries of nature and communicate with the rules. Of course, the simpler the better. Magicians are also human beings. No one likes to see a lot of old things. But it's useless to master it. You still need magic power to drive it. The magician kindly reminded. Field had no magic power at all. In the entire Night territory, the only one with extraordinary power was Ashina, and she used divine power. It seemed that even if she bought a magic book, it would be useless. Give me this book, Feathered Beast Vision. Field glanced at the figure approaching, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. An interesting choice. This spell needs to be cast on a flying bird, and then you can get the bird's vision, and experience the joy of flying in the sky, for only 200 gold coins. I'll buy it. I'm very interested in flying. Field was determined to pay. I'll pay 201 gold coins. The mean big nose came over again. This time the magician ignored him, just glanced at the big nose, and said lightly, "This gentleman came first." Field silently gave the magician a thumbs up in his heart, a conscientious merchant. Add another 10 gold coins, I want this book. The big nose was anxious. The magician was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot, but turned his head and saw that Field was winking at him frantically. Okay, but you need to pay now. The magician was confused for a while, but he was smart and immediately cooperated with Field. Field immediately acted anxious and said angrily, "I don't believe you can pay." The bearded man immediately took out the certificate of the Merchants Association and slapped it on the table. "It is guaranteed by Baron Adrian's deposit." "Then give me Illuminating the Aurora." Field's face was gloomy. "I'll pay 1 more gold coin." The two sang in unison. And soon, the bearded man deducted 1,300 gold coins from Adrian's deposit. This time it was the bearded man's turn to sweat. At this time, the guard who had gone out to do business came back. "Okay, you win." Field snorted and laughed, walked 2 steps outside, turned his head and said, "Congratulations. Enjoy this fun." Field just went out. "Refund them all. The magic book is too expensive." The bearded man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and he almost couldn't bear the limit of 2,000 gold coins. If the Baron knew, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. The magician's face sank. "Are you kidding me? I am the chief magician of Maple Leaf City. You snatched the order from a noble guest, and then asked for a refund? I see someone wants to be turned into a sow by magic, and then sent to the table of ordinary people. Then I just want to return the original price. Okay, Master Magician. I will give it to you at a premium." The big nose immediately backed down. Magicians are not easy to mess with. The magician snorted coldly. "Since you bought it in the name of Baron Adrian, you need him to refund it in person." "Okay." Big Nose shrank his neck and walked out with the guard holding a thick stack of quick magic. He cursed in a low voice as soon as he walked out. "Damn old-fashioned. If Adrian knew, I would definitely be skinned. I'd better talk to Lance. You bastard. You dare to play with my wife. Brothers, cut him down." The crowd erupted in hysterical roars, which immediately caused screams. Big Nose was loading magic books into the car, and he became interested when he heard this. It was such a wonderful thing to have someone worse off than himself. However, he saw several angry and twisted faces rushing towards him. Lance walked out of the bakery nearby, carrying a delicate cream cake. Field must have been tortured to the point of mental breakdown. Right? How could a stupid and cowardly guy be a match for me, the son of the economic advisor of Fulon City? However, he soon saw a horrible scene. Kill this bastard. 12 or 13 homeless people wearing ragged linen clothes, holding rusty sharp knives, knocked the bearded man to the ground. One with a pockmarked face. The guy with broken teeth in his mouth stabbed the bearded man's neck with a sharp knife. With a weird cry, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the surroundings were splattered with blood. The bearded man wanted to scream, but his trachea was brutally cut off, and he could only make a ho-ho sound of leaking air. Regret. The bearded man only had endless regret in his mind. At this time, He had understood that Field had immediately asked the guards to hire these crazy killers after he bought the church's supplies. Typical sinister nobles. He originally had a happy family, but because of that son of a bitch Lance, he was looking for excitement and provoking the nobles. This time, it's really over. As expected, it's too easy for the nobles to kill the commoners. Even those thugs may not be severely punished, as long as they use gold coins to bribe, they can be released from prison in a short time. After all, the dead will not provide gold coins, but the living will. Lance, I'm going to test your mother. Twitched twice, the big bearded man died with his eyes open. The groom, the guard, and the two helpers suffered, surrounded by the thugs who were red-eyed with murder, stabbed with tetanus blades, and soon fell in a pool of blood. Chapter 39 United Nobles, Fulan City Caravan. Women screamed, those who wanted to see the excitement squeezed in, while the timid ones ran out. The streets, which were already full of debris and garbage, were suddenly in chaos. Field raised the corner of his mouth, and nodded to Tietjwe. Tietjwe and others relied on their armor, and swaggered into the crowd, and took away the horse loaded with goods by the bearded man. And Lance's eyes were wide, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, watching all this in disbelief. Everything was clearly in his plan. How could it suddenly become like this? That stupid Baron. Damn it! Oh no, those money! Lance realized Field's purpose, and immediately cold sweat broke out on his back. The problem is, the amount he embezzled was not a small amount, and now it's all been taken away by Field. When Baron Adrian finds out, he will definitely skin him alive. Lance said to himself, I was just teasing him. No, it's not even teasing. It's just reasonable business competition. How can he use such despicable means? In the chaotic crowd, Lance saw Field standing on the steps. Is it fun? Field lip-synced, then made a knife gesture with his hand, and gestured on his neck twice. Under Lance's stunned expression, he turned around and left. Let's go. Let's not buy supplies first. Let's go outside the city. Also, let someone pay attention to Kuchi's movements. Stretching comfortably, Field was ecstatic. Today was a good day. He made nearly 2,000 gold coins. As expected, after throwing off the shackles of secular morality, gold coins will come like a tide. You little guy. You dare to discuss me. It's time to give him a little shock of the business war. Imaginary business war. Business elites rely on wisdom and strategy to play a wonderful game. Real business war. Use a little money to solve the problem directly from the physical level. Sir, the one just now was the pockmarked face. It cost a total of 8 gold coins. I swear by the goddess that I did everything you said, and never mentioned your name during the whole process. The guard handed over the remaining coins in his hand with a flattering smile. You did a great job. Field rewarded him with 2 silver coins. The other guards were jealous. They could earn 2 silver coins by delivering a message. They must show up in front of the Baron more often in the future. The next day, at the border of Maple Leaf City, Kuchi's caravan moved forward quickly. The carriage was loaded with valuable goods. The horse's hooves made a pleasant crisp sound on the bluestone road. The extraordinary knight Gareth sat on a beautiful black northern competitive horse. So many potions. Baron Adrian is too rich. Gareth stared at the carriage with jealous eyes. He seemed to hear the clinking sound of the crystal bottles of potions colliding. If I had a box of potions, I would be able to easily advance to a 3rd level knight. He had been stuck at the peak of the 2nd level for 2 years. But because of the scarcity of wars in recent years, he had no chance to make a lot of money. So he had to be a guard in the caravan out of boredom. Asshole. Gareth was startled by a curse in the carriage. He stared at the carriage for a long time, and was relieved to make sure that Kuchi did not run out. He thought his muttering was heard. Kuchi's face turned blue, and he cursed. Why did you provoke the Baron? Then why should we leave Maple Leaf City immediately? Lance did not answer directly, but was full of dissatisfaction. Because this is Baron Simon's territory. What else do you want? To tease Baron Simon? I'm sorry, Father, but we should report it to Baron Simon, and then arrest Field. Lance was indignant. And he killed Big Nose. I saw it with my own eyes. If necessary, I can come out to testify. Don't mention Big Nose, for the nobles. What's the difference between the death of a civilian and the death of a mouse? In addition, idiot, do you know what will happen if you falsely accuse a noble? The whole continent will not tolerate us. Even if it is not a false accusation. The nobles will automatically think it is a false accusation. Kuch took a breath, covered his head, and his head was buzzing with pain. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. It seems that a long-term pampered life has made you arrogant, and even dare to regard yourself as an aristocrat. The nobles are best at sticking together. Although they fight to the death at ordinary times, they will be surprisingly united when facing attacks from the lower class. After using war horses and lances to beat the lower class, they will greedily participate in the internal struggle to divide the benefits. This is determined by class. If Field could be overthrown by the lower class, the authority of other nobles would be immediately damaged, and the second and third nobles would be overthrown by the lower class. Unlike the loose lower class, the nobles really help each other when there is something to do. This was also the time when Field had nothing, and there were no slaves or servants to mock him. Only the butler dared to complain. Kuchi seemed to have aged 30 years. Don't look at me in front of the servants. Other merchants respect me. As long as Baron Adrian says a word, I will be hanged on the same day, and there is no need to wait overnight. You are no different. If you really expose Field, Baron Simon will kill you first, and then find Adrian and Field to discuss the issue of interests. Lance was cold all over, and said in fear, "What should we do?" "Go back to Fulon City first, and tell the Baron that Field is not dead. Baron Adrian will deal with him. As for the whole of 2,000 gold coins, is it tampering with the account book, or is it that Field sent people to rob us? I have to think about this carefully. Robbery? Field has no ability to rob us, and Knight Gareth will not help us to perjure ourselves." Lance was still unconvinced. "Field is just a sinister villain. If you hadn't sworn to the goddess, I always thought Field was a coward, and I didn't expect him to kill people." Even Kuchi thought this reason was too outrageous. It is well known that Field has no foundation. You are too stupid to tease him. Boom boom boom. What's that sound? Before the two of them leaned out of the carriage, they heard the extraordinary Knight Gareth say, "There are bandits trying to rob our Fulon City caravan. They are really courting death. Don't they know I'm here to take care of it?" Kuch walked out of the carriage and saw at a glance that on the right wing of the caravan, there were 20 medium-armored cavalrymen wrapped in black robes and carrying assault lances. The wind was howling, and from time to time, the shiny scales and armor were exposed from the black robes. Just like the ringwraiths in The Lord of the Rings. Evil, cold, full of murderous aura. You call this a bandit? Kuch subconsciously wanted to curse, but seeing Gareth's indifferent expression, he immediately relaxed. "Huh," I panicked. "There's a second-level fighting knight here. There's no need to worry." To the extraordinary power, ordinary cavalry are really bandits, and they will die if touched. Chapter 40 Looting. A first-level knight can fight 5 ordinary heavy cavalrymen alone, and a second-level knight should have no problem fighting 20 people, not to mention that they also have knight squires and caravan guards, and after the workers are equipped with crossbows, they can also resist for a while. Kuch calmed down and ordered majestically, "Stop moving forward, protect the goods, and prepare for battle." The other people in the caravan had no fighting spirit, and were already frightened by the scene. When they heard this, they immediately took out their weapons in a hurry. The guards mainly used short spears and swords. I haven't fought for a long time. I've been itching to fight. Gareth couldn't wait to embrace the glory of the battle. He rushed forward with a kick on the horse's belly. "Come on. I hope you can hold on for a while." The followers beside him followed immediately. A wood just as they were about to meet the enemy. After a terrifying wolf howl, Gareth felt the warhorse under him tremble violently, and the momentum slowed down immediately. Gareth had to reach out and soothe the mane to make his mount less nervous. Gareth felt a strong and cold breath. In 3 breaths, a giant wolf climbed up the slope, looking down at the people below with the attitude of a king. Its body was covered with thick black scales, and its ferocious body seemed to eat people every meal. Its tyrannical eyes made the people in the caravan shudder. Ashina also sat on the giant wolf wrapped in a black robe. Now was not the time to reveal her identity, but her appearance immediately made Gareth panic, because his fighting spirit was trembling. It didn't matter what level the chosen one in front of him was, because the first level chosen one, as long as he was a combat type, could definitely kill the 3rd level fighting spirit knight. It's the chosen one. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Although every cell in his body was telling him to run away, and the pressure was like a flood, Gareth's chivalry did not allow him to run away. Besides, he was still counting on escorting caravans to make money. If he ran away once, his value would be discounted. He immediately yelled, "Kuch! You idiot! Let the caravan run. I can only delay time." For glory, Gareth gritted his teeth, and rode on his horse with his gun in hand. For glory, the 5 followers beside him gritted their teeth and followed him. Ha! A dignified chosen one. Is he actually going to participate in looting? Gareth's roar contained a strong fighting spirit, and just the words made people's eardrums hurt. As long as you are loyal to Baron Adrian, you will get money, servants and resources at your fingertips. Gareth hoped to make the chosen one go away in shame, because it was rare for a dignified chosen one to go out to loot. No matter where the chosen one was in the empire, it would only take a word for him to enter the nobles' castles to serve. However, Ashina had no interest in replying, and the dragon wolf slightly lowered its body, like a bowstring ready to be released. Gareth shouted, knowing that the other party did not want to negotiate, and immediately jumped on his horse with his gun in hand to seize the initiative. Roar the dragon wolf suddenly spit out a hot column of fire, and the devastating flame immediately burned the surrounding land into a cracked earth, with alarm bells ringing in his heart. Gareth immediately grasped the spear, and strands of white fighting spirit flowed out from his palm, spreading to the entire spear, wrapping the spear in it, and the spear immediately showed a terrifying deterrent power. Boom! Gareth danced wildly with the spear in his hand, smashing it hard on the pillar of fire, and the flames scattered instantly. However, Gareth's face turned pale, and his internal organs were trembling. Is this the fighting power of the Dookie Knight? Very strong. Ashina's wolf ears twitched. It was her first time to fight against the Dookie Knight, and she felt very novel. Suddenly, her red pupils shrank suddenly, and a sense of crisis came over her. Ashina casually urged the giant wolf to dodge. Although the dragon wolf looked huge and bulky, it disappeared directly on the spot in the blink of an eye. At the moment of disappearance, Gareth, like a high-speed train, was wrapped in white fighting spirit and rushed fiercely. He was covered in heavy armor, and the heavy horse armor of his warhorse. The power of 1,000 pounds gathered at one point of the lance, and suddenly hit Ashina's original position, creating a military pit and stirring up countless gravel. Damn it! She actually dodged it. Gareth was angry. The high-end combat forces of both sides have already fought. The captain of the plundering cavalry, Silverclaw, subconsciously glanced at Field, who was watching the battle in the distance, and then raised his spear. Charge! Don't spare any rebels. Kill! Kill! These cavalrymen have been trained for a short time, and their skills are not strong. But they have defeated many zombies, and have no fear of the enemy. After all, no matter how scary it is not as scary as twisted corpses. They charged the caravan with courage. 20 riders galloped with the momentum of 200 people. They were unstoppable. Kush had been doing business for the Ross family for many years. He had seen countless bandits and robbers, and even private soldiers of rogue nobles who robbed people. But this was the first time he had seen the chosen one of God personally lead troops, all elite fully armored cavalry, to participate in the robbing. Kush was startled by the cavalry's charge. He was anxious and said, "Could it be that Baron Maple Leaf led his troops to rob us? I've heard that he is greedy by nature. This is too cruel. Shoot!" The young and strong men who had been organized temporarily through a sparse rain of arrows. Unlike in movies and TV shows, where light armor is as brittle as paper and heavy armor is like paper folded in half, the defense of fully armored soldiers against arrows is terrifyingly strong. After hearing the ding-ding-dang-dang sound, most people acted as if nothing had happened, and did not even slow down a bit. Only one unlucky guy was hit by a crossbow arrow in his calf, and he rolled off his horse. He could not wait for the second crossbow arrow to be loaded, and the distance of 100 meters was reached in the blink of an eye. The cavalry, with the momentum of charging, fiercely smashed into the convoy. A young man holding a crossbow arrow was the first to be hit. His shoulder was hit by a lance, and his entire right arm was immediately shattered into pieces. The cavalry behind rushed in and trampled him into a pulp. Ah! Run! The young and strong men finally realized that they had been badly tricked by Kuchi. They were just helping to transport goods, earning a few bread coins for each trip, but how could they become meat shields for no reason? Kuchi had intended to use cannon fodder to block the strongest cavalry charge, but he soon regretted it. The morale collapsed in an instant. The young and strong men collapsed at the first blow, dropped their weapons, and fled in all directions. This escape, instead, disrupted Kuchi's own guards, and even the guards had no intention of fighting. The wolf-like people were born cavalrymen. When they saw the enemy in a mess, the cavalrymen immediately drew out their long swords and chopped and hacked at them, or stabbed them with their long spears. They were already in a high position, and they could attack from a high position, and cause casualties with a simple wave of their hands. Those who unfortunately fell There was no need to finish them off. They were immediately trampled into the ground by feet and horse hooves, and turned into a bloody corpse. Ah! Help! I want to go home! Die! Kill them! Chapter 41. Hacked, crying, screaming, everyone is releasing the nature of creatures. After a brief fight with Ashina, Gareth heard the screams of his companions behind him, and then saw the black-robed masked man in front of him with a nonchalant attitude, and suddenly he was furious, and he attacked Ashina with all his might, and his followers also attacked from all directions. It's boring. I'll send you back to the arms of the goddess. Ashina felt bored. Although the second-level fighting knight can master special skills, it is too weak after all. The wind was strong. Ashina did not retreat but advanced, quickly drew her spear, and thrust her spear with a terrifying density. Suddenly, the spear was as vast as a galaxy. Usually, Ashina always let the dragon wolf attack, because the dragon wolf was good at group damage, and it could clean up the rotten corpses very quickly. As the chosen one of God, her personal combat power was the strongest. Oops. Gareth could only feel countless stars flashing in front of him, and the light was bizarre. When he realized that it was the spear light, he saw clusters of blood splashing, like a red curtain hanging in the air, and it was slow to fall. So fast. This is the power of God. The followers couldn't believe it. All fell off their horses and died, blood splattered all over the ground. Gareth was shot more than 10 times with a dead heart, his whole body was cold, and he fell off his horse lightly. Before he landed, he was bitten by the dragon wolf, which tore off his armor. Crack. Crack. Bite it. Humans with fighting spirit are tonics to it. The greyhound curled up in the overturned carriage. He tried to dig up the cabbages and covered himself with them. Dear goddess. This is really too scary. Please don't let them find me. I am willing to give everything. Puff. The last caravan guard fell in a pool of blood. There were few survivors in the entire caravan, only workers wearing rough clothes, and a few maids were left. Stop. Field rode over, and called the cavalrymen who were bloodthirsty. The cavalrymen had lost all their image. Their shiny armor had been stained red with blood. They exuded a murderous aura. Like demons. Soldiers who had seen blood were in 2 completely different states than those who had not. After counting the casualties, 3 of the looting cavalrymen were injured. 2 of them fell off their horses because of poor riding skills. They were seriously injured, and had to stay in bed for a short time. No one died in the battle. After all, they were all well armored, and it was difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate their armor. No wonder in ancient times it was a capital crime to secretly keep armor. Field thought to himself, then nodded to everyone. 1 head for 1 silver coin. You did a good job. The wounded will have a good rest next. Don't worry about medicine and food. I will take care of it. When we robbed cash in Fortress before, we got a lot of potions. Long live the Lord. Everyone was very moved. Next, it was time to count the harvest. I am the economic advisor of the Baron of Fulon City. Don't kill me. Shut up. Silver Claw glared at Kuchi fiercely. Grabbed one with each hand. Kuchi and his son were like 2 dead dogs, dragged and brought to Field. Field was also wearing a black robe. The reputation of a noble was above all else. If someone saw him robbing, it would be difficult to do business in the future. We meet again. With a dangerous smile, Field said in a calm tone. It's you? Field. When the 2 saw Field's face, their expressions froze on their faces, their mouths opened and closed, and they didn't know what to say to express their shock. Tell me about my brother, such as military strength, defense deployment, and the chosen one. Kuch heard the unkindness in Field's tone, and shrank back in fear. What do you want to do? Didn't he say he was going to kill me, and my beloved? Field put his fingers together, and said the terrifying words in a leisurely tone. And I am a person who likes to give an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You bastard, he's your brother. You both have the blood of the Ross family flowing in your veins. Kuch shouted. Paw paw. Silver Claw slapped him twice, smacking 3 of his front teeth. Show some respect. Funny, you only allow him to kill me, but not me to kill him. Right? Before you become my enemy, you must be prepared to be killed. Field waved his hand indifferently. It's okay to be tough now. I have plenty of ways to pry your mouths open. I say, Lance shouted. Adrian has 1 4th-level knight, 12 3rd-level knights, and a total of 500 other forces. In wartime, he can recruit 3,000 militiamen, which is very powerful. The most important thing is that Adrian has a 2nd-level God's Chosen, Allison, who is called Flame Spirit Butterfly. and is also a fast caster. She controls a team of extraordinary mages, and has amazing combat power. Of course, Adrian can only control 1/10 of the power in a short period of time. After all, the knights are loyal to the old Earl. Adrian, as a new lord, a young boy, can't control them at all. The two of them broke the jar and told all the secrets directly. Field nodded. His younger brother is very strong. Don't think about defeating him now. It's important to go back to the knight territory to farm. I forgive you. Field turned his horse, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck to Silver Claw. The father and son of Kuchi stood up quickly, and before they could run, they were kicked down and chopped down mercilessly by several steel knives. I curse you to hell! The two screamed. Field shrugged. I forgive you. But I didn't say that my men forgive you. By the way, don't forget to chop off your head as a finishing blow. This scene stunned Greyhound and others. The high and mighty Master Kuchi was dragged out by the ferocious soldiers. And after his clothes were robbed, he was stabbed dozens of times. Damn it, what on earth was wrong with me that I thought of leaving Maple Leaf City? Greyhound peed his pants in despair, wanting to go back to a day ago and slap himself twice. However, the imagined butcher knife did not fall. Field said on horseback, You have been recruited. Those with skills stand on the right. And, who is Greyhound? Almost everyone rushed to stand on the right, even if they knew nothing. Recruit? Technology? Greyhound was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Does this mean that he doesn't have to die? I am Greyhound. Whatever you ask, I am willing to do anything. Greyhound jumped out quickly, and kneeled in front of Field without caring about the large wet spot on his pants. I am the Lord of Nightfall Territory. I heard that you are very good at carpentry. As long as your work performance satisfies me, life will be much better than in Maple Leaf City. In addition, the same goes for you. Field pointed at the remaining 7 people, 3 of whom were Kuchi's maids. This old man actually had more maids than himself. He deserved to die. Chapter 42 The Harvest of the Loot, Meeting the Church. The cavalrymen have begun to sort out the spoils. Silver Claw opened a large exquisite wooden box. The neatly arranged crystal bottles in the box almost blinded his eyes. He said excitedly, My lord, you really should see this. There are so many potions. Field stepped forward quickly. Even though he had seen the world, he couldn't hold it back. He laughed. This is not a potion. It's a magic potion. The fighting potion is a specialty of Maple Leaf City. Magic potion? Seeing that the lord was happy, Ashina also smiled. She picked up a bottle of magic potion and shook it in front of her eyes twice. The brown-red liquid in the bottle swayed back and forth. Ashina suddenly showed a suspicious expression. Is this not a strange thing? We can't let the Lord touch strange things. Just like the evil plant last time, it will turn people into big perverts. If you want to cultivate fighting spirit, you need to take this thing. Just like Gareth just now. If you want to become a super knight, you must first take the awakening potion, and then cultivate with the potion. The price of the potion is very high. A bottle of potion is often worth more than 50 gold coins. Even a knight can hardly afford it. This leads to the fact that the stronger the level, the richer they become. The rich can buy more potions to eat, and then become stronger. The gap between the superhumans can be quickly widened. However, the potion is useless to the chosen one. It can be used as a tonic at most, or as a drink for fun. It is also useless to Field personally, as he has already missed the age to awaken his fighting spirit. Let's go and see the other goods. Field rubbed his hands in anticipation. It was as exciting as opening a blind box. After half an hour of cleaning the battlefield, Field obtained 2 boxes of potions, a total of 60 bottles, 327 gold coins in cash, armor and equipment of a second-level fighting spirit knight, a card of silk, a box of healing potions, 12 pack horses and other miscellaneous things, with a total value of 5,000 gold coins. We are all family. What's is mine? Field robbed the entire caravan without hesitation. It's true that a man can't get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Just taking the newly trained cavalry out to rob is worth the rare wine that he brought at great risk. As for his brother's reaction, he didn't care at all. After sorting out, everyone returned to the post station outside the city, where Tate was waiting. I thought you regretted it. Tate let out a long breath. Although the guards left by Field at the post station kept persuading him to be patient, he had sold all the houses. He couldn't calm down before seeing the Baron. Tate, with his old-fashioned face, was humorous for once. I thought I could embezzle a gold coin. Field laughed. Then you will miss 10,000. His family got off the donkey cart and saluted Field. An old woman with a headscarf and rabbit teeth. Obviously Tate's mother. Tate's wife is ordinary. Even ugly. With dark skin. Eyes far apart. And the left eye can't recognize the right eye. However, Tate's daughter is very beautiful. With white skin and wearing a blue dress. After nodding and smiling at them one by one, Field said, "Let's go buy supplies. The slaves we will buy later will be handed over to you for management. I believe you will not let me down." Tate was unsure. But thinking that he had no way out, he shouted loudly, "Please leave it to me. Lord." Thanks to his brother's funding, Field saved the money to buy fog lights and purification potions. So he directly bought 300 slaves, including 200 men. Maple Leaf City was unwilling to go to war, which led to a shortage of slaves. And most of the slaves bought were old and weak. The rest of the goods, mainly the most important food and feed, were guaranteed to feed the territory for 3 months. There were also 5 cows, 20 sheep, 2 war horses, 25 camels, and some furniture and clothing for the nobility. A total of 1,970 gold coins were spent, most of which were spent on livestock. This was an era when livestock were more expensive than people. In addition, Field also bought 3 carrier pigeons, the kind that cooed. Fortunately, Tate showed some management skills. He divided the slaves into 2 groups, strong men and women, children and the elderly, carrying different goods, which greatly improved the team's cargo capacity and made the team less bloated. It seems that this salary is not wasted, Field thought to himself. The group set out that day, and after arriving at the border of the High Castle province, they rested for a night. The next morning, Field came out of the tent. To his surprise, people from the church were there. A group of 30 knights of the holy armor, each of whom exuded fighting spirit. In addition, there were 20 nuns, wearing strict and simple nun robes, not the modern nun robes with slits to the arms. At least Field could only see their faces, and couldn't even see their ears. The slaves knelt before them, and the nuns continued to preach. Unlike the Chinese impression of religions that persuade people to be good and then collect incense money, the church in this world can not only collect taxes from the king, but also excommunicate the king, launch a divine punishment army against pagans, and own a rich country consisting of 3 provinces in the rich southern inland sea area. In name, including the Holy Griffin Empire, there are more than 100 countries, big and small, and the official belief is the church is goddess of light, who is also called the mother of gods. But whether she is a mother or not, no one knows, because no one has ever seen God. The only miracle is the chosen one, and the rest can be fabricated. Anyway, Field can speak freely, and there is no psychological pressure. "Sorry, we don't want to disturb your rest." The nun did not say that she forgot, but explained with great emotional intelligence. "Okay, I can accept this explanation." Field shrugged. "Wait, are you Sir Field Ross?" A nun in a white robe looked at Field in shock. "Oh my God, did you really survive in the night territory? Thank the goddess of light. This must be a miracle." Field showed a confused expression. "Do you know me? Everything is a miracle." A gentle and pleasant voice came from behind the nun, and the nun immediately made way and stood respectfully beside her. The speaker was also a nun in a white robe, but the bright angel symbol on her forehead indicated that she was a chosen one, and a chosen one of the holy light. "I am Eliza, a 3rd-level chosen one from the church. When we passed by Rose territory, I heard that you were going to open up night territory, and I prayed for you. A 3rd-level chosen one, with extremely terrifying combat power. Is not an exaggeration to say that it is a one-man army." Field subconsciously worried that she would expose Ashina, but Eliza didn't even look at Ashina. The chosen ones seemed to be able to shield each other. Chapter 43 Conversation with the Nun. Field had noticed before that the mini-map would not show the chosen ones, who had been contracted. Even if Ashina did not hide her aura, Field could not find her symbol on the mini-map. If she was not contracted, the mini-map would mark her location. But after the contract, it would disappear. No wonder I have good luck. It turns out that a beautiful nun prayed for me. Field closed his eyes and talked nonsense. He had never received any help from the church from beginning to end. Ashina was not the chosen one of holy light, but the chosen one of winter of the subhumans. Field walked forward slowly, smiling politely. "You found my pioneer group. Specifically for preaching?" "Not only that, respected Baron Field. We hope to cooperate with you. Eliza clasped her hands together, and the huge soft cotton ball was squeezed back and forth by her clasped arms, which was both charming and holy. Field was dazzled, and squinted and said, "Please tell me in detail. Our purpose has always been salvation and purification." Baron Field, you are isolated and helpless in the night territory, and you are always threatened by the dead, and your people are also lost lambs. However, the church can build a church in your night territory, and a camp for church warriors. I believe this is a good proposal, which can help you share the pressure of defense. Although Eliza used a very inflammatory tone, Field felt more and more strange. If he had not had good expression management skills, Field would have frowned into a knot. Isn't this just a garrison? It is said that it is easy to invite gods, but it is difficult to send them away. You are so fierce. Ah, such a big third-level god chosen, squatting in my territory. I am afraid that this territory will be yours in an instant. Besides, when Field went to Nightfall territory for the first time, he did not receive any support from the church. Now that he has occupied a corner of the territory, the church came here just because they smelled the scent. How shameless. Sorry. I refuse. In fact, we have not gained a firm foothold at all. If you want to help, just give gold coins and fog lights. My people, and I will pray every night and praise the grace of the goddess. In that case, let's talk about it later. Eliza looked aggrieved. Good day. It's okay to talk about it later. Field patted his head, dispelling distracting thoughts. By the way, Sister Eliza, where are you going? Maybe we can walk a little along the way, or take a carriage. Field shamelessly suggested, if they are willing, he can take them to the pile of corpses crazily, use the fighting power of the chosen ones for free, and clear out all the corpse monsters gathered in the night territory. Of course, if you want to go to your own camp, this is out of the question. Eliza's toes wrapped in white silk knew Field's thoughts, and she immediately refused. No need for that. Purifying monsters is the goddess's test and penance for us. Thank you for your kindness. Field pouted, what a pity. By the way, did you go to the northern province just to eliminate monsters? That's part of the reason. But the main purpose is to find the lost artifact. Eliza gestured a strange pattern on her chest, with sadness in her eyes. In order to resist the invasion of orcs and save the corrupted creatures, the church has sent troops and gods chosen many times, and many sisters died in the northern province. As God's messengers, we need to take back their artifacts and prevent them from falling into filth. After the death of the chosen one, their souls and divine power will remain in the weapons, forming artifacts, but the artifacts will also degrade over time and eventually turn into a handful of sand. Our destination does not pass through the night territory, so we appreciate your kindness. How many artifacts are there in the northern province? Are there any in the night territory? Field's eyes sparkled, noticing Eliza's ugly expression. Field said in a compassionate tone, "Oh, I mean, maybe I can help you find them together. If you find them, you can exchange them for more fog lights and purification potions. Thank you for your kindness, but we cannot meet your two requests. The artifact belongs to the God of Light, and the fog lights and purification potion are not mass-produced. They use the ones selected by the God of Light. Well, the production is very small anyway." Field did not give up. So, do you have the coordinates of the Imperial artifact? Is there any in the night territory? I don't know. Baron Field. I still hope to build a church in the night territory. Eliza felt that Field was difficult to deal with, but she did not give up. She gently grasped Field's arm with both hands, and then something more gentle came up, like a ball of wind with great resistance, making people feel like they were in the beautiful nature. That day will come, when my pioneering group has established itself and can barely be self-sufficient. I will inform you when the time comes. Field continued to enjoy shamelessly, but mercilessly painted a pie for Eliza that she could only see but not eat. If she refused too harshly, Field was worried that he would be killed, although the possibility of this was completely zero. The influence of the church has been declining in recent years, and the major empires are trying their best to get rid of the influence of the church. If they attack the nobles again, they will probably be finished immediately. The two chatted for a long time, but they didn't reach a consensus. Pick out 50 strong slaves, equip them with spears, and we are going to enter the Grey Fog. After announcing the order loudly, Field remounted the warhorse, and bowed slightly to Eliza while sitting on the warhorse. Goodbye, charming nun. Goodbye. Eliza leaned on her long legs and easily mounted the warhorse. May the holy light protect you. It was not easy to return to the night territory. With the slaves and captives, the total team was about 350 people, which meant that there was a high possibility of encountering a tide of zombies. Things happened just as Field had expected. As soon as they entered the northern province, the bloated transport team was immediately attacked continuously. The corpses roared out from the ruins, the corrupted forests and the soil, and rushed over ferociously. Goddess! What did I see? A living devil. Tate had the same expression as the slaves. He looked back in panic, trying to find a way back. But he could only see the gray haze connecting to the sky. Tate had a vague feeling he had been tricked. Tate had heard that the north was full of monsters and death before, but he didn't take it seriously. It was an abstract concept, not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. However, Tate shut up immediately, not because of his good psychological quality. Schwa the Black Knights around Field all drew out their cavalry swords. What was even more terrifying was that the swords were not shining, but were covered with reddish-brown dried blood and yellow-white grease. It won't be more than 2 days. With his many years of experience in managing death row prisoners, Tate could tell at a glance that those knives had just cut people, and they didn't mind cutting something else. Slaves. No chaos. No running around. Tate didn't dare to be the first to stand out. While he was comforting the slaves, he glanced at his family's carriage with concern. Chapter 44 Arrival at the camp. Don't panic. Kill those who run away. Cavalry Captain Silverclaw waved his long sword and roared in a cold tone. What confused Tate was that the cavalry had no intention of attacking the zombies, but surrounded the slaves like driving a flock of sheep, and seemed to be ready to slaughter them at the slightest disagreement. What a brutal cavalry, but what about the zombies? Questions popped up in Tate's mind. A deep blue light flashed, and a black giant wolf jumped out. Without stopping at all, the giant wolf shuttled quickly among the zombies, waving its claws at will, easily crushing or chopping the zombies. Everyone was stunned to see all this, forgetting even fear. Was there a giant wolf in the team? They had never seen one before. Along with the surging flames, like electric arcs, a blue flame gushed out of the giant wolf's mouth, and then it surged exponentially. The dragon wolf swept back and forth. The crackling sound of the burning flames, like firecrackers, rang in everyone's ears, and the corpses that rushed in were cleared out. What's going on? Tate felt that the amount of information was too much, and his brain was not enough. She is the chosen one I have contracted. Ashina. Field patted the stunned Tate, pointed at Ashina, who was dressed as a maid, and said to Tate, "Go and organize the slaves. Let's get going as soon as possible." But then, Tate didn't know what to say for a while, and his words were incoherent. Field actually has a chosen one maid? Even in the wealthy Maple Leaf territory, there is only one chosen one. Stunning dancer. How did Field attract a chosen one to be loyal? No wonder Baron Field dared to enter the night territory. It turned out that he was protected by the chosen one. As adults often say, this is just the beginning? Field's maid Scissors chuckled. This carefree maid narrowed her eyes. Even I am not worried. As a man, what do you have to be afraid of? Tate scratched his head awkwardly. It was too embarrassing to be laughed at by the maid. Come on. Hurry up. The more efficient we are, the less likely we will be surrounded by zombies. Field glanced at the small map. A large number of skull symbols were agitated. The whole map was full of them. Field felt something was wrong. The zombies have become more active. Damn the corrupted creatures, it seems like there is no way to kill them all. Hurry up, we have to get the slaves moving, Field said in a heavier tone. It is dangerous to break through the zombies, but staying where you are is waiting for death. Tate gritted his teeth and didn't care about that. Yes. My lord. Countless corpses rushed out of the gray fog and were burned to ashes by the dragon wolf, and then there were more corpses, like moths to a flame, and there was no end in sight. Field's worries came true. When everyone arrived at the winery, 39 people died from the attacks of rotten corpses and monsters. 1 warhorse had its leg broken. 2 pack horses were bitten to death, and 7 goats were used to lure the corpses. The losses were large, but fortunately, there was no loss of food, and no one in the cavalry was killed. Tate's face was so dark that it could almost be burned as coal. This journey had exceeded the thrilling moments of his life. His daughter and wife got off the carriage in fear. Their legs softened, and they rolled to the ground. They were stunned for a long time. and still hugged each other and trembled. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret entering the northern province. The zombies attacked almost non-stop along the way. If he hadn't entered the gray fog and couldn't get out, Tate would have wanted to slap himself twice and then turn around and leave. After arriving at the territory, Tate was shocked by the territory in front of him. He originally thought that the northern province was bad enough, and Field's castle was equally bad. Strictly speaking, it was like a large winery with leaks on all sides. Well, it was definitely a large winery. Fortunately, the guards and armor, and the powerful strength of the chosen one Ashina gave him a glimmer of hope. Field was not in a good mood either. Compared to the first time, the loss of this transportation was too great. After all, there was no human shield. Connor's knights were annihilated, which allowed Field to successfully reach the manor. This wave is too greedy. A team of 300 people is too large. It is impossible to take care of them all when attacked. Rubbing his eyebrows, Field tried to be more open-minded. Fortunately, it is not a loss if we can bring all the food back. The good news is that Field has been away for so long, and the territory has not been attacked. The slaves were already digging the soil in the fields. The first batch of farmland was purified and put into production immediately. Although the land was barren, it was much better than being abandoned. Without a plow, the work efficiency is too slow. Field rode on his horse to the winery. Looking around, the slaves were digging holes in the fields with hoes or their hands. This scene was very different from Field's impression of farming. There were no ridges, which meant that they did not understand the ridge system. There were not even ditches between the fields. Yimu has several cows, and as long as they are matched with a plow, they can plow the land quickly. But it didn't matter. Anyway, there were not many farmlands, and the slaves could still complete the task with pure manpower. It can also make everyone do something, after not full, go to play women, or fight. The whole night caller. All slaves? Tate was stunned. Phil is the most unique lord he has ever seen. Not all, small open space on the south of the winery. It was given to the free people, 10 people. Let's. I turned it. Filda is outspoken. There is not much secret at night, after all. There is no driving fog light. Don't want to run out of ordinary people. Tate can swallow an ostrich egg. So this place is suitable for you. Like a big prison, the smog is the cage. What you have to do is be my internal affairs advisor, prevent slaves from rioting, and assign them work. It's really similar to a prison. Tate's mouth twitched. Actually, there is a difference. They are also human beings. I plan to take out some of their working time, to transform them, such as cultivating new skills, or changing some bad habits. Field looked at the excrement on the ground, and frowned again. Especially urinating and defecating in public. The ban he had imposed at the beginning seemed to have little effect. Fortunately, the weather was not warm. Otherwise Field would have had trouble sleeping. Tate had recovered from his previous fear, and he was also looking around. The slaves working around him, seeing Field riding a tall horse, immediately dropped their work, ran to Field and knelt down to salute. Then, the patrolling guards and the call wandering in the farmland saw the returning team and ran over excitedly. Thank God. Lord Field, you are finally back. Ka was so excited that he burst into tears, and he wanted to rush over and kiss the horse's hoof. He was very worried that Field would slip away alone, or die on the road, and then he would be finished. Chapter 45. People always have to face reality. Yes, but it is mainly due to Ashina and the brave warrior's desperate protection. Field would not mention the small map. That was his personal secret. Ashina had some heavy bags under her eyes, and her beautiful eyes rarely showed a lazy look. Killing corpses all night long, the chosen one would also feel tired, but her wolf ears still shook proudly, which showed that she was in a good mood. Without saying nice words, Ashina just nodded to everyone. She recently fell in love with Field's calm style, and would not easily show her lively side in front of others. Only in private. She liked to tease Field mischievously. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for you. When Tietue and others heard Field praising them, they immediately straightened their bodies. For some reason, their lord especially liked others to stand up straight. Since the lord liked it, they were happy to do it. Tietue used his right hand full of dried blood to knock on the breastplate. Thanks to the goddess of winter for protecting our dear lord. Well, after going out, they became more flattering. A bunch of lackeys. Cal rolled his eyes in disdain, but a smile also appeared on his face. With one more guard back, the territory would be safer, and he would not be scared and unable to sleep. and he would not even dare to go out to the toilet. My lord, please forgive me for being blunt, but don't take risks again. I pray every night and worry about it and can't sleep, Cal shouted. I will not leave the territory in a short time after this return. Although Maple Leaf City is beautiful, it does not feel like home after all compared to his own shabby territory. And the journey is too difficult. Field is also very tired. He waved his hand. First, arrange accommodation for my advisors and free people, and then allocate a piece of land for the slaves to live in, next to the previous slave camp. Field did not have the energy to do more for the time being. Several days of crazy fighting and high-intensity map observation made him exhausted. The cavalry will have 3 days off. And so will you, Iron Hammer. I'll give you 3 days off. So have a good rest. Cal, organize the freemen, and have them serve meals to the slaves. Each person will be given 2 loaves of bread and a bowl of vegetable soup. I don't want them to survive the tide of corpses, but die of hunger. Most of the more than 30 dead slaves were slow-footed and old. Field still felt sorry for them. They were all laborers, and it was such a waste. Returning to the winery, Field felt the air was fresher, although there was still a faint smell of mold. It was much fresher and more comfortable than outside. The stone wall revealed its original color, instead of being stained with black and purple decay residues. The room was a little wet. It was obvious that the maid Sparrow had not been lazy and had cleaned the winery very well. There was no excrement in the house. Field had seen a lot of it before. I don't know which servant was too lazy to go out and always excreted in the house. Fortunately, as Field's majesty increased, that guy didn't dare to do so. Of course, it might be that he cleaned it himself. Hee, don't let me catch you. Field was curious, which bastard was it? If the maid did it, she would be spanked hard. After dinner, after a comfortable bath, Field lazily leaned on the cushioned armchair, and every cell in his body was relaxed. The newly purchased furniture made Field's room look like that. At least the tables, chairs and beds were replaced with high-quality furniture with aristocratic atmosphere, so there was no need to worry about the chairs creaking. Field took out the magic book Flame Vestments. Although he had no magic, it did not prevent him from being curious about magic. Knock. Knock. The door was knocked. Without getting angry at being interrupted, Field put the magic book back on the bookshelf and cleared his throat. Come in. Excuse me, Lord Field. The visitor was Tate, who was called Warden. Nicknames were common in this era. Field had imagined that he could get the title of Stick of Steel or Devil Muscle Man because it sounded cool. Sir, I came here to know your ideas so that I can manage the Night Territory more accurately. Tate did not rest, but walked all over the Night Territory. The sweat on his body was obvious. He seemed a little anxious and worried. For example, this year's focus should be on taxes, population, or food. These things are the focus of the nobles. You get into work faster than I thought. Field nodded with satisfaction. Before, when he saw his face was as dark as a chimpanzee, Field thought he was going to strike. Tate said honestly, people always have to face reality. My family is already tied to the Night Territory. Of course, I have to do my best. I don't want my children to die in the mouths of corpses. Very good. But the focus of the next work is neither taxes and food, nor population. Field took a sip of black tea. The shabby environment of Night Territory temporarily does not allow production. Even if the hard target is set to 100 million gold coins per day, it is useless. It is just a slogan. Field is not interested in playing empty games. The first is to gradually recover the corrupted farmland and houses, and organize people to remove the traces of corruption. As a lord, I have domain talent. As long as the corruption is eliminated, the death haze will not penetrate. Field paused, and then said, the second is to educate the slaves, turn them all into obedient laborers with professional skills. It is best to make them all free citizens. I want to educate people, you should be professional. But I have to remind you, although some slaves look pitiful, some of them have done a lot of illegal things behind the scenes. We need to sort it out as soon as possible, so that we can work further. It is the people who are noble, not the profession. Similarly, it is the people who are lowly, not the situation. There will be oppression among slaves, which is ironic. Tate was surprised this time. You actually have such accurate guidance on management, and it is well organized and forward-looking. It's amazing. Good guy. This guy looks upright. But it turns out he is good at flattering. Field laughed. Isn't this a very basic ability? No. At least I have never heard of it. The Lord's focus is usually on this year's taxes and food. Or the army, family, and noble ladies. You are the first one to care about the grassroots affairs. Oh! Field tapped the table lightly with his fingers, making a pleasant sound. He likes to knock on the table when he is thinking. Because of the wisdom of the Chinese people, and the advanced modern education, even if Field does something that he thinks is very ordinary, it is incredible to people of this era. Chapter 46 Ineffective Decrees and Manure. In addition, sir, I think Nightfall needs normal houses. Slaves always live in tents made of rotten wood and rags. This is not bad. What is terrible is that even free people have no houses. This will cause dissatisfaction among the people, if you care about their opinions. This problem will take time to solve. Field took out a spare map from the bookshelf and handed it to Tate. Wait until I recover the forest in the east, and the quarry, the housing problem may be solved. In addition, I have to plan the site selection issue. This map is for you. If you have any ideas, please raise them in time. Yes, sir. Tate felt trusted and supported. Although Night Territory is worse than Maple Leaf Territory, it seems that something new is sprouting here. The next morning, the maid brought pudding, white bread and goat milk. There are no dairy cows in the territory, only beef cattle. Fortunately, goat milk is not bad, but the quantity is small. Ashina was wearing a lace-trimmed aristocratic long skirt with a waist, which Field bought in Maple Leaf City, and slightly modified according to Field's aesthetics. Although Ashina likes her maid outfit very much, she didn't wear work clothes because she was on vacation today. Ashina, who changed into a dress, made Field almost embarrassed to look at her directly. He had to do some psychological preparation to calm himself down. With her long hair casually scattered, Ashina supported her face with one hand, and her eyes, which were full of charm and wildness, were half closed and slightly opened, looking very confused. No one knew what she was thinking. The white stockings were tightly attached to the perfect leg lines, making her look noble and elegant. The sitting posture with legs crossed squeezed out an attractive mysterious area. There were stockings in this era, but they were not made of ultra-thin materials, like those of modern times. Today's stockings are thicker, and you can only see some flesh-colored light faintly. But it is definitely not exposed. It is not the rigid and rigorous sitting posture of a noble lady. Ashina's toes are wrapped in stockings, and she is wearing slippers, swinging seductively. Other nobles would think it is rude, but Field is happy to let Ashina release the lively nature of the wolf subhuman. So he will only teach some noble and modern etiquette, instead of all feudal dogma. Anyway, this is the Night Territory. Field has the final say. What do you need me to do today? Ashina lazily used a silver spoon to scoop a spoonful of pudding into her mouth, showing a satisfied smile. After tasting the sweetness, Ashina blinked her big eyes and suggested, "Do you want to go treasure hunting? It would be great if we can find treasure." The discovery of wine and magic scrolls before made a lot of money for the Night Territory. Ashina was a little obsessed with treasure hunting. "Not going today. If you like, you can accompany me to the grassroots." Field frowned and drank the goat milk. This stuff is very volatile, and the chef also added salt to it, so it doesn't taste good. Ashina was stunned for a moment, and repeated this strange word. Go to the grassroots? Ahem. Just go and guide the work of farmers and slaves. Ashina didn't even think about it. Okay. Let's go together. Leaving the winery, you can see the messy slave camp at a glance. But there is no one in it now. The slaves were driven out to work by Tate early in the morning. Slaves don't have breakfast, and they don't even have time to eat. To be precise, even free people don't go to eat breakfast. It's too luxurious. Ordinary people in the Middle Ages ate 2 meals a day. Lunch was called breaking the fast, and was eaten more formally. They had to thank and pray to the gods. Dinner was more casual. Field observed that it was called dinner, but it was actually a midnight snack, because free people ate very little at night. Breakfast was called a small meal to break the fast, and was generally only eaten by nobles. They had to pay attention to noble etiquette, such as not taking breakfast back to the room to eat. Before eating each dish, they had to wash their hands with a shallow water tray and a towel. Of course, it doesn't matter. Field still eats according to the Chinese eating habits. I regret not riding a horse. After walking 2 steps, Field covered his face speechlessly. There was feces everywhere on the road. Although feces can fertilize the land, it also needs to be composted. Obviously, my previous decree is invalid. Field looked around, didn't see Cow, so he turned to the maid's scissors and said, "Go and call that old guy Cow, and call the free people who can speak. Soon, Cal came over with an embarrassed look on his face, and there was an old man with him, called Old Turtle Dove. Old Turtle Dove was originally a villager of Bull Leader. After being brought here by Field, he became the new village chief and could solve the small problems of the free people, such as neighborhood disputes and family conflicts. My lord. Good day. The two bowed at the same time. Good day. Field also smiled at them, and then asked, "Is the problem of urinating and defecating in public still difficult to solve? Tell me about the difficulties you encountered." Cal said guiltily, "There are too many of them, and everyone is as stupid as a pig." As soon as the words of my advice came out, their wooden heads would forget them completely. In addition, if you give them verbal advice, they will not take it seriously, and will even act like a rogue, saying that it is their first offense. Indeed, even if some modern old people do bad things, your verbal advice is useless, and you will just fart. Moreover, I am very kind-hearted. I give them 3 chances. There are hundreds of people. If each of them has 3 chances, it can almost fill up the night. After saying all the nice things, it is time to strike hard. Field wanted to confiscate their tools. Announce it. From today on, anyone who urinates or defecates anywhere will be punished if caught. Free citizens will be fined 1 copper coin. And if they don't have money, they will be fined a whip. Slaves will be punished 3 times. 3 copper coins or 3 whips. And there will be no warning. Field's face turned black. In addition, organize the children and women among the slaves, collect the excrement every day, and then pile them together. What a clean and tidy noble, Old Turtle Dove thought to himself. It's just excrement. I really don't understand why you have to spend the effort to put it together. Can you make a statue? Do you know how to fertilize and compost when you farm? Field turned to ask Old Turtle Dove. Fertilize? Old Turtle Dove looked confused. We can water, weed and catch insects, and of course, the most important thing is prayer. Pray to the goddess, and pray for a good harvest. Field's mouth twitched. No wonder there are not many people in this era, but there is not enough food to eat, and people always starve to death. No matter how fertile the land is. If crops are planted frequently, the fertility will be exhausted. Then you should apply fertilizer. Field pointed to the farmland. Pile up the manure, and use it for irrigation after planting crops. Goddess of harvest. What did I hear? I should tear off my ears, and throw them away. The Old Turtle Dove rolled his eyes, and almost died of a cerebral hemorrhage. If the person in front of him was not the Baron, the Old Turtle Dove would definitely fight with his fists. Chapter 47 From Farmland to Kitchen, Comprehensive Transformation. Just now I was thinking that Baron Field loved cleanliness. It turns out that the purpose of collecting feces is to pour filth on food. Too noble. Too extravagant. Covering the gift of the goddess of harvest with dirty and unclean things? This is blasphemy, and will suffer terrible divine punishment, such as locust plagues and droughts. Sir, you must be joking. The Old Turtle Dove blushed, and talked a lot about his experience in farming. We are professionals in farming. I have been farming for my whole life. How could I not understand? Field would not debate with the old-fashioned, but waved his hand. Maybe you are right, but I want the slaves to farm the land. According to my requirements, this is an order. Sir, only magical creatures and God's chosen ones can affect food production. Faced with such a big thing as food, Cal did not dare to let Field do whatever he wanted. You just need to keep praying, God will respond to you. Yes, it's God again. Field rubbed his brow. The existence of the Chosen One and magic is indeed a treasure of this world. But it also has a great inhibitory effect on production and technology. The most common problem is that people do not work seriously, and their subjective initiative has dropped significantly. If they cannot grow food, live in poverty, or fall down while walking, they will blame themselves for not being pious, and then give money to the church, waiting for the arrival of miracles. I know that magic and the Chosen One can affect production, but the Night Lord can't do it. We need to find other ways out. Ashina is a pure military, which is not helpful for production. This is my order. Make compost, and then water the fields. In addition, when planting radishes and cabbages, cultivate them in the ridge system. When planting wheat, loosen the soil twice, and try to keep the land flat. The ridge system has the advantages of increasing ventilation, fertilizing the land, loosening the soil, etc., but Field did not explain it. He was used to dealing with these old-fashioned people. This is my decree. The fields planted by slaves must be completely in accordance with my requirements. You can plant whatever you want. There were only a dozen freemen, who could not plant more than a few acres, which was just right for reference. As you wish. Although the old turtle dove looked reluctant, the land belonged to the nobles, and Field also left some room, allowing them to plant farmland without fertilizer. Before Field crossed over, he had spent some childhood in the countryside of his hometown, and he still knew basic agricultural knowledge. Of course, even if the knowledge is not applicable to the farmland today, it is only a very small loss, since the land in the Knight territory can't grow anything anyway. Then, Field personally instructed several slaves to dig a barely decent ridge, and then left with satisfaction. Will the night sky be full of wheat and vegetables next year? Ashana looked back with interest. I hope so, but it will definitely not be enough for everyone, and we will have to rely on imports at that time. It would be great if meat could be grown. Wipe away the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Ashina is more interested in meat. Meat is still the best. As a carnivore, Field nodded in agreement. That's true, but vegetables can also be cooked deliciously. But my chef has not tried it, or rather, the meat he cooks is also very ordinary. The current cooking methods are extremely hellish, such as stewing fish heads with cream, boiling cabbage for half a day to make cabbage paste, stewing meat and fruit together, and jelly made from fish jelly, mutton fat and animal offal, which is extremely disgusting. Field chef did the same. Although Field had asked the chef not to string oranges on the grill more than once. The devil chef firmly believed that it would be delicious this way. Really? I think the grilled meat is very delicious now. Ashina tilted her head. Also, can vegetables also be delicious? Of course. I happen to be free today. And I must let you see the real deliciousness. Field looked over, and saw Tate working in the new slave camp. My consultant has already started working. Give him a chance to prove himself. Let's go to the kitchen first. Field was busy defending the territory and clearing corruption before. And he didn't bother with the chef. Today, he went to the kitchen in person to prevent him from making weird food again. The current kitchen, which follows the existing kitchen of the big winery, is very spacious. But when Field walked in, he immediately felt the simplicity. Unlike the Chinese kitchen, there is no stove here, but a camping pot built with a tripod and a soup pot, and you have to be careful not to knock it over when cooking. There are a lot of bacon hanging on the wall, and various vegetables piled on the ground, and there is a tree stump in the corner, with an axe stuck on it, which is a tool for chopping bones. In addition, there is a grill, with steaks and 2 apples on it, which the chef calls a dinner plate, and this guy has a special liking for refining fruits, because this is a skill he is proud of. But he can pickle fruits and make fruit pies, which is barely acceptable to Field. The plate is bulging with a round belly. As the fattest person in the territory, he is envied by all slaves and free people. He smiled naively and said, "Ha. Sir, I will make apple grilled steak, Brussels sprout soup and orange almond stewed cured ham for lunch today. I also add chili as a seasoning." Dead? Thank you. When Field heard orange, almond stewed cured ham, and chili, he could no longer hold it in, and was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. The chef had made this kind of food last time. Field tasted it, and drank 5 cups of black tea to rinse his mouth. Without hesitation, Field gave the whole dish to the servants. What was even more bizarre was that everyone praised the deliciousness. It was true that they had never eaten a few bites of good pork, and treated swill as a state banquet. The orange and almond stewed cured ham is gone. I want to create a new dish called dry pot beef. Prepare some beef tenderloin, onions, radishes, mushrooms and peppers, Field commanded. What is dry pot? Seeing the chef hesitating and suspicious, Field had to repeat it with a stronger tone. No one likes to be questioned in their professional field. Field also understands. But in order not to be poisoned by dark cuisine in the future, Field directly used the tone of command. He wanted to demonstrate it himself. But if the nobles cooked by themselves, the chef would hang himself that night. Don't add water directly to the pot. The plate? This way of cooking is brand new. Listen to me. Wash the ingredients first. Cut them, and set them aside. Then pour some oil into the hot pot. This step is called hot oil. Then, on the other side, the maid Sparrow, under the protection of 5 guards, was preparing to serve the slaves. 10 freemen were the main ones serving the food, and Sparrow was responsible for supervision, as well as showing her face and making her presence felt. The slaves must know who is feeding them. The food for lunch is barley porridge and black bread. This batch of black bread from Maple Leaf City is more than a little better than the one bought from Golden Eagle City. Chapter 48 Black Feather and White Feather, Chaotic Eaters. The food for lunch was porridge and heated black bread. This batch of black bread from Maple Leaf City was much better than the previous ones. All weighed 10 pounds, mixed with a lot of bran, but at least it was not so evil as to mix stones, sand and sawdust. The bread was cut into fist-sized pieces, for easy distribution. The slaves smelled the aroma of food, and without hesitation dropped their work, and rushed towards the carriage. The guards immediately raised their halberds, blocked in front of the slaves, and shouted, not allowing them to come forward. I want to eat. Damn bricks, it's me, you bastard. You've been eating eggs for a few days, have you forgotten us? Yes, we are friends in the same cage, give me an extra piece of bread. Some slaves began to make friends, but more were abusive, and some were those who were unwilling to fight, or were kicked out of the guard team because they were lazy in training. They regretted it so much that they couldn't sleep all night. Sometimes, when they were sleeping, they thought of their former cellmates, who were now enjoying a good life, which was more painful than killing them. Every time they woke up, they would slap themselves in frustration. I deserve to die. After all, the guards could eat meat every day, and in the eyes of slaves, eating meat was the pinnacle of life. Who would have thought that the guards would not become cannon fodder? And the Baron would really give them food. No snatching allowed. The Lord has ordered. Line up to receive it. The guards ignored the former cellmates' attempts to make friends with them, since they could eat extra food every day, such as bacon and eggs. They had completely become Field's diehards, the kind that licks dogs even more than a dog. Now Field asked them to beat their own father. These guys who used to be afraid of hunger will also rush up without hesitation and perform a righteous circle kick. Line up, please line up in 10 rows. The maid Sparrow shouted with a thin voice, and when she saw that everyone ignored her, she put her hands on her hips angrily. Line up, or you won't have food. What a beautiful woman. If I can get one night, I would be happy to live 50 years less. Shut up, I'm a noble lady. Be careful or I'll dig out your tongue. I know I was wrong. The guy who said the wrong thing immediately broke out in a sweat, fearing that he would be dragged out by the guards and beheaded. Obviously, the maid's clean and beautiful clothes made the slaves misunderstand that Sparrow was also a noble. This is also the hidden benefit of being a castle maid, and her status is always higher than that of ordinary people. Just like the driver of the leader. When the leader is not around, the driver is the leader. Fortunately, Sparrow did not care about them. If the scissors were replaced, he would have used 2 pieces of black bread as bait to let other slaves beat up the guy who said the wrong thing. In fact, Sparrow really likes to be treated as a noble lady. The feeling of being looked up to is irresistible. She cherished the task assigned to her by Field very much, and tried her best to do her best. Soon, the slaves pushed and squeezed, and barely lined up into 10 rows. A few stronger slaves dragged others while cursing and trying to cut in line. However, this illegal behavior was immediately suppressed by the guards. The guards rushed up and punched, knocking down the villains who cut in line. No eggs were wasted, and all became fighting power. The one who cut in line is at the end. Sparrow put his hands on his waist, trying his best to appear a little fierce. The slaves finally calmed down and began to recall the violent scene just now. Did you see it just now? It was just one punch. God, those guys were so powerful. No wonder they can kill corpses. I heard that the Baron distributes meat to the guards every day. I also want to join. Then I can beat people at will. The slaves talked loudly and excitedly. Violence can release the slaves' suppressed emotions and become a topic of conversation for several months. So scary. The disheveled girl by you tightened the dirty hat on her head. This smelly linen had belonged to another kind old slave. However, the old man died on the way to the night territory. He was caught by the bat witch and torn into pieces in the air. Fortunately, the warm hat can be left. The 2 sisters will always take turns to wear it and share the few assets. Her twin sister, Hey You, had already begun to sob softly. Be strong, just don't look at them, you'll be able to eat soon. Although both were 11 years old, the elder sister became strong earlier. Baiyu held her sister tightly in her arms to prevent her from being kicked down by the crowded slaves and then being trampled to death. Fortunately, the sisters were lucky and were in a relatively forward position in the queue. This is the food given by Lord Field. You must work hard for the Lord. Sparrow kept repeating this sentence. She thought so in her heart. Only the dear Baron would share food so generously. Sparrow pouted. This is the food that the Lord risked his life to transport. Work hard. Baiyu repeated it in her mind several times, and finally sighed deeply. They once had a happy family. Their parents worked very hard. They would go to the fields regardless of wind or rain. Their father also had the superb skill of shooting birds with a slingshot. He would take the prey to the castle to sell. And sometimes he could exchange it for some leftovers that the master didn't want. That time was the happiest time for the sisters. The delicious leftovers always appeared in their dreams. Their names also came from the gift of flying birds. Unfortunately, their father later picked up branches in the forest and planned to make a better slingshot. The forest was the private property of the nobles, including the animals in it. Berries and even branches could not be picked up. This was a serious violation of the law. That evening, their father was hanged for the crime of embezzling noble property. Their mother was molested several times by the captain of the security team, who had long had evil intentions, and finally jumped into the river in madness. The two sisters managed to escape the captain of the security team, but on the way to begging, they were caught in the Maple Leaf territory and became slaves. After 3 days of starvation, they were handed over to a lord named Field. Bayou wanted to die several times. Perhaps that was the only way to be relieved. This world is really rotten, and it is equally desperate everywhere. Bayou estimated that the Night territory is no different from her hometown. 1 bowl of porridge per person, 2 pieces of black bread. Dinner is already included. No food will be distributed tonight. 2 pieces of black bread is the daily amount. It's actually 2 pieces of bread. Reality immediately broke Bayou's memories and despair. She opened her eyes wide and explained in a low voice, "Are you kidding me? 2 pieces of bread a day and porridge. Goddess, is this a joke?" On the way to Yemu territory, 2 pieces of bread a day were for eating and traveling quickly. But in Yemu territory, normally, it should be 1 piece of bread every 2 days, or 1 piece of bread every 3 days. Why is it more? The Lord must have drunk too much and got the decree wrong. Chapter 49. Everyone can rest, short term. Bayou trembled with excitement. "I'm sure we'll be full. We have a lot to eat." The younger sister burst into laughter, turned her head, and gave Bayou a dirty smile. "It's our turn soon." Feeling his sister holding his hand tightly, Bayou's eyes became firm. If he died, the cowardly sister would definitely be abused by the bastards, and then die in a cold corner. "I must survive. Don't grab, don't take the initiative to take, your dirty hands will ruin the porridge." The villagers who were serving food cursed and waved the stick in their hands, and used a soup spoon in their right hand to scoop a spoonful of porridge from the earthenware jar, the sparse wheat grains in it. Even the dog would think it was shabby. What a nice smell. So many wheat grains. Heiyu's eyes widened, and he took the initiative to let go of his sister's hand. This kind of porridge is only available during the Chinese New Year. Then, the villager took a piece of black bread the size of an adult's fist from the wooden basket next to him, and stuffed it into Heiyu's hand with an impatient look. "It's still hot." Heiyu swallowed his saliva, and took the bread and was about to leave. "Wait." Sparrow called Heiyu, took a piece of bread from the basket, and stuffed it into Heiyu's arms, showing a sympathetic smile. "You took 1 less. You will be hungry at night." The villager who deliberately gave 1 less piece of bread was very unhappy. "This is a useless little bastard. There is no need to give her 2 pieces of bread. 1 piece is enough for her to eat for 3 days. If there is a lot of food left, they can take some while the maid is not paying attention." Sparrow knew what they were thinking, and immediately crossed her arms over her chest, turning her face away. "This is Lord Field's order. The Lord said that all slaves should have 2 loaves of bread and 1 portion of oatmeal. Well, anyway, in the wealthy bull territory, adult slaves should have 1 loaf of bread every 2 days, and children should have 1 every 3 or 4 days. The villagers were sarcastic. "But this is Night territory. Everything here is brand new." Sparrow was really a little angry. She borrowed Field's words and reiterated them forcefully. "Everything is brand new." The guard, who was maintaining order, frowned. The 3 words bull territory always made them very sensitive. Lord Field had suffered humiliation there, and he immediately cast a nuclear kind look. The villagers were sweating profusely, shrinking their necks and saying, "You are right. It was my mistake." Bayou was very relieved, but she did not dare to applaud in public, so she could only look at Ma Kei with a beaming face and a grateful look. What she did not expect was that Ma Kei also smiled at her. "Am I seeing things?" Such an elegant and clean woman actually smiled at her. Bayou was dizzy, and pulled her sister to find a corner where no one was sitting. Without saying a word, she wolfed down a piece of bread. and lick the oatmeal porridge used to soak the bread clean. She could even take the wooden bowl back and use it again, because it had been licked to a shine. The little girl felt full for the first time. Her thin belly, which had been malnourished for a long time, bulged slightly. Ah! It's delicious. The little sister drooled and opened her mouth to eat the second piece of bread. Baiyu was shocked and patted the back of her hand. You can't eat it anymore. You have to hide it, Baiyu said sternly. Feeling the pain on the back of her hand, the little sister opened her mouth and tears rolled out immediately. Don't cry. Baiyu rubbed the little sister's head and changed his tone. There won't be many good days like this. If you eat all the food, you will starve to death in an emergency. So be good, let's hide the bread and eat it when we are almost starving to death. Okay. Heiyu handed the bread to her sister in a baby voice, pouting. You can't eat it secretly. Baiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her sister was quite smart, and immediately pinched her nose, and said lovingly, Okay. Okay, I will definitely call you when we eat. Not only the two sisters did this, most slaves would hide the bread. For them, it was not just bread, but the continuation of life. Who knows what the noble lord's order will be tomorrow? Even if the lord is not bad, and is willing to give everyone food, the executors below may not give it. The behavior of the villagers today is an example. Sister, what do you think the lord looks like? Heiyu hugged his knees. Well, I guess he is a man with a beer belly, a mouth full of rotten teeth, and a high attitude, according to the image in his memory. Baiyu replied unhappily, and then looked around vigilantly. Or he is a drunkard with a beard. He even forgot to change the decree after a hangover. Heiyu drooled, and said after taste, Don't say that. People who give bread are good people. Lunchtime is over. Go to work. The guard shouted, driving the slaves back to the farmland. Sparrow was a little tired, but working for the Lord made her happy. She hummed a little tune and returned to the kitchen of the winery. She also wanted to have lunch. What are you doing together? Sparrow saw several colleagues sitting at the table with serious expressions, and immediately moved over. The maids all loved gossiping. Sparrow, this is the lunch given by the Lord, called dry pot beef, which is very special. In the past, the Lord would only give us the leftovers, but this time he directly shared some. One of the main reasons why the servants liked Field was that Field was very picky about food. The chef prepared many delicious dishes, such as fruits, smoked fish, and nut stew. Field would only take a bite at most, and then the servants would enjoy the whole thing. Of course, there would also be steaks, goat milk, and even the most delicious venison. As long as they could have a bite, they would be happy for a whole month. Similarly, the servants did not like Ashina at all, because Ashina never left any food. Ashina would always finish all the food with a smile, which was in sharp contrast to the beloved Lord. And she can't gain weight. Why does it look like this? It looks like dried feces, and also a bit like my aunt who was burned to a mummy by a fire, Scissors said bluntly. And there is no fruit, no soup. How can it be delicious? Just like Field saw the dark cuisine, this time it was the servants' turn to sweat. They had never seen or heard of such a dish, and they also thought that it was Field's whim, and made a dark cuisine. Crockpot glanced at Scissors, and was already planning to report it. Scissors, don't talk nonsense. Sparrow angrily nudged her with his elbow. You are insulting the reward of the Lord. Oh, sorry. You know what I mean. I respect Lord Field the most. Scissors smiled at everyone. If the Lord knew about this, he might marry her to an ugly perverted old man. Next time, I will help you clean your room. Please forgive my slip of the tongue. At least it smells good. Chapter 50 Mysterious Peeping Man. Why are you looking at me? Oh my God, can you even find fault with beef? We are all servants, not nobles. Although it looks strange, but if the Lord asks you to eat real feces, you have to eat it. After that, the sparrow picked up a piece of beef with a spoon and ate it with a fearless attitude. The next moment, the sparrow's taste buds were immediately conquered by the unique taste. The carefully marinated beef was fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Every bite was filled with rich gravy. The dry pot cooking method greatly improved the taste of the beef. The vegetables absorbed the essence of the beef and returned the fragrance of the vegetables. Perfect. What apple and almond stewed with pickled meat? It's just garbage. No wonder the Lord doesn't like it. Sparrow was silent for a long time and squeezed out a difficult expression. Goddess, it's too bad, I'll throw it away. Why throw it out? If it doesn't taste good, You can give it to the slaves. Scissors narrowed his eyes, showing a suspicious expression, reached out to take it, but was dodged by Sparrow. Something's wrong, you're up to something. Everyone reacted immediately, and rushed to grab it. Soon a small pot of dry pot beef was wiped out, and the condiments on the plate were licked clean. It's so delicious. The Scissors smacked their lips, still wanting more. As expected of you. Lord, you actually know that such a delicacy exists. That's right, after all. Our master is a noble. Only the chef's plate was broken, muttering to himself, how is this possible? Why is it so delicious? Field himself thought it was just average, at least not the taste he wanted. Too much salt, the heat was not well controlled, and, is there sweet curry powder in it? It tastes weird. Field smacked his lips. Ashina, what do you think? Ashina's mouth was full, she couldn't reply, so she could only give Field a thumbs up. You're such a foodie. Field took a sip of tea slowly. Originally, he wanted to rest for 3 days and relax. But he couldn't stay idle the next day. The territory had no output, and was in a dangerous area. He felt anxious if he didn't do something. There were many things in the territory, but they couldn't be solved with just a few words. Field decided to solve the problem of wood shortage. After Field finished dressing, he just opened the door and ran into Ashina with a bow on her back and a gun. She seemed to have come back from outside, with a lot of dirty blood on her face. There was also an empty space without a skull mark on the small map, which was obviously her masterpiece. Good day, sir. When Ashina saw Field, the seriousness on her face immediately disappeared. She smiled and lifted her skirt, and greeted him sweetly. What do you need me to do today? I have rested well. After saying that, Ashina pointed to her eyes. Sure enough, the slight dark circles before disappeared, and the red wolf eyes looked both smart and charming. This guy had chopped all the way back from Maple Leaf territory. Chopped for 4 days and 4 nights. And only rested for 1 day yesterday. But he was full of energy, and his eyes were not dry at all. The chosen ones recover quickly. Field sighed. I'm just about to lead troops to retake the lumberyard, and I need your protection. Great. It's fun to work with you, sir. The girl shook her tail, and suddenly thought of something. Frowning. Sir, I felt something was wrong last night. In the second half of the night, around 3 o'clock, something was spying on the territory. I went out and walked around the area several times, but I didn't find anything unusual. But I believe that my senses are not wrong. No wonder you are carrying a weapon. Do you know what that thing is? It can't be a goblin again. Field immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, rubbing his chin and thinking, it shouldn't be. A goblin can't escape your claws at all. It's not a goblin. I remember the smell of a goblin. The smell I smelled last night must be a corrupted creature. But it was new and could block my perception. The wind told me everything. The smell of that thing was mixed with extremely strong killing and hostility. Field was silent for a moment. I know. You go to have breakfast first. I will inform the patrolling guards to be careful. Ashina shook her head, and said after consideration, well, it's best to shrink the defense line. Patrol in groups of 5. And be equipped with horns. She rarely made suggestions on military affairs, and never said a word about internal affairs. She would do whatever Field told her to do. If Ashina had been an official in ancient China, the emperor would have absolutely loved her. But it was also because Ashina did not easily express her opinions that Field attached great importance to her ideas. It's actually this dangerous. Field nodded seriously. Ashina was the one who remained calm when she met a 3rd-level rat demon. Those who could make her alert were definitely not good people. A new round of conscription must also be started. The current defense force is still not enough. Let Tate handle this matter. Field rubbed his eyebrows. I hope there is still wood left in the sawmill. If there is a wooden wall, it will be much easier to defend. I will protect you until my death. Ashina solemnly promised. The lumberyard is located to the east of the winery, at the junction of the forest and the lake. This lake was originally a beautiful ribbon that ran through the manor and the Starry Night Lake. But now it is full of bones. Countless gray-white rotten reeds and skeletons stand in the water. And the water quality is also gray-black. To purify this lake, tens of thousands of bottles of purification potions are needed. In addition to the creeping vines and scattered white bones, the most common thing seen along the way is tentacles, which are rotten from weeds. Field is no longer surprised. When he first encountered Cthulhu's style, the disgusting scenes made Field feel horrified and afraid. However, after watching it for a long time, he just felt that the small tentacles on the ground were boring. Even a little cute. These tentacles were not like those in the anime, which would catch women at any time and make them give birth. They had no attack power and no strength. At most, they could make it difficult for wheels and horses to move. One of Field's daily pleasures was to poke the tentacles around with his lance, and then watch them curl up like mimosas. After the march, the river slowly entered the range of the fog lights. Everyone could vaguely see the logging site on the other side. The huge house was hidden in the darkness, like a giant beast that was choosing its prey. The guards had dispersed and started fighting with the corpses. Don't make too much noise. The corpses have very sharp ears. You help me. The captain of the guards, Lynx, said to the two people beside him in a low voice, leaned forward and walked quickly, and groped behind a corpse that looked like a woman. Puff Lynx held the middle of the halberd, and with a very small movement, stabbed it into the neck of the corpse. The guards next to him immediately stepped forward, grabbed the hair of the corpse that was about to scream, and cooperated with Lynx to pull the head of the corpse down. It was a disgusting scene, and the two people didn't even frown. Chapter 51 Lumberyard. There was almost no sound during the whole process, only the friction of the armor plates would make some crisp sounds. But the other guard next to the mountain cat was not paying attention, and stepped on the squirming rotten meat ball with one foot, and screamed subconsciously. Roar. 3 rotten corpses immediately rushed out of the gray fog, and rushed over with their teeth and claws bared. The guard who made the mistake wanted to shout to warn, but he was immediately covered by his mouth. The mountain cat snorted fiercely. What are you shouting for? You are making a fuss. After that, the mountain cat took the initiative to meet the rotten corpses. He is no longer the same as before. The high-intensity battles every day have transformed him from the skinny and timid slave he used to be. The mountain cat rushed forward, thrusting out with his halberd, and immediately felt the blockage of iron entering the flesh. The corpse without armor was easily ripped open, and its entire body was almost broken in two. The other 2 corpses came over, and the mountain cat rushed forward, clamped the corpse's right hand, and pierced the throat of the corpse with his halberd. Without any pause, he used the small shield hanging in his left hand to knock down the last corpse. Puff! The mountain cat stepped on the corpse's body and smashed it several times with the edge of the small shield, smashing it to pieces. Captain, after seeing the mountain cat kill all the corpses, the guard who caused the trouble looked embarrassed. Be careful. Keep clearing the way. The mountain cat did not bother with him. The other guards did the same, quickly killing the scattered corpses. The big thing in front. It should be the stone bridge. The mountain cat searched along the river bank and found the bridge. It was covered with aquatic plants. Several corpses were trapped inside, looking up at the sky with empty eyes. Did you hear any sound? A guard asked. Everyone held their breath and concentrated, and they heard the faint cries of no and help from the haze on the other side. Is there anyone alive? Everyone was very excited. It was not easy to find a living person in the night. Let's go and save him. Put away your curiosity. The Baron's order is to find the stone bridge. I will go to report this to the Baron first. The guards were fighting. Enfield, who was not far away, was not idle either. He was practicing riding. Go! Field squeezed the horse's belly, and the warhorse ran, feeling the wind whistling in his ears. Field felt the joy of riding a roller coaster. He aimed at the rotten corpse in front of him, and Field raised his lance and aimed at the hideous rotten corpse. Puff! I only felt the lance tremble. The neck of the rotten corpse was cut off by the sharp lance, and the dirty blood gushed out freely. Don't hesitate to slow down when you meet the enemy, Lord Field. You must trust your own judgment. Ashina drove the giant wolf to come over and parallel to Field. Either give the enemy a thundering blow, or don't meet the enemy to fight, but look for opportunities in a roundabout way. Field nodded thoughtfully. If you slow down, the impact will be greatly reduced. Yes, once the cavalry stagnates in the pile of infantry, they will be pulled off the horse and killed. Report, we found the bridge. The mountain cat trotted over. Also, we heard a cry for help. Call for help. Did I hear it wrong? Field frowned and glanced at the small map. On the other side of the river, there were dense skull marks. Ashina sniffed for a while. I didn't sense any strange living creatures. Everyone heard it, but I didn't ask them to check. Lynx scratched his head. Sorry to bother you. This child has been smart since he was young. Field nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. In the northern province, You can never be too careful. Ashina, the next battle depends on you. Open up the way to the lumberyard. A large-scale corpse tide is not something that the guards can solve, and the chosen one needs to take action, Field commanded. Lynx, you take the guards to protect the slaves. This time, Field brought 10 slaves, who were responsible for transporting supplies, and picking up some spoils. No matter how small an ant is, it is still meat. Along the way, I collected 12 copper coins and 2 copper jewelry. Ashina drove the dragon wolf to the stone bridge. The dragon wolf slowly opened its mouth, and then suddenly shot out a blue magma column, which turned the gray lake blue. Zzz. All the aquatic plants burned and withered, and the block stone bridge revealed its original appearance. Driftwood? No, it seems there are magical plants. Standing on the bridge and looking around, Ashina's eyes were fixed on a brown wooden lump more than 10 meters away, which was covered with creeping moss plants, and a flower with purple fluff stood there, with a faint breath of soul, and a fine and beautiful hair was emitted from the top. Yes, it's the fluctuation of magic. It actually grows on driftwood. It's really rare. Without hesitation, Ashina jumped directly to the nearby river bank and reached for it with her spear. Before she touched it, the driftwood suddenly lifted up high, and a hideous crack appeared in the middle. The cold light gathered into a beam, and the sense of danger came immediately. How cunning! Hiding in the water to block the smell. This was not driftwood at all, but a second-level corrupted crocodile. The crocodile broke out of the water, with a huge body of 6 or 7 meters long, carrying a disgusting smell, and a big mouth full of fangs, and pounced on it from the air. The dragon wolf glanced at the monster with its vertical eyes, pressed its limbs slightly downward, and then rushed out suddenly, easily avoiding the crocodile's attack. Bang! The huge head hit the shore, raising a cloud of gray dust. The corrupted crocodile felt no pain at all, turned quickly in a weird posture that could almost break its neck. The huge tail swung out, carrying a force of 10,000 kilograms, and fell hard on the place where Ashina landed. Instantly, a violent muffled sound came. A huge depression appeared on the riverbed, causing the lake to surge, startling a large number of deformed corrupted fish. The crocodile's gray pupils scanned back and forth for a while, and then gradually stopped moving. Are you looking for me? Ashina's skirt rustled as she appeared behind the crocodile. Then she suddenly drew her gun, with an indestructible edge, and pierced the corrupted crocodile through at once, causing a large cloud of blood mist to burst out in the air. Without waiting for the crocodile to counterattack, Ashina landed lightly on the crocodile's head, with a domineering winter power, and slashed fiercely with a knife, smashing the top of the monster's head. Suddenly, the crocodile's scales, as hard as stone, exploded, along with brain matter and blood, and fell together on the lake and the shore. Squeak! The corrupted fish with legs or hands screamed and came forward to lick the blood. Sorry, you are also in the scope of elimination. After that, the dragon wolf jumped into the lake, dragged the crocodile corpse ashore, turned its head, and spit out flames, burning all the weak creatures in sight. It's a pity for such a big crocodile. If it was an ordinary monster, it could be eaten. Ashina picked the magic purple flower from the crocodile corpse, pouting her little mouth with regret. But this skin may be useful. Chapter 52. What is the use of this magic plant? Field learned from the previous lesson, and did not touch it casually, but stretched his neck, with a curious look on his face. Ashina, do you know? Ashina quickly put the magic plant into the jar. Don't smell it randomly, and don't look at it blindly. What if it is poisoned? You are too cautious. Field was embarrassed. The last evil act left a big shadow on the little girl. I don't know the specific effect. It would be great if there was a pharmacist. I will take it home and keep it first. After that, Ashina put the jar on the cart. The slaves stepped forward on their own initiative and cut up the crocodile's body. Help! A hysterical female voice was heard in the haze, just like the desperate howling of a person struggling in a raging fire before dying. Ashina's wolf ears twitched twice, and she turned her head to look in the direction of the lumberyard. Her nose twitched slightly. I also heard someone calling for help, and it was in the direction of the lumberyard. But there was no breath of living people. Of course, this is the northern province, and the possibility of it being a human is very small. Everyone, be careful. Field was unmoved. Instead, he drew out his long sword, with a vigilant look on his face. You can call for help for so long, and you are still so full of energy. Either the situation is not dangerous at all, or it is a monster imitating the cry. I will be careful. Ashina held the spear tightly, rushed into the gray fog quickly, and ran in the direction of the lumber yard for more than 10 seconds. A wave of corpses appeared in the field of vision. They huddled together, twitching from time to time, and crowded into the lumber yard aimlessly. Squeak! The heavy walls of the lumber yard made a sound of bending under the heavy load. The corpses were very sensitive to sound. The cries for help in the house made them gather together. Help! The strange cry for help became louder, and it suddenly came out from the lumber yard. The source of the sound is in the house. Lord Field is right. There will be no living people in the pile of corpses. Ashina drove the giant wolf to jump to a high place and scan the area. The corners of her mouth rose, showing a surprised expression. There is still a lot of wood. The houses in the territory have been settled. Several open spaces around the lumberyard were piled with hills of wood. Most of the wood was intact, some were rotten, or mushrooms and mosses grew on them. But compared to the trees that turned into monsters, the wood here is definitely a very valuable resource. This lumberyard in the manor not only supplies the manor, but also supplies Starry Night City with a very high output. Because there is a river here. As long as the felled wood is thrown into the water, it will float downstream and then drift into Starry Night City, and then be salvaged and used, which can save a lot of manpower and material resources and reduce transportation costs. Shua's slender tail with spikes suddenly sprang out from the side of Ashina, carrying a sharp edge, and stabbed suddenly. If it were an ordinary person, even a fighting knight, he might be killed by the sudden attack. Ashina was always on guard. Her dark eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She just tilted her head lightly, and the tail stinger brushed past her hair. The enemy's attack missed. Ashina thrust the spear in the direction of the attack, hitting the attacker's throat with one shot. Then she twisted the spear. The rotating spear twisted out several thick blood arrows. The attacker was a first-level corpse. Its eyes were wide open, and its neck was almost completely twisted off. It didn't even scream, and fell to the ground. Ashina seemed to have nothing happened, and murmured, "We can't set fire here. If we burn all the wood, Lord Field will be angry and faint. But there are too many corpses here to count. If we don't use group damage methods, it will take at least a day to kill them." "I got it. Let's do it." Ashina thought of a good idea. "A woo, woo, woo." The dragon wolf howled. Roughly translated, "I want to kill 10,000 of them." This sound was like a dinner bell. All the corpses in the lumberyard were activated, turning their heads in twisted and weird postures. Roar! The corpses surged like a black tide, and the faces of the people who came one after another were full of the desire to kill. "Kill them!" "Black Wolf." Ashina patted the dragon wolf's head. The dragon wolf's limbs suddenly flashed blue light, and its body slightly pressed down. Immediately, with the violent sound of breaking wind, it crushed the corpses with great force, like a ruthless high-speed train. Bang! 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 The rotten corpses in the entire straight line were all smashed into a bloody mist. Anyone who was hit by it ended up with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Without stopping, the dragon wolf gathered strength and rushed out again. Ashina performed a beautiful gun flower and made a face at the corpse tide. The fearless corpses howled, chasing frantically with chaotic steps. Ashina led the corpses to another direction and slowly left. Relying on the terrifying mobility of the dragon wolf, Ashina led the corpses to a distant open space, turned around and asked them to eat dragon flames, burn them into ashes, and then patiently attracted the next batch of rotten corpses. After the slaves peeled off the crocodile's skin and claws, Ashina had already resolved the battle. "Sir, the rotten corpses in the lumberyard have been dealt with, and the lumberyard is intact. So we expect to get something." Field excitedly waved his fist. "Well done. Thank you for your help. Wait, I need a favor." Seeing Field lifting his legs to leave, Ashina's cheeks were slightly drunk, and she pointed to her head, puffed up her cheeks and said, "I have been fighting for too long, and my head is dizzy. I need a pat on my head to feel better." The little girl was simply used to being bullied by Field. Every time he eliminated the enemy, Field would pat her head to show encouragement, which developed a conditioned reflex for her. Field couldn't stand this, and quickly put his hand on Ashina's head and rubbed it. "Okay. Don't faint. Don't faint." Ashina, so happy. After clearing the obstacles on the road, everyone came to the logging site. Looking around, Field saw 3 buildings in the logging site: a wood processing plant, a wood storage warehouse, and a house where loggers lived. Help! There was no time to count the supplies. and the strange cry for help came from the house again. Everyone was startled. Following the sound, the door of the house was open, and everything was visible. Inside, there was nothing moving except the collapsed furniture and some broken limbs. The house was gloomy, with only a faint wind blowing. Goddess! This must be the work of evil spirits. The guards who were about to step forward looked at each other, and stopped, hesitating to pick up their halberds. Just because they dared to fight the corpses didn't mean they wouldn't be afraid. The slaves were so scared that they peed their pants. If Field hadn't been here, they would have definitely run away. Chapter 53 First Level Artifact. This was an extremely superstitious era. Their fear of demons and ghosts was unimaginable to modern people. What's going on? Is that cry for help from a monster? Field frowned, called out the small map and looked at it again and again, making sure there were no creatures in it. My lord, this is very strange. I am sure there is no breath of creatures in the lumberyard. But, please pay attention to safety. Ashina stood in front of Field without hesitation. She was worried that a strange thing would jump out and attack the lord. There should be a basement inside. The sound sounded hollow and long, as if it came from underground. Field looked at the small map for a long time, and combined with common sense of physics, he saw the clue. You are of noble status. Please don't get close. Let me go to scout. Black Wolf. Protect the Baron. Ashina asked the dragon wolf to stay, and she drew out her long sword, half bent her body, and protected the long sword in front of her in a defensive posture, and vigilantly groped into the house. Help! Suddenly, another cry for help came from the house. The sound came from the corner. Ashina's ears pricked up, following the strange and ferocious sound, slowly walked to the corner. Why is there a carpet in the corner? And lumberjacks won't buy wool carpets. Looking around, Ashina's eyes lit up, noticing something unusual, and immediately lifted the dusty carpet. A pull ring came into view. Ashina hesitated for a second, but still reached out. It's the basement. Let me see what you are. Squeak. The secret door was opened, and an extremely strong smell of blood came out. Ahem. So disgusting. Even though she was the chosen one, she was choked and felt uncomfortable. She squinted her eyes and looked down. Ashina's pupils suddenly dilated. She suddenly dodged out of the danger zone. Her mighty divine power gathered on her long sword, ready to split anything that jumped out in half at any time. The atmosphere around was extremely tense. Field tried his best to stay calm. The guards also held shields and halberds. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Half a minute passed, and no enemy appeared. Ashina shook her tail. Huh? I clearly saw a woman in white clothes. Don't worry. Time is on our side. Field comforted. It's really strange. This time, even Ashina was curious. She carefully approached the entrance of the basement and looked for a while. She breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, there is no danger. There is a magic device in the basement that can retain sound and images. Maybe the magic fluctuations are too weak, so I didn't sense it. As soon as these words came out, several slaves became limp and fell to the ground like mud. Feld wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and smiled. That's good. It's probably a photo stone. I saw that kind of prop when I went to the Maple Leaf City Mage Association before, but in the northern province full of death. Hearing the cry for help from humans is really scary. Mountain Cat. You stay outside and protect the slaves. Let them collect the spoils. I'll go down and take a look. The basement was ventilated, and Field and Ashina walked up the shaky stairs to the basement. Fuck. Field was frightened out of his previous life. Even though Field was used to seeing rotting corpses, he froze in fear and took a deep breath. The room was filled with a lot of human fragments. At the same time, there were 5 girls with only their upper bodies left, who were nailed to the wall naked, and died from being disemboweled. Their dried intestines were mixed with disgusting rotten insects, flowing to the ground. Blood gathered from all directions in the middle of the basement, forming a strange magic circle. There was also a girl in the center of the magic circle. It was estimated that she had been dead for more than 3 years, and had almost merged with the ground. However, with her nun's attire, it was easy to tell that she was from the Holy Light Church. Of course, the most powerful evidence was the constantly playing photo stone. A girl in a white robe, with fear in her eyes, screamed desperately, "Help!" Then, an unclear figure cut off her limbs and dropped a bug. After the bug drilled into the girl's body, a large amount of blood mist exploded around her, accompanied by wriggling tentacles, strange spells, and the girl's screams. After the projection of the photo stone ended, it paused for a moment and then played again. The strange image, combined with the hellish scene, frightened Field terribly. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Ashina was still more open-minded. She was silent for a moment and said in surprise, "My lord, she is the chosen one." "Well, you mean? Someone is hunting the chosen one of holy light." Field had recovered. He rubbed his chin. Because of his different status and way of thinking, Field was good at considering domestic and foreign affairs. It may be that the Queen sent someone to do it. It is no longer a secret that the Holy Griffin Empire wants to get rid of the interference of the Papal States. Of course, it could also be the instigation of the Kingdom of Franmaya. Ashina was dumbfounded, showing a silly expression. "Ah bah. How would I, a white wolf subhuman, know about the human imperial diplomacy?" "Huh? By the way, how do you know she is the chosen one?" Field put away his meaningless thoughts. Anyway, the diplomacy of the Empire has nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to think about it. Ashina strode forward, took a dazzlingly delicate silver brooch from the corpse, and shook it in her hand. "Because of this. Look, no wonder I didn't sense the magic energy before. The photo stone is driven by divine power." Field only then noticed that there was a soft and mysterious light shining around him, and it was cold. He thought it was caused by the basement, but it turned out that it was all released by this little thing. The moment the brooch was taken away, the photo stone stopped working. The girl's tragic experience slowly disappeared, and only a gentle silver light remained in the basement. However, Field didn't care about the photo stone. He took the brooch from Ashina. It had been in the basement with the corpse for so long, but it was not stained with a trace of filth. Field stared at the mysterious brooch, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He whispered, "How can this be similar to the family's artifact? The exquisite workmanship alone is not even sculpted by modern machines. Not to mention the mysterious power contained in it. Because this is a first-level artifact, otherwise how can it have divine power?" Ashina smacked her lips, folded her arms across her chest, unconvinced. "Is it strange? Although I don't have an artifact, I also have a God-given item. You can touch the Black Wolf. There are many kinds of God-given items. After each God chosen awakens, you can get any one of them. The most common ones are weapons. Ahem, I can just touch you." While Field was ecstatic, he did not forget to take care of Ashina's little emotions, and immediately gave her a good beating. Chapter 54 God's Gift, Silver Iris Brooch. Ashina was so happy that her tail was shaking, but she still said stubbornly, "Perverted lord. Next time you suddenly grab me, I will bite you. I'm so scared." Although Field had guessed before, he was not sure. After getting a positive answer from Ashina, an unconcealable ecstasy surged into Field's heart. "You know, the artifact will only be left after the death of the Chosen One, and the Chosen One is rarer than a giant panda, so even fewer artifacts can be left. Therefore, each artifact is strictly controlled by the Empire and the nobles, and it is almost impossible to circulate. The Empire once sold 5 artifacts due to financial difficulties. One of them was a first-level artifact, and the auction reserve price was 1 million gold coins. Field felt that he was holding a heavy gold in his hand. This should be what Sister Eliza said. Many artifacts were lost in the northern provinces. Field was very proud. I asked Sister Eliza if there were any artifacts in the Night Territory, but she was too proud to tell me. According to the laws of the Empire, everything in the territory belongs to the Lord. Field unceremoniously labeled the artifact made in the Night Territory. "Church? We are really not familiar with it. If you ask, it grows in the ground, passed down by our ancestors, and it has been claimed since ancient times." After playing with it for a while, Field handed the brooch to Ashina. "Can you see if it can be used?" "No, this is a gift from the goddess of holy light, and it conflicts with my winter power. If it is used forcibly, it will backfire. But you can use it, or someone else can." Ashina pushed the brooch back to Field, and said softly, "Drop your blood on it, and this artifact will recognize its master. I think it will help you." "Okay." Field didn't hesitate. He had coveted the artifact for a long time, and immediately pierced his finger with the brooch. With a burst of mysterious power spreading out, after the blood was absorbed by the brooch, Field immediately felt the holy light pouring into his body. What spread out was an inexplicable intimate breath, and, at the same time, the comfort made Field hum. After recognizing the master, the artifact seemed to be his own hands, and his mind was one. In the Lord panel, there was also a column for God's Gift. God's Gift, Silver Iris Brooch First Level Artifact Source. Goddess of Holy Light Effect. The wearer can change his appearance, figure and voice at will. It is an illusion, and does not change the real structure. Active. Activate the brooch, transform it into a Silver Iris Sword First Level Artifact. Special effect only for the Holy Light chosen. Field laughed, swelled up his hands on his hips, with an expression of I am so awesome. This effect seems plain, but it is quite powerful. Changing appearance, voice and figure at will, doesn't it mean that you can be the neighbor next door in the future? Sister-in-law. Don't look back, I am my brother. Directly become sister-in-law. Look back at will, I am really my brother. Or stepmother. You continue, I am really my father. Lord Field, you seem to be thinking about something very strange. Your saliva is flowing out. Ashina's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a doubtful expression. This artifact, does it have strange functions? Field didn't waste any words, directly using the power of the iris brooch. After the space was twisted, Field turned into Ashina. Ashina covered her mouth, her pupil shaking wildly. Oh no, oh no! The Lord has turned into a girl. What should I do? No. This is what I look like. Hee hee. Let me try the size. Field grinned, stretched out his hand and patted his chest. But the two big cotton balls that looked snow white were all illusions when touched. And he couldn't even touch the wool ball. Seeing Ashina's shocked face, Field said in a funny tone, It's all an illusion. Don't be nervous. I'm not that perverted. Ashina sniffed the smell. And then she was relieved. The smell and heartbeat have not changed. It's really an illusion. This ability to change is quite good. It can fool my eyes, but it can't change the taste. You have to pay attention to this. Well, it seems that it can't be hidden from those who are interested, but it is also very practical. Field leaned down, trying to see under the skirt. Hey. Hey. Hey! Please don't do this. The girl was already in tears. The thing I regret most is giving this thing to you. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After removing the ability to change the brooch, Field activated another ability, and suddenly a gorgeous long sword flashing with silver light condensed out. Unlike ordinary weapons, the iris sword trembled slightly, as if it had intelligence. Unfortunately, only the chosen one of holy light can exert the full power of the artifact. After changing the sword back, Field pinned the brooch on his clothes. Look at the ability. He can change his appearance and create hidden weapons. This chosen one may have been an assassin in his lifetime. He turned into someone familiar to the target of assassination, and then assassinated the enemy when he was off guard. Various romantic stories would happen during this period. It sounds like a movie plot. Very cool. But now the body is rotted into pieces. And Field is not interested in giving up his nobleman status to cosplay Jinku. He shrugged, take the photo stone with you. I feel that her death is not as simple as imagined. Maybe I can use this video to gain some benefits in the future. By the way, Ashina, write down this strange array pattern. This array is really disturbing. I feel the same way. Field stepped out of the basement on the creaking ladder. The mountain cat had organized the slaves to find useful materials, and piled them all in the open space in front of the sawmill. Most of them were furniture. And there were also some tools for logging. Seeing Field coming out, Bobcat hurriedly trotted forward to report. Respected sir, the logs here are thicker than my waist. It will be a huge project to move them. We have limited manpower. Why don't we move the small pieces of wood first, and move the logs next time? Well, that's the only way. Field looked around. Those woods that were not corroded by time, many of which were unheard of in the past life, strong and durable, can serve as the main beams of large buildings, but also extremely heavy. Field took 2 steps, turned his head and said, Also, send someone to bury the body in the basement. There's no need to rush. Let's do it after you finish the work at hand. Oh, by the way, be careful of that old wooden staircase. Don't break your legs. The girls who died in the basement, the cause of their death is still uncertain. But they were all tragic. I have received someone else's artifact. I have to show my appreciation anyway. For transporting logs. Let me see if there is a shortcut. Field opened the small map, intending to find the best route for transportation. From the big winery. What the hell? What is this? A scarlet red dot. Wandering at the border of the territory. Chapter 55 Crisis. The territory was attacked. Field still remembered that when he first came to the manor, he was peeped at by a certain creature. That kind of cold feeling, you will never forget it once you have experienced it. And that peeping came from the basement of the main building of the manor. The small map marked the main building with a red dot as a mark. At first, Field was always worried about being attacked, but as time went by, the red dot would not move at all, and Field was relieved. I had thought of developing a wave, and then killing it. But now, the red dot appeared on the periphery of the territory, without any sign. At the same time, a skull symbol appeared out of thin air. Yes, it just appeared out of thin air. A minute ago, the territory was peaceful, and the corpses around were cleaned up as much as possible. That thing ran out. Field was sweating profusely, realizing that danger was approaching, and hurriedly called Ashina. What's wrong? My lord. Field just called out his name, and Ashina jumped up from the basement, quickly flashed to Field's side, and subconsciously scanned the surroundings. The thing you're talking about has gone to spy around the territory again. You go back to protect the territory first. I'll gather people and come later. Field didn't shout in panic, but pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, It would be best if you can win. If not, retreat to the big winery. If it still doesn't work, retreat. Remember, don't be stubborn. The night territory can be run by anyone. But if there is no chosen one, it will be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Ashina nodded seriously, riding on the dragon wolf. A strong purple and blue light burst out from the black wolf. The huge dragon wolf was like a black missile, fiercely shot into the death fog, and all kinds of corrupted creatures on the way were immediately smashed to pieces. Dust was raised, and stones and sand flew. It's really troublesome without extraordinary power. Field sighed. Especially when facing extraordinary enemies, it's easy to feel helpless and defeated. But it was just a moment. Field gritted his teeth and put away the complicated and boring emotions. It would be strange if the territory was not invaded, otherwise the nobles would have recovered the northern province long ago. Field ordered loudly, Lynx Cat, leave the cart here, and lead the troops to rush to the winery. Prepare for battle. Yes, my lord. The slaves were still confused. Lynx Cat dropped the bench in his hand and responded loudly. On the other side, Starry Night Winery. Woo woo. The low horn sounded in the winery for the first time. Perhaps it sounded when the orcs invaded 10 years ago. But the same thing as that. The slaves who heard the horn reacted, first looked around in confusion, and saw the guards in armor began to gather and line up. They immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The territory exploded instantly. Slaves and free people dropped their farm tools and began to flee in the direction of the winery. Accompanied by screams, crying and cursing, the black crowd was in chaos. Calm down. The monsters are still far away from you. Tate held a whip and tried his best to maintain the pitiful order in the crowd. Hearing this, the slaves were certain of one thing. There really was a monster coming. They ran even more chaotically, and some fell down from time to time. Fortunately, Ashina's suggestion was very timely. Field did not let the slaves explore new territory, but stayed near the winery to loosen the soil, so that the slaves could reach the winery as soon as possible. This heavy stone building carries the expectations of the Xingya family for wine. The whole building is made of marble blocks chiseled into squares, comparable to a fortress, and it is spacious enough, which is why Field chose this place as his base. Cal was on the second floor of the winery. Seeing the slaves rushing in to hide, he was very angry. Your Excellency should not have allowed them to take refuge. Those damn lower-class people will dirty the floor. Wagwan. Tell the guards to keep a close eye on them. Don't let them go upstairs or to the basement. In the opposite direction of the slaves' advance, a team of 20 guards gathered in the direction of the horn while sorting out their equipment. Damn idiot, why are you running? We'll take your death. Iron Hammer spat on his hand, and then rubbed it on his beloved mace again and again, making it shine. Hee, I'm only 9 silver coins away from being a slave. By then, I'll have a hangover every day, and go to Maple Leaf territory, and let those stinky roast chickens see the perseverance of the men in night territory. Haha, then you'd better live to that time, Iron Hammer. The guard next to him put on an iron helmet, and when he ran in iron armor, there was a clanging sound. I will. The iron hammer hit the helmet hard. After everyone ran for a while, a large number of corrupted creatures appeared in their sight. They immediately saw the situation at the border of the territory. Corpses. A large number of corpses rushed into the territory. Countless corpses ran and screamed. Some corpses attacked the carts placed in the farmland, and some corpses had a clear purpose and ran towards the big winery. From time to time, stray arrows flew across the sky, shot into the group of corpses, nailed some unlucky corpses to the ground, and reduced the number of corpses. Following the trajectory of the arrow, Iron Hammer saw a wooden fortress surrounded by corpses. Because of the shortage of materials in night territory, and the need to constantly expand living space, there was no decent wall, but there was a small wooden fortress. The wooden stakes were hammered into the soil to form a simple circular fortress. It was called a fortress, but it only had a series of low wooden walls that just reached the chest. More like a sheepfold. The low wall was supported by wood behind it, forming a stable triangular structure, on which sharp objects or vines could be placed. There was only enough space behind the wooden wall for soldiers to stand in 2 rows to launch attacks. But at the same time, the combat area of the corpses would also become smaller. This kind of wooden fortress is undoubtedly more suitable for the current territory than a wall. Reality is not a game. Building a wall is not a matter of clicking a mouse. But building a small wooden fortress is very simple. Field used wooden fortresses as one of the trainings for the soldiers, and built several of them. Unexpectedly, they came in handy. It's Yongfen and the others. I thought they were dead. The guard called Yongfen was struggling to poke the long halberd in his hand out of the gap in the wood. He didn't need to aim, just stabbed it mechanically, and he could bring back a piece of shredded flesh. From time to time, there were guards, taking arrows from boxes, stringing crossbows, and then shooting at the corpses climbing up the wooden wall. Everyone, follow me, together support sheep dung. The Iron Hammer howled, carrying the mace and heading towards the wooden fortress. Roar! The corpses also discovered this group of iron cans, and their staggering and disordered steps actually accelerated suddenly at this moment. A corpse with an unusually strong right hand even rushed to the front, leaving the other corpses behind for a distance. Everyone knew that, if this guy was not an extraordinary corpse, he was also an unusually ferocious fellow. Chapter 56. The enemy threw a lot of corpses at you. Even when running fast, his footsteps and arm movements were still strangely stable, and the muscles of his right arm were squirming. There was no doubt that he was about to launch a thundering attack. Tietue kept relaxing his shoulders, holding the mace in his hand, and was about to go forward to fight head-on, but was stopped by his comrade. Don't always think of using your stupid donkey-like strength. Let me do it. Don't forget to treat me to barley wine in the future. The guard who spoke stood up straight, took out the longbow from his back, pulled the longbow with all his strength, and shot it at the corpse. There was a buzzing sound, and the arrow made a sharp sound of breaking the wind, and the distance of 30 steps was reached in an instant. Roar! The corpse's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it jumped up with the momentum of the advance, avoiding the arrow. The corpse behind was unlucky, and the stray arrow pierced into the belly of the corpse behind, and nailed it to the ground. Oh! Damn it, this thing can dodge arrows. Give me another chance, I will definitely shoot it to death. Forget it. You're weak thing. Save it for the roast chicken. They are coming up. Form a line. Iron Hammer shouted loudly. For Lord Field. For Lord Knight. Everyone shouted to cheer. A small square quickly took shape. When footsteps stepped on the ground, there was a dense drum-like sound. The guards wearing iron helmets and armor tightly grasped their weapons and stretched forward as far as they could. Because of excessive force, there was a squeaking sound of friction between their palms and iron. But in the blink of an eye, the two sides immediately collided with each other. Stab! The sound of weapons and flesh intertwined was one. The seemingly unstoppable Kirin arm corpse, at the moment of contact, was stabbed in the arm by 2 long halberds from different directions. The Kirin arm corpse was hit by the long halberd and staggered. The middle door suddenly opened wide. It was immediately strangled in the stomach by a long halberd. The corpse fell to the ground with a strange cry. What the hell are you yelling about? Tietue's eyes widened. He raised his mace high and smashed it down with a bang, flattening the corpse's head, and the cold blood splashed everywhere. Even if the enemy is a monster, the advantages of armor and long weapons are still overwhelming. Be careful. Before Tietue could be proud, a bad wind blew diagonally. Tietue heard his teammates' reminders and hurriedly raised his weapon to block. There was a crisp sound of clang, and the mace was shaken by the attacker. The huge impact hit the shoulder armor, and Tietue's face immediately turned twice pale. Another strange-looking corpse jumped out. He punched at him, and gray streams of light wrapped around his fist. Be careful. It's a super corpse. With a clang, the hammer felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. The iron mace was bent. If the armor hadn't taken off some of the force, his hand would have been broken by the impact. But the hammer was not afraid. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. The left arm shield hit the corpse hard. After all, the corpse was a brainless thing. It just scratched with its hands. The shield was raised high, and the edge hit the corpse's nose and eyes. The nose bone broke immediately, and dirty blood and disgusting mucus circulated, covering the whole face. Ah! After losing its vision and sense of smell, the corpse began to go crazy. The crazy corpse Kungut possessed him, and a series of iron backers. 3-pointers, plus some random movements, forced the guards to stay away, and the huge force overturned the iron hammer to the ground, and it looked like the iron hammer was about to be crushed by the crazy corpse. The next moment, a dazzling silver line cut through the space, and went straight into the throat of the corpse, with undiminished power, and pierced several more corpses in succession. Huh, it's quite timely. As soon as the dragon wolf stopped, Ashina opened her bow frequently, shooting long silver arrows in all directions, specially shooting and killing the threatening corpses. Those first-level corpses cannot withstand the arrows with divine power. Even the rare second-level corpses will be crippled after being hit, and will no longer pose a threat. Ashina glanced at the battlefield. Where is that ghost thing? I can't let you get away this time. The guards felt relieved, and the pressure receded like a tide. The despair they felt when they were surrounded disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a fierce counterattack. Reinforcements are here. Kill them! Send them to hell. The guards cursed and rushed towards the corpses. If you can't beat the extraordinary corpses, you can't beat you little Karamis? Ashina searched for the peepers in vain. Forget it, help the guards clean up the small fish first. Black wolf, exhale. An invisible wave of space slowly spread, and then a dark blue fire column violently blasted into the densely packed corpse group, just like a space-based weapon, sweeping around. Suddenly, the corpse group burst into a large number of brilliant flames. Countless corpses began to sizzle and ooze oil, turned into a ball of twisted figures in the fire, scratching and screaming for a while, collapsed like ashes, turned into ashes. Squeak! A huge scorpion monster landed on the territory, and rolled twice on the ground. It was 5 meters long, and was particularly terrifying. Ashina frowned, because she saw through the gray fog that this giant scorpion was thrown over, rather than running here on its own. Judging from the aura, this is a real third-level monster. Although its aura is not as strong as the rat demon in the big winery, it is also very powerful, and it was thrown in like a toy. There is no doubt that it is that mysterious guy. You don't even dare to show up. You are testing the territory's defenses. A cold light flashed in Ashina's eyes. Last night, he was just spying, and today he threw corrupted creatures in again. What a cautious guy, he must be smart. Ashina narrowed her eyes slightly, put the arrow on the string, and a large amount of divine power poured into the bow. The bow was originally an ordinary one, but it faintly exuded the power of a divine weapon. Don't let me catch you, or you will be in trouble. The next moment, Ashina clearly saw in the gray fog a figure hiding in the woods, wrapped with iron chains, throwing a dozen rotten corpses into the night territory, looking like he was just throwing them for fun. Now! Go to hell. Accompanied by the majestic divine power, the silver arrow arrived in an instant. Ashina's wolf ears trembled slightly, and heard the thin and sharp arrowhead, piercing the muscles, tearing the blood vessels, and the sound of breaking bones. Hit! Ashina's mouth drew a beautiful arc. Let me see what you are. Before that, don't let the third-level monster destroy the territory. As long as the corrupt giant scorpion is dealt with, the scales of victory will quickly fall to the night territory. You clean up the remaining corpses. I'll go after them. Ashina said a few words to the guards, and then drove the dragon wolf to spit a ball of fire at the giant scorpion's face, easily attracting its hatred. The corrupted giant scorpion was not moving fast, so it could only follow the dragon wolf and eat its ass. Ashina attracted it away from the territory. She didn't care about the giant scorpion behind her, and she quickly rushed to the location of the figure. Chapter 57 New Chosen One. But hostile, a woman with her eyes tightly closed, lying in a densely corrupted bush, blood gushing out. The woman was shot in the chest by an arrow. The cold winter power completely destroyed her heart, and even blew up the big rabbit on the left. The beautiful black dress now looked tattered. Not a corrupted creature? Impossible. I clearly smelled the smell of corruption. Ashina was confused. Subconsciously approaching. Pupils shrank slightly. Ashina suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged in her heart. No, it's not a human. Black wolf, get out of the way. Ashina and the dragon wolf retreated at lightning speed. Almost at the moment of retreat, a 2-meter-long red and black sword flew out of the woods, carrying a terrifying aura that gave goosebumps on the skin, and slashed down fiercely. Bang! The sword almost touched the dragon wolf's cheek and fell to the ground. Although it didn't hit, the scales on the dragon wolf's cheek actually cracked. A sound of chains was heard, and the great sword was taken away. Ashina's red eyes showed a rare solemnity. This was a ferocious great sword with eyes on the blade, and a thin chain at the end of the hilt. It looked like a steel snake from a distance. The artifact is indeed the chosen one. Ashina coldly watched the every move of the person in front of her. No wonder I couldn't sense it. It turned out to be divine power. The chosen ones could not sense each other. That's right. The subhuman chosen one. Or in other words, subhuman food. A very queenly voice sounded. And it sounded very gentle. Like a lady next door. The great sword gushed out countless blood, and drilled into the chest of the woman in the black dress. The bud squirmed, and the wound was repaired in an instant. An unusual and strange aura, like awakening, slowly appeared in front of Ashina. This arrow is really impressive. I wanted to try it again, but I didn't expect you to find it. The woman pulled out the arrow, smiled, and picked up the floating sword. She was 1.73 meters tall, trembling in front, tight in the back, and shaky. Her long legs were straight, and she had a perfect body with explosive power. Every time she stepped on it, her fleshy calves would tremble in an arc that would suffocate men. Ashina glimpsed the bat wings behind the woman's waist, and a long demon tail, and smiled coldly. Are you a demon? This is the first time I have seen a real person. It's really interesting. I'm not a demon. I'm a subhuman food. You can call me Rosaria Shinya. 24 years old. A student. A first-level god chosen. The last name is Shinya? Ashina suddenly thought that the previous owner of the Night Territory was the Shinya family. What a familiar name. I seem to have heard the Lord say it. Okay. Come into my stomach. My stomach is empty. It's so uncomfortable, Rosaria said, and threw out the chain with a crazy look on her face. And at the same time her body shot out like a cannonball, and the surroundings were filled with terrifying murderous intent. Humph, we are all first-class chosen ones, so who is afraid of who? Ashina winked cunningly, and said playfully, in addition, if your belly is empty, my lord can let you have a baby. If Field heard this, he would definitely praise Ashina for being sensible and that he really did not love her in vain. Ding! Ashina was not afraid of her. The two figures crossed each other at a rapid speed, and the spears and chains intertwined, with a sharp friction sound, and a violent energy fluctuation was generated. The woman came close to him, and swung her great sword and chopped. This great sword is very similar to the flower of the Empire, the two-handed great sword used by heavy infantry, which can take into account both defense and attack, and its heavy mass can cause damage to heavy armor. As a divine weapon, its damage is not to mention. The spear and the sword collided with each other. Sparks and harsh sounds burst out. The dragon wolf attacked from below, and a dragon flame made Rosaria escape from the battle circle. Clang, the chain swept across, and Rosaria came up with a big sword and used a sword. It's a loss. The power is consumed so quickly. Ashina gritted her teeth, and the divine power was consumed quickly in the collision. The opponent had a divine weapon in his hand, and his spear was just attached with divine power. He would suffer a loss in the fight. And the woman in front of him, although she seemed weak, was more than 10 times stronger than the monster he had encountered before. My God-given creature is a flexible dragon wolf. There is no need to use my weakness to attack someone else's strengths. The figure passed by. Ashina stopped fighting. The spear in her hand drew a strange arc, at an extremely tricky angle, passed through the handle of the great sword, pierced diagonally from Rosaria's shoulder, and directly pierced into the snow-white shoulder. Puff. Blood flowed. What a cunning dog. Rosaria chuckled twice, then several blood threads gushed out of the great sword, filling the wound on the shoulder. Ashina was very angry and protested loudly. It's not a dog. It's a wolf. Oh no. It's a white wolf. It's the same. My stomach is so empty, and I want to eat. Then get pregnant. You are a dog. It's a wolf. The two quarreled and fought at the same time. But soon, Rosaria found something wrong, because she found that she could not touch Ashina gradually. Only when Ashina was forced into a dead end, she would come up and fight hard, and leave after one strike. Once they were far away, Then let the giant wolf under the seat spit fire, or just shoot arrows directly. Puff. An arrow sank into Rosaria's snow-white neck. Rosaria didn't even make a sound, and fell to the ground, blood slowly flowing out of the wound. Black Wolf. Simmer her for 3 minutes on low heat. Oh no, roast her for 30 minutes. Ashina raised her eyebrows. She would not get closer to check. She didn't even use her magic skills. How could she die so easily? The free energy in the air was quickly compressed into the dragon wolf's mouth, and the surrounding air seemed to be sucked out. The domineering dragon flame swept across, as expected by Ashina. Rosaria, who pretended to be dead, jumped up. It was too late to escape this time, so she could only bite the bullet and hold up the great sword to defend against the dragon flame, while blood flowed out of the great sword again to repair Rosaria's wound. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon flame lasted for a full 3 minutes, the ground cracked, and the soil turned into powder. The dragon wolf stopped attacking. It really couldn't last for 30 minutes, it was simply draining it dry. Ashina raised her eyelids. She heard the heavy footsteps shaking behind her. The great sword is still there. She should not be dead yet. But the corrupt giant scorpion is here, which is really troublesome. As Ashina expected, the eyes on the hilt of the giant sword flashed with strange light, and countless bloodshot veins flowed out, re-interweaving into a human form. But unlike last time, this time Rosaria was a whole circle smaller. She turned into a girl about the same age as Ashina, also wearing a black long skirt, and her face was similar to the previous one, but she was no longer charming, but extremely pure. Chapter 58. Repel Rosaria, Fight the Giant Scorpion. Ashina's eyes widened, staring at Rosaria's chest, completely different from the feeling of the previous surge. The rabbit now is only average. Ah! It's actually getting smaller. Annoying food, it didn't fall for this lady's trick. Rosaria failed to pretend to be dead, and was roasted by the flames for 3 minutes. She was very angry. Her slender hands held a big sword, and her long white legs crossed forward and backward, making a defensive posture. Even your tone has become younger, which is really interesting. But your stupid deception, normal people will not be fooled. With a sweet smile, Ashina waved her hands, but her left hand unnoticeably pinched a feather arrow from the quiver, and said in a persuasive tone, "Why do you want to attack the night territory? Corrupted creatures are the common enemy of everyone. As a noble lady, do I need to explain to you? A lowly subhuman creature? The night territory is originally my territory, and you are the intruders. Besides, not just you, all invaders, humans, orcs or brainless goblins, including the lousy lord you mentioned, should go into my stomach. Why is she so hostile to her own territory?" Ashina guessed randomly. The person in front of her might be a killer sent by the Ross family. She deserves death, especially because she disrespected her lord. Ashina's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with fierce murderous intent. She seldom gets angry, but when she heard the woman in front of her actually wanted to kill her lord, she got angry immediately. She thought of the vulgar words she heard in Maple Leaf territory, and immediately did not hide her malice. If your stomach is empty, the animals in Nightfall territory can help you fill it up. Why is the treatment worse? Just now you said you would ask the lord to come. How come you have turned into an animal now? You might as well ask your lord to come. No, that's not right. No one can come. Ashina smiled slyly. Vulgar and dirty savage. Rosaria didn't have many curse words. She held it in for a long time. Her pretty face flushed. She said angrily, "I will kill you all." "Then let's try." Ashina raised her hand and shot an arrow. Without any pause, she directly sprinted with her gun. Rosaria, in her girlish state, was much faster. She just turned her head slightly, avoided the arrow, and launched a counterattack with her sword tightly grasped. The two figures collided fiercely like high-speed trains, triggering terrible energy fluctuations, which directly distorted the space, and the surrounding corruption was directly shattered by the aftermath. The great sword in her hand quickly fell out of her hand, and Rosaria grasped the chain, which greatly extended the attack range of the great sword. The sharp impact mixed with the explosion of the air was like a stream of blood, and it pierced the dragon wolf's hind legs with lightning speed. Boom! 5 or 6 black scales flew out, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The divine power crazily destroyed its body, and the dragon wolf groaned in pain for the first time. When it withstood the full force of the rat demon, it didn't even make a sound. It hit. "See if you can run around like a disgusting rat." Rosaria smiled. "You'd better kneel down and beg for my forgiveness now. Otherwise you will be in great pain." Hee hee. That's not necessarily the case. Ashina's crisp voice sounded. "Black Wolf. Attack!" A strong dark blue suddenly burst out from the giant wolf's limbs. As a gift from God, and a rare living artifact, it will not be paralyzed by just a sword. With violent shock, the dragon wolf almost blinked, like a comet, dragging a blue tail light, and crashed into the girl who had not yet reacted. Like a gorgeous huge cannonball, Rosaria was fiercely shot into the forest behind her, with flying sand and rocks, and the rotten plants along the way were directly flattened, forming a vacuum zone. In just 3 seconds, a soft and boneless jade hand supported the sword, propped up the body, and said in a slightly aggrieved voice, "You heard me. You have to be serious." Listening to the voice in the smoke, Asina was a little speechless. Really tough. Ashina's tone was full of fatigue. The dragon wolf's injured hind legs trembled slightly. The chosen ones are tough to begin with. The guy in front of him seems to have maxed out his toughness. Boom, boom, boom. A huge figure crashed into the battle circle. The frenzied corrupted giant scorpion made a strange insect sound. Its gray eyes flashed with violence and pain, and 2 huge iron pincers reached out from the left and right. Like 2 indestructible scissors, it clamped fiercely at Ashina. "It's following me. This is a bit troublesome." Ashina drove the dragon wolf to retreat quickly, and spit out a series of fireballs with winter power. This strange flame can not only effectively burn corrupted creatures, but also produce a strong deceleration effect. Crack. Crack. The 3rd level corrupted creatures are disaster level. Wherever the iron tongs pass, whether it is a twisted corrupted plant, a rotten corpse, or even a hard rock, there is only one end, which is to explode directly. The terrifying power of the iron tongs can be seen. "We need to keep some distance from the giant scorpion before dealing with that woman." Ashina calmly analyzed the situation. But things were not as bad as she imagined. Rosaria actually carried the great sword and turned around and left. "Wait! I will settle the score with you after I finish my meal." As she spoke, the chain rolled up, and the 2 stupid corpses were rolled away. The great sword flew out and strangled them into pieces. The pure life energy was absorbed by the great sword. It's a really good artifact. It turns out that it relies on killing to provide energy, and then uses the great sword to heal wounds. I guess what she meant by dining is just pure killing. Ashina's eyes lit up. Rosaria flashed a few times and disappeared in the haze, making it difficult to find her trace. If the chosen one wants to escape, it is difficult to track, because it cannot be sensed. At the beginning, Ashina was not discovered under the nose of the 3rd level Holy Light Chosen One. "Damn it, then I'll get rid of you first." Ashina looked at the crazy giant scorpion angrily. If it hadn't interrupted, maybe Rosaria could have been killed now, and added another artifact to the territory. His body shuttled back and forth under the attack of the iron pincers, dodging all the attacks of the giant scorpion. The spear in his hand shot out one after another, like starlight, without a single gap, and all hit the giant scorpion's jaws. Unable to withstand the attack any longer, the giant scorpion's jaws burst open, revealing a hideous wound. At the same time, the dragon wolf seized the opportunity, tore the soft flesh of the wound with its claws, and poured dragon flames directly into its mouth. The majestic flame spread and burned directly in the giant scorpion's belly, and the pain from the soul made the corrupted creatures wail. The sound of tap, tap came, and the surrounding gray fog was also dispersed. Field came with the cavalry to support. Chapter 59. Want to escape? Lightning and whirlwind. When Field arrived, the unfortunate corrupted giant scorpion had been burned to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. "Are you okay?" Field got off his horse and hurried over. Seeing the fresh blood flowing on the dragon wolf, unconsciously, he had clenched his fists nervously. "Where are you injured?" Ashina smiled sweetly. "Thank you for your concern. Thanks to you, of course I'm fine. The blood is from the enemy." "Well, and the black wolf was also injured." The dragon wolf looked a little wilted. The long-distance raid and the injury made it lie on the ground with its teeth bared. Wakai was injured. "It seems that the enemy's combat power is very scary. I haven't seen it suffering yet." Field browsed tightly. "Take it back to the ground. Our potion is sufficient. It will definitely cure it as soon as possible." Filda turned around the dragon breed wolf, seeing a large wound of its hind leg bound mouth, film and flesh erosion, even ascending the gray smoke, immediately distressed, touched the head of the dragon and the wolf. "I don't know if it can be felt across the thick armor. As a gift from God, and an extremely rare living artifact, it has a strong presence in the territory, and it doesn't need to be fed. It can eat almost anything." and eat some rotten corpses when hungry. It can be called the best worker in the night territory. What is Wonk Eye? You mean the Black Wolf? Ashina was puzzled for a moment. And then her pretty face was full of smiles. No need to be so troublesome. Ordinary potions have no effect on it. I will take it back and nourish it with divine power for a day. That's good. With a long sigh, Field's brows finally relaxed. Then tell me about the monster you encountered. Well, but before that, Ashina came to Field's side and said with a little grievance, I worked hard too. Okay. Why did you only pull the Black Wolf's head? Who said, next time you suddenly pull me, I will bite you? It came? Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and decisively reached out his hand and rubbed it. Ashina, after having fun, Ashina returned to her seriousness. She whispered, I'm sorry. I lost that guy. Don't blame yourself. I know where it is. It's in the basement of the main building. Anything that threatens the territory must be eliminated. Field glanced at the small map. The red dot was in the main building. Tell me what attacked our territory. It's a chosen one. She calls herself Rosaria Starry Night. How is that possible? Field was confused. He immediately thought of the classic advertising slogan of the last bus on Route 13. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Xiansheng has been drowned for 10 years. Rosaria is the daughter of Baron Sophia Xingye. When the gray fog broke out 10 years ago, she was witnessed dead, or strangled to pieces by a monster. Field shuddered. My goodness, how did this incident develop into something so strange? Ashina scratched her head. Anyway, that woman said so. Don't worry, she is about the same strength as me. And it has a devil's tail. Probably a monster pretending to be one. It should be a monster. Otherwise she wouldn't have stayed in the Night Lord for so long. Field didn't think that a pampered young lady would hide in the main building full of monsters. But then again, is she really the chosen one? Seeing Ashina nod seriously, Field thought, it seems that monsters can also have chosen ones, damn it. The Church and the Empire have never mentioned this, and there is not even any news about monster chosen ones on the market. They must have hidden a lot of secrets. Field rubbed his chin. Then let's assume that Rosaria is the corrupted chosen one, but we don't know if she was corrupted first and then died, or died first and then corrupted. She must have died first. Ashina has an absolute say on this point. The knowledge I have received tells me that the chosen ones will not be corrupted. Well, now that we have determined what the enemy is, it's easy to deal with. Field was furious, and waved his fist angrily. Smash it hard. How dare you attack our territory? No matter you are the corrupted gods chosen, or the remaining nobles, you must die. I didn't know the meaning of the red dot before. Unknown existence is always the most intimidating. Now that I have fought with her, it doesn't matter. Moreover, I am in much better condition than when I first arrived. I have a complete guard team and a base. I am not in good condition now. I need to rest for a day, Ashina said weakly. Black Wolf also needs time to recover from his injuries. Of course, I also need to prepare. I have to mobilize the entire territory. There are too many corrupted monsters in the main building. You need the support of the guard team. I want to plant the land safely, but you won't let me? Then I will fight through. After returning to the territory, Tate reported the casualties. Because Rosaria's method of attracting the zombies was particularly bizarre, she simply threw them in with chains, and there were not many of them, and no actual deaths were caused, and only 3 guards were slightly injured. On the contrary, 7 slaves who were not attacked during the whole process were seriously injured, and they fell down and were trampled during the shove, and were almost trampled to death. Fortunately, the slaves were light in weight, and it didn't hurt too much. 22 people were slightly injured, and there was also a male slave, who was beaten by another male slave in the chaos, and barely considered a minor injury. Field fell into a brief contemplation, and didn't know how to complain for a while. Oh! What a bunch of damn idiots! Look at the floor full of footprints. It will take at least 3 days to clean it. Cal expressed his dissatisfaction in an exaggerated tone. It should have been all too long ago. The night territory seems to be a bit urbanized. My lord, it's my fault. Tate apologized sincerely. I failed your expectations. Please punish me. With the current level of education and discipline problems, most people are destined to be ignorant, not to mention slaves. There is no need to blame Tate for this kind of thing, especially when a large-scale military operation is about to begin. After the main building is taken, the slaves will be punished by having their food reduced by half for 3 days. The reason for the punishment should not be that they stepped on the dirty floor, but that they disobeyed the management. In addition, you will be punished to work more rigorously in the future. This will take effect today. Waving his hand, Field said gently, "Your family was not scared, right?" "No." Tate looked like he was about to cry. He thought Field would punish him severely. But he did not expect the Lord to be so warm-hearted. He opened his mouth several times, and finally expressed his determination by saluting. "The war is coming, and Field will not punish at a critical time." "Well, that's good. All agricultural work is suspended. Organize all male slaves and strong female slaves to transport wood from the sawmill. Dig pits and build fortifications. I need to use troops against the main building. For the rest of the old and weak, arrange to transport supplies. Take care of the wounded. And burn the rotten corpses. I allow you to use violence. Chapter 60. If you lose, you will have to play the resurrection match. Early in the morning, duoduodu, the dull sound of the carpenter hitting the wood with a hammer came from downstairs. After Greyhound came to the night territory, he became one of the busiest people. There was endless carpentry work to do every day. He was in the open space under the big winery, instructing the slaves to make simple chevaux de frise. This craftsmanship is very good. The woman didn't exaggerate at the beginning. Field reached out and pushed the tightly closed window. No more terrible creaking sound. Looking at the chevaux de frise that was built all night downstairs, he felt relieved. "Scissors, send a portion of honey porridge to Greyhound. We can't let the only carpenter in night territory go hungry." "Okay, my lord," Scissors responded. Seeing Field tidying up his clothes, Scissors hurried forward to help, and worriedly, "My lord, are you going too?" "Yes, this battle is very important." Field drew out his fine steel sword and took a look, then put it back. "I have been having nightmares these 2 days. If I don't get rid of the monsters in the main building, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep in the future. With the expansion of the field, the activity area of the crowd is getting bigger, but the border is getting closer and closer to the main building, and sooner or later they will have to fight with Rosaria." Field glanced at the small map. The scarlet dot in the basement of the main building was moving slowly in the house, as if it would run out at any time. "I will not allow anyone to disturb the development of the territory." Scissors opened his mouth, wanting to persuade the Baron not to go, but when the words came to his lips, he changed them to, "I wish you a successful start." "I will," Field said in a brisk tone, and then left the winery. "You should persuade the Lord not to go." The maid Sparrow stopped wiping the table, put her hands on her waist, and reprimanded in a soft tone. "It's too dangerous. Let the Lord Chosen take the guards. Wouldn't it be better?" Scissors rolled his eyes. "It's not that simple. The last time I followed the Lord to Maple Leaf territory, I felt that many things were completely different from what we imagined. Fighting a war is not about lining up and savagely fighting each other, but relying on strategy and command. I can't explain it in detail, but our Lord can do what no one else can do." Sparrow pouted. "Last time, the Lord didn't bring her with him, which made her sad until now." Seeing Scissors pretending to be tough, she was immediately furious. Field walked out of the winery, and Ashina had already assembled the troops. The main building was very close to the border of the territory. Field brought 18 cavalry, 47 infantry, 30 temporary armed slaves, and 5 militiamen composed of free people. According to the Defense Act, freemen are obliged to defend the territory, although Field had no intention of using them. This battle, in addition to the wounded, has exhausted the territory's defense forces. If you can't beat Rosaria, you don't have to worry about the territory. Just fight a resurrection match with Lauda. 2 people leaning on wooden sticks came over. "Respected Lord, let us go too. We can still continue to fight." They were the guys who were injured in the previous defense of the territory. Although there are potions for treatment, they still need time to recuperate. Field patted the 2 on the shoulders. "Let's talk about it after you have recovered. Besides, I'm not asking you to sit idle. Going to supervise the slaves' work is also a contribution to the night territory." Everyone set off. All the way, they drove fog lights. A large number of slaves built simple wooden forts along the way, building a large number of low-cost small fortresses, layers of defense, and equipped with crossbows. Fighting defensive counterattacks is the best solution for now. It's a pity that there are no muskets, Field regretted. In the future, we must light up the musket technology. The main building of the Starry Night Manor is a model of the combination of romantic and solemn architectural styles. The Xingya family has been working in the northern province for more than 230 years. They did not build fortresses or castles, but spent all their energy to build this large manor full of artistic atmosphere. There are corridors, Roman columns, sculptures and fountains everywhere. But unfortunately, these gorgeous decorations did not preserve the bloodline of the Xingye family. The extinct Xingye family was jointly ruled and inherited by the distant relative Ross family, and finally fell into Field's hands. Outside the main building, slaves came and went. They cleared a piece of open space, and then hammered the stakes into the soil. 3 simple semicircular wooden fortresses took shape. In addition, wooden chevaux de frise were placed. The biggest advantage of the rotten corpses was their numbers and fearlessness. As long as a large amount of debris was used to reduce their numerical advantage, it would not be difficult to deal with them. In addition, slaves were also responsible for transporting purification potions, medicines, crossbows, and other military supplies, and placing them in the corners of the wooden fortresses. The guards had already put on heavy armor, and carried long halberds on their shoulders. The sharp and ferocious long halberds formed 2 forests of long halberds. Mountain Cat and Hammer each led a team. Although there were only more than 40 people, each of them had fought several battles, and was not just waving flags and shouting for show. For a while, there were long spears everywhere, and the army was in full swing. The war horses were spinning anxiously. Field pulled the reins and ordered, "Cavalry, clean up the wandering corpses." Animals seemed to be more sensitive to danger than humans. The war horses all seemed anxious. This situation had never happened before. There is no doubt that Rosaria is very powerful. She is left to you, Ashina. Field stared at the warning sign on the small map, which was red enough to drip blood, and felt very nervous. "Leave it to me." Ashina's scarlet eyes scanned the building in front of her, and stretched out her slender fingers. "She should be in the basement. I can feel threats of varying degrees in other rooms, but only in the basement. I feel a strange dead silence, which is unreasonable." This little girl actually guessed it, and Field gave her a thumbs up. "How about, I'll go in first and see?" Ashina asked. Field shook his head. "No hurry, save your energy first, before the enemy comes out. Clean up the rotten corpses around first. Save the situation of being interrupted by the rotten creatures last time. This battle must be resolved at once." Ashina nodded obediently. Many of the corpses outside the main building had their clothes rotten away, or their clothes and flesh had merged into one, which looked extremely strange. The subhuman cavalry rushed out from the left wing of the army like a gust of wind, and whizzed through the square. The cavalry immediately split the corpse group into small groups. When the small groups of corpses could no longer pose a threat, Silver Claw led the cavalry to surround the small groups of corpses. The vests hit the bodies, making a crisp pop sound. If they hit, their bones would be broken, and if they were rubbed, they would become rolling gourds. And then, they would be trampled into pieces by iron hooves. There was no need to use a lance. The cavalry could just swing their cavalry swords and cut off a head. Asina was very good at training cavalry, and with high-intensity combat, in a short period of time, the slave cavalry could rival the family knights of the small lord. These skilled cavalry could kill all the rotten corpses outside in a short time. Chapter 61 Attack. The main building has 4 floors above ground. The stone walls are covered with purple decaying plants. Through the broken windows, you can see the scene inside the house. The overturned furniture and the secretions of decaying creatures are hanging everywhere, just like the Ponzi cave. The corpses are crowded together with empty eyes. Most of them are wearing linen clothes. Some of them are wearing tattered armor. Field even saw a corpse wearing a wizard robe. "Be careful, the sound of fighting has alarmed them." As soon as Ashina finished speaking, the French window on the 3rd floor was like a stream of water, and a bunch of strange decaying creatures poured out from it. With a murderous laugh, a skinny corpse fell to the ground, and without giving Field time to be surprised, it rushed over with huge steps. 1, 2, Ashina counted. "Well, there's no need to count. There are too many. There's no way to count them all." At a glance, at least more than 100 appeared, and they were still increasing. Seeing so many monsters, Field's face showed a solemn look. Ashina shook her head and said, "No, I'm analyzing their level. There are quite a few extraordinary corpses." Extraordinary corpses. And quite a few. Field's eyelids twitched, but he remained calm and sent a retreat signal to the cavalry. "Let the cavalry come back. The halberd soldiers rely on the wooden wall for defense, and the back row is ready to shoot arrows. Just use enchanted arrows." The slave blew the horn, and after the cavalry received the order, they immediately gave up the fight and quickly returned to the army from the right wing. panting one by one, and the long swords in their hands trembled constantly, not only because of fatigue, but also because of overexcitement, and a large amount of adrenaline was secreted. The slaves accompanying the army came and went, constantly stringing the crossbows and dipping the arrows in purification potions. The enchantment that Field mentioned is to soak the arrows in purification potions. These potions with the power of holy light are extremely restrained from corruption. The corpse tide has been approaching the wooden fortress where the mountain cat is at the fastest speed. The halberd soldiers behind the wooden wall, lined up in a dense formation, stretched their halberds forward as far as they could, aiming at the corpses that were rushing towards them. Shoot! Field gave the order. Swish! Ashina drew her arrow and drew her bow. The silver arrow carrying the power of winter, like a gorgeous comet, slammed hard on the head of the second-level corpse in the front. The arrogant expression of the second-level corpse disappeared. To be precise, half of its head was blown off by an arrow. Bang! Bang like a signal. The guards and armed slaves in the back row all fired their crossbows after seeing the silver arrows. The crisp sound was like firecrackers, and it rang out immediately. There was no need to string the crossbow. The guards directly handed the used crossbows to the slaves behind them, and the slaves then stringed them and returned them to the guards. Therefore, the back row of 30 or 40 people could ensure that the arrows were like locusts. Continuous. The arrows cut through the sky, and immediately brought waves of wailing and blood rain in the corpse group. A large number of corpses fell to the ground one after another after being shot by arrows. Just like we being cut. Crossbows are powerful to begin with, and they attack flesh and blood without armor. Ordinary corpses can be killed with one arrow, and the arrows can even penetrate the body, killing the corpses behind them. Extraordinary corpses are not lucky either. Under the strong restraining effect of the purification potion, they can also be killed. Even if they don't die, the intense burning sensation on their bodies will make their already numb souls feel intense pain, thus losing their combat effectiveness. Using so many purification potions is extremely extravagant. Beware of the enemy's long-range tactics. After Asina finished speaking, she subconsciously stood in front of Field. She had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Let me attack. Don't worry, I believe in the soldiers of night. Field gritted his teeth and glanced at the small map. The red dot was still in the basement. We are all first-level chosen ones. The more strength we retain, the more chances we have of winning. Yeah. Ashina's scarlet eyes swept across the battlefield and reminded. Beware that the enemy also has long-range attack tactics. After the corpses took 7 or 8 more waves of arrow rain, the guards also entered the range of the corpses. The strange-looking monsters in the back, a large number of bone spurs sprang out of their bodies and shot them at the army. Because of Ashina's reminder, Field responded immediately. Stop shooting. Raise your shields. Get ready to meet the enemy. The guards immediately raised their iron shields to cover their heads. Almost at the same time, the sound of ding-dong-dong rang out. The bone spurs fell into the army formation and were blocked by shields, iron armor, and wooden walls. However, many guards still grimaced at the pain. Ah! The slaves behind the formation were not so lucky. 3 of them were nailed to death on the spot by the bone spurs. The rest of the slaves were so scared that their legs went weak. They turned around and wanted to escape, but they saw that the cavalry was right behind them. They were afraid that they would be chopped as deserters, and were at a loss for a moment. Hide behind the low wall and continue to load the crossbow. Field waved his hand. Be careful of the arrows. Ashina turned the spear with one hand. The fast-turning spear was like a rotor, shooting down all the flying bone spurs. Field's forehead was sweating, but his expression did not change. He could not show panic in front of the soldiers. There are many kinds of corrupted creatures. Those that we encountered before, which were only howling corpses, were just the lowest cannon fodder. Fortunately, I didn't have a stubborn head when I came to the manor. If I had attacked the main building directly, I'm afraid there would be nothing left. Boom! The corrupted creature rushed over like a mad dog, not caring at all that it was greeted by a shining halberd, and rammed into it fiercely. Its head was directly pierced by the halberd, and its body hit the wooden wall, knocking off a lot of dust. Roar! 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 Decomposing creatures continued to pour out from various exits of the main building, roaring loudly at the top of their lungs, and then crashing into the defense line. The wooden fort tactics proved to be very effective. The corpses had to cross or destroy the thick wooden walls to kill the guards, but the guards could easily blow up the corpses' heads with their halberds and maces. In just a quarter of an hour, countless corpses fell under the wooden walls, and the air was filled with a suffocating and rich stench of decay. Here they come! Just as Field was about to let the cavalry attack from the flank, he suddenly noticed that the red dot mark had mixed into the wave of corpses. Field was scared, but fortunately he did not relax his vigilance. If he had seen it a second later, the entire defense line might have been chopped down and collapsed. Field whispered, "She's hiding in the corpse group. Leave it to me." Ashina was obviously serious, very serious, and even spoke less. Ashina pretended not to know, left from the left wing, pretending to attack the flank of the corpses, and drove the dragon wolf to rush out. A very thick black and red energy ripple suddenly swept out. Accompanied by crackling sounds, all the corpses along the way directly exploded into a ball of blood mist, and the explosion sound continued in the air for a long time. "Humph, you still like to play dirty tricks." Ashina looked cold, snorted disdainfully. She was well prepared, and dodged the explosive attack with just a flash. Chapter 62 Shock. Rituals from Corrupted Creatures. After recuperation, Rosaria returned to her queenly state. "Why? You actually evaded my divine skill." Rosaria's pupils trembled. In theory, the sneak attack of the Chosen One is difficult to defend against, because divine power is neither fighting spirit nor magic, and is difficult to sense. After hearing this, Ashina sneered and shook her head, and did not waste time talking to her, directly urging the dragon wolf to attack. The dark blue light flashed, and appeared beside Rosaria in just a moment. Ah! The dragon wolf opened its mouth to an astonishing arc. And its sharp teeth, driven by the terrifying bite force, bit directly into Rosaria's tender body. Because of releasing the magic skill, Rosaria was in a state of temporary exhaustion, and could only watch the smelly big mouth bite down. Puff blood splatter, and Rosaria's upper body was eaten directly. Black wolf. Swallow it. Although this move was very perverted, Ashina would not show mercy. She said coldly, "I don't believe it. If I eat you, I can recover." In just 3 seconds, it was verified that this method was not feasible. The dragon wolf felt a strong sense of discomfort, even though it usually ate rotten corpses. A large amount of bloodlines attacked crazily in the wolf's mouth, even piercing through the lower jaw, crushing a large number of teeth, and a large amount of blood oozing out. A large mass of blood and flesh was vomited out, and the dragon wolf looked extremely uncomfortable. "You dare to let the lowly wild dog eat me? You really deserve to be hanged." The bloodline squirmed, allowing Rosaria to regain her human form again. But the newly restored queen form was only a trial card, which was fleeting. Field didn't even see clearly, but saw an elegant and pure noble lady, glaring at Ashina angrily. "It's a giant wolf, not a wild dog." Ashina shook her white index finger, raised her eyebrows slightly frivolously. She seemed to like teasing Rosaria very much, and never tired of correcting her mistakes. Then, Ashina covered her mouth and laughed. "Are you going to run away again this time, respected noble lady? Well, I have never run away before. I have always maintained the honor of a noble." Rosaria's face flushed with shame and anger, and even the long chain tied to her left hand was shaking violently. Rosaria was so angry that her teeth itched, and she looked in the direction of Field. The Holy Griffin Empire must have been badly harmed by cowardly soldiers. It was destroyed by the subhumans in just 10 years. How come there are subhuman gods even in the northern provinces? Field looked into Rosaria's brilliant starry eyes, and both of them were stunned. "Oh my god! I must be dreaming. You are actually a human lord." Rosaria felt dizzy. She put her fair little hand on her forehead. A human lord, an ancient noble, can actually contract a demi-human. Why would I have such a dream? I must be starving. Ancient noble? Ashina was confused. She also looked at Field in confusion. It sounded so high-sounding. This title is not important, but she really hasn't left the Night Territory for 10 years. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He actually heard the term ancient noble in the northern province. 10 years ago, to be exact, 7 years ago. Black hair and black eyes, and gray hair and gray eyes, dark skin color and high nose and deep eyes, are the symbols of the most orthodox nobility. On the contrary, blonde and red hair, or other messy hair colors, including Ashina's silver hair, are of lower quality, and are called barbarians or savages. However, the ancient country in the Inner Sea, the Phoenix Empire, has long been destroyed, even its orthodox successor, the Purple Gold Empire, was attacked and massacred by heretics not long ago. At the same time, the nomadic westward expedition in the east brought natural disasters and a large number of black-haired slaves. The so-called symbol of the ancient nobility has gone to the other extreme. Unless it can be proved by a family pedigree, they are all born as slaves or enemies, and will be severely discriminated against. Of course, the Holy Griffin Empire itself is a pusher. The top leaders of the empire, including the Empress, are all blonde barbarians. They can't despise themselves. Hello. Although this is not a dance, I am glad to meet you. Surprisingly, Rosaria's attitude has improved a lot. She put away her angry look, with a faint smile on her face. Her slender and round legs slightly bent at the knees, and at the same time, she lifted the sides of her skirt with both hands, and nodded gracefully to Field. In the cursed land full of blood and corpses, it was like a blooming golden flower, as beautiful as a work of art. Hello, beautiful lady. Field also responded with noble etiquette. After being given countless cold stares in Ross territory, I didn't expect that in Night territory. A beautiful noble lady would take the initiative to greet me. I can only say that life is full of surprises. Of course, it would be great if this guy was really alive. The red dot on the small map turned into a simple panel. Name, Rosaria Starry Night Level, First Level Corrupted Gods Chosen Type, Guard Infantry / Corrupted Hybrid Creature Status, Confused. Extremely eager to kill Lord, none undefeated. Unable to sign a contract, in other words. Can we sign a contract after defeating? Field rubbed his eyes, and he couldn't believe it himself. Field decided to try peaceful means first. Rosaria, maybe we can talk, you are? No. Rosaria smiled sweetly, with a slightly moaning tone, wrapped her arms around herself, and said tremblingly, although I don't want to cut the nobles, but I can't help it. I tremble with excitement when I think of cutting open the body of an ancient noble. That moment will be the light of my life. You are perverted. Sure enough, the corrupted creatures only have a pure desire to kill, even if they retain their memories or wisdom. Negotiation failed. Ashina, kill her. Field was unambiguous and directly ordered the attack. Swoosh. A silver arrow flashed over. Ding. Humph. Do you think your little trick can work a second time? Rosaria was always on guard against hidden arrows. The moment she heard the sound of breaking wind, she swung the chain and knocked the arrow away. She was full of killing intent, swung the sword in a circle, and directly cut the surrounding corpses in half, and a large amount of life energy poured into the sword. Divine skill, endless slash. The magic eye in the center of the sword flashed with a terrifying blood light, and with a strong buzzing sound, 7 or 8 majestic destructive sword auras swept out. The color of the sword energy surface is the gray-black color of corrupted creatures. At first glance, even the mind seems to be sucked in, making people fall into madness and despair. This time, see where you can escape. The destructive sword energy that seemed to tear through space quickly blocked all of Ashina's escape routes. Black Wolf, hold on. Ashina decisively gave up mobility. There was no direction to escape at all. She could only hide behind the dragon wolf. The scales all stood up, and the dark blue flames of the dragon wolf quickly surged out, as if she was wearing a body of armor. Chapter 63. It's broken. I seem to have taken the boss home. The several meter long mighty sword energy, like a substance, crushed and spread out. The rotten corpses, trees, or buildings blocking the way, all collapsed, turned into dust, and disappeared in the air. Under the spread of this terrible energy ripple, the guards who relied on the wooden fortress for defense were terrified, and their faces turned pale. What a terrifying skill! Field was worried about Ashina. The defense of the dragon wolf was also rising wildly. A large amount of flames were attached to the scales, as if the scales were quenched. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the two sides collided with each other. The corrupted creature that was too close could hardly even make a humming sound, and was strangled and annihilated. A miserable whimper was heard, and the dragon wolf flew backwards with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Then Ashina staggered 2 steps, found a gap, and left the attack range. The other sword energy ripples slowly left the sight range, and finally disappeared into nothingness. Ashina shook her head dizzily, shook off the dust in her ears, and looked in the direction of the dragon wolf. The dragon wolf felt the call of its master, and stood up tremblingly. Half of its beautiful scales were gone, and the broken scales and bone fragments were stuck in its flesh and blood. Its body was covered with deep wounds that could be seen through the bones, making it look particularly terrifying. Haha. Do you think this is the end? Rosaria's face was also pale, but she cheered up. quickly slashed and killed the surrounding kind, and continuously absorbed their life energy. I said I would eat you, and I won't break my promise. Bang! A short crossbow arrow shot at Rosaria's back, and a dazzling flash of light immediately broke out. Wow! It hurts! Like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Rosaria jumped up in fear, and quickly reached out to pull out the crossbow arrow, smashed it into pieces, and angrily questioned Field. Where is your noble spirit? How can you sneak attack? What kind of spirit is that? Survive first, and then talk about this. Field has always been pragmatic, and hurriedly strung the empty crossbow, and shouted at the stunned soldiers, Don't be stunned. Release the arrow. Bang. Bang! The small pieces of arrow feathers fell immediately, and the arrows soaked in purification potion were extremely effective against corrupted creatures. Rosaria had no choice but to stop harvesting the lives of her kind and swing the chain to knock away the arrows. There were still many arrows, which passed through the gaps in the chain and landed on the girl, and then made a hissing sound. Rosaria screamed. Okay. If this continues, she will definitely not be able to hold on. Field relaxed his heartstrings. Now we have to control the damage. Don't kill her directly. However, something terrible happened. Rosaria simply stopped blocking the arrows, and let them fall on her body. The things chosen by the Holy Light God are really annoying. But with these things, you think you can kill me? Rosaria casually pulled out an arrow and broke it, showing a playful smile. Although it hurts a little when I get shot for the first time, but it will be fine after I get used to it. Well, it feels a little good. Damn. Are you so perverted? You are an M. Field stood in awe, and took a breath of cold air, but then Field smiled slightly. Ashina, save his life. I still have use for him. Field's attack just bought time for Ashina to condense her magic skills. Divine skill, the cold killing spear. Unlike Rosaria, Ashina seldom uses divine skills, because once her divine skills miss, she cannot release the second one in a short time. But the power is unquestionable. A tiny but extremely fast divine power spear, which instantly enlarged in front of Rosaria's eyes. Boom! Unlike the first time she released it in the winery, Ashina did not need to consider that the divine power would affect the building, so this time the divine skill exerted her normal strength. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded through the sky. It was as if the entire Starry Night Manor trembled violently, and a big hole was torn open in the ground by the violent force. Ordinary people were in bad luck, and their ears buzzed, and they were almost deaf. The terrible power exploded in front of Rosaria, whose face had not yet solidified, and the blood on her body disappeared instantly, turning pale, and then violently spurted out blood mixed with internal organs. Before the blood fell to the ground, it was shattered and disintegrated by the power of winter, and disappeared into nothingness with Rosaria herself. Is it over? Field breathed in deep breaths because of palpitations. It seems that the ashes have been scattered. Never mind. It's a good ending. It's acceptable. My lord. Be careful. She's not dead yet. Ashina flashed in front of Field and told him the shocking news. My lord. You and the soldiers should retreat first. The scope of the impact will be even larger. Well, there are not many rotten corpses around. Field glanced at the small map. The rotten corpses around were almost completely wiped out by the repeated bombing of the two chosen gods and the attack of the guards. There were only a few survivors in the main building. Bobcat, let's go to the second line of defense. Before Field left, the smoke was suddenly blown away by the strong wind. A cracked and broken black sword in front of the main building continued to ooze blood, but this time, the material was obviously not enough, slowly weaving a cute figure. The small and delicate saws landed on the ground. Rosaria's lowly version slowly emerged. Like a pitiful and cute porcelain doll, she slightly opened her pink and thin lips, and said angrily, It hurts, my head is about to be knocked crooked. Although cute, Field was almost numb. From a queen to a girl, and from a girl to a lowly, shouldn't getting beaten make her bigger? How come she got smaller? Another generation smaller. Ashina was shocked. Can you hold a weapon now? After all, the great sword is more than a little taller than the little lowly. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The great sword behind her emitted a dark gray light. Rosaria stretched out her white and tender little hand, and said softly, Gluttony great sword, dissociate. As if glass fell to the ground, the great sword shattered instantly. Countless twisted bloodlines, like little snakes, converged from all directions into Rosaria's body, and finally all condensed together. A 3-story high western dragon slowly emerged from the void with bloodlines. and its ferocious bone wings spread out, covered with blood and rotten flesh. It was not solemn at all, but full of the breath of death and corruption. Ashina, let's go together. After Field came to the northern province, he felt powerless for the first time. Ashina used a magic skill and was now in a period of fatigue, and the dragon wolf was even more miserable. Ashina waved her hands repeatedly and said in a relaxed tone, "No need. She is just struggling at the end of her rope, and even the magic weapon is broken. Do you have a trump card?" Field was ecstatic. "Of course. I also fought with her." Ashina smiled confidently. Chapter 64. The corrupted dragon that Rosaria turned into cannot fly. The dragon wings located on the waist swept out, sweeping away the wooden fortress of the first line of defense and the surrounding corpses. Like toys, countless debris flew out in all directions. For a moment, sand and rocks flew everywhere. In chaos, some soldiers were fleeing. Some soldiers were fighting with the corpses. There were screams of humans, and the sound of things falling everywhere. The originally clear situation was stirred into muddy water. The huge pupils with a cold breath of death watched everything on the ground lifelessly, and then the dragon body began to move, like an old machine covered with spider webs. Moving one step, it would shake off a lot of broken meat and blood. Just as Ashina said, Rosaria was fighting back before dying. Looking at her, she would collapse into a pile of mincemeat at any time. Roar the dragon's ferocious mouth tore open along with its cheeks, and countless white light bullets gushed out, containing a heart-pounding corrupting power, like a meteor shower, falling to the ground one by one. Completely indiscriminate attacks. Although the dragon wolf was already covered in wounds, it continued to spit out fireballs, or use direct impact to intercept the light bullets. But it was a drop in the bucket after all. Some people were hit by the light bullet from time to time, and died without a complete body. What was worse was that there were still corpses gathering around. Because of the previous noise, the corpses wandering around began to gather here. Damn it, she is not at peace even before death. I can't let her continue to kill people. Ashina's ease was gone in an instant. She gnashed her teeth in anger. Besides, she was heading towards the big winery. Once she arrived at the big winery, your efforts would be ruined. Damn it, I still had a fight with her. Don't let yourself get upset. Field was stunned, avoided the flying wooden box, and stabbed the long sword into the head of a corpse. My lord, please hide first. I will be able to deal with that stupid guy soon. Ashina took Field to a safe place. She looked extremely anxious. Black Wolf, come here. Prepare to attack. Seeing Ashina calling the dragon wolf, Field was startled and hurried to pull Ashina. There is no need to die with her. I feel that she is about to collapse. Let her collapse on her own. As long as you are here, we can rebuild 10,000 territories. I know. But I promised you that I would protect the Night Territory and its people. Please believe me. I said. I am your sword. Ashina turned her head after saying that, and followed the bloody dragon wolf to rush towards the corrupt dragon. Black Wolf, charge. The bloody dragon wolf half bent down, as if hunting, with a large amount of dark blue flames burning its body, evaporating the blood. With its twisted and hideous face, it looked like a beast from hell. Boom! Like a cannonball, the dragon wolf rose directly from the ground, like a dark blue comet, dragging a blue tail flame, and crashed directly into the corrupt dragon. The corrupt dragon, which was already collapsing, had no defense at all, and was directly hit by the dragon wolf in the stomach. Dragon Black Wolf, dissociate. A muffled sound came, and in an instant, countless black scales that spanned the space flew out from the body of the corrupted dragon. Circles of almost tangible blue flames, centered on the corrupted dragon's belly, spread out in all directions. Even the dead corrupted dragon screamed. The explosion of the artifact was a power that burned the soul, and Field could see her pain from a distance. Boom! The pupils of the corrupted dragon suddenly contracted, and then there was a big explosion. Countless pieces of flesh and blood fell, scattering on the ground with a crackling sound, and the huge skeleton was directly turned into powder. Field raised the shield he carried with him above his head, feeling the knocking sound on it, and worried about the situation on Ashina's side. Ugh! The scattered corpses began to gather. Fuck, there are endless cockroaches to kill. Field drew out his long sword and killed one, and before he could kill the other corpses, he saw the corpse in front of him being hit to death by a warhorse. The arrival was a cavalry team, a total of 8 people. Sir, we are late. Silverclaw scratched his head through his iron helmet. They were also in a very bad state. Because they were all born as slaves, they didn't know any honorifics and spoke very directly. Not late. Field noticed two streams of light crashing into the main building, and immediately got on his horse. Follow me to the main building. Leave it to us, Silverclaw said worriedly. You have to be careful. Let's go. Field didn't want to talk, and rode off directly. Protect my lord. The cavalry immediately followed. On the other side. It hurt so much. Rosaria was free-falling in the air, and it was hard for her to open her eyes. As soon as she squinted, she saw a pair of scarlet eyes, which were full of coldness. A wolf spirit shadow appeared behind Ashina. She looked extremely haggard, but the anger in her eyes could not be concealed. Hello, Miss Noble. It was Ashina's first time to self-destruct. Although the dragon wolf exploded, she herself also suffered a lot of backlash. How is it? The feeling of the artifact exploding in your stomach, can it fill your stomach? After saying that, Ashina threw a simple punch when she was close to the ground, and knocked Rosaria directly into the building. Rosaria knocked over a wall. Her body rolled, and finally hit the wall again, and finally stopped. Her smooth legs had become dirty, and her beautiful black dress was also tattered. Hateful subhuman. Don't think of making human nobles surrender. Rosaria gritted her teeth and tried to stand up. In just a blink of an eye, Ashina arrived, her scarlet eyes still shining like gems in the dark. She held a cavalry sword in her hand, and the slender tip of the sword rubbed against the ground, creating countless sparks. If you don't know the situation, you might think it's a perverted butcher, hunting down the poor little lowly, which can be called the otherworld version of chainsaw. Puff Ashina nailed Rosaria to the wall with a knife, scanning up and down with a beast-like look. Ashina licked her long and sharp nails playfully. I'm curious. Do you have a baby form? Because of the dissociation of the dragon wolf, Ashina is now also in a rampage state. With the blessing of the artifact, you can't kill me. Corruption will eventually spread all over the world, and I will be reborn in the haze of death. Ashina glanced at her coldly, and waved her hand indifferently. Whatever you want. Why did I lose? Because Rosaria was in the state of a little lowly. Her mind was not firm. She was angry and cried, and vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. They both possessed divine skills, and they both caused divine weapons to disintegrate. But they were defeated in the end. Because when the chosen ones fight, every bit of strength is of paramount importance. From the moment my lord knew that you were among the zombies, your chances of winning were 0. Besides, you can't control the corpses, right? Ashina asked soul-searchingly. But I have someone to help me. Just like this. After she finished speaking, she heard hurried footsteps. Chapter 65. Ashina, are you okay? The soldiers clearing the way pushed aside the rubble, and Field entered the house through the hole in the wall. Other soldiers holding shields and swords followed in, all with a vigilant look. Field saw Rosalia nailed to the wall at a glance, and Ashina smiling beside him, and then he put down his hanging heart. You go out and be on guard. Field waved his hand, and the soldiers responded and went out. Thanks to you, I'm fine. No longer as cold and wild as when she was chopping people before, Ashina returned to her previous obedience. Field was heartbroken. Ashina was not in good condition. The wolf soul behind her was swaying and twisting. Seemingly it would dissipate at any time. Dissociating the artifact, although it would bring stronger power, it was only temporary, and could only be used as a last resort. Your wolf. Field pointed at the shadow and said worriedly, I didn't expect the artifact to self-destruct. Can it be restored? Will it have a big impact on you? It won't have much impact on me. It will be fine after a good sleep. The wolf can also recover. Knowing that the Lord was concerned about her, Ashina took back the wolf's soul and whispered in Field's ear. It will take 7 days for the black wolf to recover to its peak state. It will be able to fight in 3 days. That's good. Field slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After taking back the wolf's soul, Ashina was visibly weak. Her body swayed a few times. Field hurried forward to support her. Well, actually I don't need support, but... The Lord suddenly came up to her, which surprised her a little. Ashina's eyes subconsciously dodged around, looking a little shy, and finally glanced at Field carefully. Aw, really? Uh-huh. Field's hand stopped in the air, and he was embarrassed for a moment. It turned out that shaking twice would make her faint. When I watched TV before, the characters would fall to the ground after shaking twice, unconscious, and then they could do whatever they wanted. Shaking does not mean fainting. Tang Yo's inequality is over in seconds. Hee hee, but I'll cooperate with you. After saying that, Ashina smiled sweetly and fell into Field's arms. He suddenly felt full of fragrance, and a sweet and soft fragrance that belonged only to women poured into him, and Field didn't even know where to touch, because everywhere felt good. Hey. Hey. Hey, don't touch me. Ashina covered her face, then turned her head, and made a face at Rosaria hanging on the wall. Puff. Rosaria spat out a mouthful of blood, and was so angry that she almost died. Is it really that excessive? If I lose, I should contribute the defeat animation. Why the hell are you guys preparing to perform one for me? Respect the little lowly, and look at me like a child. You don't believe this nasty subhuman. When she chopped me just now, it was so scary. Rosaria protested in a hoarse voice. After Rosaria's protest, the two returned to normal. After all, people don't like to read anything too extreme. Sir, how are you going to deal with this monster? Asina seemed to have transformed into an old peasant in the Middle Ages, preparing to hunt witches, with a terrifying look in her eyes. How about torture out useful information and burn it directly, or sell it directly to the Holy Light Church? Don't try to get any information from me. The nobles will not surrender. Woo woo woo. Rosaria's eyes were blurred with tears, and she looked very cute with her cute face. Field glanced at Rosaria's status bar, which had changed from undefeated, unable to contract to contractable. Wouldn't it be better to contract her? Field said, as a matter of course. Killing her is a waste. It has caused such a great loss to our territory. She must be captured and reformed through labor. Ah? The two women were shocked at the same time. My lord. Did Ashina do anything wrong? Why did you abandon me? Ashina instantly wilted. Her ears drooped like airplane ears, and she looked aggrieved. Roar. Roar. You are worthy of being an ancient noble. You have a good vision. It is a smart choice to surrender to me. But corrupt creatures cannot be contracted by humans. I can infect you, give you a precedent, and let you be my personal male lover. Rosaria was so proud, she could even stand proudly with her hands on her hips while hanging on the wall. After hearing the two's answers, Field couldn't do it anymore, and quickly touched Ashina's head. How could I not want you? Why not just contract too? Field suggested. Rosaria laughed non-stop, because she laughed too hard. She even vomited blood. She said, of course not. Your teacher is too irresponsible. The chosen one, even if they are from the same pantheon, can only contract with one person. Not to mention that I am from a different pantheon than that demi-human. And we are even enemies. In addition, only people of the same kind can contract with each other, such as humans and humans, demi-humans, and so on. Why would you contract with a demi-human chosen one? You are a demi-human in disguise. Ah? Is that so? Then, let's give it a try. Practice makes perfect. Field would not give up his goal just because of one sentence. Besides, you don't want to die, do you? These words touched Rosaria's heart. Even if she was a crazy corrupt creature, she had wisdom, did not want to die, and did not want to be tortured. At the beginning, Asina said that she would breed her with animals. She still remembered what she said. Who knows if the demi-human in front of her will really do it? You are so brave. The Empire has done countless experiments. Otherwise, why would those nobles give the precious chosen one to their offspring or ministers? Oh, forget it. Don't blame me if the divine power backfires. Asina was very worried. Forget it? I will work harder. Try it once. Field gritted his teeth. Satisfy you? Rosaria tore open her tattered long skirt. On her snow-white thighs, the chosen mark shone with a strange light. Countless gray and black death energy surged out, gathering into an indiscernible and indescribable goddess shadow. Then a divine power connected to Field's body. Rosaria chuckled evilly and said in a soft and cute tone, You are playing with fire. The power of the corrupt goddess will definitely kill you and crush your soul. Before she finished speaking, the god's chosen contract was directly successful. Ah? Rosaria's brilliant starry eyes widened. Success, success? Are you kidding? Field didn't even feel anything. He waved his hand casually. No big deal, the corrupt goddess. We are very familiar with each other. What goddess? Sorry, I am a materialist and an atheist. You all come to be my sex. Ah, no, work for me, and vigorously build the territory. Well, I don't seem to want to kill you that much. Rosaria shook her head. Her eyes became clear. The eyes that were originally full of murderous intent and death disappeared. Oh, I'm so tired. Field found a piece of broken furniture and sat for a while thinking. Wait, does this count as taking the villain home? Chapter 66 Ashina's Prank. The Lord panel of Field also added Rosaria's name. Name, Rosaria Starry Night. Level, First level Corrupted God's Chosen Occupation. Guard Infantry / Corrupted Hybrid Creature. Divine Skill, Endless / Consumes Vitality or Divine Power, releases large-scale sword energy / Divine Artifact. Gluttony Great Sword absorbs vitality, condenses blood, can easily repair the host's body. The side effect is Hunger Special Ability. Corrupted Eternal Life, a body composed of special divine power, difficult to kill, even if it is crushed into pieces. The soul will return to the death haze. Waiting for the next arrival. Legion skills. None territory gain. None. Field looked at the panel and was thinking, corrupted creatures are really special. They are actually immortal. It is reasonable that they cannot provide legion and territory gains. After all, corruption can only destroy. But it's not a big problem. With Rosaria, the combat power of the territory has at least doubled. Before, whenever Ashina went out, Field was always worried. Worried that the house would be stolen. Now with Rosaria, the night territory has the ability to attack and defend at the same time. I didn't expect that the corrupted would have a chosen one. And I didn't expect that they could be contracted. This northern province is not a cursed place. It is clearly a feng shui treasure land. Field was overjoyed. I've decided. I will subdue all the Pokemon. I will contract all the corrupted chosen ones. If there is one corrupted chosen one, it means there are more. At the same time, Field also knew that the uncontracted corrupted chosen ones are marked with red dots on the map. Field turned his head and looked at the two. Ashina and Rosaria had the same expression. Ah? Did you really contract her? Ashina's pupils trembled. No wonder when you contracted me. I was very confused. There has never been a precedent for a contract between a subhuman and a human. Not only can you make cross-race contracts, you can also make contracts with multiple gods chosen. It's incredible. Field waved his hand. Low-key, it's just a trivial matter. How free your quirks are, you can sign as many races as you want. Give the people of the other world a little shock to the Chinese people. Yes, after all, I was trained by you. You are worthy of being the Lord. Ashina thought. Field said before that he wanted her to become God's chosen, so that she could have the strength she has today. Put her down. The contract to corrupt God's chosen is very restrictive. Don't worry about rebellion. Pointing to Rosaria hanging on the wall, she had a long knife stuck in her chest, and blood was flowing down. If it were an ordinary person, the amount of bleeding would have gone to the sky, and he would have gone to play the resurrection match with Lauda. Okay. But please be careful. Corruption is the embodiment of the devil. After a moment of hesitation, Ashina stepped forward and drew out the long sword, put it back into the scabbard, and did not forget to warn Rosaria with a grin. Don't try to hurt anyone, especially Lord Field. Otherwise, I will nail you to the wall for the second time. The little girl lowered her eyes, and she no longer had the strength to speak. Without the gluttony great sword to heal her wounds, she could not recover. Such a serious injury. Field took off his robe, pressed it on Rosaria's wound, and took out a potion from his pocket to stop the bleeding. Although ordinary potions are not very effective for the chosen one, it is better than doing nothing. Well, I'm fine. Just need a good sleep. Rosaria's eyes kept blinking, her mouth muttering, and she uttered a vague sentence. What? Field leaned over to listen, but found that Rosaria had fainted. She said she was very grateful to the Lord. Ashina's ears moved, but her eyes were looking around. Her hands were behind her back, and her face was innocent. Field smiled relieved. Little Loli is quite sensible. In fact, Ashina listened very clearly. Xiao Loli said, pregnancy no now. When I was fighting with Rosalia before, through the threatening to her, let her get pregnant. Who she meowed? She knew. I really caught it. There is another problem now. Do you want to choose the corruption of God? Published at night? Thilda has made difficulties. This is not an indifferent problem. It's about the night curtain and your future trend. This incident is unsatisfactory. Whether it is the ability to contract the corrupted gods chosen, or to expose the corrupted gods chosen. It is a choice of diplomacy and domestic affairs. There is no rumor of the corrupted gods chosen in the entire continent. The corrupted creatures have always been regarded as demons. Of course, they are really no different from demons. If people knew that Field could contract demons, the consequences would be self-evident. Countless righteous people would definitely raze the night territory to the ground. Moreover, even the gentle Ashina made the people in the territory feel uneasy. The appearance of Rosaria would make the people in the territory explode. Asina would not make any comments on domestic and foreign affairs. She smiled and said, "I will listen to you. I will unconditionally support any decision you make. Then keep it secret first." Field raised the corner of his mouth. "Just right. We also need secret power." "Yes, dear sir." Asina stretched her body, revealing her exquisite curves. Because of the sweat from the battle, her skin was wet, white and bright, like a piece of exquisite porcelain. In the dim room, she exuded a charming halo, and she said coquettishly, "Sir Field, I want to eat meat when I go back." 3 servings? Hee hee. When did I give you less meat? Field picked up Rosaria. "Let's go back to the winery." On the morning of the 3rd day, Rosaria lay quietly on the big bed, and the quilt rose and fell with her steady breathing. Soft and thin lips, matched with snow-white skin, are just like a wonderful strawberry decoration on a milky cake. The window is open, and a breeze blows in occasionally. Field looks out through the window. It is still foggy above his head, but the sky is much brighter. Maybe we will see the sun soon. Field sat on the bed and took a sip of black tea. He has never missed the sun so much. Although plants can still grow, it is always strange not to see the sun. Well, I don't miss her much. But she has been sleeping for 3 days, and she hasn't woken up yet. Ashina pinched Rosaria's face. These days, she has been taking care of the little girl. The maid can't be exposed to corrupt creatures. Ashina showed a wicked smile, and whispered to the little girl's ear, "If you sleep any more, you will get pregnant successfully." Rosaria frowned slightly, showing an uncomfortable expression, but not in opposition. "It's the child of the dragon seed black wolf," Ashina said cunningly with a sly expression. Rosaria showed a very struggling expression. Her 2 little hands tightly grasped the quilt, as if she was struggling desperately. "Ha ha ha, I was just teasing you, noble lady." Ashina stopped her prank. Rosaria regained her composure. "The memorial service is about to begin, let's go together." Chapter 67 Post-War Compensation. The memorial ceremony was held in the southeast corner of the territory, a cleared vacant lot. Because it was quite far from the winery, crops could not be planted there. Field marked out an area there, as a cemetery. In this military operation against the main building, 26 people died, including 15 slaves, 7 guards, 1 freeman and 3 subhuman cavalry. Most of them died at the hands of Rosaria. The chosen one dissociated his own artifact, and the power of the explosion was too terrifying. But war is like this. There is no war without death. If only enemies die, that is a fairy tale. As a lord, Field can only take care of the living. Thank you, the goddess of light, for taking the souls of your servants. Thank you, the goddess of light, for letting the souls of your children rest in peace. The one who read the eulogy was the freeman old turtle dove. Because of his age and experience, he could barely recite the eulogy. Although he stumbled when reading it, his hands were shaking, it was obvious that he was using emotion. Of course, it is more likely that it is simply nervousness. Slaves are cremated, while freemen are buried. Burial is a rite that only freemen and above can enjoy. People who believe in the holy light believe in the judgment of the holy light. After death, people must lie quietly in the river of light and wait for the final destination to be determined by the holy light goddess. Whether it is heaven or hell, this theory is almost universal across the continent. After all, the official belief is the holy light goddess. In fact, there is no atmosphere of sadness among the people. Most people are numb. They just came because Field asked them to mourn. In addition, he could enjoy a piece of black bread and be free from labor. Death was not strange to everyone, especially slaves. Tietue reached out and touched the spot in his heart, and found a gold coin hidden inside. There really is a gold coin. Haha. It's like a dream. Before coming here, Tietue had never touched a gold coin in his life. But his father and grandfather had never had one. If they were alive, they would be jealous. The beautiful and heavy texture of the gold coin was simply intoxicating. He killed enough corpses to exchange for this gold coin. As long as he gave the gold coin to Field, he could get rid of his slavery and truly live a human life. Tietue was not interested in listening to what the old turtledove was saying. In his opinion, slaves would only be sent by noble masters to work in dark mines. and they would only have a bite of dry bread every 2 or 3 days. It was normal for them to die of hunger, cold, illness or monsters. Instead of feeling sorry for others, it was better to think about how to get more bread. For the guards, the only use of the goddess of light was fog lights and purification potions. The master is going to give a speech. The comrade pushed Tietue with his arm. Don't show off your gold coins. Tietue immediately stretched his neck. Oh! We have to listen to the master's words. Field didn't speak at length, but finished very briefly. But Tietue listened to it. Especially they will become heroes. Guard the night territory forever. And we will always remember them. This sentence made Tietue scratch his head and feel indescribable. But he had no culture. And he couldn't express himself. So he could only get excited for a while. The most shocking thing was that Field actually gave the deceased a sum of money. Called pension. The guards didn't even know there was this money. This was a rule that Field had just made. And it was announced today. Field cleared his throat. Freemen will receive a pension of 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins. Slaves will receive a pension of 20 silver coins. And the pension will be given to relatives. Those without relatives will have their money confiscated and used to improve the army's food. When the coins were handed over to the wife of the dead freeman, almost everyone's eyes were wide open. There is such a good thing? Many women whispered. Wow! Such a large sum of money. Tietue felt many hot eyes staring at him. The guards who were originally looked down upon by others instantly became the favorites of women. Even some beautiful free people looked at the slave guards with strange eyes. Damn it! I'd better give birth to a son as soon as possible, so that my money will not be given to others. Almost all the guards thought so. Everyone disband. After doing all this, the end of the war was finally resolved. Walking on the road, Field sighed. He was a little sad that so many people died in the war. He even remembered many people's names. You have done very well. Ashina came up and took Field's hand. Smiling gently, Field nodded and cheered up. It can be better. In fact, ordinary people, or slaves, don't need funerals at all. Fighting for you is an obligation. Ashina pondered for a moment and said with a sigh, You are too kind. Slaves are like weeds on the grassland. Everywhere. I was a slave, too. I know I have no value. I can't write, and I can't manage. Don't think so. You can learn all these. Field patted Ashina's head and said with a smile, It is the people who created history, just like weeds make up the grassland, and the nobles and elites are just... Ahem, what are you talking about? Field wanted to say that the nobles and elites are just flowers or trees that grow exceptionally well, but they also need to rely on the grassland. But this set of ideas is useless now, and the productivity is not up to par, and it only adds troubles when it is said. It's like talking to a primitive man about AI. It's better to give him a peach. As long as I can make the people live a good life. It's fine. This is the night territory. It's brand new. Field snapped his fingers. Of course. The pension is beneficial and has no harm. It has many benefits for me. The most straightforward one is to improve morale and make them worry-free. Good day, Baron. Tate came towards him. He brought more than 30 slaves and 3 carriages, which were loaded with chopped wood and 2 boxes of black bread. Good day, Tate. How is the cleaning of the debris outside the main villa going? Almost done. There are still 7 more transports to go. We have recovered a lot of supplies, and we will not go back to the winery for lunch today, Tate said competently. And on the way, we will also bring wood to build walls and wooden forts. Very good. Don't get too close to the building for now. There are still scattered monsters in the house. The recovery of the main villa is a foregone conclusion. His own chosen ones are in a weak state, and there is no need to take risks at this time. Field looked around. He planned to move to the main villa in the future, and then empty the winery as a dormitory for slaves. The winery is located in the center of a large farmland, and can effectively cultivate all the surrounding farmland. Thank you for your concern. I will be careful. Tate was very busy, and he left after a brief report. By the way, Ashina, accompany me to see the small green vegetables. Chapter 68 Small Green Vegetables, Northern Divine Oil and Dago. The small green vegetables that Field mentioned are, naturally, not the kind that are commonly eaten, but the magical plants from Rum Village, which can make people have a strong desire to breed. Field named it Yanchao, which is not very nice, but simple and easy to remember. Hey! Ashina's tail stood up, Her pretty face was slightly red, and her toes wrapped in white silk rubbed on the ground. "Are you going to play so big so early in the morning?" Field said as a matter of course. "Yes, the night territory has no output, I am almost anxious. It's rare to have a magic plant, I must spend time studying it." Wipe the sweat off her forehead, Ashina said helplessly. "Okay, but please don't get close to me, for your safety." The room where the sun grass is planted, located in the corner of the second floor of the winery, is locked with an iron chain, and a do not enter label is affixed. You can't get in without a key, but you can climb in through the window. But if some idiot doesn't think about it, and insists on coming in through the window, then he will immediately lose his mind because of the magic plant, and then madly hit the stone wall of the winery. Or jump out of the window. There is a place where beef cattle are raised not far away. You can consider kicking the cow, if you are not afraid of being gored to death by the bull. The sun grass in normal soil is almost withered, Ashina said in the house. Hey, on the contrary. The sun grass in the corrupted soil is in normal condition. Fortunately, a control group was set up at the beginning. This plant is exclusive to the corrupted environment. Field thought. Life will find a way out on its own. Even in the land of death, there will be life. But it has no toxins. Ashina took a bite directly, without changing her expression. It tastes a little sweet. You are awesome. The magic immunity ability of the Chosen One is too domineering. At the beginning, I just smelled it, and I wanted to kick anyone I saw, even though only Asina was present at the time. Next time, try it on Rosaria. Pull out those withered young grasses, and grind them into juice. Field was far away, and after seeing Ashina do everything in an orderly manner, Field commanded. Now add well water, add more. Soon, a bottle of blue potion with a subtle smell was made. Let's try it on the sheep. There are still 11 sheep in the sheepfold, including 2 rams, 1 old and 1 young. Originally, the plan was to kill the old sheep for meat, but because of the battle in the main building, 2 war horses died, their remaining rations could be provided to other animals, so the plan to kill the sheep was postponed. Ton! Pour a bottle of medicine into the old sheep's mouth, before Field could observe its condition. The old sheep ran away directly, and cried twice crazily, and its old steps disappeared instantly, drooling, and rushed into the flock of ewes, and rode like crazy. The scene was terrifying, and the ewes had never seen this before. Before they could react, the mad ram directly mounted on them, and rode them crazy one by one. If it were accompanied by music, Dad's dad is called Grandpa, Dad's mom is called. So cruel. Field licked the corner of his mouth, and he was already considering asking someone to try it. We have to record the duration of the medicine effect, so as not to kill people in the future. Hurry up and give birth, and make more meat. Ashina was muttering, and she was very happy to think that the night territory could produce more sheep. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the ram was almost a mummy, falling to the ground with no energy, twitching, and foaming at the mouth. The ewes were a little better, but they all huddled together in fear, with their eyes wide open. 6 hours and 32 minutes. Field rubbed his dizzy head. He watched the sheep film for nearly 7 hours, just to record the most accurate data. It needs to be diluted, at least 1,000 times. If a normal man is allowed to do it for 6 hours without stopping, he will definitely die. Even sheep can't hold on, let alone people. Sir, please have some tea. This is according to your instructions. It's called egg tart. Right? The chef has made it. Please see if it's right. Ashina brought a plate with dessert and black tea over, and placed the plate on the low table next to Field's chair. She also thoughtfully brewed tea. By the way, it's apple-flavored. An egg tart that looks like a pancake, but it smells delicious. Don't make it often after it's developed. Cream, milk and sugar are all in short supply. Enjoy it when nightfall is rich. Field took a bite, and could taste the apple cubes. It tastes good, but the shape needs to be improved. I will reward the chef with this month's silver coins. I agree. Ashina blinked. By the way, that sheep must have died of exhaustion. Yes, it's still alive, but it can't be saved. And there's no need to save it. He glanced at the poor old sheep, which had already returned to the goddess's arms. If the goddess was willing to embrace it, then Ashina half sticked out her tongue, showing a sly smile. Kill it and eat the meat. Field certainly knew Ashina's little calculations. The little girl was waiting to eat the grilled lamb chops. She smiled dotingly. By the way, let the chef clean the internal organs. Great. Long live Lord Field. Dilute the potion 1,000 times. 1,500 times. It can't make people go crazy when they smell it. It just needs to last for 10 to 20 minutes. I plan to sell them all to Maple Leaf City. That rotten place will definitely like it. Field thought to himself. At least Baron Simon will definitely like it. When he was lying in a pile of women, that thing didn't react. He was probably weak. As you wish, sir. But I prefer fighting. Do I have to keep refining potions in the future? Ashina said agreeably. We just need to determine a ratio. As long as the smell of the potion doesn't affect people, we can give it to the people in the territory to do. Moreover, one herb can make so many potions, which is not too troublesome. Okay. Ashina agreed very straightforwardly this time. But she started to think again. What do you plan to name it? How to price it? Being with Field frequently, Ashina's thinking gradually diverged, and she considered more comprehensively. Commonly known as getting smarter. Good question. I have to think carefully about the price. But I have thought of the name, Field said proudly. Wrap one part with flour. Make it into pills. And call it Dagu. Some of them are still bottled. Called the North God Oil. Of course, bottles are only for the nobles. And the common people can't afford glass bottles. The glass bottles of Knight's territory were contributed by potions and purification potions. Duh, brother. Asina was obviously shocked by this inexplicable word. She shook her head, and her two animal ears swayed together, and said happily, I think the North God Oil sounds good. After all, this is a product that I, Asina, the chosen one of winter, participated in. Any product, as long as the chosen one joins, will be much more expensive. Then call it Happy Beans. Field thought for a while, and was too lazy to think about it. It sounds interesting, isn't it? Chapter 69 Awakening. Field made the final decision. Just call it Happy Beans. After agreeing on Happy Beans, Ashina ate the lamb chops as she wished. Oh, I'm so full after dinner. Let's bring some for the little girl, but I don't know if she can get used to human food. After serving a bowl of porridge and cutting 2 slices of white bread, Ashina picked up the plate. Because she had to conceal Rosaria's existence, Ashina has been taking care of her these days. Rosaria has recovered well. She should be able to eat and digest. Field yawned and said worriedly, I don't know when she will wake up. You've worked hard these days. If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten her so hard back then. Ashina felt a little regretful, and took the plate and went upstairs. Field walked behind Ashina. When he looked up, he saw her long and well-proportioned legs. They kept straightening and bending because of the stairs. They were particularly hot against the white silk. The slippers stepped on the ground, making a plop sound. Ahem. It's not your fault. It will probably be like Sleeping Beauty. What is that? Ashina had never read fairy tales. Field smiled. It means kissing can wake you up. You will understand when I tell you this story next time. Her ears immediately stood up. Ashina trembled as if she had received an electric shock. She whispered, It's a strange story. It's not impossible. But please don't tell it during the day. The two of them talked nonsense for a while, and came to Field's door. After opening the door, they were both stunned. Where is she? The quilt was lifted. Rosaria's figure disappeared. Oh no, she didn't run away. Did she? Ashina quickly stood in front of Field, looking around vigilantly. With a flip of her wrist, a dagger fell into her hand. My lord, be careful of her sneak attack. Rosaria's terrifying sneak attack frequency left a fresh memory in Asina's mind. Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with the contract. Let me sense her position. Field frowned. Stay calm. The Lord and the Chosen One have an invisible divine power connection. Although the Chosen One of the contract cannot be found on the small map, as long as the Chosen One does not actively block, the Lord can know her approximate location. In the cemetery? Ashina's thoughts were very negative. She is not going to dig graves for food. Is she? Or to infect corpses. Corrupted creatures are very dangerous. How about gathering troops? Be careful not to cause greater losses. Probably not. If she has evil thoughts, the corrupted contract will make her die suddenly. Let's go and see first. The binding force of the corrupted contract is ridiculously strong, and those who violate it will be annihilated. The winter contract is milder. No matter which party violates the contract, they will only suffer heavy damage, but will not die. Of course, the contract is two-way, and the Lord cannot kill the Chosen One of the contract. Ashina took Field and quickly came to the outskirts of the cemetery. The breeze was blowing. The shadows of the trees were swaying. and the silent night was full of peace and tranquility. The surrounding corruption had been cleared away long ago, as long as it was far enough away from the gray fog. The big winery now looked like the only secluded cottage in the woods surrounded by fog. Rosaria was still in her little Lolita state. The black dress was gently blown by the wind, revealing her delicate skin, as bright as the moon in the night. She looked like a cute and ignorant little girl, but her bright eyes revealed deep sorrow. After a long silence, Rosaria folded the black handkerchief in her hand into the shape of a flower, and leaned over to place it in front of the tombstone. "I'm sorry," Rosaria sighed. After mourning, Rosaria turned around and wanted to go back to the room, but saw Field and Ashina looking at her in a trance. "Ah? Well, I came out to get some fresh air. How did the winery become like this?" "Uh-huh." Rosaria was flustered and didn't know what to do. Then she pretended to be innocent and folded her arms. "The night is really nice tonight, am I right?" "Field, don't call the adults by their names." Ashina's tone softened. "Even if you are the chosen one, you can't do that." Rosaria straightened her barren chest, put her hands on her hips, and said proudly, "Humph, I am also a noble, and Field's sister, of course you can call him by his name." "Okay, Miss Rosaria." Field was amused. "I'm glad to see you awake. Come in and have something to eat." "Field, as a nobleman with chivalry, you can't flirt with a noble lady like this. I'm still unmarried, and I can't enter a man's room at will," Rosaria said proudly. "Although you fell in love with me at first sight like everyone else, I still maintain the pride of a noble lady. However, you are my lord now. I will give you a little more favor." When Rosaria was alive, she was a well-known beauty, with countless suitors, and she became even more beautiful after becoming the chosen one of God. But Ashina is no worse. Field will definitely not flatter her just because of her looks. What's more, she looks like a little loli now, very pretty, very cute. Tied up. Field hit Rosaria's head with a sugar-roasted chestnut. "Ugh! It hurts." Field. "Too much. Bad guy." Rosaria had tears in her eyes, covering her head. "I'm not going to pay attention to you for 30 seconds. You drama queen. Do you want to eat now?" Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't use any strength. How could he make the chosen one cry? Rosaria said aggrievedly. "Eat. By the way, don't run around in the territory like this in the future." Ashina looked around. "You will scare the people in the territory. I am so cute, it is their blessing to see me. You can brag about it for the rest of your life." "Bragging? Do you mean the devil tail behind you, or the small wings behind your waist?" Ashina laughed happily. "You can't show your face when you go out in the future, and you have to wear a cloak. If your existence is known by the church or other nobles, it will cause big trouble. I hope you understand. This is a small matter. I rarely showed my face before. How can a noble lady show herself to the common people like a monkey every day?" Rosaria bowed gracefully. She stopped acting cute and mature. She said to Field solemnly, "When you need me to take action, just tell me. Maybe we had some unpleasantness before, but please forgive me. We are in the same boat, sharing honor and disgrace." "That's the best." Field was relieved. "By the way, as your chosen one, I will explain in advance that I am a corrupted chosen one, and will not help the territory at all." Rosaria put her hands on her hips, with a matter-of-fact expression. "But I am a noble, well-educated, and proficient in internal affairs. In addition, I have a gift for you." "What is it?" Field was curious. "You will know soon." Rosaria smiled mysteriously. "Don't be afraid. Relax. In addition, Miss Ashina, please don't be nervous." Chapter 70 Rosaria's Gift. Ha! How did the gluttonous great sword become like this? Rosaria's artifact had just been summoned, and Field couldn't hold it back. The originally ferocious and domineering great sword, now it is more appropriate to call it the greedy dagger. It is only the size of a palm. The key is that the terrifying and deep magic eye at the hilt now reveals wisdom, like the eyes of a husky, blinking, very silly. Don't interrupt. Rosaria also wanted to laugh, but she bit her lip, trying to pretend to be serious. She stamped her feet anxiously. After the artifact dissociated, it takes time to recover. If you don't believe me, look at Ashina. I don't believe her dog can still be domineering now. It's a wolf, Ashina emphasized. Field was amused by the two funny guys, and could only suppress the corners of his mouth that kept rising. Okay, I won't interrupt. Humph. You must make good use of it in the future. Don't waste this lady's first time. It's also the only time. Rosaria finished her incredible remarks. And before Field could complain, Rosaria turned into a blood thread and drilled into the gluttony great sword. And then a pure bloodline, with a beautiful arc, drilled into the back of Field's neck. Fuck. Field was startled, and immediately felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck. But he immediately calmed down and comforted Ashina beside him. Don't be nervous. Rosaria won't have any bad intentions. He only felt a warm current pouring in, and a stream of energy that had never appeared before, passing through the meridians, pouring into every cell in the body. Instantly, Field's pores were relaxed, but his mind was like a roller coaster, suddenly tensed. And then, his mind was empty, as if his thoughts flew into a higher dimension, and his soul and body merged. Then, pure fighting spirit began to slowly appear, flowing through every corner of his body. This is it. Field felt full of strength, and he could beat a cow to pieces. Of course, it's fighting spirit. I'm awesome. Hee hee. A soft voice sounded from his ears. Permanent fighting spirit. Only level 1. But if I advance, I will pull you to advance with me. Field was confused, and didn't know what to say for a while. He missed the age to practice fighting spirit, but he could regain fighting spirit in this way and enter the extraordinary realm. Dochi is not something that can be found everywhere. Countless ordinary nobles have fought for it all their lives. But Field got it easily. If they knew, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Especially his younger brother, who took Dochi potion and went crazy, but in the end, he still didn't become a first-level knight. It's so awesome. No wonder countless people seek the Chosen One. Field sighed. Each Chosen One has strange abilities, so scary. Rosaria is of no help to the territory, but who would have thought that? It would be a huge improvement for him personally. This is the only time that Dochi is reborn. Please don't waste it in the future. Of course. You are the Lord. Don't rely on Dochi to show off. Leave the fighting to us. Please protect yourself. As soon as the voice in my ear finished speaking, Rosaria's bloodline left, and then condensed into a little lowly again. I repeat, protect yourself. Don't show off. Rosaria put one hand on her waist, and stretched out her white index finger with the other hand, looking like a teacher. No problem. Now that he has advanced to the first-level Dochi Knight, he has the ability to protect himself against ordinary people. If you encounter the Chosen One, you will still be killed instantly. Field has a clear understanding of this. Don't show off, or you will be struck by lightning. Field added, thank you for your generosity. If she refuses to tell him, then he definitely doesn't know. The panel is flawed, and he doesn't know a lot of information, such as the artifact can be dissociated, and maybe his lord ability has not been upgraded. Just don't bully me in the future. The maturity in Rosaria's eyes disappeared, and she turned silly and cute. So, Field, your bed will belong to me in the future. Huh? Just after saying don't bully you, you turn around and start occupying my bed? This thinking is too jumpy. We should sleep together. You must be conquered by my body fragrance, but I'm not married yet. This is too fast. Marriage is no small matter. Rosaria hesitated. You should make another bed. I allow you to stay 1 meter away from me. Ashina stood behind the little girl without knowing when, picked her up like a doll, and pinched her cheeks. Noble lady, of course you will be in the same room with me. Don't disturb the adults' rest. Ah, you are welcome to disturb me. It's better if you two come together. The devil muscle man, can handle it. Demi-humans are so annoying. Let go of your sharp claws, Lord Baron Field, save me. Rosaria's pupils trembled, and she waved at Field. My knight, are you going to just watch the evil dragon do evil? Ashina was furious. You are the evil dragon. If you don't obey, I will let the black wolf bite you. Bite me, impossible, it must be in a weak state. Rosaria broke free, and said proudly, look at your puppy. Field also cast a curious look. What does the dissociated dragon wolf look like? Satisfy you. A burst of blue light flashed. A black puppy that looked like a full moon fell to the ground. So silly. Ha 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 ah. If you have something to say, don't let the dog bite people. Before Rosaria finished laughing, the dragon wolf chased Rosaria and bit her, scared the little girl to run around, and finally had to lie on Field's back. Field covered his face. There will be fun in the future. No wonder Ashina always enjoys teasing Rosaria. It turns out that she has seen through Rosaria's nature of teasing. The next morning. Dang. Rosaria flicked her finger on the gluttony great sword, and it made a long and melodious sound. The 3-day period has passed, and my gluttony great sword has returned. Although it is not in its peak state, it can be used. After the artifact is disintegrated, it takes 1 day to recast, 3 days to use, and 7 days to restore to full state. Rosaria slept for 3 days, and today is just the right time to use it. Field, next, I need to kill to recover, let's go chop things together. No matter what creature it is, as long as it stands in your way, we will chop it down. The little girl put her hands on her hips, carrying the great sword, with an expression that said the big man would take you flying. Calmly stuffing the bread into his mouth. Field nodded. I just want to try my fighting skills. I'll trouble you today. Do I have to be on duty today? Ashina was aggrieved. Her animal ears were drooping. Looking at the duty list in her hand, she was very sad. On the duty list, there were dog heads and bone wings drawn every other day, representing the schedule of guarding the winery. Field quickly patted her head to comfort her. Tomorrow we will team up together. The territory needs your protection. Okay. Rosaria. You must protect the adults. If you lose a hair, I will let the black wolf eat you. Chapter 71 Dowry. In the night territory, in a small hidden iron mine. Roar. A rotten corpse with shackles on its body, cries and rushes towards Field. Puff. Field draws out the iris-long sword, steps close to the rotten corpse. Using the power of shoulder and elbow, the long sword buzzes out. There is no sense of obstruction, just like cutting into tender tofu. The sword light cuts into the cheek of the rotten corpse, cutting off his entire lower jaw. Broken teeth fall to the ground. The rotten corpse's dirty blood splashes out like it's free, then falls to the ground, making a horrible ghost cry. Field steps forward and steps on the body of the rotten corpse with his foot, adds another sword, killing it. The corpses in the mines are almost all killed. Before they decayed, they must have been criminals. This place is not far from the big winery. In the future, when the territory extends here, we can mine. Shaking his hands, that were trembling slightly due to excessive force, turning his head to look at the 12 corpses dressed in the same outfit behind him, Field felt a sense of accomplishment. Yes, but most of the criminals in Night County were sent to the front line as cannon fodder to fight against the orcs. There are not many left here. By the way, have you adapted to the power of fighting spirit? Rosaria rummaged through the box beside her for a while, and complained. It would be great if the soldiers could help. I actually have to find things myself. The cold dirty blood flowed over the sword body, and flowed down the long sword. Field felt his right hand become sticky and slippery, which was very uncomfortable. I've almost adapted. Battle Chi greatly enhances strength and speed. If there is a secret book of Battle Chi, I can practice faster. Rosaria patted the dust off her hands, shook her head, and said thoughtfully, the secret book is not urgent. Your talent should not be wasted on Battle Chi. We should build a good territory. The prosperity of the territory will promote the advancement of the Chosen. In addition, most of the secret books of Battle Chi also come from the Chosen. It's nothing great. You can contract the talents of different Chosen. I have never seen it before. Contracting with more Chosen can help you more. You are right. Fighting is not suitable for lords. It's enough to have the ability to protect yourself. Field would not give up being a good lord and play a berserker. If he gets out of control, what will the girls do? Clang, clang, clang. Found it. Rosaria happily showed off the key in her hand. The plain little key kept swinging. What is this? Field's eyes lit up. With Rosaria, a native noble, there are almost no secrets in the night territory. This hidden mine cave, there is no mark on the map sold in the market. I can't see it on my own small map either. Rosaria, on the other hand, is very familiar with the mine cave. Come with me. There's something good. Rosaria covered her mouth and laughed. You'll be happy. Good? It's a new game. Come on. It's more exciting than the game. The two turned around in the gray fog, and finally stopped in a hunter's cabin. After Rosaria entered the house, she smashed the floor with a big sword, revealing the iron cellar door below. Hee hee. Inside is the dowry that I secretly saved. Rosaria was very proud. I saved it for a long time. My mother is a stingy person. In order to protect her treasure, she doesn't allow me to contact men, marry, and even plans to send me to a monastery. Field was shocked, staring at the little lowly in front of him. Is this something I should know? Similar to the East, women in this world need dowries when they get married. Dowries are not limited to huge sums of money or servants. Some generous nobles even use cities and territories as dowries. It would be troublesome if you met a stingy family. For example, the king of Franbia, who had fertile land and countless gold. but in order to save money for dowry, sent all his daughters to monasteries to become nuns. Of course you can know. Rosaria was like a happy magpie. And she quickly slipped down. My dowry is a first-level god artifact. The basement was very damp, and from time to time, there was foul-smelling dirty water dripping down, hitting the slightly decayed golden treasure chest. On the display shelf in the middle of the basement, there was an exquisite crystal cup, but it did not have the luster of an artifact, but instead had cracks. It's broken. Rosaria held it in for a long time, trembling as she held the cup, tears falling from her eyes. It's only been 11 years, and its power has completely dissipated. Divine power, as a kind of energy, still cannot escape loss. Without the nourishment of the Chosen One, the artifact will gradually degrade and eventually turn into dust. Flawless creation, worthy of being the lady of the Starry Night family. Your vision is perfect. Field touched the little girl's head to comfort her. Seeing Rosaria still silent, Field was distressed. Isn't there a box of treasures? If you want a magic weapon, I will buy it for you later, and you can save up again. Stupid. Stupid. Who am I saving my dowry for? It's all your property. Rosaria punched him with her little pink fist. After she calmed down, she wiped her tears and said, "Don't touch that box. That's a treasure chest monster. It will catch people and make them give birth to babies. I don't know if it's dead in 11 years. Goddamn treasure chest monster." Puff Field. They couldn't hold it back. Why put such a perverted thing in the house? To prevent thieves. After putting away the damaged crystal cup, Rosaria dug a hole in the corner again and took out a key. But she was obviously not as excited as before. There is still some private money. Not much. Let's go and see. Field was curious. How much is it? More than 1,000 gold coins. And some jewelry. If no one finds it. Awesome. Field was ashamed. A little girl could save so much wealth. And she still had money to spend after being dead for 10 years. When I came here, I was penniless. It's a pity that the Xingye family, the wealth accumulated by generations, was taken away by others. Rosaria said seriously. What happened? In fact, I am very confused about this question. Why didn't you leave the northern province at the beginning? As nobles, you didn't know about the news that the Empire released the death haze? This is outrageous. Field is puzzled. Yes, this is very strange. Before the gray fog broke out, my mother, Ms. Sophia, took the family's chosen ones and secretly packed up all the wealth, artifacts and potion formulas in the family treasury and shipped them away. I don't even know where they were shipped to. The war was in full swing. The orcs broke through 17 fortresses in 3 days. Even the main city in the center of the northern border, Lionheart City, was bloodbath. As many as 20 chosen ones fell. But the major families did not even have a basic reaction. I couldn't contact my mother. There was no fortress in the Night Territory. I had no choice but to shrink the defense line and send out scouts to try to send all the people to Starry Night City for refuge. Chapter 72 Pregnant Women. But not increasing the population. But the scouts had not returned yet. The guards reported the news of the corpses first. The large number of corpses that appeared in the lumberyard caught the Night Lord off guard. Then the corruption followed the river and entered the Starry Night City. The whole city was instantly infected. The Night Lord did not take any action and became a corrupted place. I wanted to gather the troops and rely on the main building for defense. You also know what happened later. I was killed by the corrupt dragon that suddenly appeared. When I woke up, I had become the chosen one of the corrupt gods. Field thought of the strange rune array in the lumberyard. He rubbed his chin. The rumor is that the former empress communicated with the power of the devil, sacrificed everyone in the Night Territory, killed the orcs and their servants. I don't know about that. Rosaria shook her head. The past is no longer important to me. Now we are here. That cave is where I keep my private money. That money will belong to you and me from now on. Under Rosaria's guidance, the two found a hidden cave. There were still many broken corpses around. All fresh. Something is wrong. Field, take care of yourself. Some living creatures have been here recently. Rosaria frowned. Some in the gluttony great sword. There are people moving in the cave now. I hope they are a few stupid thieves, so that I can happily taste the taste of human blood. Are you sure it's a living person, and not a goblin? Field took out the iron shield from behind, and drew out the iris long sword, making a defensive posture. Yes, I am sure. the unique sweet smell of human blood, and the smell of amniotic fluid? It's incredible. Someone got pregnant and gave birth in the gray fog? When it came to pregnancy, Rosaria was stunned for a moment, secretly glanced at Field's expression, and then licked the corner of her mouth with her small tongue. But my perception is far inferior to Ashina's, so be careful. Without being blocked, the two walked into the cave smoothly. Fog lights? Field saw the bright small fog lights at a glance, emitting soft light, dispelling the fog in the cave. It's really amniotic fluid. Then, Field saw a horrible scene. 13 women were tied to the ground like livestock. Almost all of them were pregnant. Their dull eyes were bloodshot, their tongues were sticking out, and their disgusting body fluids were everywhere. It really is the world of H. Gaines. Field was shocked. He leaned down, and subconsciously wanted to rescue these women. But he stopped immediately. In the strange northern province, you can't just touch anything casually. Field said vigilantly, "Is it the work of the goblins?" "No, how can goblins have fog lights?" "No." Rosaria smiled, glancing at the big stone in the cave, then said nonchalantly, "These women are useless, their brains have been damaged, and they have become carriers of monsters. The babies in their stomachs can be born at any time." Field saw Rosaria rushing towards herself. He blinked his right eye, and immediately understood what the little girl meant. He also pretended to be calm, but he slowly walked to the corner, but he held the long sword tightly in his right hand, and said nervously, "It's so pitiful, I don't know who the murderer is. Then we have to ask the owner of this place." Before he finished speaking, a black shadow fell from the top of his head, accompanied by a violent sound of breaking wind, and hit Field fiercely. "Go to hell. You actually tricked me." Fortunately, he was prepared, and Field slightly raised his body, and raised his shield. Before the impact came, a ferocious sword tied by an iron chain, shining with a strong killing intent, hit the sneak-attacking figure in midair, and directly cut it into two pieces. Like a bursting watermelon, blood was splattered everywhere, and several pure life energies were plundered by the gluttony sword. "The lord who dared to sneak attack this lady is tired of living." Rosaria snorted coldly, and then showed a happy expression. The taste of the fighting night is delicious. Since she had already started, Rosaria was too lazy to pretend, turned her head, and smiled at the big stone, and swung out the gluttony sword. The red and black light lingered on it, and suddenly passed through the huge stone. "Get out. Kneel down to this lady's lord." The sword passed, and the stone opened. Two figures flashed out at the same time. Both women. Damn it. I was discovered. Worthy of being the chosen one. I can't run away. Then dragged them to death together. The two looked at each other. Field folded his hands in front of his chest and asked majestically, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Tell me the truth. I can consider letting you go. I'm not a bad person. I'm Baron Field, nicknamed the Lion of the North." This is of course Field's nonsense. From the moment they saw the chosen one, no matter what they came from, they either became a member of the Night Lord or were buried in the ground. The northern province is far from being as simple as it seems. Field smelled a conspiracy. "Ha. Let us go. Watch out for yourself." The red-haired woman in the lead laughed wildly. "I'm sorry to tell you that even the chosen ones will have their power exhausted. If you catch us, you must pay with your life." "The price of life? If you are really awesome, you don't have to sneak attack." Although Field analyzed it this way, he still warned, "Be careful. Rosaria. Retreat when you encounter danger." "No problem." Rosaria smiled. "Everything is under control." The two women tore the scrolls in their hands. The tied women all wailed in pain. The next second, puff, puff, the deformed monster with spider legs broke out of the body, splattering blood, very curious. As soon as the spiders crawled out, they climbed to the top of the cave in a strange posture. The red-haired woman was like a devout believer, shouting in a high-pitched voice, "Let you taste the taste of the resentful spider." Rosaria's mouth drew a lovely arc. "I will taste it carefully, and my stomach is empty." Squeak. 13 screaming spiders burst into strange screams at the same time, and in an instant, on Field's small map, countless red skull icons burst out, almost painting this small map red. Even more spectacular than the monkey corpse tied, countless corrupted spiders swarmed into the cave. Corrupted spiders are common corrupted creatures, the size of hounds, and good at attacking and biting prey. One or two of them are not a threat, and they can even crush slaves to death. But spiders like waves. It's hard to say. All you can hear is the rustling sound of crawling, which makes your scalp numb. Ha ha ha. Do you hear that beautiful sound? Countless spiders will flood this place. And you will be buried with us. The two women laughed crazily. Like lunatics. And Field took a step back in fear of being infected. Then, they actually stripped themselves naked, showing themselves in a big letter, "We are willing to sacrifice our flesh and blood to the coming of God. Glory shine on us." Chapter 73, Unparalleled Mowing. TSK, what a bad figure, all clumsy muscles, I guess they are from the Imperial Army. Glancing calmly, Rosaria neither killed the resentful spider, nor chopped the two people. Field, please don't stare at me, believe me, I have a much better figure than them. The little girl proudly put her hands on her hips, with an expression that said, I am so awesome. After being pointed out by Rosaria, Field still adhered to the gentleman's principle, and openly appreciated their performance art. What are you doing, by the way? Can you take a shower? This shocking ocean smell can be smelled from 20 meters away. The two women closed their eyes, did not reply, and muttered incomprehensible prayers. They are waiting to be eaten by insects. They seem to be cultists. And then mixed in the army. Rosaria grabbed the gluttony great sword and swung it casually. But their hopes may be dashed. Be careful. Field was vigilantly holding up the shield to prevent the attack of the resentful spider. In less than half a minute, countless corrupted spiders poured into the cave, like a slowly advancing black wave. Before the little spiders could rush to Rosaria, a motorcycle-sized grudge spider couldn't help it. It twisted several times in the air in a weird and twisted posture, and then popped out its sharp spider legs and stabbed Rosaria fiercely. A newly born first-level creature dared to act rashly in front of me. When the two met, Rosaria grabbed it casually, and her white and tender little hand firmly clamped the spider leg, and then swung it violently. And the grudge spider was like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the stone wall. Before the resentful spider could scream, the gluttonous great sword was thrown over, splitting the spider in half. And immediately the juice splashed everywhere. Squeak, the other corrupted spiders had arrived. It's just food. Rosaria grabbed the chain, maximized the range of the slash, and then suddenly slashed the gluttonous great sword in a fan shape. The moment her palm swung, the air was actually cut by the terrifying force, and a sharp sonic boom sounded. Boom, the gluttonous great sword and the chain of the great sword swept past, and a large blood mist exploded in an instant, accompanied by the screams of countless spiders and the sound of objects being cut. The open space in the cave was immediately covered with dirty blood and body parts. Hiss, what a terrifying killing area. Similar to the dragon flame of the dragon wolf, it seems that Rosaria can easily cause damage to the whole group. Field looked at the spiders that were wiped out, and felt relieved, but thinking that Rosaria was once an enemy, he was still afraid. If Rosaria didn't care about Ashina at the beginning, and directly rushed into the crowd to chop countless life essences, storms poured into the big sword, and were transformed into blood threads, and returned to Rosaria's body. Come more, I am more and more excited. Rosaria's pupils trembled with excitement. She directly slashed out several terrifying sword lights. Divine skills, endless slashes. 3 big sword chi containing the breath of corruption and death swept through the air. Even the rock wall of the cave was slashed open. Then the sword energy crashed fiercely into the surging spider tide, plowing the land for several miles. And everything it hit, whether it was spiders, trees or stones, was shattered and disintegrated. Using magic skills now? You are really looking for death. The two crazy women stopped reciting prayers, but sneered. Field spread his hands and said calmly, Why can't we talk? Maybe our territory can be mutually beneficial with your organization. Weapons, artifacts or slaves are all negotiable. I recently got some good things, called happy beans, which can help you get rid of your anger and restore your femininity. With you. Are you worthy? The red-haired woman laughed loudly. But unfortunately, because of exercise, the rabbit was as hard as her chest muscles. Even if the woman laughed and trembled, there was no beauty at all. You short-sighted nobles will never understand how great a world we want to build. It's hard. Tao is a society. Field's eyes widened, but when he thought of these guys who killed women, and were just like crazy fanatics, this possibility was immediately extinguished. Field showed a disgusted expression. Don't speak halfway, Riddler. Get out of Gotham. Hee, in short, nobles, such as you must die. The red-haired woman said coldly. Don't think that the Chosen One can protect you. The divine skills cannot be released casually. Divine skills, endless slash. As soon as the red-haired woman finished speaking, Rosaria slapped her in the face. She had accumulated enough life energy and released the divine skills for the second time. This time, the range and power of the sword light were even more terrifying. 7 waves of sword energy were slowly slashed out in the red-haired woman's confused eyes. Wherever the sword energy went, spiders were shattered, and the bloody remains were scattered on the ground, forming a disgusting carpet of flesh and blood. Savage woman, make your spider-flavored food stronger. More! More! Countless pure life forces poured into Rosaria's body, slowly growing the little Loli's body into a girl's form. And even her voice became mature. What kind of monster is that? The 2 crazy women took a step back. They really didn't expect this scene. Shouldn't the divine power be quickly consumed, and then flee, and finally be overwhelmed and eaten by spiders? Field's patience was limited. He imitated their tone, and said in a cold and arrogant voice, "You are worthy of knowing? Get down from me." Unlike ordinary chosen ones, Rosaria's divine skill of burning life is the most suitable for her. With the ability to absorb life, she can become stronger with each battle. Therefore, we cannot fight Rosaria head-on, but should adopt gorilla and kite tactics, or simply crush her with firepower. For example, Ashina's magic skill can directly knock her out of one form and damage her magic weapon. In just 1 minute, Rosaria used the 3rd endless slash. Countless and mixed sword energy almost flattened the area around the cave. The corrupted spiders were slaughtered. In the cave, the remaining resentful spiders, even their voices were hoarse. But they could not summon any corrupted spiders, so they could only stare at each other. Field could even see the fear in the compound eyes of the resentful spider. Is the party over? I'm only half full, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Rosaria turned gracefully. And then, the big sword wrapped in blood and fierce momentum burst out, at a very fast speed, beating the resentful spiders into a ball of paste one by one, and rotting on the stone wall. Seeing Rosaria's unfriendly eyes sweeping over, the pupils of the female lunatic, who spoke little, trembled. Yellow urine flowed down her thighs, and her eyes became clear again. Huh? Now you know how powerful I am. Right? You were so arrogant before. Field almost laughed to death. Wait. Stop, you said before, we can talk. I'll tell you everything we come from. Chapter 74 Imperial Survey Corps. Perhaps because of the intense fear, the woman's crazy look suddenly became clear. She grabbed her hair, and said painfully, "Please stop. We are the Imperial Survey Corps. Go and save Miss Shirley Gassina. She is on Claudia Road, on the way to the Night Territory, with important information about corruption." What she said should be the truth. They were mentally broken before. Rosaria nodded seriously, and said to the 2 women, "For the future of the Empire, tell the important information quickly. I feel a force in your heads, expanding rapidly. We were attacked by a terrifying corrupted monster. Miss Shirley asked us to retreat with the wounded, but in the Night Territory, we were taught." As soon as a key word was mentioned, the heads of the 2 women exploded at the same time, and yellow and white filth splashed everywhere. Rosaria flashed in front of Godfield, and waved her hand to block the filth. They triggered the ban, and the caster did not allow them to think of or mention something. No wonder they are insane, looking like fanatics, and it turns out they are parasitized by the mind. Field frowned, with a serious expression, crossed his index fingers, and thought for a moment. The Imperial Survey Corps is mainly responsible for investigating the degree of corruption. Logically, no human should attack them. The spread of corruption is related to the safety of all mankind. Field paced back and forth. It may be a personal grudge of the Survey Corps, or a conspiracy organization. She wanted to say a certain word just now, but unfortunately she failed. It's really annoying. Corruption, pagans, heresy and cults. It's a mess. Field felt confused. Why are all the forces ready to move? The pagans' westward expedition has such a great impact. Rosaria thought for a while, shrugged her white shoulders, yawned, and covered her mouth slightly with her hands. I know nothing about the current situation in the Empire, but this matter has nothing to do with us. No matter how bad it is. Can it be worse than staying in a pile of corrupted creatures? As Field's chosen one, Rosaria has no awareness of corrupted creatures at all. She has become a thorough corrupt traitor and kills corrupted creatures without mercy. That's right. After being reminded by Rosaria, Field nodded. I am a small baron, and I can't control the affairs of the Empire. There is no benefit to be sought. All major forces are troubles. As long as you don't provoke me, they have nothing to do with me. Field felt relieved. Put away the iris sword. Turned it into a brooch and pinned it on his chest. Shaking his wrist, I have to think carefully about the Survey Corps. Let's go back to the winery first. Glad to see you relax. Rosaria lifted her skirt and smiled at Field. I think my hidden private money is still there. Rosaria, in her girlish form, seemed somewhat aloof. She stood on tiptoe, passed through the spider's corpse, and dug out an iron treasure chest in the corner of the cave. That's it. Wow! Golden legend. After opening the treasure chest, Field felt as if he was dazzled by the high beams, and all he saw were shining gems and coins. All kinds of beautiful jewelry, all made of gold and silver, and inlaid with various gems, looked so dazzling in the dim environment. In addition, there was a box full of gold, silver and copper coins. It can be seen that she usually hides even the copper coins. For you. Rosaria lowered her head slightly, and her voice became much softer. Her white jade-like feet seemed to have nowhere to put, and her knees rubbed against each other, even turning red, showing that she was uneasy. Are you really going to give it to me? Field was a little confused. It was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he received a gift from a girl, and the one for this beauty. Besides, Rosaria said that this was her private money, prepared as a dowry. Could it be that Rosaria's dress would change due to the change of form? Now the top of the dress, a ring fixed on the neck, seemed to be filled with creamy white skin, and the snowy grooves exposed to Field openly. She was right before. Rosaria's figure is really good. She will definitely be better in the queen form. Of course, Sir Field, these are all your wealth. You can use them as you like. Rosaria looked up and smiled. From now on, you will be my foot slave. Hurry. Hurry, what should I do when a noble lady confesses her love to me? This plot is too fast. I think we have only known each other for a few days. Are we going to get married? Field's face turned red, his head felt dizzy, and he subconsciously wanted to hug her. I really can't do anything with you. Be your husband. Wait, what did you say just now? Be my foot slave, although this is my first time trying it, but I believe you will do well. Rosaria covered her mouth and smiled elegantly. Foot. 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 What is a slave? Field slapped his forehead, cold sweat dripped down. He, of course. You are responsible for taking care of my daily life, and making me happy, rubbing my feet, relieve fatigue. Of course, when you greet me in the morning and evening, just kiss my instep. If you want to kiss other places, it depends on your performance. A question mark slowly popped up in Field's mind. Give me back the cute little lowly version. This perverted little sister is too scary. I originally thought Rosaria was an M, but now I see. She is actually an S? Please don't be too outrageous. Field refused righteously, then knocked her on the head with his knuckles, giving Rosaria a sugar-roasted chestnut, and said angrily, Little girl, don't be too outrageous. If I don't beat you up today, I think you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. There is nothing wrong with foot rubbing, but it should not become a ritual. I love to do it, but it does not mean I have to do it. Liking jade feet does not mean being a licker. Inequality, seconds. Rubbing her head. Rosaria chuckled. I was just kidding you. Dear Field, how could I bear to let you be my slave? I see you are not kidding. Field sighed, then smiled and said, Thank you for your generosity. You can keep the jewelry. I will use the coins to build the territory, and I will compensate you 100 times in the future. Just be nice to me. I like your gentleness and sense of responsibility. Rosaria was very happy. Don't take the joke just now to heart. I actually want to be your foot slave. Puff. Please stop talking. Field almost vomited blood. At least don't say it now. You are really a.m. I didn't misjudge you. If you continue like this, you will be killed by the law of the Great Way. Oh! Let's check nearby. Since they are from the Survey Corps, they must have equipment nearby. Field thought about the business. He was almost going crazy because of poverty. In the battle of the main building, a large number of weapons were lost. He was now very greedy for weapons and equipment. Chapter 75 Who is spreading rumors? The two searched around the cave for a while, and actually found the carriages of the Survey Corps, a total of 5. The horses pulling the carriages were dead, with tentacles and tumors growing all over their bodies, and they would soon become corrupted horses, so Field had to finish them off. In the first 2 carriages, there were several male corpses lying, and when the white cloth was lifted, it was seen that their bodies were covered with teeth marks and torn wounds. Perhaps they were the wounded soldiers of the Survey Corps, and they were all dead, with eyes wide open, full of unwillingness. No one is alive. Rosaria shook her head. then swung her knife to chop off the head of the corpse to prevent it from turning into a corpse. Field said, as a matter of course, if you can arrange such a thing as the spider, you won't make a low-level mistake. The other 3 cars are all good things. Field found armor that is better than the border fortress. 10 sets of heavy chain mail. In the absence of gunpowder weapons, the defensibility of chain mail is terrifying. Most weapons cannot cut through it, and blunt weapons will also share most of the power. The value of 10 sets of chain mail is enough to buy a farm. In addition, there are 17 pieces of heavy horse armor, several fine weapons, 2 boxes of fighting spirit potions, and a box of blood-stained personal belongings, such as jewelry, coins, suicide notes, and family flags. There is no doubt that they are out of ammunition and food. Apart from hard weapons and armor, there are no potions or food. Field saw the key at a glance. He only found half a piece of gnawed bacon, which was still hidden in his heart. Field shook his head and said, "Even the wounded who retreated first are in such a predicament. I dare not imagine Miss Shirley's situation. It is likely that they have been defeated. And then, they will perform the defeat animation with the corrupted creatures. After all, there are no supply warehouses along the way, nor are there any villages for them to plunder. So the Knights of the Empire cannot get food." Rosaria put one hand on her waist, and swung the meteor hammer with her right hand like a propeller. She said playfully, "Even the chosen ones need to eat. Of course. Except for the invincible me. Rosaria kills people just to eat. You will get my title. The first model worker in the Night Territory." Field was so happy that he gave her the title. From now on, the dragon wolf that can survive by eating rotten corpses, and Rosaria, who survives by chopping rotten corpses, are both called the first model workers in the Night Territory. "No way," Rosaria protested loudly. "You will be punished by not kissing my feet for 30 seconds. Compared with the stunning dancer or blood rose titles, the first model worker in Night Territory is simply stupid. So, in the future, our army needs to establish a complete logistics system." Field automatically blocked Rosaria's outrageous remarks. Unlike the Eastern concept of food and grass must be sent before troops move, the nobles of the empire did not pay enough attention to logistics, and often resorted to looting to supplement food. Only the kingdom of Franvia, under the influence of mercantilism, began to improve military support. But the mainstream of the continent was still willing to take from the enemy. Rosaria tied up several carriages with chains, dragged them all back to the territory, and then wrapped her jewelry and hid it in a place only she knew. "She is a hoarder. She likes to hide things so much," Field complained, and returned to the winery first, just after commanding the slaves to store the spoils. Field hadn't even sat in the chair. "Sir, Tate wants to see you." Wugwan was holding a rag, cleaning the entire winery. "Let him in." As soon as Tate came in, he talked about work without saying a word. "Sir, I found that the slave group has serious internal conflicts. Slaves are already at the bottom of society. How can they still fight each other?" Field sat up straight, raised his head and gestured. "Go on. It's like this. Strong slaves will rely on their physical strength and combat advantages to privately divide territories and populations, form gangs, and fight each other, such as secretly pulling out crops planted by opponents. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Even slaves are no exception. And within the gang, there will be superiors and subordinates. Strong slaves will not only work less, but also leave the work to the weak, and use force to rob the weak of their food and money." Field exhaled a foul breath, and said unkindly, "So a large amount of materials will gather towards those who don't work. The more people work, the less they get. My food is constantly fattening up lazy guys, while those who work hard can only struggle in hunger." "Yes, your analysis is very accurate." Tate was indignant. He hated termites the most. "We need to pull those guys out and hang them." "Ah, you seem to be a bit extreme." After the war, the Night Territory had a total population of 427, which was too much to bear. Killing could not completely solve the problem, and it would also reduce the population and happiness of the territory. No one wanted to live in a territory where they could be hanged at any time. If you hang one group, there will be another. It is the instinct of living things to gather resources. It cannot be forced to be attributed to individuals. Don't expect everyone to be a saint, Tate. Otherwise, what is the point of management? Field was very rational. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. "Tate, I selected 30 people yesterday to train as new recruits. You let them help suppress and punish gang members, and temporarily act as a security team. Turning his head to look at Cal, who was joining in the fun, Field said, in addition, Cal, you take 1 hour every night to teach the soldiers and the security team. Just teach a few of the most commonly used words and numbers. Why teach them to write? Once they go to the battlefield, they can die at any time. Cal looked reluctant. And they are all stupid. It is impossible for them to learn. Just do as I say. Field waved his hand. Cal looked reluctant. I heard that. Someone spread rumors everywhere, saying that I peeped at female slaves going to the toilet. Field took a sip of tea slowly. Oh, I don't know which damn bastard actually said such an outrageous thing. The goddess will definitely make his mouth rot. Cal was so scared that he was sweating all over. His legs were shaking like noodles. I will definitely teach the soldiers to write. I will. The adults did not give me trouble, but honor, I will cherish it. Very good, go. Field put down the teacup. Cal rolled and crawled away. Tate looked puzzled and stood up and said, My lord, I am going to work too. Don't worry, I plan to plan a new way of working, dividing the work into individual tasks. For example, a slave, after he plows an acre of land, will be given 5 copper coins. After he deals with the corruption of a piece of land, he will be rewarded with 3 copper coins, instead of working together in a messy way as before, and getting paid together. Chapter 76, Mastering the Magic of Quick Learning. Of course, I plan to abstract the copper coin, called work points. You just need to do simple addition and subtraction after his name. You don't have to really give him money. After all, money can be robbed, but work points can't. Field spread his hands. When it reaches the value of a gold coin, he can be pardoned as a slave and become a free man. In addition, when the resources in the territory increase, work points can be exchanged for extra bread, daily supplies, or something else. They will work hard for a better life. Tate's pupils trembled. Yes, as long as the work points are recorded, strong slaves can't rob them at all. In addition, only when a person does the work and the points are counted on the spot, can he get work points. And the strong can't embezzle them. Field was about to end the conversation, but suddenly remembered that the ban on defecation was invalid. No. I'm too civilized and kind again. This is a big step. Field patted his head. Work points are a long-term goal. Let's move forward slowly. One step at a time. First, let the security team strictly deal with gang problems. Encourage reporting. And catch the perpetrators. Confiscate their property. Whip them in public. And then send them to the most difficult positions to work hard. Field slammed his fist on the table. Hanging for harming the population. Then severe punishment and labor reform. Your fairness is shocking. Tate was so shocked that he trembled all over. He sighed secretly. Coming to the night territory might be the most correct decision he has ever made. Go and do it. I will follow the process in real time. After sending Tate away, Field found Ashina. He planned to discuss the Survey Corps with the 2 chosen ones. Rosaria hasn't come back yet. You come first. I have something to talk to you about. Field pulled Ashina into the room. In broad daylight you're going to. Ashina's voice got smaller and smaller, and finally she just covered her face. Yeah. Waiting is a waste of time. It's a good time to study magic. Field took the quick magic from the bookshelf and handed it to Ashina. Can you master it? Or copy one? After Ashina flipped through it, she said, I can't copy or use it. This is the creation of the Chosen One, just like a divine weapon. On the contrary, you or others can learn. Do you want to try it? Just like the church's fog lights and purification potions, it's actually a product of the Chosen One. No wonder it's so expensive. Field was very disappointed. No one in the territory has magical abilities. It seems that it can only be left there for the time being. Ashina drew a beautiful smile at the corner of her mouth, and said in a doting tone, But it is precisely because it is the creation of the Chosen One that it is possible for divine power to drive it. If you want to play, I can just lend you some divine power. If you perform it yourself, it should be no problem. Can it be borrowed? Field was shocked. Then I can be a great wizard. No, I'm not hiding it. Divine power can only be transmitted to the contractor, and the effect is very weak, so it's hard to use. It's not like Rosaria sharing Dochi. You'll know after you try. It's less than 1% of a first-level magician. Ashina tiptoed and sat on Field's desk, then crossed her legs, hooking her slippers on her toes. The pink soles of her feet couldn't be covered even with white silk. The perfect arch of the foot outlined a bony arc. Don't blame me if you're disappointed. Sir, it's best to find a magic book with extremely low magic consumption. Field stared at the faintly visible squeezed out and was stunned. This little girl is getting bolder and bolder. When I first bought her, she only dared to sit on the floor to eat. In a blink of an eye, she dared to sit on her desk with her legs crossed. After a while, I'm afraid she will sit on my face. Although it's not bad. Field cleared his throat. I won't blame you. Okay then. Ashina's wolf ears suddenly swayed cunningly. And she wanted to play. She sighed and said in a helpless and seductive tone, if you want to get the power, you must kiss to transmit it. As soon as she finished speaking, Ashina's face turned red. And she quickly stuck out her tongue and waved her hands to cool down. Oh my god! What did I just say? Ashina regretted it. No problem. I've been waiting for this sentence. Fayer stood up suddenly and walked to Ashina. Hey, I'm just kidding. Ashina was so scared that her hair stood up. She was a conservative person. She dared to tease Fayer because Fayer spoiled her. Fayer didn't care. He reached out and locked her hand. The other hand had already started to move around, slippery. Then, the soft jade entered her mouth. And her mouth was sweet. This was not an exaggeration in night novels. But it was really sweet. The hot wind brought by her breath blew on her face, which was very comfortable. Ashina didn't know whether she was confused or afraid of hurting Field by running away. She just closed her eyes and trembled slightly. Knock. Knock. My lord. I'm here to repair the floor. You told me this morning. There was a knock on the door from the Greyhound. Since he was captured by Field and brought to the Night Lord, he had to do all the carpentry work in the entire camp. I'm busy. Come back tomorrow. Field said in a bad tone. He actually forgot about this. Greyhound was startled by Field's terrifying tone. There was a grunt and crawling sound coming from outside the door. Ashina was also startled. She seized the opportunity and broke free from Field's arms. She rubbed her head and said, next time. Let's talk about the power. No. Field was very angry. Let me go. I was just kidding. You don't need to kiss here to transmit the power. Ashina smacked her lips. She almost suffocated just now, although she felt inexplicably high. Field was shocked. Then where do you want to kiss? No need to kiss anywhere. The Lord is so perverted. Ashina covered her face shyly. Okay, I'll let you go. The contract of the Chosen One is much more solid than the marriage certificate, so there's no need to rush. Ashina reached out and touched Field's forehead, and a pure force, with a terrifying pressure, rushed in. Field felt a towering snow-capped mountain flashing in front of him, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Fortunately, the pressure only lasted for a moment. Field's reason returned to reality, but he found that he was already sweating profusely. That's all I can do. Ashina saw Field's tired look and was a little worried. Her knowledge came from inheritance, and there would always be some deviations in practice, and she didn't dare to do anything wrong. Are you okay? There was only a trace of divine power, but it was enough to drive the quick magic. Of course, this trace of divine power was useless for other aspects. It was like borrowing 2 batteries from AI to play with a flashlight, but it didn't mean that it had the computing power of AI. Taking out Feathered Beast Empathy, Field dripped blood into it, and the magic book immediately flipped, and the strange runes burst into shining light. Field immediately mastered the magic skills of Feathered Beast Empathy, as if he was born with it. Although he didn't understand the specific meaning of the runes, he could activate them. I'm going to try it now. Chapter 77 God's Perspective, the current status of the territory. Take out a white pigeon from the pigeon cage. Field casts the Feathered Beast Empathy magic on it. A silver energy flies out from the fingertips and drills into the pigeon's head. Instantly, Field feels that his vision has expanded, like watching a split-screen video, and for a moment, he doesn't know which side to look at. Interesting. Fortunately, Field came up with a good idea, and the main body lies back on the bed and closes his eyes. The screen immediately turns black, and only the pigeon's vision can be seen. Ashina, release the pigeons. Okay. Opening the old wooden windows of the winery, the pigeons soared into the sky. Field immediately gained a god's eye view, and saw the whole picture of night territory. The overall tone was the brown-black color of the soil, with a little light gray. The soil was full of the erosion of the death haze. Although it had been purified, it still had some color left. Looking down from a high place, it was like watching an old black and white TV. The slaves all lived in tents made of broken wood, old cloth and dry grass. The broken wood was swept out, which was a scarce resource. It was good enough that the decayed plants did not kill people. So don't expect to build houses. Those with poor conditions did not even have sheds, and could only sleep wrapped in rags and leaning against each other. The lives of the free people were slightly better, because they did not have to work by force. They were already digging mud to build houses. Field saw the most classic fire pit, a facility built in the middle of the house, which was equivalent to a stove plus a con in the northeast, used for cooking and heating. Women were weaving cloth next to the fire pit, and from time to time, they looked at the pot of porridge on the fire pit. Coo-coo. The pigeon smelled the fragrance, and flapped its wings and landed on the mud wall built by the free people. Oh, I missed the days in the bull territory. Although I couldn't eat, at least I could live in a roofed house. Shut up, you were whipped 5 times last time, did you forget? The weaving woman glared at her husband fiercely. Don't expect me to take care of your rotten ass. I would rather marry a slave soldier in the guards than live with you. Oh, damn you short-sighted shrew, you actually want to marry a slave. The man was very angry. Slaves will never turn over in their lives, and their sons and grandsons will be slaves in the future. The woman spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in a very tasteless manner. Bah! The Lord said that as long as you earn 1 gold coin, you will set the slaves free. You know the guards. How much money can you make? It is said that Iron Hammer already has a deposit of 1 gold coin. I have never seen so much in my life. If this money is returned to bull territory, it will make you the richest man in the village. The humiliated man almost fainted. Then can you go out? There are no merchants, taverns or markets in night territory. There is no place to spend money. It will come sooner or later. The woman was not convinced. Don't use this excuse not to work. I am weaving cloth. I can go directly to the winery to exchange oats. The nobles don't keep their words. Bull Baron takes away so many little girls every year, saying that they are to be maids and choirs. The last one didn't come back. Our little Fanny is also missing. There is no news. The room fell into silence. Field listened silently. It's time to build a market, or an exchange system, to allow goods and commodities to circulate. Otherwise, the production enthusiasm of the free people will be hit. As for the little girl, she probably met with something unforeseen at the hands of the Bull Baron, but he couldn't control the Bull Baron, at least for now. The carrier pigeon was attracted by the aroma of the porridge in the pot, and couldn't bear it any longer, and flew down. The porridge in the support pot hadn't boiled yet, but there were already tiny bubbles, and the bran floated on the surface. This thing was not even as good as rice water in modern times, but in the night territory, it was already top-notch food. Oh my god! Where did this bird come from? Go away! That's for the kids. The couple agreed on the food, and immediately waved their hands to drive the pigeon away. It wasn't that Field was playing a trick on the people, but he couldn't control the pigeon at all. This little magic could only gain visual and auditory abilities. The pigeon fled, and kept circling around the big winery. Field was worried several times that this stupid bird would crash into the gray fog, and then turn into a pigeon monster. Fortunately, animals are very alert to the death fog, and the pigeon finally landed in the farmland cultivated by slaves. Field could see slaves planting broad beans on the crooked ridges. A male slave absent-mindedly dug a shallow pit with his hands, threw the seeds in, and then stepped on them casually. The seeds were even kicked out of the pit. He was too lazy to even look at them, and just dug another one. This was not bad, because another one had fallen asleep on the ridge. Field even saw that some people were eating the seeds raw. Damn it. There's no way this can produce any yield. Field almost jumped out of bed, and then ran to the farmland to catch them, and beat them up. No wonder slavery is doomed to be eliminated. This production efficiency is so high that even dogs would shake their heads. Fortunately, at this moment, a voice said, "Damn you. Stinky shit. Get up and work." Tate came with 2 security teams, which were the new recruits recruited by Field, with sticks and whips. They kicked and beat the slaves severely. The idiot who stole the seeds, the food will be halved in 3 days. The guy who doesn't work seriously, you supervise him, make him go back to work. This acre of land will not be paid. As for the lazy sleeper, just go carry wood. You won't want to sleep if you run back and forth. Get moving. Don't waste the adult's bread. Tate made a series of judgments quickly. The 2 recruits, with a look of gloating, ran up to execute them. Very good, reasonable punishment, neither cruel nor saintly. Field saw all this and nodded with satisfaction. The decree was executed in place. and Tate was able to execute it as soon as Field finished speaking, which made Field very satisfied. A person who can properly execute government orders is the wealth of the Night Lord. Sister, look at the pigeons over there. Shoo. Field was still thinking, and heard the girl's voice. The pigeon also looked in the direction of the sound, and saw two dirty little mud monkeys, blinking at them with big eyes. It's rare. And they are twins. Field compared them back and forth, and confirmed that the two looked exactly the same. But their temperaments were very different. The one holding the stone looked strong and powerful, and the squatting girl looked timid and melancholy. Wait, a stone? Field was shocked. Bayou held the stone in her hand, and kept thinking about the bird-hunting skills her father taught her before he died. She leaned down slightly, holding a sharp stone tightly in her right hand. Sister, don't do this. Hayu screamed in panic, wanting to scare the pigeon away. But feeling her sister's gaze, she shrank her neck and didn't dare to do it, licking the corner of her mouth. Bayou thought of the smell of meat, and her stomach couldn't help twitching, and saliva kept flowing down the corner of her mouth. Sister, don't make a fuss. There will be bird meat to eat soon. Chapter 78. The bird was hit. The pigeon was very stupid. It didn't know it was going to be hit at all. It refused to move, just cooed. Field couldn't control the pigeon, and could only pray silently that it wouldn't hit. Sister, don't. Seeing that her sister was about to throw the stone, Hayu waved her hands in panic. Stop. This is the Lord's property. Idiot, it's not the bird. After Bayou finished speaking, he threw the stone without listening to his sister's explanation, and accurately hit the pigeon that was flapping its wings in a hurry. Field felt the world spinning in front of his eyes. When the pigeon's vision became clear, he saw a pair of clear big eyes staring at him. Very beautiful eyes, like clear and pure sapphire blue. But Field could see pure appetite in him. According to the imperial law, everything on the land belongs to the local lord. This is also a core concept of the Griffin Empire. The land belongs to the nobles. But this law has loopholes. It does not stipulate the sea and the sky. Therefore, bird hunting is not illegal. But private hunting, even if it is squirrels and rabbits, or picking branches, logging, as long as it is related to the land, it is illegal to take it privately. However, the Lord will also issue regional decrees, making changes to the imperial laws. For example, setting aside areas for collecting firewood and permits for hunters. Field's face darkened, and he was about to ask the servant to take the pigeon back. Sister, send the pigeon back to the Lord's castle. Hayu's teeth were already chattering. There are no normal birds in the night territory, only flying monsters, so the pigeon must be raised by the Lord. What? Right. Bayou, who realized it later, immediately had his pupils trembling, but he still stammered. What if it is really wild, or God-given? Besides, I have been seen. Other slaves have seen them beating pigeons. Greedy eyes are looking at them from all directions. Everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. Bayou knows that. Using excuses like picking up injured pigeons won't work. They beat the Lord's pigeons. Go report it. Lord Tate said, there are rewards for reporting. Aren't they wild? I saw the caravan carrying bird cages. It must be the Baron's pet. Pets and wild animals are two different things. If the noble lord knows that his pet has been beaten, he will definitely use torture. Woo woo woo. The younger sister was already squatting on the ground crying. Their tears washed away the dust on her face, leaving a trail of tear marks. I don't want my sister to die. Their father was hanged because he took the Lord's branch. Bayou also fell to the ground dejectedly. It was not right to throw away the injured pigeon in his hand, and it was not right to hold it, as if it were a piece of red-hot iron. If she died, she would be bullied by the bastards. She didn't dare to think about it, so she had to say stubbornly, we will heal the pigeon. Poor kid. Rubbing his eyebrows, Field tried to cut off the supply of divine power of the feather beast empathy. After trying several times, it really worked. Field sat up, but saw Ashina curled up beside him, and fell asleep. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. Her toes were long but round, and her smooth toenails were light pink, as if painted with light and elegant nail polish. Her smooth and white skin and perfect arches set off her, making her look pitiful. Field helped massage her feet without hesitation. Miserable. Too miserable. A lord still had to massage his subordinates. The girl hummed in a sleepy and vague nasal voice. Big pervert lord. Then she glared at Field with a reproachful and coquettish look. It's better not to punish the little girl. Although pigeons are not cheap, Field, whose soul comes from the modern world, would not really hang the little girl who made a mistake. If he whipped her, one whip would make her go back to her mother's womb and start over. Directly pardoning the crime, or giving too light a punishment, is not feasible, because it would leave the people with the impression that the Lord is too kind, or even cowardly and saintly, which would immediately cause other slaves to follow suit. In the Holy Griffin Empire, where the weak are the prey of the strong, Field needs to maintain absolute dignity. Sir, a slave came to report that the foolish fool hurt your pigeon. The servant walked and hurried up and knocked on Field's bedroom door. Field stretched his body and said, I know. Take 3 pieces of black bread and give them to the person who reported it. One thing is one thing, the person who is loyal to you should still be rewarded. Your generosity is convincing. Walken praised him and immediately went to get the bread. This kid has been flattering quite frequently recently. And he also reported the rumor spread by Cow. Field rubbed his chin. Wagwan is indeed very loyal. We should try to let him learn management. The castle will recruit more servants sooner or later, and it needs a reliable person to coordinate. Field stood up and opened the door, and went downstairs with Ashina. The 2 sisters were already huddled in fear downstairs. Bayou had imagined many times what it would be like to meet the Lord. How she should salute. How to kneel. But this time, the situation was different. She had made a mistake, and her mind was full of fear. Perhaps Baron Field is a demon with a face full of flesh, who specializes in eating children. Now he has found a chance to eat them. The 2 sisters thought of their father, who also knelt in front of the castle, waiting for the Lord's verdict. They prayed for a miracle, but their father was finally hanged in despair. The door of the winery opened. Bayou saw a very young man walking towards him, wearing a black slim-fitting robe, with a beautiful silver brooch on his chest, and a fine steel sword hanging on his waist. He walked briskly, completely different from the cowering male servant. It is probably the Baron's knight. Bayou guessed in his heart he had heard the bard sing the praises of the knight's handsomeness and might before, and now it was completely confirmed. The only one who was different from his imagination was himself. It would be great if I were a princess or a noble lady, instead of a slave waiting to die. Kneel down, don't look directly into the eyes of the Lord. Wagwan saw the 2 people's stupid appearance, and was immediately furious. They actually violated the Lord's property. There were only 3 pigeons in the night territory. The 2 little girls knelt down trembling, and Field rubbed his temples. As a young man who had received compulsory education, and was born under the red flag, he really couldn't bear to see the people suffer. In fact, it was not a big deal. It was just an apology in modern times. At most, he would pay 100 yuan. How did you shoot the pigeon down? Field asked knowingly. Seeing the little girl tremble all over, Field said in a gentler tone, Don't be afraid first. Tell me nicely. I threw a stone. The 2 shrank like kittens. And Bayou whispered, I swear, I didn't know that the pigeon was the private property of the Lord. Chapter 79 God's Chosen Counsel. Field was happy. I really don't know if it was luck or skill, but he hit the target with 1 shot. The pigeon was in good condition. Its right wing was injured. Now it has become a free-range chicken, looking around foolishly. I will heal it. Heiyu gathered his courage, clenched his fists, and begged with tears in his eyes. Don't kill my sister, please, I will do anything. Haha, poor little girl, I don't want to kill anyone. After all, Night Lord has not issued a decree prohibiting bird hunting. Field gave himself a way out. The imperial decree only stipulates that land belongs to the nobles. Only the territorial decree issued by the nobles themselves will stipulate the wealth of rivers and the sky. But the pigeons are indeed my personal property. I will punish you 2 to do labor reform. Every evening, go to the chicken coop to clean up the chicken manure for a month. And there will be no pay. Do you have any objections? Ah? The 2 sisters were dumbfounded. Field asked in confusion, Do you have any objections? No. No. Thank you for your grace. The 2 responded excitedly, and cried with joy. They had never expected that the punishment would be so light. Is picking up chicken manure a punishment? For the 2 sisters, who had been doing farm work since childhood, it was just a daily routine. Go to the courtyard behind the winery to find the butler Cow. He will tell you how to do it. Start today. After Field finished dealing with it, he looked at the 2 running figures, and said with a confused face, Why are they punished? But they are still happy. Ashina winked playfully. Maybe they feel honored to work for you. The 2 returned to the room, and found that Rosaria had come back first without knowing when. Sitting at the desk with her legs crossed, drinking Field's black tea, but holding Field's development plan in her hand, with a confused face. Why can't I understand any of the words you wrote? Rosaria turned the paper over and over, confused. It's impossible for her to understand it. It's written in modern Chinese. I want this effect, so that some spies won't sneak in one day and read all my little secrets. Field shrugged. Since Rosaria is back, let's discuss the Survey Corps. Field told Ashina the details of this trip. To save Shirley Gassina. Or not to save her. Of course. We may have worked in vain. Let's not discuss this for now. Pointing to the paper map of the Northern Province. The three outermost territories of the Northern Province are Cloud Curtain, Night Curtain and Morning Curtain, which lead to the High Castle Province and Rick Province. Among them, Cloud Curtain territory can also lead to the homes of elves and dwarves. Originally, Cloud Curtain territory was a place where elves, dwarves, humans and orcs fought. The corrupted monsters there are definitely much stronger than Night Curtain territory. In contrast, Darkness territory and Dawn territory, because of the Imperial Defense Line, and the cleaning of the royal and church troops, there are not many powerful corrupted creatures. The deeper you go into the northern provinces, the more terrifying the enemies will be. And Claudia Road is the only way from Viscount Griffin's territory to Darkness territory. If they still have mounts, they can probably reach Darkness territory in one day. Field was very conflicted about saving people. He was not being kind-hearted, or if he heard that it was a woman, that thing would react. Gassina? If I remember correctly, it's also a big family with a history of 600 years. Right? The family believes in the goddess of war, relies on bravery and loyalty, is deeply trusted by the royal family, and is a rare duke with real power. There are 7 electors in the empire. Electors can even be earls, viscounts, etc. The title is related to strength, but not absolute. The throne is theoretically elected by voting, but the reality is that the throne will always belong to the Griffin family. Even if the previous empress turned the northern province into a corrupt place, the current empress is still a lady of the Griffin family. The nobles of the northern province did not vote against it, after all. They are all dead. In addition, the empire has 13 dukes and 67 marquises. Not even 1/3 of them have real power. Most of the dukes' territories are just nominal. And the land is managed by the county officials of the empire. The power of the Gassina family is less than 1,000th of what it was 10 years ago. Spreading his hands, Field looked amused. It's true that the loyal dog of the Empress is true. But the pioneers against the orcs are the Gassina family. They are the ones shrouded in the gray fog. They are still the main force of the expeditionary force. They are still the main force of the Survey Corps. Everyone in the family is almost dead. In short, too inward-looking. So that all the work of the whole company was given to him. Puff. Rosaria spit out all the tea, then wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Then Miss Shirley's worth will be greatly reduced. As a noble, Rosaria knows what Field wants. Benefits. As long as the nobles swear to promise benefits, or have a legally binding agreement, they can really get benefits. If Shirley can be saved, and the agreement can be negotiated, Field can gain something. Whether she is alive or not is still a question. Field sat down and looked at Ashina, who looked confused on his left, and then looked at Rosaria, who was drinking tea. Except for himself, all the participants in the discussion were gods chosen. Field was distracted. There will be more gods chosen in the future. Will we have to vote then? But you still have to listen to me in the general direction. It's best if they die. The equipment and treasures left behind are all ours. And they won't cause us any trouble. Once you think from the perspective of interests, everyone's words are cold. And Rosaria is no exception. But it's unlikely that everyone will die in battle. The Survey Corps must be escorted by gods chosen. At most, they are in very bad condition. If they are in very bad condition, either snatch the gods chosen or kill them all, Field said coldly. But if the condition is still good, you can earn favors and benefits by helping others in need. Or simply negotiate with Shirley. Negotiating with other nobles, unlike the original owner's previous chaste gift of money, is really profitable. Will that expose the territory? Ashina asked. Field said in an orderly manner, it doesn't matter. First, they are willing to destroy the corrupt creatures along the way, which can also reduce our pressure. Second, the law of the night territory is claimed in my possession, and no one in the empire can invade it at will. Third, the night territory is worthless. The night territory they care about is worthless in the eyes of normal nobles. Otherwise, the northern provinces would have been occupied by nobles long ago. No one is willing to invest precious power in a corrupted land. The only thing worth worrying about is the malice from the family. However, Field went to Maple Leaf territory before, and he had already exposed his existence. The night territory cannot be closed in the gray fog forever without development. Sooner or later, people will know. Of course, the most critical things, such as the existence of the Chosen One, cannot be exposed. I have to arrange this well. Chapter 80. The tide of corpses surges. Shirley's Chosen One. In the dark night. In the gray fog. Tap. Tap, the sound of horse hooves exploded. And 6 knights galloped on their horses, rushing south. Roar. Roar. Roar after a sharp cry. A dark mass of corpses cast shadows everywhere, and the corrupted creatures were all over the mountains and plains. At a glance, it was like a river bursting its banks. The corpses crowded along countless narrow roads, like small, black or gray torrents, infiltrating into this broken world bit by bit. The knight at the front of the team, holding a fog lamp in her hand, shouted hoarsely and hysterically through her helmet, "Get out! It's almost night! Don't let them surround us!" After that, she used the exquisite dagger tied to her leg to penetrate the horse's body. Because of the intense pain, the horse neighed and sped up by 3 times. Shirley's heart was bleeding. This was a rare beast horse that had grown up with her. Now she was forced to use a knife to bring out its full potential. It would be completely useless in the future. Hurry up, young lady. The surrounding knights followed suit, squeezing the last vitality of their horses without hesitation. This cavalry team was like a small fish bravely rushing into the rapids, just hanging in front of countless corruptions. Be careful. Before running a few steps, a knight covered in blood squeezed the horse's belly, howled, raised his lance, and rushed forward. What are you careful about? Shirley's face and forehead were covered with sweat. She even began to feel dizzy, and didn't know what her teammates were shouting. By the time she reacted, a rotten corpse with a twisted face jumped high, and was about to pull her over. There was a loud bang, and the long-handled lance hit the chest of the corpse at the critical moment. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, and the corpse flew backwards with a rush of dirty blood. Thank you, Night Cobra. Shirley was suddenly startled, and cold sweat flowed down. But as soon as her voice came out, it seemed to be blown away by the bloody storm. He lifted his helmet, and a handsome and tender young man showed a sunny smile. I will become Miss Shirley's chief knight. It's my honor. Shirley's tired face froze before she could smile. A huge halo shining with purple light came in an instant, without any warning, splitting the Cabra Knight from the forehead to the body of the warhorse, and cutting the man and the horse in half. The young man's brilliant smile was still on his face. The next moment, the man and the horse were shattered, and collapsed to the ground like rotten meat. Warm blood splashed on Shirley, and the blood penetrated through the armor, making Shirley feel a terrifying warmth, which was colder than ice. It's that halo again. I want to see what it is. Come and fight. An old knight laughed loudly. His sand value was emptied, and he went completely crazy, and rushed towards the corpse with a strange smile. Although the slogan was impressive, it didn't even make a splash, and was directly torn apart and eaten by the corruption. Shirley's pupils trembled, and she also wanted to charge to the death. But on the hill behind her, a dense black and purple light flashed behind the corpses. Shirley still shouted woodenly, "The corpses are about to launch a long-range attack." Sure enough, the next moment, a large number of black and purple javelins fell like rain. Fighting skills. Vitality slash. Shirley's true chief knight took decisive action, and the powerful fighting spirit slash made the javelin rain seem to hit a wall and bounced off one after another. Well done. Shirley squeezed out a bit of courage again, and encouraged loudly, trying to maintain the hearts of the crowd, and prevent anyone from having a mental breakdown. Every knight is one of the few assets of the family, and no more can be sacrificed. Before she could finish her words, 300 corrupted cavalrymen rushed out from the flank of the corpses, and even some of Shirley's former knight companions were among them. Damn it. I'll stop them for a while. The last female knight in the team couldn't stand it anymore. Valtteri, don't go. Your divine power has run out. I've rested for a long time, and the goddess of war will protect me. After that, the female knight called Valtteri roared. Divine skill. The broken army armor. Several streams of light quickly fit on her body, and Valtteri was like a steel tank, crushing the group of corpses fiercely. Instantly, the attack of the zombies was stagnant. Another cavalryman also rushed forward. I want to embrace the battle. 2. To help Lord Valtteri. All of this was seen by Field and others. They held the idea of if there is fish, throw 2 poles. Wandering on this road for 2 days. Field, Ashina and 15 subhuman cavalrymen hid on the hillside, while Rosaria acted alone and hid in another place. Ashina, do you think? Can the Chosen One survive? Or, can Shirley survive? Through Ashina's explanation, Field referred to the map and knew everything that happened. Asina said confidently, they can all survive. There is a 3rd-level fighting knight in the team. Although Rosaria and I can kill Shirley, the opponent's Chosen One will go berserk, which may be difficult to deal with. Shirley's Chosen One has not even dissociated the artifact, so it is estimated that there are still some cards left. The artifact has not been dissociated, so it is not a crisis at all. In addition, the corpse side also has a Chosen One. The light wheel just now is 1, but she doesn't seem to want to leave the Viscount's territory. To be precise, there are 2. Field looked at the 2 red dots marked on the map, and was very greedy. I wish I could catch them, and teach them a lesson right away. But now there are so many corrupted creatures helping me. It is just a dream to capture 2 Chosen Ones in the midst of thousands of enemies. Then save more people, and exchange for benefits. Send a signal to Rosaria. Field mounted his horse with a gun. Be careful. Boom boom boom. Valtteri rushed into the zombies, and his heavily armored fists opened left and right, with the power to destroy the world. No matter what monster came forward, it was crushed with 1 punch. In an instant, 1 man guarded the pass, and 10,000 men could not break through. The horses neighed, and the corrupted cavalry raised their spears and began to attack Valtteri. Haha. Come on. Let me show you how thick the broken army armor is. The armor can reduce 80% of physical damage, and the attacks of the corpses are just a tickle. Not to mention that she herself is wearing 3 layers of heavy armor, all of which are fine armor made by masters. After smashing a 3rd-level corpse with 1 hand, Valtteri charged head-on. Valtteri, Shirley shouted. Watching the Chosen One, she contracted being overwhelmed by the corrupted cavalry. And she was anxious. Don't worry about her, the chief knight shouted. Just as the 2 were stunned, Shirley's horse was grabbed and bitten to death by the corpse that emerged from the ground. No! Damn it! Shirley fell off the horse, her eyes instantly red. Her beloved horse, which had traveled all over the country, was like a family member. But now it died in front of her. She staggered to her feet, wielding her sword wildly to chop the corpse into pieces. The chief knight was shocked and quickly got off the horse. Miss, sit on mine quickly. Tap, tap, tap. Chapter 81 Partners of Justice. Enemy? No, no. Shirley had just felt despair, but when she saw the gray fog being dispelled, she was instantly ecstatic, and her eyes could not help showing joy. As the fog was dispelled, a group of cavalrymen wearing black robes emerged from the gray fog. Before engaging the enemy, the knights raised their crossbows, and heard the sound of the mechanism exploding, and the surrounding corpses fell to the ground. Field put down the crossbow that had been fired in vain, then raised his spear, and with his hands flying, he knocked over 2 corpses. The subhuman cavalry also charged forward, quickly killing the rotten corpses around. Please help us. When she saw that the person coming was dressed as an aristocrat, Shirley could no longer hide the ecstasy in her eyes, waving her hands to ask Field for help. I am Shirley Gassina of the Imperial Survey Corps. Our mounts are exhausted. Before Field could speak, Shirley threw something at Field. Take this, we need horses. I will give you more rewards. Field spread out his palm, and was almost blinded by the dazzling light. It was not a flash bomb, but a divine weapon. The main body of the divine weapon was a conical frame woven with golden silk threads. The shape was similar to the 1,000-year-old building blocks in Yu-Gi-Oh! The difference was that there was a beautiful ruby in the middle of the hollow frame. Fuck. So generous? This wave of blood profit. He didn't even say the conditions. And the other party threw a divine weapon at him without saying a word. Field couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This woman was so terrifying. Isn't this too rich? The old nobles are really awesome. Field accepted it decisively, pierced his finger directly, and dripped blood on it. Along with the comfortable power, after the blood was absorbed by the ruby, Field immediately felt clear-headed, as if infinite wisdom was pouring into his head. Then, there was a great and vast breath, which made Field daunted, the artifact after recognizing the master, as if he had an extra pair of hands. In the column of God's gifts on the Lord's panel, there was an extra item. God's gift. Eyes that see through the mist. First level artifact source. Goddess of Wisdom effect. The wearer can see through illusions caused by first level divine power. Active. Activate the artifact. Get a farther and clearer view. Special effect. Only for the chosen ones of wisdom. Telescope? Field's mouth twitched. I will teach the craftsmen how to make glass in the future. Telescopes cannot be wholesaled. But Field immediately put aside his dissatisfaction. This artifact will be very useful at least now, even if it is useless in the future at worst. It can be sold for money, at least hundreds of thousands of wealth. Looking up and seeing Shirley's hopeful eyes, Field showed a sunny smile, and said, "Nonsense. Hello. Respected Miss Shirley, I am the Baron of Night Territory. Field, you can call me by my title, Partner of Justice." Puff. God. Partner of Justice, I threw my artifact to you. You didn't hesitate for even a second. You took it away directly. Shirley was so angry that she almost vomited blood. If she hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, I would not have exchanged the precious artifact for a horse. But she had been attacked by zombies all the way. And now she had lost her warhorse. So she really didn't have the courage to go on. Endless zombies. Her companions died one after another. Asina said that the three of them would not die. But that was Asina's judgment. But Shirley didn't think so at all. And her mind was on the verge of collapse. "Hello, Baron Field. Please help us." The chief knight on the side also knelt on one knee. "Baron, for the sake of our fellow countrymen in the Empire, please help us. And may the goddess of war shine on your future." Field thought that the fighting knight would rely on his third-level strength to come up and grab the horse directly. He also arranged for Rosaria to pretend to be wild and corrupt, ready to assist at any time. But he didn't expect that he was too dark. "Of course. We have spare horses." He was not a person who would take money and not do anything. Field decisively gave up 3 spare war horses, and said politely, "Besides, nobles should help each other. Thank you for your generosity." The 2 poor people showed tired smiles. The 1.5-month reconnaissance mission had tortured them. Field saw Shirley's body shaking, and wanted to go forward to help her and be polite. As a result, as soon as he approached, a terrible smell of menstruation mixed with rotten internal organs, and then pickled by stinky salted fish for 49 days filled the air, and almost killed Field on the spot. "Oh my God! It smells worse than an old widow's loincloth that hasn't been washed for 3 years. Let's go. Let's get rid of the corpse." Field's face was ugly, but he couldn't vomit. He could only turn his head and gently pull the reins. The warhorse immediately turned around, glancing at the small map. Field urged, "Follow me. I'll take you away." "Where's Valtteri?" Shirley, who was on the horse, looked at the chaos in the distance with concern, and then shouted loudly, "Don't fight. Let's go. We have help from other nobles." "Got it. You go first. I'll follow." The voice in the distance also became louder. Valtteri cheered up, while beating out the rotten corpses around him, while taking big steps to catch up. Sure enough, her chosen ones still have fighting power. Looking deeply at the distance, the 2 wild corrupted chosen ones marked on the map, Field silently swore, "Wait, when I grow up, I will catch them all and train them, and then add them to the mate group." Rosaria and Ashina fought separately in the gray fog. Although Field wanted to hide them, it didn't mean that they didn't contribute. Field wasn't that fierce, and dared to save people with 15 riders. The greatsword slashed out sword energy, the dragon flame of the dragon wolf sprayed everywhere, and the 2 of them frantically blocked the incoming rotten corpses. Buzz. A purple light flashed by, carrying a heart-pounding tearing sound, and quickly attacked Rosaria. Ashina's wolf ear shook, and immediately drew her bow and arrow, and the silver light shot out like a meteor. As if a sharp weapon broke the glass, the purple light wheel was shot out by Asina. "Be careful of sneak attacks. I didn't expect you to help, thank you." Rosaria realized it later, carrying the great sword and looking around. "So who is sneak attacking me?" "You corrupted, human breath, strange." A brown-haired woman with stiff limbs, twitching from time to time, slowly walked out of the group of corpses, like the nurse in Silent Hill, and like a large exquisite porcelain doll, with a twisted and weird posture, but with a different kind of beauty. On her chest, there is a large area of white, and the mole on the left side of her chest is not abrupt, but rather charming. The red ribbon is tied around her slender waist, and the white skirt flutters in the wind, which is short and slit, showing her flawless figure. Since Rosaria signed the contract with Field, The corpses no longer regard her as one of their own kind, and will attack without hesitation. Rosaria is also used to it, and greets them openly. Hello. I am a noble. Where are you from? Little dessert. Violet. Corrupted. Vampire. Hybrid creature. First level chosen by God. Hello. I want to kill you. Chapter 82 Pure White and Violet, The Corrupted Conspiracy. You talk so strangely, you seem so stupid. Rosaria covered her mouth and chuckled, and swung the chain with her right hand. The gluttony great sword seemed to come alive, permeated with cold death, like the god of death. Killing you will be fun. Violet licked the corner of her mouth, showing a perverted smile, without any fear or hesitation, flashed forward. A huge sickle suddenly appeared in her hand. The sharp blade shone with purple light, with a buzzing sound and strange blood, and fiercely intertwined with the great sword. However, in just a moment, Rosaria suppressed Violet with her terrifying power. You dared to confront me head-on. So cute. You deserve to be eaten. Rosaria raised her chin gracefully. And then, with a powerful force, the greatsword smashed down fiercely. The imagined collision feeling, or the silky feeling of cutting the flesh, did not appear. The greatsword flashed down and smashed into the soil. Huh? After splitting the loneliness, Rosaria looked up in confusion and found that Violet was like a ball of liquid. After a ripple of light and shadow, it returned to its original state. Before Rosaria could react, the sickle in Violet's hand transformed into two double knives, stabbing Rosaria's back fiercely. And then the double knives turned into a pool of blood, drilling into Rosaria's body. Divine skill. Blood explosion. Huh? Rosaria's pupils shrank sharply, and she felt a violent blood in her body, like a flood bursting a dam. Strands of blood condensed by divine power exploded violently in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a dull explosion, and all the meridians in her body burst. Countless purple-red streams of light exploded from Rosaria's body, and were collected by Violet again. Is the artifact a pool of purple-red blood? Ashina saw this. She took a breath, patted her chest. Fortunately, I didn't attack rashly, noble lady. Did you learn your lesson? Don't always be a reckless man. It hurts. How can such cold words come out of your hot mouth? Rosaria supported the great sword with one hand, supported her body full of holes to stand up. You actually performed acrobatics for me. Fortunately, I've been dead for 10 years. I don't care about this little injury at all. The vitality stored in the gluttonous greatsword quickly transformed into blood, healing the owner's wounds. If you use it on a normal chosen one, you might succeed. But I don't care. After a few breaths, Rosaria rushed forward as if nothing had happened. The gluttony sword almost turned into a black shadow, flashing a cold light close to the ground, and suddenly swung it at the dull-looking Violet. This blow was aimed at the neck. The air made a violent explosion, and it was obvious that Rosaria did not show any mercy. It's useless. It's the same. Violet didn't care either. The ball of purple blood quickly penetrated into her body, and her body was like ripples again. The sword went straight through her, and she couldn't hurt her at all. Damn it! The same trick again. Rosaria swung her sword in the air, almost tripping herself, seeing Violet was about to draw her sword again. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Ashina commanded the giant wolf to spit out a flame, forcing Violet to retreat. Leave it to me next. Neither of you can kill the other. Violet will not escape, and the subhuman will also be killed. Although she felt threatened by the dragon flame just now, Violet's pupils were calm, and she still looked at Ashina dully. A fishy wind blew, and the brown hair brushed the vampire's pointed ears slightly, making the earrings sway gently. She looked so dull. And she is completely different from Rosaria. Ashina saw despair and sadness in Violet's purple-red pupils. I don't know why, but I feel that before she was corrupted, she must have loved to laugh. Pfft. Ashina, don't analyze a vampire with a brain problem. What we have to do is to eliminate the corrupted creature. Or defeat her. Bring her to field. And then make her pregnant. And then, you can have more godsons or daughters, Rosaria said, and began to speak against the sky again. Ashina's mouth twitched. Corrupted creatures, their brains don't seem to work very well. However, Ashina had forgotten that. She was the first to say the outrageous statement. Catch her and make her pregnant. Okay, bring her back, the master will be very happy. Ashina cheered up. The long spear in her hand instantly stabbed out 17 beautiful gun flowers, and the dragon wolf's mouth was also surging with dragon flames. Just as the two were about to start, the ground shook violently, and a huge corrupt worm broke out of the ground, and sand and rocks flew in an instant. Asina dodged subconsciously, and watched the worm swallow Violet in one gulp, and then burrowed into the soil and disappeared. Hey! 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 It was eaten! What does it smell like? I want to eat it too. Rosaria was shocked, sniffing the lingering smell in the air. Asina shook her head. She is not dead. She just left the night territory. We continue to block other corpses, and then lead them away. After that, the two went in different directions. The Viscount of Griffin is a very legendary place. In fact, the Viscount territory is a strange place. This title did not come from the Earl's fiefdom. The Viscount status was lower than that of the Earl, but there was no superior-subordinate relationship, similar to the Emperor's special title, and sometimes he could become a powerful lord. Of course, it was not important now, after all. All the people in the Viscount's territory were dead. A mountain that overlooked the night territory, surrounded by countless rotten corpses, and filled with a strong smell of blood and black and gray rotten substances, only a touch of white, surrounded by rotten corpses. Pooh! The rotten worm popped out its head, twitched twice, and spit out a person. Violet is not a good girl. You can't leave the Viscount's territory. The plan is to let the Survey Corps escape. Disgusting, worm, pure white, you deserve to die. Violet looked up at the girl in front of her. She was all white, wrapped in white bandages, and didn't look like a rotting corpse at all. Her pure white hair was as pure and flowing as snow, and her pupils were clear blue, flashing with a pitiful look. On her delicate little face, the makeup embellished by divine power was elegant and peaceful. Don't blame me like that. Violet. We are companions. The corrupted girl called Pure White smiled gently. Companion. You smell so good. Maybe we can become one. As soon as the words fell, the exquisite music box in Pure White's hand opened, and a large mass of wriggling indescribable objects poured out, and countless tentacles controlled Violet. Puff Violet's hands were torn off, and blood spurted out. Violet groaned in pain, but found that the divine power was controlled tightly, and there was no way to resist. Crack, crack. The indescribable monster ate both arms in a few bites, and wanted more. Okay. Okay. Violet. Be good, I won't really kill you. Pure White closed the music box, showing a harmless smile. It's just a punishment for a bad boy. You are a cute vampire. Your hands will grow back soon. Don't cry. Don't cry? Chapter 83 Night brings the first guest. This is my castle. It looks like a big winery. I don't mean to offend. Shirley looked at the square stone building in front of her, resisting the complaints in her heart, and forcefully praised it. It's very unique, a castle with artistic taste. I like it very much. Yes, it's a big winery converted. Field waved his hand indifferently. The two walked side by side. The horses' hooves stepped on the muddy dirt road, and always splashed mud, although they were supposed to march side by side. Field kept a considerable distance from Shirley, not out of gentlemanliness, but simply because Shirley smelled too bad. The subhuman cavalrymen behind him were all covered in black robes, silently lined up in 2 rows. As soon as they entered the territory, the leader Silver Claw stretched out his hand and made a gesture, and the cavalry team left in another direction. Wow! Look at those cavalrymen. They are not inferior to the knights of the Gassina family. Shirley's God's chosen Valteri's eyes widened, and he praised with exaggerated enthusiasm. Chief Knight William carried a huge sword, with a spear in his right hand, and the pennant with the family emblem fluttered again. William said in a steady voice, Yes. Lord Field is a respectable nobleman, who dares to take root in the Night territory for the future of mankind, is awe-inspiring. Ha, be low-key. Field scratched his head shyly. No wonder he became the chief knight. Who doesn't like this flattering skill? I was forced to enter the Night territory, otherwise I would die in assassination, or be deprived of my noble title. There are so few people in this place. And it's so shabby. Shirley added in her mind. The slave camp in the distance was full of rotten wood. The big winery was a little better, but the brick and stone buildings were filled with mud and moss. These were to prevent wind, but they didn't look beautiful. The only advantage was that the air here was 100 times fresher than in the gray fog, and it only smelled of rotten wood, because I asked the slaves to work in the lumberyard. The crops here are almost saturated. New farmland cannot be cultivated, and the purification potion has run out. Field shrugged. He didn't want a lot of slaves to mix here. After all, the slaves knew about Ashina's existence, although a strict ban was issued in advance. There was no guarantee that they would say anything. Therefore, most people in the territory went to clean up the main building and the lumberyard. Well, I just mentioned it casually. In fact, it is already great to lead people into the gray fog to open up new areas. Seeing Field intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance, Shirley closed her eyes slightly and was very angry. Whether in the family territory or the royal ball, she always became one of the focuses. The dazzling golden tulip was her title. It was the first time that she was disliked by a man. Although at this moment, she was indeed in a mess. Humph, wait until I wash up, and you will know what a proud noble lady looks like. Field smiled. Thank you for your compliment. It is a great pleasure to be praised by the lady of the most loyal family in the empire. Don't be so polite, Field. Just call me Shirley. I think our meeting is very pleasant. We are already friends, aren't we? Although Shirley was dissatisfied with Field taking the artifact, she was still grateful in her heart. She held the reins with one hand, turned her body and smiled. I know your father, Count Cote, a brave and fearless knight. You are very much like him. Field glanced at Shirley with a strange look, making sure that the woman was not being sarcastic. Another boring polite talk. Field sighed silently. The nobles just love that. Indeed, his cheap father is a brave and fearless knight. And he is so excited to ride that beautiful stepmother that he is as thin as a mummy. Let me ride her next time. Thank you. I want to be a brave and fearless knight too. Yes, for the future of the Holy Griffin Empire. There will be no weaklings in the Ross family. Field also answered politely. And after that, Field caught a glimpse of Ashina and Rosaria from the corner of his eye. They waved to Field stealthily, and he felt relieved when he knew that they had completed the task. Dear brave knights, I have prepared guest rooms for you. Please don't mind the simplicity of the territory. I have shown the highest sincerity. Having given them a shot of precaution in advance, Field was extremely distrustful of the nobles. After all, none of the nobles he met was normal. The corrupt Simon, the weird Bull Baron, and the gang of bastards in the family. Compared to them, Rosaria, who spoke against the will of heaven from time to time, was already the purest noble girl. Field was completely on guard against them like a thief. You are too polite. This is a perfect safe haven. Our cavalry has been here for a month and a half in the cursed land of hatching. We can't take a shower, change clothes, or even sleep like an owl. It's really torturing me to death. The big winery is as shabby as a slum. Shirley may dislike it, but she is also really happy. Don't worry. There will be enough food and clean water. The food will depend on the number of dishes we serve. Field added silently in his heart. Mr. Plate, the cook of night, had the busiest day. Hurry up. Are you going to embarrass the master in front of the guests? Cal kept urging him, and glanced unfriendly at the earthenware pot that was chopping meat. Sparrow. Scissors. Are you going to watch me work alone? Bring me some flour, Plate said in a muffled voice, wiping his sweat while rotating the big steak on the grill. Oh my God. What kind of guest is this? I need to prepare so much meat. I'm not lazy, but you can move the flour yourself. I almost dislocated my shoulder to boil water, Sparrow replied while washing vegetables. Why are you all here? Who will serve the Lord today? And the guests? Jianzi was a little confused. She could not imagine a noble without servants. I will take good care of Lord Field. As for the guests, well, they will take care of themselves. Asina appeared out of nowhere. She was wearing a maid outfit and picked up the plate from the table. You need a bag of flour. Right. I will send it to you soon. As soon as Asina left, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Guests take care of themselves? This is too outrageous. My lord is worried that we will expose the chosen ones. As a knowledgeable person, Cal naturally understood the reason. It is the servant's duty to keep the secret for my lord. We are very loyal. The maid Scissors pouted. Of course, but we must be careful. There are inevitably chosen ones who have the ability to read memories, so it is better to be careful. Cal suddenly thought of something, shuddered, looked around, and whispered, You don't understand how strange some chosen ones are, and they can even make people into puppets. Chapter 84 Trends of Corruption. Cal, showing off, said with a trembling voice. Do you know who is the greatest enemy of the great Ross family? It's the elves. After the death of the most powerful god-chosen, blood rose in the family. The next few god-chosens also died in the elf war. Now the family's god-chosens are declining, and the strongest god-chosen is in the hands of the second lady. But I heard that there is a god-chosen who can make puppets, and has been living in seclusion in the Ross family's castle. You know all this? Are you bragging, Mr. Cal? The maid Scissors rolled her eyes, and immediately questioned. She was one of the few people who were not afraid of the housekeeper. After all, always serving the Baron in person will gain invisible power. Of course, I overheard it with my own ears when the Earl's eldest son was fooling around with his wife's sister, and it was on the balcony on the top floor of the castle, and it was even a windy day. Cal was very proud, and his thin face was beaming with joy. The scene was dead silent. Seeing that the servants fell into silence, Cal gradually realized that he was talking about a very dangerous topic again. Cal looked at everyone, especially the harmless expression of the pot, and suddenly sweated profusely. You won't tell anyone, right? Now I know why the Lord doesn't let us receive guests. Sparrow was speechless. Scissors nodded. I'm afraid that even the color of adults' underwear will be revealed by the insider. On the other side. Huh? It feels good. Finally. The nasty mucus and blood stains are cleaned up. Shirley, who had finished washing, was wearing a loose shirt and coat, and her wet hair was neatly fitted on her shoulders. With a confident smile on her beautiful face, Shirley glanced at Field, but found that Field didn't react much. Damn. If only there was a suitable long skirt, instead of wearing the ugly clothes provided by Field. Otherwise he would definitely be confused. You look much better. Radiant. Beautiful lady. Field praised him indifferently. Shirley hummed, then smiled and said, I like your honesty. Chief Knight William and Valtteri also came in. After cleaning the blood and stains on their bodies, they really looked like characters from a TV series. William was a square-faced macho man, serious, and full of determination in every move. Perhaps it would be no problem for him to cosplay the power of Demacia. Valtteri, like a female bodybuilding champion, had explosive muscles all over her body, but a beautiful face. The chosen one would not be bad looking. Gurgle. A loud noise came from the stomachs of the three people, making them blush. Sorry. I'm sorry. Baron, we are really too hungry. We haven't had a piece of bread for 6 days. Valtteri laughed, then scratched his head and said it was rude, and he eased Shirley's embarrassment. Please sit down, the food has been prepared for a long time. I was worried that you would not like it. Field quickly extended his hand to signal, and smiled gently. I think we understand each other. This is a corrupt place. It is difficult to achieve the luxurious standards of the nobles. I can only provide this help. As long as there is food. It's okay. Valtteri couldn't bear it anymore. He sat down and grabbed a piece of meat, and swallowed it greedily. Shirley also found it difficult to remain elegant. Using a knife and fork was the greatest restraint. Originally, Field had prepared an excuse to explain why he didn't use a maid to serve, but Shirley and the others didn't care at all, which saved Field from wasting words. It seems that some nobles are easy to get along with, Field thought. I was too sensitive. I used to be on guard against them like these. Hey, so satisfied. The three of them rubbed their watermelon bellies, with a comfortable look on their faces. They ate 15 servings of food. And Field was worried that they would die of overeating. Seeing that the guests had stopped eating, Field put down his teacup, washed his hands with a wet handkerchief in the wash basin, and then rang the bell on the table. Ashina walked out quickly and quietly cleaned the table. I didn't expect you to keep a subhuman maid. Shirley wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, looking surprised, and then showed a look of pretending to be disgusted. You are so perverted. But I understand you. Field was amused by Shirley's ugly expression, knowing that the lady in front of him had no intention of mocking him. So he asked back, very cute. Isn't it? Indeed. Everyone has different hobbies, and I respect everyone. Shirley tilted her head, but as if she thought of something. Her expression suddenly became serious. Dear Baron Field, there is bad news, although it may make you unhappy. But I need to warn you. Oh! Field immediately straightened his back, leaning forward slightly. You might as well say it directly. It is corruption. A large amount of corruption is gathering. Shirley changed her previous smile, and said in a very sad, even fearful voice. They are everywhere, from the Lionheart main city, spreading all the way to the Viscount's territory, and are even gathering continuously. It is a horrible natural disaster, which has never happened before. Valtteri nodded. My lord, I am Valtteri, a second-level chosen one, I can swear on my faith. Of the 200-man investigation knights, only the 3 of us survived. After that, the 3 of them were silent, and tears flowed from the corners of Shirley's eyes. Field sighed, and followed the silence. About a minute later, Shirley wiped away her tears. Corrupted creatures have always been aimless and illogical. To be precise, their goal is to kill and corrupt others. In the past, when our Survey Corps entered the northern province, although there were constant waves of corpses, we never felt like this. Field frowned slightly. What do you feel? Please tell me in detail. Corrupted creatures began to cooperate with each other, deploy troops, use wisdom, and form a superior subordinate relationship. I feel that corruption has created a being that can control all corrupted creatures. That is, the Emperor. Shirley's face was gloomy, and with the endless gray fog outside the window, it gave people a chill in the spine. Fuck it. Field slapped his forehead. He had been corrupted for 10 years. So, as soon as he came in, he had already developed intelligence through corruption. Right? So, Field, quickly leave the northern province and return to the Imperial defense line. The Night Territory has no defenses. Once attacked, it will fall in an instant. Do you know when they will attack? Field suppressed his inner irritation and took a few deep breaths. In 1 year at the fastest, in 3 years at the slowest, they will definitely attack the defense line. Shirley said firmly. I have been fighting with my father since I was 8 years old. I am very familiar with the nature of various monsters. Time is running out. 1 year. Field was silent for a moment, and said bluntly, abandoning the fiefdom without authorization is against the laws of the Empire. Besides, I have nowhere to go except the Night Territory. Chapter 85 Rejecting the Invitation. The nobles are not just sitting back and waiting for death. They also have obligations, such as paying taxes to the royal family, conquering and defending the territory. Although the existence of the Night Territory has no impact on the royal family, if Field escapes privately, then he will have to say goodbye to the nobles in the future. You are very courageous, and if I am not mistaken, you are a first-level fighting knight. Right? Shirley said in a bewitching tone. Why don't you become my knight? I can give you a knight's territory, and you will have the opportunity to rise in military merit. The noble emperor values the Gasina family very much. Field immediately thought of the boxes of relics of the Survey Corps, and the girls who were sacrificed as spider monsters, and shuddered unconsciously. Does the Empress really value the Gasina family as Shirley imagined? Thank you. But I have my own plans. Field expressed his gratitude sincerely, and then rejected Shirley's kindness. The knights of the Gasina family are simply consumables and filler babies. They have no chance of promotion, and are buried in various battlefields. It is better to fight for yourself in the Night Territory than to follow a master who is easily annihilated. Shirley shook her head. Anger and confusion made her stand up. Your stubbornness will kill you and your people. Staying here is just waiting to die. Please look at the long term. That's not necessarily the case. Isn't there still a year? Field leaned back in his chair and said in an unquestionable tone. Escape is not my style. Let the corruption come. I will kill them. By the way, hack all the corrupted gods. Well, there have been countless people who tried to open up the north, but they all died here. Now that the corruption is gathering, the North Province will only be more dangerous. In a year, it is extremely difficult to even defend this small piece of land. Seeing Field unmoved, Shirley sneered, but secretly felt sorry in her heart. Rotten to corruption? I'm afraid he was rotten to corruption. He is a handsome guy. How come his brain is not so bright? Following the Gasina family, the future is bright. We will rest for 1 night, and leave early tomorrow morning. If you change your mind, you can leave with us tomorrow, so that we can take care of you on the way. After that, Shirley and others went back to their room to rest. Field was left alone, holding his cheek, and remained silent for a long time. Before Field could stand up, a pair of slender hands touched Field's shoulders, and Ashina said calmly, My lord, whatever you want to do, just do it freely. I will protect you until the last moment of your life. Field was stunned, turned around, and unconsciously put his hand around Ashina's waist. You said that. I won't be polite then. Hey, perverted lord. That's not what I said. Like a frightened rabbit, Ashina jumped far away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I am worried about you. Don't worry. It's not that simple. Besides, we in the Night Territory are not lambs to be slaughtered. We are just getting started. Field snapped his fingers, asked Scissors and the others to clean up the table. By the way, where did Rosaria go? She went to the main villa to clear out the remaining corrupted creatures. As a corrupted creature, Rosaria was very active in killing her own kind. Okay, Ashina, how are the happy beans and the Northland god oil? Ashina shook her ears, with an expression that she wanted to brag. It can be handed over to the people of the territory to make. As for the effect, I haven't tried it yet. Very good, I'm going to Maple Leaf territory again soon. These new products will become our economic pillar. Field rubbed Ashina's head happily. Ashina? The next morning, Shirley and the other two said goodbye briefly, took food and water supplies, left the winery, and headed for Maple Leaf territory. They left so quickly that Field's arrangement seemed useless. They have no interest in Nightfall territory. They didn't talk to anyone. And they didn't even look at the territory. Ashina reported. Miss Shirley left a certificate for 1,000 gold coins, saying that it can be exchanged in Maple Leaf territory. In addition, she said that if you encounter a corruption invasion, you can go to her for help. What a good-tempered person. She gave me artifacts and money. I don't understand what she likes about me. She actually wants to recruit me. Maybe she heard that I am the Iron Rod and has good taste. Field snorted and laughed. Since she is so nice. Next time, send all the relics of the Survey Corps to her, and say that we only found this in the battle between Rosaria and the spider. Field swallowed a lot of things from the Survey Corps. Armor and weapons cannot be returned, but family emblems and wills should be returned. Field yawned and looked at the surrounding fields. The current territory is not as good as the villages in the normal world. She naturally doesn't like it. It's a good thing that she is not interested. Wait, why do I feel someone is sobbing and crying? No. Come back soon. Cal stood on the second floor of the winery, with a sad face, and shed sad tears towards the distance. Hey, Mr. Cow. Do you know Miss Shirley? Why are you crying so sadly? The maid sparrow, who was cleaning with a broom, looked puzzled, but her hands kept moving, and she swept the dust on the ground skillfully. I don't know them, but I've heard of the Gasina family. The butler cow was very sad. What makes me even sadder is that the Baron rejected Miss Shirley's invitation. Just refuse it. Sparrow didn't understand. The adults are always right. Stupid. If you follow Miss Shirley, won't you be able to leave the northern province? Sparrow couldn't bear to hear this, and got angry, knocking the broom hard on the ground. Don't always escape. We are only loyal to Lord Field. This is not a matter of escape. Alas, you won't understand even if I tell you. If I have the recommendation of a great noble, I can keep my reputation and leave the dangerous area. I am also considering the Lord. If I run away because the battle is not going well, I am a coward. But if I leave because of the invitation of a great noble, it is called honor. Do you understand? I don't care. The Lord is definitely right. The Sparrow Master didn't hear anything. Field naturally didn't know about the servants' quarrel. He received good news. The remaining rotten corpses in the main villa have been chopped up by this lady, and I guarantee that nothing will be missed. Rosaria, who was covered in a black robe, returned to the winery. She was carrying the gluttonous sword, and her face was stained with corrupt blood. Well done. We will have a big villa to live in from now on, and you can choose any room you want. Field was overjoyed. Although the big winery was nice, it was not comfortable to live in, and it was not very convenient. After all, there were only a few rooms. Great. I didn't want to live with a subhuman for a long time. I want to live under your bed. Rosaria cheered. Chapter 86 Fengchi Town and Xingye Fort, the sunset of Fulan City. The bed is too outrageous. Field almost couldn't hold it in. This is too scary. Rosaria covered her mouth and laughed. Then I'll live upstairs. Finally it's a little more reliable. Field nodded and agreed. This is okay. When the time comes, I'll cut a hole under the bed. You can climb up when you can't sleep at night. I don't mind the horror. Rosaria started to speak indirectly against the sky again. This will also make it convenient for you to greet me in the morning and evening. Cleaning a hole in the wall. Right? Field was ashamed. Anyway, I don't want to live in the same room with a demi-human. Rosaria said with a sly smile. Field, you don't know that when Ashina sleeps, she always smiles foolishly and licks people, which makes me sleep poorly. No. No. Ashina was confused, then clenched her fists and said angrily, You are annoying. Every day when I wake up, you hold my head like you are breastfeeding a baby, which is suffocating. Okay. Okay. You are not taking me with you when you open the silver chariot. Right? Arriving at the main villa, Field was led by Rosaria and spent 3 hours walking through all the rooms and secret passages of the main villa. The main building of the manor is extremely magnificent. Even if it has suffered from corruption, the main structure is still preserved. As long as the landslides and holes are filled and the traces of corruption are removed, it can be moved in normally. The main building covers an area of about 6,000 square meters, most of which are decorative sculptures, gardens and corridors. Excluding the ruins, the effective living area is not large. But this also shows that there is a lot of space for transformation. The artistic decoration of carved beams and painted buildings is useless to Field. It would be better to transform them all into turrets and parapets. There are 120 rooms with different functions, including 36 large bedrooms. There is also a huge basement, to be precise. It is an underground shelter, study, bedroom and living room. It is fully equipped. Before being recruited, Rosaria would sleep in the basement. With the crisp sound of the rising flame, Rosaria lit the candlestick full of aristocratic atmosphere, lighting up a soft light in the basement. Field sat at the long table and spread out a huge map. This is a specific map of the Night Territory, marking all the industries, positions, defense bases, and the most important Starry Night city. Rosaria introduced that this map is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the family, and has been hidden in the study in the basement. Very good, with this map, our actions in Night Territory will be much easier, especially the attack on Starry Night City in the future. Field nodded with satisfaction, snapping his fingers. In addition, I want to renovate Starry Night Manor. We don't need so many villas and gardens. We need stone walls and towers. Field drew 2 virtual strokes on the map. It's best to build it into a bastion, and then set up a large tower, so that we can place large crossbows and cannons. Cannons? Both God's chosen ones looked confused. Haha, there is no rush for this, and it can't be rushed. The Starry Night Castle will focus on repairing first, and the expansion still requires a professional castle planner. Field thought for a moment. As for the big winery, don't waste it. Use it as a small fortress and shelter in the region in the future, and the slaves and free people around have already built a village of some size. Ashina nodded in agreement. Yes, if all the villagers are moved away, it will be a huge project. Then from now on, the area of the big winery will be renamed Fingchi Town, and the main building of the big manor will be renamed Starry Night Castle. After Field named it, pointed to the location of the quarry on the map. Next, we will do infrastructure construction. Rosaria, you go and eliminate the rotten corpses in the quarry. Asina is in charge of security, protecting every inch of land where people live. Yes, sir. Hee hee. You still have to rely on me. The two took the order. Besides, if you want to be rich, build roads first. Field used gestures to connect the winery and the Starry Night Castle. We need to connect this road. The damaged Starry Night Castle has produced a lot of stone waste. Break the waste into pieces and pave it into a road. Although cement is better than gravel roads, the Night Territory does not allow Field to use such excellent materials now. Besides, there are so many stone wastes, and it would be a waste if it is not used. Now, let's all take action. Field was full of energy. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the stained glass, shining in from the narrow high windows. The originally brilliant light was turned into mottled and strange light by the stained glass. Fulan City is a border city in Rik Province. It has extremely fertile plains and steep mountains. Fulan City is located at the junction of mountains and plains. This place is famous for beer, goats and horses. The owner of this city, Adrian Ross, was sitting at a long table under the mottled sunset. He reached out and picked up a cute rag doll. Frowning. The stained glass is green, so the light that comes in is also green. The mixed light makes the originally heroic noble boy look a little scary. My dear big brother, why do you always give me these boring dolls? I am not a child anymore. Damn it. He is humiliating me. Adrian became more and more excited. He stood up and threw the doll to the ground. He clenched his teeth and looked hideous. I will kill him. And my sister. And that cowardly third brother. Oh. And that damn sister? The chosen one, Alison Marius, who was standing aside, fiddled with a rose ribbon around her waist. Her soft bunnies were about to burst out and were supported by beautiful clothes. The cute hair accessories on her head made her look playful. But she looked melancholy, not lively at all. She was used to the Lord's temper. Although her lord had a bad temper and would abuse her, he would not hurt her. Adrian was just crazy for no reason. Do you want me to burn them? After saying that, her gray hair immediately turned into a wine red like lava. As if it was burning. Red hollow butterflies fluttered. A ball of fire in Allison's palm was like a sun, immediately illuminating the entire hall. The servants all lowered their heads, daring not to look directly at it. The fire seemed to dispel the bad luck. Adrian sat down on the chair, rubbing his brow painfully. No, put it in the storage room. If you are okay, just leave here. Sir, I have a request. Allison's cold face showed a trace of sadness. I hope you can accept the refugees from the Purple Gold Empire. Give them food and water. They are my compatriots. I can't just stand by and watch them die. Chapter 87 Situation. Gray hair, and the surname of Marius, Allison is a survivor of the Purple Gold Empire, but, before the empire fell, she moved to the Holy Griffin Empire with her family. The last capital of the besieged Purple Gold Empire also fell a week ago. News came. The city of World Desire, Purple Gold Royal City, completely fell into the hands of the pagans. The emperor and the chosen ones were all killed or humiliated. Then, there was a massacre of the residents. Fortunately, the pagan emperor had good character and pardoned half of the residents. Therefore, refugees from the Purple Gold Empire can pour into the Griffin Empire. Adrian was silent for a moment. I will accept wealthy merchants. If there are chosen ones, mages or fighting knights, I can also provide help. But the one who really needs help is... Allison wanted to continue, but Adrian raised his hand to stop her. You don't think I'm in a good situation now, do you? Fulan City is not ruled by me alone. Most of the power is controlled by my father. And he also arranged officials to supervise it. Damn it. Of course. Even if there are supplies, I won't give them to the refugees. They are useless except for shitting. Well, I know. Allison lowered her head in grievance and accepted the answer helplessly. Adrian didn't want to say more. Looking in another direction, has the murderer of Kuchi's death been found? Is it that bastard Gareth? He seems to have evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing without a trace. No clue at all. We haven't found any survivors or witnesses. Baron Simon also wrote a letter to express his condolences to you. Adrian's consultant stepped forward to answer. The consultant hesitated for a moment, and then said, There is one more thing. Baron Simon mentioned your brother, Baron Field. Not only did he not die, he also earned a lot of money from Simon. Do you think I don't know? Adrian began to lose control of himself again, his body trembling slightly. How could he not die? He definitely didn't go to the northern province. Yes, he definitely didn't go. The cowardly loser has violated the laws of the empire, and is simply a disgrace to the family. But, he brought out the monster's head, and fine wine from the death fog. And, the defenders of Maple Leaf Fortress also confirmed that he entered the northern province. Adrian was so angry that he almost overturned the table. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Now, Allison, go to Maple Leaf territory, kill Field. I will never allow my family property to be divided up by trash. Adrian slammed the table and said angrily. Besides, kill Simon too. All my goods are gone, on his land. It must be him who did it. It can't be my useless brother. Sending the chosen ones to other noble lands, murdering nobles, is equivalent to declaring war. We are no match for Maple Leaf territory. The consultant said calmly. Sending the army won't work either. It's also an act of declaring war. Besides, you don't want to be called a brother killer, right? The reputation of the nobles is greater than heaven. They can oppress the lower class at will, be kicked to death by a war horse, or drown in a toilet. But if you harm your relatives, you will be nailed to the pillar of shame, and will never have friends again. Then let's do it. Before Adrian could speak, there were hurried footsteps outside. My lord, the untouchables of Atavan province, instigated by the cultists, rebelled directly. The messenger crawled in and handed over the letter. These words made everyone present gasp. The Shadow World cult launched a rebellion in the wealthy city of Nogaisk in the Atavan province. Viscount Lucius, who was guarding the border, and his family were killed as sacrifices by the cultists. Several barons around were also caught off guard. 3 were killed, and 1 escaped with the help of the Chosen One. A retainer widened his eyes. This is not a rebellion by the Untouchables. The Untouchables cannot beat fully armed soldiers, and are not the opponents of the Chosen One. The weaker barons, with 5 knights, 100 fully armed soldiers, and 500 or 600 conscripted serfs, can easily deal with several times the number of peasants or slaves. Not to mention the Viscount, who has the Chosen One and the fortress castle. Yes. So the royal family has noticed it. This is a conspiracy. The fall of the Purple Gold Empire has made the dark forces ready to move. The governor of Atavan province was furious and demanded that the nobles in the province immediately suppress the rebellion. The imperial family also asked the surrounding provinces to help. As a neighbor of Atavan province, Fulan City will inevitably be affected. Everyone fell into deep thought. In the northern province, Field was very busy. Ding ding dang dang. A large gray stone, even with exquisite patterns carved on it, depicting philosophical discussions about the starry sky and humanities, but it was thrown on the ground casually, and then the dragon wolf slapped it, and the large stone was smashed into pieces. The slaves took away the small pieces of stone, and then broke them into smaller pieces, and spread them flat on the compacted roadbed to build the gravel road. After a week of construction, the road took shape. Without the autolite distance measurement, the road will inevitably be uneven, and the material will be unevenly laid, which will affect the service life. But Field was already very satisfied. This road was temporary, and it would be replaced by better materials in the future, such as cement or magic materials. The raw materials from the quarry and the lumberyard were also continuously transported into the territory. The scraps of poor quality were bought by slaves to build sheds. That's right. They were bought back. Field built something that could barely be called a market at the entrance of the winery, selling some obsolete things. For example, wood waste. 1 copper coin could buy a large bundle, which could be bought back to make fire or build sheds. The profit of the market is almost zero. Field did not expect them to buy much. This market is just to express Field's domestic policy. Tell the people that their money will be spent sooner or later. Because of this behavior, the enthusiasm of the free people has increased. They are willing to work for Field to earn money, transport stone to the quarry, or join other work. After the first batch of grain is harvested, the food supply can be cancelled. Field looked at the disappearing grain, and his heart was bleeding. Let the free people bear their own profits and losses in the future, or buy food with money. The food of the entire territory is supplied by Field, including the free people. After all, they can't starve to death. My lord, the first batch of happy beans is out of the pot. Ashina jumped over, cheered happily. I made a lot, and they taste sweet. Don't eat that stuff as candy. Field was speechless. Ashina was too greedy. How is the experiment? Ashina blushed. This cow is in charge. I don't know. Chapter 88 The Unlucky Pigeon. When Field found Cow, he was hiding behind a mud wall, and peeping at the scene inside the house with 2 freemen. Yes, that's it. I swear to the goddess, you are really strong. Mutta mutta mutta. Ola ola ola. The 2 people in the house fought madly, and 10,000 words were omitted during the battle. Anyway, even the road was erased. Goddess, don't let me fall into the chaotic hell. Cow's eyes widened, and he made a prayer gesture on his chest. The 2 freemen were even more miserable, and they didn't know where to put their hands. Oh my god. Is that really what Tom the Bean Sprout could do? The freemen looked at each other. Tom is notoriously weak. How could he torture the widow like this? Look at her. It's unbearable to watch. Of course he could. He took the magic potion developed by Lord Field, called Happy Beans. Cow couldn't bear to watch, and silently noted the time. The drug is effective for 1 hour. The effect is good and stable, and the side effect is a weak state. 5 data have been recorded in the notebook. It's amazing. The freeman's face was full of want to have it. No one would refuse to become an invincible man. The Baron is a genius. A man who masters miracles. That's not true. The Baron's research in that area is the pinnacle. I heard from the maid that the Baron's bed always has the scent of a woman. And it's not Miss Ashina's. I guess the Lord must have a lover. The freeman wanted to gossip, but when he glanced behind Cow, he immediately took a breath of cold air, kept signaling with his eyes, and said, Lord, he is not married yet. How can there be other women? You must be mistaken. Oh my god. You are so extravagant before marriage. What will happen after marriage? I tell you, the Lord watched goats reproduce for a whole day. The Lord is simply the king among the nobles, and he has so many tricks. Cow became more and more excited as he spoke, not noticing that the 2 freemen were sweating on their foreheads. I know, the happy beans are a gift from the god of love to the Baron. The Baron is actually a believer in the god of love. Cow. Field smiled, and put his hand on Cow's shoulder. Hiss. Cow took a breath, rolled his eyes, and fainted. In the afternoon, Cow, who was whipped in public, handed the document to Field with an honest face. One young grass can make about 1,600 happy beans. As for the Northland God oil, the output is determined by the number of glass bottles, so it is not included in the statistics. This is the experimental data. According to your instructions, we found 5 men to do the experiment. We have observed it continuously until now, and no side effects have appeared. Well, very good. The trip to Maple Leaf Territory must be prepared as soon as possible. Prepare supplies for 30 people for me. I will still lead the team in person. After Field carefully read the data, he took a sip of black tea. What do you think about the pricing? 5 silver coins for happy beans, and 3 gold coins for Northland God oil. Cal said carefully. Do you know why I didn't beat you to death? Field smiled horribly. You gave me inspiration to make up a story today. These medicines are no longer magic potions, but divine medicines, given to me by the God of love. Don't mention Yanchao anymore. This is a gift from God. Could it be that? Yes, 25 silver coins for happy beans, 50 gold coins for Northern divine oil. Field's eyes revealed a desire for gold coins, licked the corner of his mouth. Those who take it will receive God's grace, cleanse their meridians and marrow, reborn he. Cal was sweating profusely. He had seen the making of this medicine with his own eyes. Crush a magic plant simply, then add water and more water, and finally pour in some flour, and roll it into balls. You don't even need to add sugar. The sun grass itself is sweet. And that kind of magic plant, Ashina always brings back a bunch of them easily, and plants them all in the room on the second floor of the winery. What if they don't get the expected effect? For example, reborn. Field imitated the priest of the Holy Light Church, and said in a tone of regret, it's because they are not pious, they should buy more. Go make more pills, I'll take them all. Field waved his hand. Don't spread rumors about me in the future, especially weird rumors. Things in the castle can't be known to the outside world. Yes, my lord. Cal limped out. Wait. Field stopped him. Go to the warehouse to get a bottle of medicine. In addition, if the pills sell well, I will give you a raise. Thank you for your grace. Sal's snot bubbles came out. This old guy. He is really well informed. It's a bit of a waste of talent to let him be a butler. Field rubbed his chin. It is difficult for people to find the right position. And a qualified lord should make the best use of everything. Maybe I should set up an intelligence department. He really guessed that he had hidden someone. But it was not a lover. But Rosaria. She always slept in her room. The reason was, Field's bed was the softest in the whole Night Territory. There's really nothing we can do about her. Once we clear out the debris and rocks in the Starry Night Castle, and have enough room, we can solve this problem. Wow! The adult's pigeon? It's over. Ashina's exclamation came from upstairs. Huh? Field was full of confusion. He put down his teacup and hurried upstairs. But he saw that the room where the magic plants were planted was open. Field immediately thought of a bad thing. Humans would not enter this room, but it didn't prevent pigeons from flying in. Alas, the pigeons that cost a lot of money are not of much use. They were out very quickly. Field was speechless. He had to pinch his nose and walk in. But he saw that Asina came out holding a black bird. Your pigeon accidentally ate the magic plant and became like this. It's all my fault. I forgot that the pigeon shot down by the slaves can already fly. Ashina looked aggrieved. This is not your problem. I didn't expect it. But I am very curious about one thing. Is this thing really a pigeon? What Asina held in her hand was a black crow with a black body and feathers shining like steel. What was even more strange was that there was a scarlet eye on its forehead. It was full of evil aura. Meow. Even the species has changed. This is clearly a crow. How did it become an eye pigeon? Could it be that Yanchao has side effects? That it can turn people into black people? Field frowned. It would be terrible if there were side effects. It's not Yanchao. I have tested that Yanchao is non-toxic. Ashina shook her head and said with gestures, remember the corrupted crocodile we killed? It was during the battle of the lumberyard. I got a purple potion from the crocodile's head. The pigeon accidentally ate that potion. And it became like this. It is no longer alive. Chapter 89 Black Crow and Party. No life? Field poked the pigeon with his hand, with a puzzled look on his face. Why do I feel that the feathered beast empathy magic has not disappeared? Before, I played quick magic on a whim, and cast feathered beast empathy on the pigeon, which is equivalent to establishing a mental connection with the pigeon. I'll try this magic again. Field closed his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to fall into the deep sea, and suddenly surfaced, unimpeded. The next moment, The three-eyed pigeon slowly raised its head, opened its red eyes, and said in a hoarse and deep voice, "Isn't this a visual field? This pigeon is not dead." "Hey! Lord Field, why are you talking with a pigeon?" As Shina held the pigeon in front of her, Field was also confused, and stared at Asina. "Don't panic. I seem to be able to control this pigeon." Field asked the pigeon to turn its head, and it saw itself with its eyes closed. It was surprised and said, "We seem to have accidentally improved this quick magic." The original feathered animal empathy was very useless. It could not control the movements of birds. The pigeon could only act on its instincts. And it might even be thrown stones at. Now, it is completely different. "Spread your wings." The pigeon spread its wings, and its black feathers were like blades, spreading ferociously. Its originally weak feet also turned into eagle-like claws. Field exclaimed, "It seems that the strange magic plant has transformed the pigeon's body. But it has also killed its consciousness. It just so happens that my magic has left a mark of consciousness." Letting consciousness return to itself, the pigeon seemed to have lost power, fell straight down, and was caught by Field. "Hee. I will have a drone from now on." Field was overjoyed. Since the species has changed, it should not be called a pigeon, and will be called a black crow from now on. Field casually gave it a name, and touched the steel-textured feathers of the black crow. "It really looks like a Prussian eagle. It would be nice to use its style to make a flag in the future. Now, let's test its data." Then, Field seemed to have found a new toy, and released the black crow, letting it fly around the territory. What is shocking is that the flying speed of the black crow is extremely fast. In its normal state, it is just like a peregrine falcon sprinting. The slave can only see a black afterimage. Moreover, it can enter the gray fog without being corrupted. Perhaps it has become a corrupted creature. A blessing in disguise. Field was in the room, having fun, and someone knocked on the door. Field straightened his collar. "Come in." "My lord, the meeting is about to begin. According to your order, I have summoned all the people to the open space." Tate is still as capable as ever, never talking nonsense. But he is a workaholic. He has been working day and night on the construction these days, and even carried the rubble by hand. As for his wife, children, and his mother, he has long forgotten them. His wife has been left at the winery, helping to make happy beans. Happy beans have no technical content. The workers hired by Field are all female freemen, who are careful. There has been no poisoning incident so far. Even if it happens, the female workers will not cause a major accident. Tate's daughter Alexia plays with the little girl Wormwood in the gathering place of freemen during the day. She is one of the few unemployed characters in the entire Night Territory. As for Wormwood, she has a standard silly name for freeman. She comes from the Bull Territory. When the villagers offered tribute to the Bull Baron, Field intercepted her. They were taken care of by the freemen and maids, and they had no worries about food and drink. Their daily job was to cook porridge and provide it to the slaves. Field was doing two things at once. He landed the black crow on the roof of the winery, and stood up and hung the long sword on his waist. "Very good. Has the bread been distributed?" "Yes. All of it has been distributed." Tate smiled and nodded. "You are so generous." "Ha ha ha. It has nothing to do with generosity. I just want them to realize that listening to me speak is equivalent to having bread to eat." Field did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. Since he had two chosen ones, he was more confident in doing things. Even if the worst happens, and everyone in the territory betrays him, he can still turn the tables with the help of the two chosen ones, as he is still a first-level fighting knight. The top 3 fighting forces in the territory are in his hands. Power, strength and money are the source of a man's self-confidence. Field muttered, "I haven't checked the happiness of the territory for a long time." Name, Field. Occupation, Lord Territory. Starry Night Castle, Wind Rising Village and surrounding territories contracted chosen. Ashina Winter, Rosaria Corruption Population, 427 Development, 2 nothing happiness, -3 slightly depressing environmental value, -25 in ruins. Corruption is rampant around probability of the chosen appearing. 9 in 100 billion meow, it's much better. Field laughed happily. It's just that the development is increasing very slowly. Happiness and environmental values have increased significantly. The probability of the chosen appearing in the territory has increased 9-fold, although it is still infinitely approaching 0. It also gives Field hope. Let's go. Let's go see the people. Field was full of energy. Outside the big winery. Run! Whoever runs slower will steal Mr. Cow's leather boots. Tate's daughter Alexia, like a happy lark, ran ahead of Absinthe and ran towards the crowd excitedly. The little girl was at the age of playing and was full of interest in the territory. In fact, she was very scared when she first came to the night territory, thinking that she had entered a witch's lair, or the home of a swamp monster, a place where only children who loved to lie would go. The territory was a mess at first, with decayed remains, wriggling flesh and tentacles, and slaves with faces full of despair. The little girl was so scared that she hid in her bed all day. Even though she was sweating all over, she refused to stick her head out. There were no flowers, no companions, and no lively markets. But today, to be exact, a few days ago, Alexia gradually adapted to this place and witnessed the changes in the territory with her own eyes. The corruption was eradicated, and the death haze was getting farther and farther away from her, and it was almost out of her sight. There were often cavalrymen wrapped in black robes parading back and forth, and the heavily armored guards would not be lazy when standing guard at the winery. Alexia's first step out of the winery was to follow the maid Sparrow to the free people to make rations for the slaves. It was also at that time that she met the little girl Wormwood, a little girl who was almost sent to the Bull Fortress. "Hey, Wormwood, look, Uncle Hammer is standing on the stage. Are they going to dance? Let's go up and dance together." Wormwood shrank his neck. "I don't know. I only know how to make porridge." Alexia pulled her partner's arm. "Don't always think about cooking. Come on. Dancing is fun." No. The master is going to speak." Wormwood stopped her quickly. Chapter 90 Ashina vs. Field. Strike hard against the enclosure movement. "Good day, my subjects, I am your lord, Baron Field." Field stood straight on the stage and waved to the crowd. "Good day." "Hello, sir." Many people in the crowd responded. Some slaves even waved desperately. With smiles on their faces, Field recognized them at a glance. Most of the responders were slaves who joined the guard. Finally someone responded enthusiastically. Field thought, "The last time I held a meeting, I was just giving a speech to corpses so lifeless." Field glanced at the crowd, his eyes firm and bright. "I won't waste words. I promised before that if he earned 1 gold coin for me, he would be freed from slavery and restored to the status of a free man. To date, a total of 6 people have earned 1 gold coin, and they are from my guards." After that, Field pointed at Tietchue and the others. "Fuck. Beasts. How can they earn so much money so quickly? They have been killing corpses, and it is said that 1 corpse is 1 silver coin. I envy you so much. I also want to stand majestically in front of everyone." Field made a gesture of pressing his hands down, indicating that they should keep quiet. "As long as everyone unites and carries out my orders, we can get gold coins, food and freedom. We must not only survive in night territory, but also live better." Iron Hammer, Mountain Cat and others were extremely excited. Their fists clenched tightly, and their bodies were hot. Since becoming slaves, their hearts have been dead, because slaves have no room for turning over. Their only chance is to work hard and strive to go to heaven after death. However, they can actually have a day to regain their freedom. It's like a dream. Iron Hammer was very proud, raising his head proudly. "From now on, I will no longer be a slave. I will marry and have children, and build my own mud house. What are your plans for the future?" Yanal took out gold coins from his arms, and there were 3 silver coins in his pocket. There was no place to spend money in the current territory. Iron Hammer said, "As a matter of course, continue to serve in the army. There is no meat to eat elsewhere." What a straightforward reason. Yanmao's mouth twitched. "Why, I feel that if I become a free man, it will be no different from my previous life." "That's because the adults are too kind. You have never been to a dark mine, or like a pet, being arranged to fight each other. The slave life of our guards is actually similar to that of the free people outside, and even more comfortable. Which free people can eat a piece of dried meat every day. The hammer obviously has a story. The government orders will change, no matter what. It is right to follow the arrangement of the adults. I didn't expect you to have such insights." The Mountain Cat was shocked. "You are right. I pardon your slave status. From now on, you are legal residents of the Night Territory." Then, Field smiled and destroyed the slave contract, and accepted 6 gold coins. Sure enough, money makes money. The original 40 silver coins grew into 1 gold coin, and during this time, they solved a lot of problems for Field. "We also hope to work in the guard. Bobcat and others said in unison. Of course. It's just the army. Regular soldiers. Field said their names one by one and encouraged them. The monthly salary is temporarily set at 3 silver coins. In addition, 1 silver coin is charged for killing a rotten corpse. Compared with before, there is a fixed monthly salary. Yes, sir. Everyone was very happy. They were really pardoned. Everyone couldn't believe it. And they talked about it. No official came out, brought out some law, confiscated the gold coins after a lot of quibbling, and then let them continue to be slaves. Instead, they pardoned them very straightforwardly. The slaves saw hope, and were full of passion, and they wanted to rush into the fields to plow twice right now. Very good, everyone can go back to work, and look forward to the day when you will be richer. After hearing this, everyone ran to their posts quickly. Hee, create value vigorously. Field's mouth corners raised, playing with the gold coins in his hand. Sir, are you really going to let them go free? Cal wanted to poke his eyes out. He could not tolerate Field's wasteful behavior the most. Their previous treatment was good enough, and this will be a burden on our finances. Money is only money when it flows, and it is just a pile of cold precious metal materials piled in my warehouse. Field shook the gold coins in his hand. Look, this is the proof. Silver coins become gold coins. We can use these gold coins to buy more slaves. And then, they can become more gold coins. But, the housekeeper felt itchy. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Field didn't explain much, but used the feather beast empathy magic to summon his drone Black Crow. However, when the Black Crow flew over his room, Field frowned. Hey, who's in my room? Is it the maid? Field let the Black Crow hover and took a sneak peek. His bed was actually occupied by Ashina. The wolf-haired girl sat on Field's pillow, and the white wolf tail swayed proudly. The cooked part connected to the tail, completely pressed the pillow. 2 long legs with white flesh overlapped and squeezed each other, and the feet in white silk kept shaking. She was licking her beautiful long nails playfully, and said with a smug smile, Damn Rosalia, she actually used her body fragrance to mark the territory at will. I can't lose to that woman, hee. This place must be contaminated with my body fragrance. What the hell? It turns out that Rosalia always went to her room to sleep, using the excuse of the softest bed. Is it false? The real purpose is the evil enclosure movement? So don't torture me all the time. No, I have to fight back. These 2 little girls are really rebellious. Field hurried upstairs and opened the door of the room. Ashina has a strong sense of perception. When Field opened the door, she was already tidying up the desk seriously. The bed was clean and flat, but a little warm. My lord. What's wrong? Ashina looked silly. Okay. You are actually playing the enclosure movement behind my back. Right? The damn capital is levying heavy taxes on agriculture and carrying out primitive accumulation. I can never allow it. Ashina looked confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. That's right. I don't understand. I don't know what I'm talking about. Now face the punishment battle. Field was not polite and closed the door. Hey. No. You can't. The girl staggered back. Didn't you just say that you would use body odor to mark the territory? Field smiled horribly. Let's fight. If you lose, you will contribute to the defeat animation. How could you possibly hear that? Ashina's pupils trembled. Her perception was ridiculously strong. She could detect Rosaria, who was also chosen by God, just wandering around the night territory. She suddenly thought, could it be that the Black Crow used my divine power mark? Chapter 91. Ashina was defeated. The strongest man in the night territory. Field pressed forward with a domineering force, and his sharp palm wind attacked from the left and right. I surrender. Ashina was at a loss for words. How could I really attack you? But please be normal, and don't bully me. Have you surrendered? You are too weak. Surrender means admitting defeat. If you admit defeat, you will be defeated by the animation. Field's palm wind was still powerful, and hit Ashina firmly. The rabbit ball was pressed against her body by the pressure, and was pressed into a soft and sticky meat pie. Please stop. Please. Ashina blushed, groaned, felt numb, and was a little unsteady. The sweet and sticky female scent kept pouring into her nose, completely destroying Field's proud rationality. Field relied on his non-existent strength advantage to easily overwhelm the chosen one. He grabbed her trembling feet with one hand and pressed her down with the other. Hee. The power of the Chosen One is just SOSO. You just took a palm from me. And you are so tired? The first Chosen One will be crushed by me at the same level. Field's blood boiled. No one in this world can do it, defeating a combat god chosen of the same level. Don't, my power will go out of control. It's hard to hold back the raging power. Ashina couldn't control herself anymore. Her sharp nails gently pierced Field's skin. The itchy tingling sensation and countless smooth feelings made Field's brain crash directly. Hee, little she-wolf, don't look down on humans. Let me show you the true power of humans. Completely crazy. General plot. Field and Ashina talked about the social background, historical significance, event evaluation, etc. of the enclosure movement, and the two had a deep discussion on it. The specific content is 10,000 words. Please click expand. I can't stand it anymore. Let's stop here. My lord. I'm so sleepy. Ashina buried herself under the pillow, holding her own crumpled white silk in her hand. Her body trembled from time to time. Her voice was slightly changed, full of fatigue. You won. I am not your opponent. As expected of me, the Lion of the North. Field stood up with full energy and almost fell down. But he still asked coldly, do you still dare to play the enclosure movement? Do you want to do the primitive accumulation of capital? No. The girl answered incoherently, and then fell into a deep sleep, murmuring, the accumulation is full. Really full. Okay. Next we will target the king of the chosen ones. But before that, let's go to Maple Leaf City to trade. No. Let's eat and drink first. I'm starving. Field felt weaker than ever before. This battle was actually a loss for both sides, because he would be away from Night territory for a while. Field needed to complete all the affairs of the territory, so he was very busy. 3 days later. My lord. The goods have been loaded. Ashina pushed open the door. She was still wearing a maid outfit, and there was nothing unusual. She gently reminded, the army has also been assembled. Well, go to the quarry and call Rosalia. Field put down the feather pen and stretched. Rosaria has been busy clearing out corpses recently. When she has nothing to do, she goes to the quarry to cut stones. She can also cut hard stones with a big sword. Ashina asked in confusion, is Rosaria going too? Then there will be no one to protect the territory. The territory will be handed over to the remaining troops. This time, I will only bring 5 infantry and 5 cavalry. You will be responsible for managing the slaves. The battle on the road will be left to you. Rosaria will not take action unless it is a critical moment. Is there any special action? Ashina keenly noticed the problem. Normal action. Field will definitely leave a chosen one at home. Field nodded yes. That's why I brought the potion. The two were chatting. Rosalia came in through the window by herself. Casually threw off the black robe. Glanced at Ashina with a sour look. And said angrily, from today on, except for Field, I will not go anywhere. To avoid being persecuted by a beast. And actually snatch my foot slave. I think you look like you want to persecute me. And besides, God's special foot slave. Field rubbed his brows. Rosaria bared her teeth at Ashina, while Ashina made a smug face. Everyone, stop messing around. Business is important. Field stopped the two from messing around. Rosaria, I'm sorry to have you stay in the carriage. No, I'm actually very easy to hide. After saying that, Rosaria transformed into countless bloodlines, and poured into the gluttony great sword. Only one bloodline penetrated into Field's neck, connecting the great sword to Field. How about it, disguised as a divine weapon? Rosaria's proud voice echoed in his ears. Really? Field reached out, and picked up the gluttony great sword. Swung it a few times. And it was as light as a feather. So light. Actually, I'm controlling it. Otherwise it would be very heavy. Okay. Let's go. Field wrapped up the gluttony great sword and put it on his back. Downstairs, Tichue and others were already fully armed, carrying square shields and long spears. Standing straight, waiting for Field's order. Sir, aren't you going to sell the wine? Cal asked in confusion. Don't take it for now. Taking out the wine too frequently will greatly reduce the value of the wine. Sell it later. After Field personally checked the goods, he mounted his warhorse and said, let's go. And the target is Maple Leaf Territory. Maple Leaf Territory. The sky was dark, and more than 50 strong figures gathered together. As the flames rose, pine torches were lit, so they could see each other clearly. I was so fucking happy killing people. Did you see that scene? The spear pierced the woman's stomach, and she peed. A man with natural curly hair, wearing leather armor, and a breastplate on his chest. The Maple Leaf Territory's defenses are so weak, you can easily sneak in by pretending to be a refugee. Another man with a thick beard was constantly wiping the blood off his long knife. Hey, magician, killing people and finding lost goods are two different prices. Don't worry, Bloody Hand, I won't treat you badly. The man in a red robe laughed. Who are you going to kill? Blood Hand snapped his fingers with a terrifying sound. The mage took out a portrait. Kill this baron. Clang. Blood Hand drew his sword. Are you kidding me? No wonder you are so mysterious. You are here to die. The mercenaries' eyes changed immediately, and they pointed their weapons at the mage. Their eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent, and many of them spat thick phlegm and cursed bad luck. Kill the baron. Why? Because of women, rights, or land. It is not important to the Bloodhand mercenary group. What is important is that the baron has fully armed guards, heavy cavalry that can crush everything. And if you are unlucky, you will encounter fighting knights, and then kill them all like cutting melons and vegetables. Chapter 92 Bloodhand Mercenary Group. Haha, don't be so nervous. If he was really powerful, I wouldn't have come here in person. The Red Robe Wizard smiled. Also, don't act like law-abiding citizens. You have precedents for murdering nobles, such as Wolf Howl Castle. I'm just testing your true purpose. For the right price, we brothers dare to take turns rolling in the queen's bed. After hearing the Red Robe Wizard's revelation of their past, Bloodhand didn't get angry but laughed, put away the knife, and came up to hug each other eagerly. All you have to do is do your job. The Red Robe Wizard slapped the hand that was extended to him, and sneered. Mercenaries have no morals or discipline. They are also rare to dare to murder nobles, or even to usurp the throne. It was the same in the Middle Ages in the previous life. Sforza usurped the throne of Milan. In 1066, Robert the Fox was also the leader of the mercenaries. He occupied Sicily. The target is Baron Field. You can ask him about it. He is a cowardly and incompetent waste. He has few soldiers under his command, or even none at all. You find him first, then kill him. The bounty is 500 gold coins, and all the wealth on him belongs to you. Oh, a noble without soldiers? Bloodhand tilted his head in confusion. That's bullshit. The mercenaries laughed together. I can't wait to strip the Baroness or daughter, and then hold her in my arms. Come on. Can anyone who comes to Maple Leaf Territory have a wife? I'm here to hunt for beauties. Ha ha ha. Okay. The mage interrupted them, and added, I will also assist you throughout the process. I'm a second-level fire mage. A second-level fire mage is already a canon in this era, with amazing lethality. It would be best if we have a wizard to help us. But we won't rush in and fight blindly. Give us some time. We need to verify that what you said is correct. Bloodhand's mouth opened a greedy arc. If it is different from what you said, then there will be another price. The Bloodhand mercenary group extinguished the torches and disappeared into the darkness. When Field took the first step into the Maple Leaf Fortress, he heard cheers. See, I said he could come out alive. The soldier who opened the city gate laughed and twisted the capstan hard. He shouted, Please enter the fortress quickly. Honorable Baron, we have hot soup and olive wine here. Sir, come in and have a drink. Many soldiers on the city wall cheered loudly. Someone is happy, someone is sad. There are also soldiers who are dying. Tears for your own wallet. Really incredible. Someone can really come out for the second time. Why, I lost my money. Winning soldier stepped forward to invite. You are our hero. You are our hero. Please come in for 2 cups. Our bed is also ready. You really came out of the north for the second time. Goddess bless. Special meow. I dare to take me to bed. But it feels popular. It really makes people feel warm. I won't drink. Thank you for your kindness. Field raised his eyelids. As expected, the atmosphere changed as soon as he arrived at Maple Leaf Territory. Even the soldiers were very careless and gambling and drinking. But he was in a good mood and would not argue with the soldiers. The journey was very easy. It may be that he brought a small number of people. 5 infantry and cavalry, 15 slaves, and the maid Scissors. With the help of the small map and the chosen one, he easily arrived at the border fortress. It is worth mentioning that the border fortress of Maple Leaf Territory is not the private property of Maple Leaf Territory, but the common property of the Empire and Maple Leaf Baron, with the Empire accounting for the majority. After all, Maintaining a huge fortress and continuous city walls is not something that even the wealthy Baron Simon can do. Wow. It's been a long time since I came to the world of the living. It's so dazzling. I want to destroy it and kill everyone. Unlike Asina, who was catching up on sleep, Rosaria, who was hiding in the great sword, kept chattering in Field's ear. Don't get caught, Field whispered. I will be careful. My lord. Be careful. I feel the hostile atmosphere coming from the hill over there. Asina lifted the curtain and pointed out the direction with a yawn. Hostility? Okay, I get it. Field glanced at the hilltop in the distance, which was surrounded by dense forests and could not be seen clearly. Amid the farewell of the soldiers in the fortress, Field led the team to Maple Leaf City and arrived at Maple Leaf City the next day. Maple Leaf City was still the same, 3 meters high, like a funny wall, covered with beautiful silk and flowers. But the difference was that the number of homeless people had increased dozens of times compared to before. The disheveled, numbed-faced people huddled together, and at a glance there were at least 1,000 people, and the crowd was crowded. Even the unguarded Maple Leaf City had to send out troops and officials to maintain order. So many homeless people? Field was shocked. Hee hee. A sweet laugh came from Field's side. You must have come from the moon. Field looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a very beautiful older sister. She was wearing the caravan's linen clothes and a headscarf on her head. She looked like a married young woman. But she looked lively like a girl. Almost the same. Field winked at the woman. Would you like to clear my confusion for me? They are refugees. Some from the Purple Gold Empire. Some from the Atavan province. And of course, some real homeless people. The woman shrugged, with disgust in her eyes. War is always like this. Despicable people. For their own short-term interests. To harm ordinary people who love life. You are right. Field smiled. What happened specifically? The Purple Gold Empire has perished. The pagans continue their westward expedition. The Kingdom of Walea. The Inner Sea Trade Alliance. The Papal States. And the Hungarian Empire called the Holy Light Shield have organized a divine punishment army, which should be able to defeat the pagans. Civil strife broke out in the Atavan province. The cultists have mastered the missing 5th-level artifact, the Eye of Long-Cherished Wish, and have raised an army of tens of thousands of people overnight. The governor has begun to unite the nobles and prepare to quell the rebellion. There is no doubt that the Atavan province is ruined this time. The situation is changing so fast. Field was not surprised but happy. But his face showed a sigh. When it prospers, the people suffer. And when it perishes, the people suffer. Oh, you actually have such an opinion. The woman was surprised. Field smiled lazily. He smelled the smell of profit. Only under great changes can there be a chance to reap huge profits. I hope you are not a person who loves war and killing. The woman raised her eyebrows and left with the caravan. Field waved his hand. Of course not. Thank you very much for your help. As soon as the woman left, Field waved his fist, his face full of excitement. The Viscount of Atavan rebelled. Ha. That's great. Field sneered. Fulon City is next door. Chapter 93 Simon's Chosen One, Frony. He still remembers now. His brother mocked him with a joking look on his face. Fulon City is famous for goats and beer. Ha, goats. Right. Ha, beer. Right. Field licked the corner of his mouth. His eyes showed greed. Wait for me to come over. You better be able to laugh. I must slap you in the face, and you'll have to pull the hood all over the floor. What I just said. Prosperity, people suffer. Destruction, people suffer. It is indeed Field's sigh. He is happy to treat his subjects preferentially. As for targeting the opponent, then I am a warmonger. Tietchway and others were sweating profusely. The adults' expressions were so scary. Ahem, Ashina, you take everyone to rest. By the way, collect some more intelligence. Field gave Ashina a bag of gold coins. Buy more delicious food for the boys. And my maid, you have worked hard on the way. You should also eat more to replenish your body. I don't need to replenish my body. Don't underestimate me. Ashina chuckled, then nodded and said, Okay, I will follow your orders. Thank you, Lord Baron. Everyone wanted to pounce on him and call him Dad. Iron Hammer, I will not forget what I promised you last time. You are all freemen now. Go and have fun. Field took out 5 gold coins and gave them to the guards, and took out some happy beans. Don't forget to show the true strength of the men in the Night Territory. These gold coins are your advance salary. As long as you don't die, work hard to death. When people ask, Just say it's the magic medicine given by the Baron, a gift from the god of love. You can give them some. Do you understand? Ironhammer and others took the things, and said excitedly, I understand. Field needed their help in advertising. That night, Field didn't even visit Baron Simon. As soon as Tietjwe and the others came back, Simon's invitations came one after another. The door of the post station was knocked, and the maid told Field that Simon's chosen one had come in person and eagerly invited him to live in the manor. It's so grand. It's midnight now. It seems that someone can't wait. Field yawned. Things developed faster than he expected. The chosen one has come, and we must give him face. I will go with you. Rosalia, who was originally standing in a daze in the dark, turned around and put her hands on her waist, protesting. No one can think about it now. Let's disconnect the two of us. Field was speechless. What is a connection? It sounds so strange. I'll do it for you next one, so you can't be too naughty. But this matter can't be rushed. Rosalia is a talker, and she is full of outrageous remarks, but she herself maintains the reserve of a noble lady. When she has nothing to do, she likes to read books or drink tea, and occasionally play chess alone. Field patted Rosalia's head and comforted her. You just need to lurk in the dark. I will go to the big manor alone. But Rosalia's eyes were full of worry, but thinking that Field always kept his word, she nodded and said, If you encounter danger, just call me. I will lurk outside the manor. I know what I am doing. After finishing his clothes, Field walked out of the post station and saw the waiting carriage. Dear Field, you came to Maple Leaf City. Why don't you come to see me first? I have been in spiritual contact with you for a long time. A sweet and greasy laugh came from the carriage, and then a charming figure lifted the curtain. Field looked subconsciously, and his mind immediately became dazed. Sexy. Extremely sexy. Field couldn't even find the right words to describe the charming woman in front of him. She was 1.75 meters tall, with a graceful and plump figure, at least his size, and she walked tremblingly, shaky, and her long legs were straight. Every time she stepped, her fleshy legs would shake with a suffocating tremor. It's a big car. It's not the charm of divine power, but the figure and appearance alone. I still have the ability to think. Field pinched his thigh, and the pain made him regain his sanity. It was the first time he saw such a charming woman. Hello, I am Field, the Baron of Night. Let me introduce myself. My name is Florny, the third-level god of love, and welcome to Maple Leaf City. Florny spoke slowly, but the ambiguous smell between Fenghua's lips and teeth made Field feel shy. I hope we can spend countless beautiful nights. Third level. Hearing that the other party was the third-level god of love, Field shuddered and had no idea at all. According to the literature, the strength of the chosen one is related to the prosperity of the territory, which seems to be true. Field maintained his courtesy and said, Forget about the countless nights. I came here to visit and trade. I believe you have also heard about the happy beans. After I got this good thing, I thought of my old friend Simon first. Aw? Don't you miss me? Florin? I'm so sad. Florin pretended to be sad, came up and eagerly took Field's hand. The snow-white rabbit pressed against Field's arm, and she rubbed it twice. Don't listen to the gossip of outsiders. My magic skills can't make people lose their minds. Noticing Field's vigilance, Florin chuckled and said, My magic skills are to develop magic potions. Treatments and... Hee. A little secret? If you and I have fun, you will know. But it is definitely not to deceive people. I swear to the god of love. Of course I believe you. Field didn't believe it at first, but when he heard that she dared to swear, he believed it a little bit and behaved more naturally. Thank you for your trust. I prefer to conquer men with my own charm, not divine power. After a brief chat, Field asked people to load the goods and headed to Maple Leaf Manor. Unlike the calm outside the city, Maple Leaf Manor was heavily guarded this time, with soldiers patrolling back and forth. Field even saw a lot of ferocious and strange monsters tied to the ground. When they saw Field, they bared their teeth and looked like they were going to attack. Stupid child. He is a guest. Don't be rude. Florin scolded softly. The monster immediately shut up and lowered his head pitifully. Lord Field, you'd better be careful. There have been many murders recently. Not only civilians and merchants have been killed, but also nobles. Florny pouted and said angrily, Disgusting cultists. I really don't understand what they are thinking. Isn't it good to enjoy themselves? I can't understand it either. Field shrugged. Otherwise, why are they called cultists? They will always cause trouble. Hello. Dear brother. I'm sorry I didn't come to pick you up. It's really not peaceful recently. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? As soon as he reached the door, Simon, wearing slippers, ran over with heavy steps, as if he had seen his half-brother, and grabbed Field's hand. Chapter 94 Dinner, Strange Dining Table. Simon held his hand tightly, and was stared at affectionately. Field's mouth twitched violently, and he resisted the urge to slap this pervert to death. Field said with a fake smile, Baron Simon, it must be fate's arrangement that I can escape from the northern province again, and be welcomed by you. Come in. Simon also looked touched, pulling Field into the house. After seeing Simon, Field's last nervousness disappeared. Come to think of it, the gold coins he traded were only a few thousand. And for a big city, it was not even half a day's tax revenue. So they would not bother to kill him. If they were to kill him, it would be an assassination, not an open and above-board one. After all, if the news of the atrocities against the nobles leaked out, other nobles would find excuses to take advantage of him. But Field knew that Simon's touched expression was obviously fake, because he had added iced black tea. Field could see through his evil intentions at a glance. This was the tacit understanding of the nobles. I just bought 20 demi-human dancers. I believe you will like them. Simon winked at Field, with an expression that said everyone knows you. He laughed. You didn't enjoy it last time. It was my fault. I found out that you had demi-human maids, and I knew your hobby right away. Your sincerity can make the goddess cry. Field sighed. It would be great if you could give me 20 uncontracted gods chosen. Not just demi-humans. Yes, I always treat people sincerely, Simon said honestly, and then clapped his hands. Immediately, two maids wearing only gem underwear came forward. The so-called gem underwear is the key 3 points. Underwear covered by gems. Is it a little fun? Simon always likes to find some different fun. Where is the food I requested, the highest grade batch? Sir, the chef is still cooking, it will be ready soon. Field said politely. Baron Simon, no need to be so, I received your kindness. You understand me, I have always pursued fighting and glory. This time I just bring you some gifts and trade. Hearing about gifts and trade, Simon's face smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum, and whispered, Is it a happy pill? Please say yes. Oh my god, do you know, when Florini told me the news, how happy was I? Floney on the side gently raised the corner of her mouth, tilted her head, and showed a happy smile, just like a virtuous wife. It seems that Simon has indeed encountered a difficult and complicated disease, and it has troubled him for a long time. Apart from the physical reasons, being surrounded by a bunch of beauties all the time, the threshold will also be greatly increased. Having a stunning God's chosen one by your side, who can only see but not eat, would be uncomfortable for anyone. In addition, Field also saw something unusual. Simon's control over Maple Leaf City is so strong that it is abnormal. Although he stays in the manor all day and night, he knew that Field's maid was a subhuman, or the matter of happy beans, in just a few hours. Maybe Simon is very capable in domestic affairs, or he has a strong intelligence department. Don't underestimate anyone, Field muttered in his heart. After thinking for only a moment, Field said seriously, Of course, it's not just the happy beans, but also the North God oil, and the special gift for you. Although they are all the same, your gift is of the highest grade. In other words, the one for Simon was diluted with less water. You are my most distinguished guest, Simon. Simon was in high spirits, and the fat on his face and belly kept shaking. Let me see the gift. I can't wait. Don't worry, Simon. The dishes are here. Don't neglect the guests. Let's eat and talk. The three sat down according to the etiquette of the nobility. Simon sat in the main seat and introduced, although there is no ball. I can guarantee that these delicacies are the best in the entire High Castle province. It was just as Simon said. Before the main course, a basin of sculptures was brought. A lifelike mermaid, sitting on the reef, moving flexibly, as if singing. Sculptured food? Field had heard of this kind of dessert before the meal, which was made of almond candy, cakes and dairy products, and was carefully carved into a dessert. It was usually carved into an auspicious animal, or a scene in a mythological story. Yes. And this? Have a cup to warm yourself up. Florin took the pot from the maid and poured a glass of milk for Field. I haven't had milk for a long time. Field was really greedy. Although the goat milk from Yimu Ling was nutritious, It had a strong smell. Field took a big sip. Very fragrant. This milk suits my taste very well. Florny frowned her pretty eyebrows, with a puzzled look on her face. Huh? Milk doesn't taste like this. This is squeezed from my vagina. It smells a bit like human, isn't it? Puff. Field couldn't hold it back, and sprayed it directly. Ha ha ha. Florny covered her mouth and laughed evilly. I'm just playing with you. This is milk. You can even go to the ranch to have a look now. Okay. Okay, you want to play against this guy too. Right? I know a friend named Rosaria. You two might have a good chat. Field wiped his mouth with a handkerchief in silence. And also joked, oh, that's a pity. Hey, I'm still here. Simon knocked on the table lightly, pretending to be angry, but with a smile on his face, and ordered the maid, pour us some wine. Starry night wine. Florenzi narrowed her eyes and said angrily, oh, don't drink so much. You get drunk every time you drink a little. I know the next plot. Field immediately imagined the direction. The husband is drunk. The guests and the wife in front of the drunk husband directly perform the great reproduction, then get pregnant, and then their son inherits the maple leaf territory peacefully. No way. Simon is not so stupid. I'd better not drink it. Field was thinking of excuses, when he suddenly felt a slippery little foot rubbing his calf playfully. Is it tempting now? Field smiled jokingly. I think you don't know how powerful I am. Night Leader Optimus Prime, a pillar supporting the sky, a third-level God-chosen one that is unstoppable. But I'll let you go for now. After silently eating a bite of the cake, Field was about to take the second bite, when he was rubbed again. TSK, you're making such a big deal, I'm not afraid of you. Field was not a soft persimmon, and he quietly stretched out his legs. Florny shuddered, subconsciously clamped her legs, then looked at Field with 3 parts of doubt and 7 parts of tenderness, with a doting expression that saw through Field's thoughts, and glanced at Simon. You little brat, you dare to provoke me. Field began to shake his legs, and Florny lowered her head directly. However, Field was rubbed by a leg again, and then 2 legs came up. Even if you are the chosen one, you shouldn't have 3 legs. Chapter 95: A Sudden Assassination. Pink Cat Asian. Field was confused. There were really 3 legs on him, not an illusion. Could it be that Simon the pervert? Field's pupils trembled, and he wanted to lift the tablecloth and look down, but it was not in accordance with the dining etiquette of the nobles. The touch on the legs, it was obviously a girl's. Before Field could figure out what was going on, another leg came up. Could it be that Florny was a spider spirit? Field's face was full of black lines. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he tried to stretch both legs to Florny and rub them. Florny hummed softly. Her eyes were as charming as silk, as if water could drip out. This expression made Field feel helpless, and he thought, why is there an extra pair of legs? Is there a maid under the table? Simon is really good at playing. Simon had no idea what was happening under the table, and he was still thinking about the happy beans. Field, can you tell me more about the happy pills? I'm really curious, but unfortunately the sample I bought from the red light district was taken away by Florny. Florny must have taken it to test the efficacy, or check the toxicity, and Field nodded silently. If you give it to the Lord without saying anything, it would be strange. In short, it can make you indestructible, powerful and durable. Field raised his eyebrows. Oh! I heard from those Quinn women that the man in the night territory can lead 10 men for an hour without stopping. He is the strongest man they have ever seen. Simon's face was full of envy. As a seller, Field praised Simon very much. This is nothing. If you get these God-given medicines, you will be more powerful. Please enjoy it. I can't wait. Simon wanted to take 2 pills to try. Oh, the dancers I bought are here. Seeing a bunch of gorgeous women queuing up to walk into the hall, Simon controlled his temper and immediately called Field. Look, these are the subhuman dancers I just bought. You have good taste. Right. I can use them to try out the happy beans. Field looked at them and saw that they were indeed all beauties, certainly several levels lower than the chosen ones, but they were all first-class beauties, more than enough to be internet celebrities. However, their expressions seemed too nervous or too murderous. The demi-human dancers clenched their hands tightly, or hid them behind their backs, with sharp eyes fixed on their positions. Alarm bells rang. Field's hand subconsciously reached for the iris brooch, but then relaxed, silently picking up a piece of rare monster meat, tasting the hard-to-find delicacy. They couldn't be sent by Simon to assassinate him. So there was nothing to worry about. Dance quickly. The kind before. Taking off clothes. And twisting your belly. Simon laughed and imitated as he spoke. Looking very happy. He kept waving his arms. Dance quickly. Don't get excited. Simon. It seems that you bought a cat that is not very well behaved. Florence stood up. Leaning forward slightly. She obviously saw the problem. Her eyes were full of tyranny. What happened? Simon stood up in confusion. Wait. How come there's someone on my legs? Field was speechless. He stood up. How come there's still legs? He couldn't help but be curious. So he bent down and lifted the tablecloth. He immediately met a pair of pink eyes. Fuck. Be careful. When the eyes met, Field's hand trembled, and a dagger fell from his left sleeve. His first-level fighting spirit burst out completely, and he retreated at the fastest speed. At the same time, he had already grasped the iris brooch in his right hand, ready to fight at any time. A sharp flash flashed past, accompanied by a crisp tearing sound, and the high-end solid wood table was split open without any hindrance, and the delicacies on the table were blown away. What happened? Simon was shocked, and before he could scream, a dagger with a faint white glow was already on his neck. At the same time, the cat dancers took out their hidden daggers, knives or rapiers. Plus several maids who screamed and ran away were caught up and killed by the cat people. Don't move. Filthy human. The cattered subhuman jumped out from under the table, holding Simon hostage with a dagger in his hand. His long light pink hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked both beautiful and dashing. Don't be impulsive. Field put away the dagger and pushed him away with both hands. Subhuman. Let's talk nicely. Don't hurt him. We can talk about anything. The cattered subhuman glanced at Field, showing a look of contempt. Hypocritical human. Tell me, where did you kidnap our pink cat subhuman children? Oh, this. No need to think. It was definitely Simon's own fault. Field shrugged, saying that he was polite enough, and there was no need to get involved in the quagmire. He looked at Florenzi, and saw that Florenzi looked indifferent. Then, Field looked at the cat-eared girl in front of him again. Her long peach pink hair reached her waist, and her white gauze skirt with beautiful lace was very beautiful. Under the skirt were flawless white feet like a rabbit. At a glance, he knew that the little feet that had landed on him before were definitely the cat girl in front of him. The dress also concealed the slightly improved cotton ball, and her neck and collarbone were full of bone and beauty, which could be called ice like jade. Florney sneered. They were all bought by dignitaries for fun, and some were sent to the arena to fight with hungry jackals. It's useless to tell you now. The weak cat people can only be torn into pieces, eaten by jackals, and finally turned into feces. You? The surrounding cat people were furious, and they all wanted to die. Would die. Let's fight her. Friends, don't be impulsive. Take Simon, the bastard, away first. Would die. The cat girl who held Simon hostage was obviously the leader. Florney was not panicked at all. She leaned lazily against a pillar nearby and turned to apologize to Field. I'm sorry. I scared you. There was a problem with our security. I'm not good at reconnaissance. And let the little bug slip in. Needless to say, this cat girl must be the chosen one of God. There will be a shield between the chosen ones of God, and you can't tell them apart when you meet them, unless you use divine power. Only Ashina has amazing perception, and can find the hostile chosen ones from clues. Field opened the small map, and looked at it several times to make sure there was no green dot marked. He could only sigh with regret. She had actually been contracted. Otherwise she would have been captured directly. Wait, who said that someone can't be captured by a contract? Field rubbed his chin. But it was not convenient for him to move around now. Then, Field nodded to Florney and said, It's okay for me. You're barren. Uh-huh. It's okay for me. Simon was like a fool. Not afraid at all. Even tilted his head, and wanted to lick the cat girl pervertedly, but was slapped hard by the cat girl, and immediately became obedient. Chapter 96 Assassins. But can't cut off warriors. A first-level God's chosen. Dare to sneak in. Really don't know how to write the word death. I'm too lazy to even take action. Florney chuckled, then clapped her hands seductively. God's chosen guards. Listen to orders. Field consciously stepped back, slowly left the battle circle, and his eyes were fixed on the cat-eared girl's every move. God's chosen guards. Interesting. The so-called God's chosen guards are special troops that the Lord and the chosen have contracted. And the chosen will give back to the Lord. Just like Ashina provided herself with 50 first-level wolf cavalry quotas. But because there were no giant wolves, she could not be enthroned. As for Simon, who was rich in background, he would naturally not encounter such an embarrassing situation. Don't act rashly. Otherwise I will cut his throat, Woody threatened loudly. But Fernie was unmoved, and didn't even blink. Field also shook his head after hearing it. This kind of playful threat can scare people. Then there must be something fishy. In fact, Field thought that the assassination of the cat-like people was a funny comedy in itself. They seemed to be completely unaware of the situation in the manner, not knowing that they were facing a third-level God's chosen, not knowing whether Simon had any means to save his life, and they just ran over to assassinate him with such courage. The only surprising thing was that Wu Dai was really brave, and actually hid under the table, and did not stab Simon directly. I guess they really wanted to kidnap him, rather than kill him on the spot. However, no matter which idea, it's purely seeking death. Field rubbed his eyebrows, underestimating humans. One of the world's hegemons, then they would only be slaughtered and crushed, and that was the fact. The subhumans did not have a strong empire, and many tribes were slaughtered or enslaved. The next moment, a brown lizard man in a wizard's uniform, as if appearing out of thin air, walked out from behind Forney, accompanied by a very fast chant. The lizardman wizard pointed his staff and said, "Ethereal." Simon's chubby body immediately became blurred, and turned into an impenetrable shadow. He actually penetrated Woody's arm, and walked away casually. Oops. Woody's pupils widened, and her eye sockets were almost torn apart. She immediately stabbed out the dagger in her hand, but found that she had stabbed in the air, and was completely unable to attack the ethereal Simon. Bad emotions spread rapidly in her heart, and Woody showed a panicked look at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heartbeat caused by extreme tension could be heard even by Field, who was far away. Ha ha ha. Simon laughed and walked back to Forney slowly. Well done, Forney. Very well done. Kill them all now. By the way, stay with the chosen one. Her fresh flesh and blood will be very valuable and delicious. Yes, dear Simon. Forney licked her lips. Come out. Children, crush my enemies. Dong dong. Amid the fierce footsteps, a large number of strange creatures emerged from the corridors around the hall. There are two-headed ogres, swamp lizardmen, dwarf spearmen, and even green-skinned orcs. But unlike normal, they all have simplified arrows marks on their bodies, which are probably the special marks of the God's chosen guard. These monsters are completely different from the descriptions in the illustrations. Field carefully observed each monster, such as the swamp lizardmen, who actually have 4 hands, holding a zither-shaped shield, a long sword, a chain hammer, and a long spear. The green-skinned orcs have twisted spider claws on their backs, which look extremely terrifying. Could the God's chosen guards change their biological forms? Field wondered. Fight the humans. Revenge for our compatriots. The subhumans rushed forward. The dwarves in the front suddenly threw their spears, accompanied by a strong sound of breaking wind. 3 cat subhumans were immediately pierced by the spears, flew backwards, and nailed to the wall behind them. Surround and kill. The monster seemed extremely stupid, but they cooperated very well. After throwing the spears, the dwarves immediately raised their shields and guns, forming a hollow circle, surrounding the cat subhumans. Then the heavily armored lizardmen, with fierce eyes, jumped into the battle circle from behind the dwarves. The dark mass of swamp lizardmen, like armored tanks, crushed over like a torrent. Ding ding dang dang. The cat people were fearless, gritting their teeth and raising their delicate white arms, trying to break through with short weapons. They stabbed the daggers or rapiers in their hands with all their might. But this was not a joke in a movie or TV series. Light armor was as brittle as paper, and it was impossible for heavy armor to be folded in half. After a series of crisp sounds, the lizardmen in heavy armor did not move at all, and there was not even a scratch on the armor. Raising the machete plainly, the lizardmen swept out wildly, with the sound of tearing muscles, accompanied by screams and spitting blood, and the assassins were immediately swept away. Then, he swung his sword again, swung his sword. The dirty blood flowed onto the gorgeous floor under his feet with each swing of the sword by the lizard man. In just 1 minute, the cat-like people who were full of murderous intent before turned into pieces. Only the cat-like people's chosen one, Woody, was left, gasping for breath, relying on divine power, and struggling with the dagger. TSK, she's still an assassin-type chosen one, but her frontal combat power is so weak. I guess she can only hold on for a quarter of an hour, and then she'll perform the animation of defeat. Field saw the trick, the cat girl in front of him. Let alone assassinating Simon, even if she came to assassinate him, if she couldn't succeed in one strike, Rosaria or Ashina could easily deal with her. Florian and Simon came over with their glasses, both smiling, not taking the bloody scene seriously. Please don't let a little incident spoil your fun. Of course. Field took the glass and raised it politely, thinking that he needed to improve his strength quickly. The strength of the old Baron was so terrifying. Those who were sealed in the border to guard the Empire were all ruthless. Woody gradually became weak under the attack of the three lizard men. Magic skill. Shadow Strike. At the critical moment, facing the sharp blades coming from different directions, Woody's divine power fluctuated, as if melting, and turned into a pool of black shadow, quickly moving across the floor, bypassing the monster's blockade. After the shadow quickly approached Simon, Woody jumped out of the shadow, carrying the black energy with a deep breath, and the divine power lingering on the dagger slowly converged into a terrifying edge. If you are stabbed by such a dagger, it will definitely not be pleasant. Oh! You are quite good at it, Filoni exclaimed, and then took a sip of wine lightly. But it's useless. Third level magic. Aurora Barrier. The lizardman wizard cast a spell quickly, casting a barrier magic on the ground. Bang! Woody groaned in pain in her throat, and her head hit the magic barrier that suddenly appeared. Before Woody landed on the ground, the green-skinned orc swung the mace in his hand fiercely, accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of hitting flesh. Woody was smashed away like a beautiful rag. Chapter 97 Friends of the Female Demi-Human. The Chosen Ones have strong vitality. After Woody spat out a large mouthful of blood, she rolled on the ground for several rounds. Her beautiful clothes were stained with blood, and she looked miserable. Afterwards, she gritted her teeth and used her remaining divine power to transform herself into a black shadow and disappeared from the spot. Field was very surprised and felt a little happy. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, it was still uncomfortable to watch Simon killing lives and even eating people. Of course, the demi-humans were not his kind, and they had been contracted, so he didn't need to protect her. Now that the cat girl ran away by herself, everyone is happy. No need to watch Simon eat people. Just think of it as a wonderful show for free. Feeling Florian's gaze, Field pretended to be shocked and surprised. Did she escape? Will she continue to assassinate? Total martial law. Guard, search for me. Be sure to find the assassin. After Florian gave the order, she changed to a delicate expression and gently invited Field. Dear Baron, don't be nervous. Let's go to another place to continue the banquet. Field really didn't want to eat. Ahem. Thank you for your kindness. Let's get down to business. Happy beans, which are what you call happy pills, are relatively less effective. As for the Northland Divine Oil, and the one specially provided for you, it is more effective, and is only provided to noble people. After Field introduced the goods in detail, he said with a smile, This is the divine medicine that the god of love brought to me in a dream. I believe you will not let me waste your kindness in vain. Of course not. The motto of the Maple Leaf family is, put down your guard. Everyone is a brother, Simon introduced proudly. Although there were still a pile of corpses in the hall, he was very serious when he said this. After I try the effect, we will discuss the price, Simon added with a smile. Before that, please, take a rest. There will be no more assassins. Right? Field said in a joking tone. I don't have the protection of the powerful Chosen One. Don't worry. That subhuman has lost the ability to attack. I promise that I will find her soon, Flori vowed. She stretched out 2 fingers and said seriously, Of course. If you are afraid that no one will protect you, I can accompany you. Forget it. Spending a night with Flori. I am afraid I won't see the sun the next day. A human being actually has a bunch of monster guards. There is no doubt that she has the means to control the mind. As for her previous oath, it is probably a lie to coax a child. Field vaguely guessed how she controlled the monsters. The room arranged for Field was on the 2nd floor. The Gothic room was extremely luxurious. The gauze curtains fluttered in the room. The rare plants, insect specimens, and oil paintings on display alone were worth several stone houses of ordinary people. My lord, please come to the nude bath. The assassination just now made you sweat. I am very sorry. Two maids walked in. People in the Middle Ages also took baths. It was the common people who were dirty, and it had little to do with the nobles. For example, the Queen of the Griffin Empire was famous for her love of bathing. She bathed once a day, even on the holy Sundays stipulated by the church. As a result, the Pope wrote letters of protest many times. Nude bathing? Field scratched his head awkwardly. The so-called nude bathing means that a large number of men and women take a bath together in an open-air bathhouse. Generally speaking, after taking a bath, men are clean, but women are not as clean as before. Nude bathing is a hobby of the nobles. If it were in other places, Field would be happy to let them see how powerful the Knight Leader Optimus Prime is. No need. Just give me a big bathtub. Field stretched. Soon, a silver plate filled with roses and herbs was brought in, and a golden cup filled with wine and various fruits were served. At the same time, an extra-large bathtub was brought in. Pour the roses and herbs into the bathtub, and the pleasant aroma filled the air. The maids obediently took off the remaining clothes on their bodies, and suddenly the towering mountains and steep hills were in full view. Sir, please. Damn. This is too much. Field rubbed his eyebrows. How could a normal man bear such emperor-like treatment? No wonder Maple Leaf territory is so rich. Countless nobles have emptied their savings to live here. It's unbearable. But we can't indulge. I can bear it. In the future, I will form a group of God-chosen maids. Isn't it better than them? After repeating it silently for several times, Field waved his hand and said with a very appropriate reason, You go out. I only use my own personal maids. I don't need you. The maids left obediently and closed the door. Yes. Sir, please call us directly if you need anything. Field lay comfortably in the bathtub. The water temperature was just right, making every inch of skin stretch. I am so happy here that I don't want to go to the night. Field said a few nonsense words, and in his mind, he was already thinking about how to build a territory that would surpass the prosperity of Maple Leaf territory. About 10 minutes later, Field was about to get up. A black shadow fell from the sky. Plop, it fell into his bathtub. Damn. It can't fall anywhere else. Field was shocked, but he calmed down immediately. He activated the iris sword that had been prepared long ago and pointed it at the neck of the figure. Hee hee. Little cat. I knew you would come to find me. Cat people are very afraid of water. Woody struggled to climb out of the bathtub, but a silver sword was pressed against her neck coldly, which made her confused. This is a divine weapon? Why aren't you surprised at all? How did you know I would come? Field snorted coldly. For a fool like you who doesn't do any reconnaissance and has no reason, I can guess your next move by thinking with the arch of my maid's foot. Ah? The cat girl who was soaked in water still didn't understand. She stared at Field with peach-colored eyes, with a puzzled look on her face. In the whole manor, I'm afraid I'm the only one without guards and spies. Right? Field smiled confidently. So, I guess you will definitely come here, but I didn't expect that. You would play so big. It seems that you can't escape from the bathing of men and women today. Field asked all the maids to go out, also considering this. Woody was already in a state of confusion. How do you know there are no guards? If there were, you wouldn't have come. I would have known that Simon was watching me. If there weren't, you would have come, which means Simon respects and trusts me more. Do you understand? Pink cat head. Field patiently waited for Woody to sort out her logic. When Field saw Woody's eyes become clear, he took the initiative to put away the iris sword. Let me introduce myself. My name is Field, Baron of Night, nickname, friend of female Asians. Humph, despicable human, do you think I will believe you? Chapter 98. 3 million gold coins. Wu Dai immediately thought of her partner, who died tragically, and her eyes were suddenly blurred with tears. She drew out her dagger and pointed it at Field. Don't be so stupid. Your enemy is Simon, and it has nothing to do with me. Field. If you kill me, you will definitely die, and, with your current weak state, do you think you can kill me? Wu Dai calmed down, and asked in a cold voice, What do you want to do? I want you. Field answered without hesitation, even if assassins are of little use to the development of Night territory, but Field is a person who cherishes talents. Puff. Wu Dai was so shocked that her internal injuries were affected. She almost vomited blood. Her pretty face turned red. She raised her hand to scratch him. Damn it, you humans are really bad. I want you to be loyal to me. What are you thinking? Field crossed his fingers and said slowly, No need to talk about this. I already have a lord to be loyal to, and humans, Can't contract with subhumans, idiot. Field knew that would die had been contracted, but he still wanted to test it. The thief turned out to be me. Oh, that's even more interesting. Who said that if you have a lord, you can't change your master? No means no. I'd rather die in front of you. The cat-like person became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she would pounce on him at any time. Come on, we'll die together. I still have a trump card. The trump card must be the dissociation artifact, but seeing that she would rather die than surrender, it can be seen that the contract of the chosen one is very binding, much stronger than the marriage certificate, and it is not so easy to abduct. Don't be nervous. Field said softly, then raised his hand to pat the cat-like person's plush ears, and then touched his head. Woody, I feel a little happier. Wait. Don't touch me. Hey, why are you so skilled? Because Field was at home, he plucked Ashina every day, even cultivated a habit that was difficult for Ashina to correct. If she wasn't plucked twice a day, she would feel uncomfortable all over. The cat's ear shook. Woody panicked. Someone is coming. Field frowned, slapped the cat's head into the water. Hide, hold your breath, don't move. Then he poured red wine and roses into the bathtub, and then put a towel on it, making sure that he couldn't see the bottom of the water clearly. He stopped. The flawless touch. The tingling pressure. Normal people can't stand it. Gurgle, a bubble appeared on the water surface. Woody almost jumped out, as if because of discomfort or shock, until there was a knock on the door. She stopped moving and calmed down under the water. Lord Field, we just heard some noise, and we suspect it was an assassin. For your safety, can we come in and search? Of course. Please feel free. Field was not panicked at all. Even if the cat-like people were discovered, he could still deny that he was coerced. The manor soldier did not dare to be too presumptuous. He walked around the house, checked the corners where he had hidden, and then said sorry for bothering him and left. Woody's face was red, as if it had boiled. She emerged from the water woodenly. Her eyes were wide open. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she murmured, "It's not clean anymore. It's not clean anymore. Who told you to move around and disturb little Field? Forget it. Don't mention it. Let's talk about the important things. You want to live, right? To avenge your companions, or to find the missing children of the Maya people?" Field asked seriously. Woody seemed to see hope. She thought of her dead companions. She said, "Yes. Can you help me kill Simon?" "No. Why should I help someone else's chosen one to deal with my own trading partner? Besides, Simon is not easy to deal with." Without hesitation, Field refused directly. He was not someone who could be manipulated by his little brother. First, they were all human nobles. And second, his interests were tied to Simon's. Woody's mouth shrank, and tears began to flow again. "Don't be so fragile. I can have interests with Simon, and I can have interests with you." Field patted her head again to comfort her. Woody, meow. It is difficult for nobles to have eternal friendship, but they can have eternal interests. Simon and I can talk happily, just because there is no dispute over interests, and I can bring him benefits. If the night territory develops, then disputes over trade, population and land will inevitably arise. Simon will be an enemy sooner or later, especially since he is a cruel pervert. Field knows it very well. So, making profits for oneself is the top priority. But there is no need to tell these words to the cat people. "Don't touch my head, you human nobles are so mean, you turn against your allies in a blink of an eye." She said this, but Woody was not so excited, and curled up in a corner of the bathtub, patiently waiting for Field to continue. "If you change your camp and pledge allegiance to me, I will help you get revenge." Woody did not hesitate. "This won't work. Accept this, everything else is easy to talk about. Then change it. You can recover your divine power in my room, I will cover you, and even help you escape from the manor. You don't turn into a shadow and escape. Maybe it's because you don't have enough divine power. Or there are reconnaissance methods outside? Well, you set the conditions." After hesitating for a moment, Woody nodded. "Be my spirit, ahem." "Just kidding." Seeing that the cat girl was about to pounce on him and bite him, Field quickly changed his words. "Let me see your artifact first. I'm curious about its function." The makeup box of the shadow lady can also be transformed into a shadow dagger. The dagger in Woody's hand was entangled by the black shadow, and turned into a beautiful black makeup box. You can change your appearance and avoid detection. After saying that, Woody used the small prop inside to rub her face for a while, and she turned into the big sister who had talked to Field before. "How about it? Did you recognize me?" the Baron from the moon. It turned out that the one who told me about the current situation of the Empire during the day was you. Field slapped his head. No wonder she looked like a married woman, but gave people a lively feeling of a girl. Isn't it amazing? Woody was very proud, and was very satisfied with Field's reaction. Her cat ears kept shaking. You haven't seen it before? A poor lord like you who has no God's chosen one can't be envied. Envy of a wool ball. The Iris long sword is the same type as her artifact. Not only can she transform herself, but her Iris sword is longer than her dagger, and it is also more concealed. Unfortunately, the transformation ability of the Iris brooch can only transform her into someone she has seen before, but the makeup box can be used to dress up at will. Okay, if you bring me 3 million gold coins, I will help you escape. Otherwise, I will call the guards now, and make you perform a high-intensity defeat animation on the spot. And I will be happy to be the first one. Despicable human. Woody rolled her eyes, and almost fainted. 3 million gold coins. Do you know what you are talking about? Not much. A first-level artifact can be sold for 1 million gold coins. Isn't a chosen one worth 3 million? Chapter 99 Reaching an Agreement. I'm not asking you to pay so much at once. I believe you and your lord can afford the price. Of course, you could also pay the debt with important information or materials, or even work for me, as long as you can meet the value of 3 million. Too much, we subhumans don't have that much money. Subhumans are one of the poorest races, except for a few noble subhumans, such as dragon subhumans or fox subhumans, who are good at making money. The rest of the subhumans basically suffer from hunger and cold in small tribes. As she said this, Woody pitifully took out a beautiful handkerchief, carefully wrapped with 1 gold, 6 silver, and 3 copper coins. That's all I have. I like to buy beautiful clothes, and it's hard to save money. You are a thief. Or an assassin. You can always find treasures or artifacts. Clothes are not worth much. After Field cruelly took her gold coins, he played with the gold coins and said ruthlessly, pay back 1 gold coin. And now swear with your God-chosen contract. If you can't pay it back, you will pay it back yourself. But you also want to live and take revenge yourself. Right? Don't forget how your comrades and tribesmen died tragically. Only by staying alive can she seek revenge on Simon. We are partners in interests. Don't treat me as an enemy. If you need help, you can also come to me. At this point, there is no other way. She was injured. Although the makeup box can be used for disguise, the manor is forbidden to go out. She can't pretend to be a maid and escape. Wu Dai, who was fooled, made a confused oath and signed a repayment contract. Okay, now listen to me. I will help you survive and escape. After talking about the precautions, the two of them were silent all night. In the darkness, Field listened to the little girl sobbing softly. He didn't know whether she was sad for her people or worried about her future. Field just slept quietly. With Field there, no guards came to search, and Woody had enough time to recover her power. The next day was the highlight. Field and Simon went to the hall to discuss the price of happy beans. Simon looked exhausted, but he could not hide his pride and brilliance. He said excitedly, I was so brave last night. I played 3 games without taking a break. You are worthy of it. Field gave him a look of approval. Tell me the formula of the happy pills. I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Simon changed the subject and said in a simple tone, I'm willing to pay 50,000 gold coins. If the happy beans are regarded as magic potions, the formula is worth at least 300,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins is just a dream. Field had already prepared a plan. He smiled and said, This is a formula given by God. The God of love won't let me pass it on. Sorry. Let's talk about the price. A trace of anger and resentment flashed in Simon's eyes. Although it was well hidden, Field still keenly caught it. Because the production is complicated and the raw materials are extremely rare. I think you won't disappoint the God of love. Field sat calmly on the chair. Happy beans are 50 copper coins. And the Northland God oil is 10 gold coins. From his tone, Simon seemed not to allow bargaining. Sorry. No. Field's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a regular crisp sound. And his tone was calm. Don't look at me bringing so many pills. But you know in your heart that there is only this one in the entire empire. Even the whole world. I only supply you, monopoly business, how profitable it is, I don't need to say more. Field showed his white teeth. Happy beans 40 silver coins. Northern magic oil 80 gold coins. Are you kidding? 80 gold coins? It's enough for the potion. Simon was anxious. This was the first time Field saw Simon anxious. Besides, no low-level person would spend 40 silver coins for an hour of pleasure. Don't be so rigid. You can cut the happy beans into 40 pieces, 3 silver coins per piece. Won't you make double the money? Besides, you don't have to sell them all to low-level people. You can sell them along the trade route to major cities. There are plenty of people buying them. Monopoly goods. Field has him in his arms. Simon also fell silent. This kind of pill is very important to him. It can not only make up for his own problems. More importantly, it is useful for Florny. Feeding the orcs with a rage potion will completely squeeze the orcs' vitality. But the joy pill will not. Your price is too expensive. I can provide some convenience, but you must lower the price. Convenience? Please elaborate. Field was excited. After the two discussed carefully, in the end, the joy pill was sold at a price of 30 silver coins. And the North God oil was sold at 50 gold coins, which was even better than the price Field had predicted. A total of 30,500 pills. 200 bottles of magic oil. A total of 19,150 gold coins. Simon actually paid 19,000. In addition, Simon also provided what Field had been thinking about: craftsmen, 2 stonemason and carpenter apprentices, 1 blacksmith apprentice. Craftsmen are the foundation of the Lord, and they are not easily circulated. This time, Field was able to give 5 apprentices, which was a big profit. Great. Now the speed of construction in night territory. We need to press the acceleration button. Of course, Field also had to meet Simon's requirements. And a series of products such as happy beans could only be supplied to Simon. And the price next time must be lowered. Field didn't plan to live on happy beans for the rest of his life. He just wanted to make some quick money a few times. The night territory still had to rely on industrial development. Goodbye, Baron Simon and the charming Miss Florny. Don't feel sorry for the gold coins. These gold coins will still be used in Maple Leaf territory, and will return to your pocket after a long journey. Florny threw a coquettish look at Field, and said delicately, "Goodbye, just think of me." Simon looked helpless, feeling sorry for his gold coins. With a hearty smile, Field nodded to the slaves pulling the cart, and said loudly, "Load the empty barrels on the cart, and let's go!" At this moment, a hidden black shadow emerged from the house, and quickly entered an empty barrel like a liquid. "Hey, this is so heavy." A slave found the problem. "Ahem. Don't be lazy," Field scolded harshly. "You haven't eaten yet. Move faster." Yes, sir." The slave was shocked, and hurried to load the cart. This scene was seen by the manor guards. But it was normal for nobles to scold slaves, so they didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until the carriage passed the forbidden checkpoint that Field breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go back to the post station first. Field opened the curtain of the carriage, and saw Rosaria waving at him not far away. So he nodded and smiled back. As soon as he arrived at the post station, Field saw a group of people blocking the door. Some wearing noble clothes, and some wearing clergy clothes. The debt collectors are here. Chapter 100. Nibelung. An old priest in a church robe, surrounded by church knights, walked slowly to Field, randomly dipped some holy water from the golden cup, and sprinkled it on Field. "Lost lamb, holy light bless you." "Thank you very much." Field nodded with a smile, guessing the purpose of their visit. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "The pagans are wantonly ravaging the pure land of the holy light goddess. The church needs to form a divine punishment army to defend the people and freedom. We need your strength. Please provide gold coins, food, soldiers or chosen ones to join the war against the pagans." His. As expected. I just got my money. And before I could even warm it up, someone was thinking about it. "Sorry. I need the Queen's order to provide military supplies." Field shrugged, looking sad. The old priest said righteously, "We are fighting for all mankind. The Queen will agree. But the edict has not been issued yet." If Field had not studied the history of the continent, he would have been deceived by his righteous appearance. The church will organize the gods' punishment army, and it has been done 7 times. But they will only give a nominal, and will not deploy real military forces, especially high-end forces. Each time, they will only send out a small-scale army of 3,000 or 4,000 people, which are composed of old soldiers and thugs. They will burn, kill and plunder all the way to the front line, and then flee when they see the enemy. It is a complete looting operation. As for everyone's donations, they have all become cute little boys. villas and gold bricks for the people of the Holy Light Church to enjoy. The battle against pagans is almost entirely completed by the major dukes, earls, knights and regular armies of various countries. Although they also like to burn, kill and plunder. They are really hard-working when fighting. In the previous Divine Punishment Army, the Silver Wings and the Poly-Federation Empire, which were called the Spear of Holy Light, even killed the newly appointed emperor in battle. And the imperial family was extinct, and fell into the embarrassing situation of the parliament temporarily taking over. Field laughed. Okay. I will pray every day, hoping that the goddess of holy light will bring miracles to the warriors. As for asking for money, let's forget it. The old priest was almost choked to death by this. Isn't this what they often use to fool people? Don't do narrow-minded actions. Once the pagans come to the Griffin Empire, you will probably regret it. The old priest spoke with threats. His eyes were sharp. Field was not lying. He said directly, "Then I will personally lead the troops to fight the invaders head-on, instead of giving money to people who have nothing to do with him, and letting them maintain their extravagant lives." Field still gave him some face, and didn't say the second half of the sentence. Puff. Ha ha ha. A few people laughed out loud. After all, he is a country baron who doesn't understand the horror of pagans. Arrogance will surely bring disaster upon oneself. Stupid. Looking at the person who laughed at him, Field was furious and was about to speak. Baron Field is right. Knights should fight invaders, instead of hiding in the back and spending money to avoid disaster. Of course, the most important thing is loyalty. Before the Queen makes a decision, we should not act rashly. The Griffin Empire is about to break up with the Papal States. The nobles are very clear about this. Of course, it's not because of the Queen's bath on Holy Sunday. Huh? Field turned his head and found a determined-looking uncle, wearing a noble robe, but the clothes were not the point, but the family emblem on his chest, a blue dragon, holding a sword in its mouth. The Nibelungen family? A tough guy in the province of Morningwind, one of the Queen's true swords, a powerful figure with a blue dragon and a 6th-level chosen one. Laying Nibelungen. The uncle smiled. I've heard of you, the kindest noble, Field, always willing to help the poor. Field took the initiative to perform the noble salute. Hello, honorable lord, I am indeed a kind person. It was a coincidence that I met you. We just happened to visit Baron Maple Leaf. His economic and food support is crucial to our suppression of the rebellion. Laying didn't mind revealing the news. There are more cultists than we thought. They have completely brainwashed the people of the entire Viscountdom. You, old Ding, are here to take advantage of us too. Then our Ross family. Field looked as if he was about to say something. We should contribute to the empire. Laying asked in confusion, of course. The governor's personal letter was sent as soon as possible. Didn't you know? Foulon City is right next to the Viscount's territory. And your brother is already preparing the army. It's not too late to know now. Field suppressed his excitement. I have been staying in the dark northern province. And I have only been out for 2 days. Oh! It's true that you took office as the Knight Territory. Poor child. How could your father bear to let a child who had just grown up go to that hellhole? I will bring this up with Her Majesty the Queen, and I should be able to get her help. After all, you are a hero for the country. This was beyond Field's expectations. Not only did he not mention donations or support, but he also offered benefits. Regardless of whether it was a polite remark, Field immediately had a better impression of the uncle in front of him. Thank you very much. But I hope to participate in the suppression of the rebellion. Not by paying money, but by sending troops? Puff. The familiar laughter sounded again. This is not a picnic. A young man in fancy clothes, with one hand on his waist, raised his chest and said, Do you have soldiers? I see you are alone, without even an entourage. And you don't look like someone who can get military merit. Who the hell are you? You just mocked me. Laying frowned and said, Farid, please put away your dandy behavior. Everyone who works for the Empire should be respected. The man called Farid didn't take it seriously, and crossed his arms over his chest, with a joking tone. Field didn't even bother to look at him, and said to Laying seriously, I will bring troops to support the rebellion. Very good. This is the Knight of the Empire. The uncle nodded with satisfaction, and took out a letter from his arms. Open it privately after returning. It records the specific location and time of the assembly. Any force is indispensable. It's quite mysterious. Field rubbed his chin curiously, wanting to open it and take a look immediately. Don't pay attention to that dude, you might get a fief in this battle. Come on, maybe we can charge the enemy together. Nice to meet you, Sir Field. Several young nobles who followed Lei Ying came over, nodded to Field in a friendly manner, and also gave their names. Many nobles had no land, or even only an honorary title. They hoped to gain military merit, and then live a real noble life. Therefore, they had a good impression of Field, who was also miserable. After giving a few instructions, Lei Ying left with a group of nobles.